We're just gonna go ahead and lock those.
No.
Again, the answer that I was remember was wart. He had warts on his hands from the dish pit. Warts all over his hands.
All right. You ready for this, big dog? Are you ready for this? Are you ready?
I will not fall down. I can take whatever punch you can throw.
What is the most recent injury that William Montgomery has experienced that he's discussed publicly? And what caused it? Do you need me to repeat the question? What is the most recent injury that William Montgomery has experienced, and what caused it? Doug, do I have to say this question again? What is the...
A lot of things.
No. He has mentioned this publicly. He even missed Kill Tony because of it. And he talked about it. In depth.
You got 6.
That's incorrect. Already you're wrong.
You got
Doug, I already said he experienced an injury.
Yeah. He injured his brain.
Dude, that's incorrect. Do you want to lock that in?
Yeah.
Okay, incorrect. He experienced sciatica from his rowing machine. Next question. Fucking hurt his brain. You hear this, asshole? This is a Brendan Schaub apologist, folks. Next, he's going to be saying, well, there are only 4 women who accused Brian Callen of rape. The Los Angeles Times got it wrong. Yo, you gonna ask me a question? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw.
I thought you were asking.
No, I just asked a question about sciatica and you got it wrong. I mean, why should I keep asking you questions that you don't know? Because you're obviously not a big William Montgomery fan.
I mean, I asked you harder.
I did too. What was the injury and what caused it? And you knew the answer to neither.
Calm down.
Well, you're just rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. I mean, you're over here asking me questions about a fucking check number that he got from his previous employer. I remember that he got back pay, and you're like not giving me credit for that. I know that his fucking dog's name's Gator. You say it's Gator Montgomery. Like, dog, what the fuck?
What does William Montgomery podcast enjoy to do during his spare time?
And finds itself, nestles itself in your backyard for prolonged amounts of time. It just could happen. It could happen, right? So
do you want to lock that in? Silent? We can lock it silent.
Was this... But this is actually a really good question, truthfully. Was this a quiz about William Montgomery or William Montgomery's podcast producer? Because I don't know shit about that motherfucker. I know about William Montgomery. So give me a question about William Montgomery, son.
It is a question about William Montgomery. You really cared about William Montgomery. You would know his producer's favorite actor.
I mean, I think you answered the question yourself. You're obsessed with William Montgomery's podcast producer, and I don't give a flying fuck about that person. I care about William Montgomery.
Okay, so you're going to deflect it.
At a time that Ani is having
I can come up with another William one.
No, that wasn't a William Montgomery question. That was about William Montgomery's podcast producer, and that is a different question. And it's a different topic. I'm not here to debate William Montgomery's podcast producer questions. You can know all you want about that motherfucker. Nobody cares about that person. They care about William Montgomery. Do you not understand?
Talking about the lender. Talking about the lender.
Yeah, I got you. Roger. Let me see if I can think of one.
With your money. It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. Why should I give it away? That's
Fair.
you have to have emotional patronism, and you have to have financial patronism. So I'm the kind of person
What sort of item in the parking lot?
even when I'm having a difficult time. Because I'll say you're that kind of person.
Well, a lot of them. He called out his car keys at one point.
You're giving. Chris Paul says if that's the kind of person you are for others,
Okay,
I'll be there for you as well.
boxy item pull out
Back to straight up.
Which boxy item?
Yeah.
This is the Isha Shayika as Isha.
Did he pull out of his? Did he pull out? You said which boxy item did William Montgomery pull out of a parking lot?
So it's interesting. It'll be burned by fire straight up.
Did he
like
assemble in a parking
Now
lot?
the pashtos, the first time over here is once you're married to Rachel, right? Once you're married to Rachel, he can marry Rachel's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Sreifa. They want to say, who's punishable by Sreifa? It doesn't, Rachel didn't do anything, right?
Yeah, because you didn't even make it a full sentence previously. So please do.
So why does it say that
Which item did William Montgomery assemble in a parking lot?
A
2 years ago, it was boxy shape. Just a boxy item.
Was it an? Let me just clarify. Was this an exercise machine?
No.
What exactly is the machlokes over here? I'm not buying much more. What's the machlokes over here? Have a dash in the pasuk.
It was a.
It says, right, you say that we go ahead and we put the death for Ruvain.
Was it a piece of furniture?
No.
Doesn't mean both of them.
Boxy item.
You'll never guess this.
A coffin.
I guarantee you'll never guess that.
Okay, well, what is it?
It's one of these cardboard boxes that are like a closet with this the bar that goes across.
I know what you're talking about. It's a temporary closet. Yeah. Okay. Nobody would fucking understand that. Wait. That is a piece of furniture.
The cardboard boxes are not.
Wait. No. Are you talking about? He assembled like a temporary closet.
Yeah. If you want to call it that.
That is a piece of furniture, dog.
It's not furniture.
It absolutely is.
Closets are not furniture.
Dog, get the fuck out of here. What a shitty question. And I got it right. No, ask if temporary closets are considered a piece of furniture. They are. It's like an armoire.
In fact, the mother-in-law prohibition was made even after death relates to the point that the relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva Sabar, Yisur Babar. And old, it's only in Isser. Yeah, we say only in Isser. It's Asser, but it's not Sreifa. Okay, it looks like that brings to a conclusion our sugi on Sreifa Shkoyach. Says the Mishnah. Onto a lighter topic.
Temporary closets, like portable racks or organizers, are usually never considered furniture.
Dog, fuck you. They are.
That's not what AI
Are closets and temporary racks considered furniture
temporary or not.
in some conditions?
If it's movable and is not a fixed item, no one considers that furniture.
Wait, yeah, temporary racks, however, are typically classified as furniture because they are movable, freestanding, and not permanently installed. They include freestanding clothing racks, temporary hanging shelves, or portable closet systems. Yeah, they are. That is furniture. And
Okay, so you're saying you want to document correct? Yes, furniture and not temporary closet that was made of cardboard box.
I'm saying that he has talked about putting multiple things together in a parking lot, and I didn't know if you were referencing when he put together furniture, which is his temporary closet. Okay? And you didn't give me proper guidance on what you were referencing. First, you said this is something that he got out in a parking lot, which isn't even. And I said car keys, which is correct. Okay, shitty question, terrible question asker. All right, how about this? William Montgomery has a hobby that, dude, I could ask so many questions on this, and I'm going to. William Montgomery has a hobby that he likes to do, and he has a strategy that he follows with this hobby. And I'm going to ask you, when he does the hobby, what does it do? So there are a few questions in here. All right, so if I recall, he says he finds this to be a relaxing hobby, and I'll say it's done indoors on a table. What hobby is it?
Solving puzzles.
What is his strategy?
Oh, so I got it right?
I mean, I gave you the answer. What else is he doing?
You didn't give me the answer. You said it's done on TV. There's a million things done on TV.
Yeah, obviously, it's solving puzzles. What is his strategy?
Look at the box.
Incorrect. You want to guess again?
Why? Because one said this is going to be a case of this is causation. Because in these cases over here,
no, I don't know.
He puts light colors together. All right.
Unreal.
Here's another question. He recently discussed a puzzle that he completed. And incorrect. And the puzzle that he completed had to do with something you find inside your house. And he named something that you find inside the thing that you find inside your house. Or most people would find this inside their house in the Western world. And it is... I'll just basically give you the answer, but you won't get the next thing. It is an appliance. What was the puzzle?
Like a toaster.
Get the fuck out of here with that toaster bullshit. It was a refrigerator. And what was the puzzle of the refrigerator depicting?
And somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone?
Surrounding area of the fridge.
Incorrect. It had the doors of the refrigerator open, and you could see all the food inside. What is one of the foods that was inside that he describes?
Evan and by Ace. So the answer, why doesn't it use the same version of Yaz by Barzel?
Incorrect. It's a type of fruit.
Because ultimately, again, Barzel is different. Barzel is different.
Pineapple.
That's incorrect. You want to guess again?
When it comes to wood, so
Orange.
That's also incorrect. You want to guess again?
Apple.
That's also incorrect. You want to guess again?
Great.
Incorrect as well. You want to guess again?
Lemon.
That's also incorrect. Would you like to guess again?
Tomato.
Incorrect. And also, botanically considered a fruit, but culinarily considered a vegetable. Not a tomato.
Culinarily.
Yeah, like culinarily.
Oh. Okay, what's the answer?
I'll give you another clue because obviously you just keep incorrect. Guess again.
I don't know what's my hand.
It's a type of melon.
Cantaloupe.
Incorrect. Guess again.
Water.
That's correct. And how many seeds were shown in the puzzle of the watermelon?
Between 2 and 58.
That's incorrect.
What the fuck? No, it's not.
Oh, it most certainly is, and this was a discussed topic between William Montgomery and none other.
0 to 1.
It was seedless watermelon, which was discussed on stage with Tony Hinchcliffe, because Tony Hinchcliffe said, "Were you able to recognize the watermelon by the seeds?" And William Montgomery said no, because it was seedless watermelon. So I can't even add up how many incorrect answers you gave there. You said toaster, you said blueberries, you missed the amount of seeds. Do you even know who William Montgomery is?
I was just seeing it again.
All right, I think we've proven here who the biggest fan of William Montgomery is. And we've also proven that a temporary closet is a piece of furniture.
And that is most certainly up for dispute. Both of those points. We can sever this debate another day. When I actually have not been up for like 48 hours sleep, I'm back to debate you on.
Look, I could give a shit about William Montgomery. I know I'm a bigger William Montgomery fan than you are. What I want you to start studying is Brendan Shaw.
I studied him. He doesn't even seem that entertaining.
He is.
I mean, like someone said in the comments, he's like the best CTE comedian.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know.
Here's the thing. It's not so much like his speech. It's the fact that he just blatantly lies, that he runs scammy, grifty contests, that he cheats on his wife, or used to at least, that he's obsessed with his kids' baseball, not because he loves his kids, but because he wants these kids to be pro players, to the point where he says, I'm keeping track about how much I invest in these kids because when they turn 18, I want them to pay me back when they start making money as pros, essentially along those lines. He
idiotic thing to do.
Oh yeah, but he even said, like on a recent episode, they talked about some pro player who paid off their parents' house when they went pro, and Brendan Schaub was like, "That's the least you can do. That's the least you can do." I tell my kids, I'm gonna sneeze one
Keep the
more.
lights on for this
Basically, that they don't know how much I do for them. My kid was going to school the other day, and I was dropping him off, and I said to him, now his kid's name is Tiger, like that's his real name. He says, Tiger, I am gonna ask you, do your friends' dads make them protein shakes? The kid is 9. He doesn't need fucking protein shakes. Okay? No. Do they pitch batting practice with them? No. And when I'm gone, meaning when I die, you're going to remember all of this and all of these times. And he said that he did it so that his kid would cry before he went into school.
Jesus.
Not only that, he flipped out on his son. He's like, he always talks about this. He says, when my kids are playing a game, I always be sure to remember that, like, no criticism to any child has ever, like, helped the kid. Meaning, like, trying to give them advice while they're not doing well. Just to let them work through it. But I didn't do it in this one case, and I cussed in front of the entire team. I said the F word, and I had to apologize to all the other coaches and all the other players. These kids are 9. There's no reason why you should be saying the F word in front of them. Like, the mom yells that shit, yells SHIT in front of 9-year-old kids. Like, that's not a good example.
No, I saw somehow footage of them being kicked out of the
Yeah, exactly, because the parents of that league hated him so much that they downloaded the video from the website that has it, and then uploaded it because they wanted the world to see. You were like, is there anything redeeming about him? Yeah. So remember I said they had this designer baby? She has some issues. They didn't know exactly what it was. When she was a little baby, or normally children walk anywhere between 6 months and a year and a half. It just depends on their development. But their kid was not. They didn't know why. And this is a sad thing. I think it was something like this. I could be wrong, but Joe Rogan was having a fight companion or something. No, it wasn't. It was something like that. And the boys were basically going to be in a hot tub, the guys, their friends. And it was the night that his wife went into labor, and he wasn't there for the birth, or he came late or something because he was hanging out with the boys. And the wife, basically the baby didn't get enough oxygen, and she has a condition called, I think it's called hypertomia or hypotomia, something like that. But basically this baby doesn't walk the way that it should be, and she needs braces on her legs. And Brendan really showed concern, and he was working with this kid in the pool and stuff. But usually he's only been focused on the boys. He doesn't really care about the girl. But, the fact that she's not walking, he was really sad about it. But on January 2nd, this was really cool. The child took her first steps. And even though it's really delayed, she's like starting to walk, and it's really beautiful. So, is there anything redeeming about him? Yeah, we want that. Like everybody, those 200,000 people in that community want to see that kid walk. Nobody rips on the kids for being like everybody's really positive about the kids. They're just like, dude, your parents are absolute garbage. But we want those kids, and I'll as a spokesperson for the homeless cats, we want those kids to be successful in spite of what their parents put them through.
So according to Rabbi, the only time you're hired for damages is
that's good, I guess.
Yeah, I'll speak on behalf of the community. All right. Do you want any more William Montgomery trivia?
Did you look at the Epstein bullshit?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. That's terrible.
That Shimon has under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokes. So again,
it's disgusting. There's nothing more disappointing.
Did you see like how the Melania documentary got like really terrible reviews?
Yeah, going back to Brendan Schaub, it's tied with Brendan Schaub's special as the worst thing on IMDb. It has a 1.1. And so does his special Gringo Poppy. Dude, it's all political hate. And especially it came out like the same weekend as that other shit. Absolutely. There's a topic on the Fighter of the Kids subreddit that said like, dude, your special that you put stuff into that's 24 minutes long, it got a 1.1. It's the lowest rated comedy special in the history of IMDb. And this woman's documentary that basically has half the country absolutely can't stand her just because of who her husband is, and the other people basically don't think it's good. But it's very her results are very skewed. Has the same score as your comedy special. Dude, we should just watch his comedy special one of these days so you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's only 24 minutes long. Like, it's literally dude, let's just watch it. I'll watch it with you right now. It's 24 minutes long. It's not that long.
I'm watching outside right now.
Doug, I mean, is that my
fault? So, I can tell. Well, what did you talk about during the special? Can you just reenact that?
Dude, extremely well. So he says, I can almost do it word for word. He says, something like he first welcomes, he does it in Dallas. And he's like, a lot of ladies out here tonight, dicey. Usually my audience is like 18 to 35-year-old dudes. And then he goes into, he talks about, like, I don't remember everything, but like he talks a lot about Mexicans and like his wife, who is, he says is illegal, said that she's from Guadalajara, and like that he was like on a ketogenic diet, and that he was trying, like, what does ketogenic mean? It means that you can't eat Mexican food, and he says the foods that like they make are like carne asada, but he doesn't fucking pronounce it. He tries to sound Spanish, and like huevos rancheros, and like something else, a couple other things. And then like he'll be like his wife said that it was during the pandemic, and like the neighbors moved in or something, and like it would be nice if she made them some like Mexican cookies. And he's like, oh, what are Mexican cookies? Like chocolate chip with salsa on top? Like, that's just like a really weak joke. And then he talks about, you laughed at it. And then he talks about there, like his big finish is something like It was when he lived. It was when he lived in. Dude, you fucking love this guy. It was when he lived in He was living in Calabasas, and there was like a mountain lion that was spotted, and he talks about like he was gonna hunt this mountain lion because somebody saw it on a Ring camera, and he got like night vision goggles at the store and like a gun with like a laser on it, and was just trying to hunt down this cat. And like basically his wife was like, are you gonna be able to get it? And then he went and he's like, he goes outside to go try to find it, and then he realizes that like it's a mountain lion, like it's a lion of the mountains, and then pushes out and then runs back into his house and like just is like, oh, I guess we live in its fucking territory. And then at the end he's like, that's my time, Dallas. I mean, that's like, it's 24 minutes long. It's not that long, and I just did like.
Do you think that it was like an hour-long special like chopped it down to like the 24 minutes?
That's exactly what happened, because we have other people who were there who said it was originally like an hour and 6 minutes, but it wasn't funny. And so they took the best 24 minutes of it, which includes like a startup song. The startup song goes, Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation, Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation, Thick Boy Squad, Thick Boy Nation. And I mean, there's only like 24 minutes of comedy in it. And the background, they like made the background. It's like this. It's made out of like construction paper. Steve-O talks about it. Steve-O's like, I know where they even bought the construction paper. And in this interview, and Tony Hinchcliffe is like, what? What's this now? He's like, I'm obsessed with it. Like, I found out everything that he did. It was at the Dallas Improv. Like, basically, Steve-O said, like, I got obsessed with it. Like, and he's not the only one. There are people who, like I said, they spent 24 hours watching the special, and I watch them like at least once a week. Watch the special, and they just have it playing in the background for like 24 hours. And well, they only put out 12 hours of it, and the rest is on their Patreon. But at least I watched like this thing 12 hours, and then they interview people who were there, and then they interview some like bigger time UFC people to ask them about their opinion on it. But like, it's become like a cult classic. And if you watch it, is it the worst comedy special ever? No, it's like might have a joke or two that aren't that bad. But he like, what's a joke that he says? This is the best joke that everybody says. He says, oh, they talk about the pandemic and how everybody in LA went on lockdown, and LA became North Korea with a beach, and that's like his big joke. And in a lot of ways, I mean, I don't know what North Korea is like, but during pandemic, LA was like pretty strict on stuff, though I don't know how it was in comparison to Canada. But
Has he been, how long did he doing comedy before that?
So he says he was doing it for 4 years before he did his first special, but it was really probably only 2 years. But that was a big special. That was on Showtime, but it bombed. It was like Showtime's biggest comedy bomb ever. 1.7 ranking. And then this is another thing that he did. Since it was really, really bad, he had this like CBD company he was working with, and he texts the guy to the CBD company, and this has all come out because the CBD company ended up suing Brendan Schaub over some shadiness that he did. But basically, he texts the CEO of the CBD company, and he says, look, my Showtime special has really bad reviews. Is there any way we can use like the customer list of the CBD company to say like, hey, you can get 50% off if you can get 50% off your next order of CBD if you give a positive review of of you maybe or you'd be surprised, which is the name of his special. So they're like, yeah, let's put something together. We can do that. So then they put out like a mass email to their customer base that says, hey, if you give this comedy special 5 stars or whatever, or 10 stars, like rank it at a 10, you get 50% off your next order of CBD. But then Showtime found out he was doing this and called Brendan Schaub and was like, hey, you cannot do this. And I am like, you can't manipulate the numbers. We had people with, like, when Amy Schumer put her special out, and somebody else put out their special, the numbers were like were like messed with, and you're not allowed to do that. And so Brendan Schaub had to go back to the CEO of this company and be like, oh yeah, Showtime called me and said we're not allowed to do that, so can you please just like take down that email? It's like, no, we already sent it out. So it's like, well, okay, take down that promotion. But then a lot of people in the reviews put like, dude, I'm only here because I was told I would get 50% off my CBD order. So I'm ranking this like a 10, but I've never even seen it, or like whatever it is. It's like, so then a few years go by, actually more than that, like a decade goes by, and that CBD company ends up suing Brendan Schaub because Brendan was supposed to do like a bunch of posts for them on his Instagram and never did, and it was a breach of contract basically, and now they're in some kind of legal case, and they served him. They tried to serve him at his house in Austin, but he wasn't there. He was at a pizza joint like down the street or whatever. So he said, just serve me here at this pizza joint where he was. So then there's that lawsuit that's going on. So he's got at least 2 lawsuits going on. He's got the one, he's suing the small YouTuber. He's got that appeal. And then he's got the CBD lawsuit. And that's all we know about. But like, that's more than a person would want. Like, he talks about, you were like, what other jokes does he do? He talks about he wouldn't be able to go through another pandemic or another lockdown because he can't stand being around his family. He says that his wife is like he, before he married his wife, like his friend was like, you got to get with a Latina, man. They're spicy. And then he's like, yeah, you know what spicy means? It means they're assholes. Like, he's calling his wife an asshole in his stand-up, and then he can't stand being around his kids during the lockdown. But like, which I understand, but then don't be like, oh, I'm the ultimate family man. I don't know. I just talked about this fucking special for half the time of the actual special, which you could have just watched.
That's true.
But you do. Next time you come, we gotta watch the special, dude. We'd watch both the specials. They're absolute dogs. Oh, dog, I can't even put into words. I think I am like.
I don't feel like he like that word obsessed what I saw.
My man,
you
you don't know the lore. Did you hear Shane Gillis talking about him and how hilarious it is? And Ari Shafir, it's absolutely fucking hilarious. When you get into the lore,
does he ever address this? Does he ever address like swath people like basically mocking him 24/7?
yes, he calls them homeless cats. He says their opinion doesn't matter. It's like they're homeless people. It would be as if it was a cat having a negative impression of him. That's where the term homeless cats comes from.
Okay.
And I would say this. I could really give a shit about his life. It's the fact that this subreddit exists that just, shits on him for being friends with pedophiles and rapists. That's ridiculous. Like, If he was smart, he would have cut ties with the bad people. But he's like so and ostracized within the. I mean, what should he really do? He should really go get a job. But he refuses to do that. So he does a podcast thing, and he does these like scams of people, and it's just hilarious that this guy thinks
Does he
he's.
still do stand-up?
No, he couldn't sell out. He used to do stand up, and when he would be on the road, he would cheat on his wife. And basically, he got caught publicly cheating on his wife. So then and the other issue is he couldn't sell out anywhere. And they actually do an interview of him talking about he was in Oklahoma, and he's got this huge theater in Oklahoma, and it's like 3,000 people, and it shows on the website sold out. So he thinks he's making a lot of money. So it's a little before the show, and he goes to the show promoter. The show promoter comes to him actually, and he's like, "Okay, so I'm gonna get going, but I'm gonna give you your check for the show." And Brendan Schaub's like, "Okay, great," and he gives him the check, and Brendan's like, "It's really small. It says that it's sold out on the website. Why is it so small?" And the show promoter's like, "Yeah, we had to say that so that we could comp tickets to people because nobody knows who you are. They may know who you are in Los Angeles or New York, but nobody in Oklahoma knows who you are. And you have to understand, we had to get the ball moving on these tickets because nobody was showing up. You sold like 18 tickets or something for like 3 out of 3,000 seats. And so you have to understand there are two things working against you. One, it was an Oklahoma Sooners football game that weekend, and two, there was like a tornado or something, like warning or something. So like he was supposed to do the show. He was supposed to do the show in front of like a packed house of 3,000 people, but nobody showed up. Only like 12 people showed up, and so he asked if the 12 people would go back to the green room and he could just perform in front of the green room, which nobody would do. And they're like, "No, just go out there. You can go out there and give them a hell of a show." That's what the guy said. He said, "Look, and if you do a good job, maybe a few years go by and we can have you back." Like trying to give him some positivity about this, but basically is going around to different cities, and they start with the tickets that, like, for a normal comedian might be like $100, and none of those sell out. And then they get down to where it's two tickets for $5, or it's just a free show. You can come to the show for free, which no comedian wants to have happen. The only thing is, it's like a 2-drink minimum. And he was getting to the point where
people love your free show. But yeah, his material is garbage.
Yeah, it was getting to the point where he wasn't selling out anymore, and nobody really wanted him. And not only that, but then he found the Temptations on the road to be really big because he was cheating on his wife when he was there, and that's not good either. And for as bad a comedian as he is, this is what he's failed at, and this is just what I know. Okay, so he failed. I don't want to say he failed as a football player. He did play Division I football, but what he failed at is saying that he's an NFL veteran. Like he never made an NFL roster. He never even made a practice squad. He says he had a cup of coffee with the Bills. But that's not playing in the NFL. The Bills have open tryouts where you could try out, I could try out, but that's not making the team. But he says that he played that as a professional sport, which is kind of a failure. Okay, UFC, he was...
had a bunch of famous people on the podcast.
Totally.
Whoever the hell else.
He absolutely has. He had the UFC. He was on the UFC's Ultimate Fighter, and he at one time was ranked usually probably in the top 15 of UFC. Some people say the top 10 in the heavyweight, which is good. He went 10-5, and he got his shit tossed in his last 5 fights. I think he lost, or something close. Maybe not the last 5, but he or he lost 5 fights total, but he lost his last two fights or something. And then Joe Rogan has a heart to heart with him and says, "Look, you're a funny guy, but you're gonna do a lot of brain damage to yourself if you continue to fight." And that's where he says, if you go and fight this one guy, how do you think you do? And then Brendan Schaub says, "I think you'd be surprised." And Joe Rogan says, "I think you'd be surprised." And it was the number one. And then when he retired from UFC, it was the number one Joe Rogan podcast up until the Elon Musk that he did in like 2018. So it was a really big podcast. All right. So here are his business ventures at which he's failed. He did something called, he's had a ton of podcasts. So he did the King and the Sting, which then became the King and the Sting and the Wing, which then became the Golden Hour, which is still going, but it's not popular. Okay, then he did something called Food Truck Diaries, where he would have fighters come to him, and like they'd go to a food truck and they talk about fighting. That failed. He did some. Oh, he was on Showtime, and he was on E, and he would do like red carpet stuff, and he got his contract wasn't renewed, or he got fired from that because he was making fun of the celebrities like on camera, which you're not allowed to do. You know, the celebrities like come out with like kind of outrageous clothing. You can't go out and say like, "This guy looks like a doofus." Like, you're not allowed to do that. So he lost his gig with E. He lost his gig with Showtime. Then he did he did have a show on Showtime that got canceled as well. Then he came out with his own whiskey known as Tiger Thick Whiskey that failed. It went from being $100 a bottle to like $70 a bottle to $60 a bottle to $30 a bottle, and then he sold the company, he said, and that's no longer. Then he had something called Thick Boy Productions, where he wanted to be a music producer, and nobody wanted to sign with him. And so he didn't. They put out like a few songs, but nothing really came of it. Then he put out it's called Thick Boy Bicycle Club, which was he wanted to get into bicycling, like two-wheel bicycles, and so he was going to do a bicycle run from San Francisco to LA, and he quit like 1/5 of the way and just gave up. And so like he just stopped doing bicycles. He did what else did he do? He's done like another 5 things. So then he had Drive Fast All Gas, which is anti-electric thing that hasn't posted in 10 months, and nobody really does anything with that. It's like that's just his thing. What else did he do that failed? I mean, you can't hate on him for taking risks and trying, but it's like he's just not really good at anything. He did he did something recently that didn't do well. I forget what it was, but he has this. Oh, I know what it was. He has it's called Gearheads Gone Wild, which is his next thing that he wants to do, which is like a play on the Girls Gone Wild thing. But as of right now, he only has an Instagram for it and a T-shirt. Anything else? Yeah, he has one called what is it? Abbott Kinney Fight Club, which is Abbott Kinney is like a really nice area of Venice, California, which is it's the main street, and it's like how would I describe it? It's like very Whole Foodsy, like very hipster. And they thought it like the opposite of that would be like a fight club. So calling it Abbott Kinney Fight Club would be like really good. But they never started an Abbott Kinney Fight Club. But it's a bunch of t-shirts.
Amazing, I guess.
That's exactly right. I mean, you get the point. Like everything he does, he basically tries to have the next big idea, and it just he doesn't see it through, and he gives up on it, and it isn't very successful. So then his newest thing is Drive Fast All Gas, and even Joe Rogan can't get the name of it correct, and it hasn't posted in 10 months, but yet he still puts out car content. But it's not even like, hey, we're gonna change the oil on this car today. It's like, hey, I'm gonna get my car modded. He drops it off, and then right before it's done, he'll take out 2 bolts and be like, all right, I helped. And it's like, dude. No, that one, Doug, that one, nobody does undercar work, but doesn't have like one of those rollers, and also doesn't have like a headlamp. Like, he's doing it on a clean floor. It's not like what you would normally where you do mechanical stuff. It's just not how it's done. He doesn't know what he's doing. So I think people have added it up. In the UFC, he made something like $400,000 or something. And then when he would tour as a comedian, he would make just short of $1 million. But there were a lot of expenses with that. And then with The Fighter and the Kid, he makes something like maybe $400,000 or $500,000 from that. He's got expenses to that though, but that's with already paying Brian Callen. He pays Chin, his producer, $100,000 a year, and then he I hate that I know all this about him. And then he has his own show, which does maybe another $200,000, $300,000. And then he has the Golden Hour, which does maybe another $200,000, something like that. And so all in all, he might be making $1 million a year, but there's a lot of overhead in that. $300,000 of that goes to Brian Callen. Another $100,000 of that goes to his producer. And then he's got to pay D'Elia and Eric Griffin, so maybe they're getting $100,000 or $200,000 each or so. I mean, it's not exactly. And then, yeah, so each one of those ad reads that they do is like $5,000. Total scam. If you ever watch, they absolutely, yeah, and the advertising companies that they're connected with were scams previously, and they went out of business, and then they were acquired by other companies, and now they're running on the other companies that acquired the previous scam companies. It's like the whole thing's a scam. If you ever watch when he posts a video, it starts out with like 7 views, and then all of a sudden goes up to 25,000 views, and then goes up to 40,000 views and stops. All his videos have 40,000 views on. Like they all, and they used to get like 1 million views. They used to get a lot of views, and they've just, his channels show no growth. I mean, it's not. Oh, so what else did he do that was recent? Like this summer, he got into boating for a little while. He's gotten into hunting. He got into archery. That's all been in the last year. But he literally went, and as an archery person, they're like, you're such a natural. You're like, usually it takes us like 50 arrows to teach somebody how to shoot, and you're able to do it in like 5. And so he buys all this stuff for archery, and then puts a target in his backyard and never uses it. His neighbors were like, "Hey, you say you want to go hunting? We're gonna go hunting this weekend," or like it was like on a Monday afternoon. You should come with us. So he's like, "Okay, well, what do I wear? Do I wear my like Jordans?" They're like, "No, you wear like boots, and like you already wear camo shit. Just wear that." And he's like, "Okay." And so they go, and it's like basically, it's not like normal hunting where it's like the animal has a chance. It's like they put a fence up around the property, and so the animals are basically trapped. And then there was a deer, and not just any deer. It was like an albino female deer, like the least intimidating deer that you could find. And they're like, yeah, that's the one. So he killed a white one.
Boasting like he's like out in the wild. Playing it up like some crazy.
I mean, he was like, normally you get. Well, he wouldn't post it because he didn't want any of the backlash of people being like, dude, you killed like Bambi's mom. And not just Bambi's mom, but like an albino Bambi's mom. It's like literally white against like like a forested background. Like how, and not only that, there's like a huge fence around. Like, I mean, they talk about like wanting to go hunting from helicopters and shooting wild boar. Like that's not real hunting. I mean, that's like slaughtering of animals, basically. And then on but you don't want this guy doing that job. And then on top of all of that, one of the people they have on who is a like one of the fill-in hosts when Brian Callen's unavailable is this guy named Tim Kennedy. And Tim Kennedy has been accused by the United States government of stolen valor. So Tim Kennedy was like a Green Beret. Like he was like, that's like a really high, really special force in the U.S. Army. But Tim Kennedy wasn't satisfied with just being a Green Beret. He wrote this book where he talks about killing kids and killing people in like Iraq and Afghanistan and stuff, and how badass he is. And he also talks about being like a bronze star with like, it's called like a V device or something, like where it's like a higher level, but it turned out he did not have that, and he just let it go, and he lied about his service, basically. And so there are podcasts like military podcasts that go out and spend 4 hours just like reading everything in this guy's book and tearing it down and saying how it's not true. So basically, this guy who has surrounded himself with this military guy who also fought in the UFC ends up being like not telling the truth either. So there's just a lot of just inconsistencies. Now, I can say this. I'm not perfect, and neither are you. None of us are perfect. But if anybody, calls us on the carpet for something, you can say, look, I made a mistake, or whatever it is. Like, it was a long time ago, or I had to do it because my life was on the line. Okay, I can understand that. But if you're just embellishing your record, that's questionable. But again,
it was a guy Green Beret.
He was a Green Beret. That wasn't the question. It was the question of, there were a lot of questions in his book that turned out to be like incorrect. Like every chapter had something wrong, and I've seen these military guys like interview people who knew him at these times. They're like, that's not how it went down. Like if you go, there's like something like that said like, we went into this like village and we killed all of the women and children there. We just had to do what we had to do. And people were like, so you're basically like talking about like writing in your book about war crimes, like you can be court-martialed for that. And the people who were there were like, it did not go down like that. I don't know why he would like say that he committed war crimes. That's just not how it happened. And then the big one was, he was like, they said that he had this special medal that he did not have. And so the United States government is currently investigating him for it. Now, has everybody ever, like, basically, I don't want to say made up things, but, like, inflated themselves? I don't think anybody's perfect, but this is just one of those things where he doesn't really acknowledge it. And so the guys who Brendan Schaub surrounds himself with are like this guy who is hated in the military. The military hates this guy. There are podcasts about how bad this guy is. And then it's a rapist and a child molester. Or whatever. It's like, and that's why we say, whatever this guy touches, exactly. And that's why the thing is, whenever anybody leaves this guy, they become very successful. Theo Vaughn's career skyrocketed after he left this guy. He started interviewing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and like all these really important movers and shakers. When his producer left, he was in Super Bowl commercials and he was on Saturday Night Live and he was in like a bunch of commercials recently. He's on commercials for all kinds of shit. And then like his other assistant, like she became like a OnlyFans model, like a clothed OnlyFans model, and makes like hundreds of $1,000s a month. Like anybody who leaves this guy does really well, and anyone who aligns themselves with him, like Brian Callen, gets taken down. Like anyway. And when you're like, you're obsessed with this guy. Again, it may seem like an obsession. The guys of the podcast that I watch, those are the guys who are really obsessed. But I'm like in it like Shane Gillis is in it. It's hilarious to watch the dumpster fire.
These are the people who are put to death. Remember, the other word for hereg is saif. But again, classically it's called hereg.
All right, with that, Riser, I've got shit to do. I've been saying this for 5 hours.
Number one, someone who murders someone else.
Go watch that compilation that I sent you, and then come back when you're done.
The city is put to death. It's killed by saif. Or a murderer.
All right. Yeah, go watch that compilation I sent you. No, it's way more than that. I give you about 3 hours worth of work.
He holds his friend's head under the water.
So you go do that. You get your 15 hours of sleep. Yeah, and you get your 15 hours of sleep, and then come back when you're all refreshed. All right. Take care, big dog. Peace.
Thank you for the lecture on the Brendan.
There will be very intense tests. That absolutely fascinating. 100%. Peace, big dog.
In general, right? Rabbi Nachman writes that when one commits an avera, every avera always has like a twofold component to it. On one hand, there's the avera, but there's also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. Like in the moment that I could have been doing in the moment that I was doing the avera, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. So there's like this duality of loss in the commission of an avera. It's true interpersonally as well. Right? For every person that I harm and for every enemy, there could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah Dafka first. See here, Reuven's killing Shimon. He's holding his head under the water, and the Torah calls him Re'ehu. It didn't have to be this way. So there's that duality. There's that avis, that terrible mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, in any event, so calls him into the fire. Now we're going to see all of this, and Shimon is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Chayev, ultimately again, Reuven is going to be chayev for this. That's an act of bloodshed. Another case, what happens if Reuven pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately again, Shimon could have gotten up. But he didn't. Umeis, and he dies. Pater. In those cases, Reuven had pater. So I said, this is quite fascinating. Even though Reuven pushed Shimon into the water, and even though Reuven pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Reuven is not liable. If again Reuven goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he incites him to bite Shimon. Or she's supposed to kill us as a nachash. Pater. Ultimately, it's pater. Why? Because we'll say this is going to be a case of grama. This is causation. Because in these cases over here, Reuven is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It is the snake that is damaging. Even though, again, Reuven riled it up. Here's Shikfas and Achash. What happens if Reuven took a snake? Right? Literally held the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. And what's interestingly enough, it's the venom that kills Shimon, not Reuven. What's the halacha over here? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Huda says, no, in that case, that's direct koach, and therefore Reuven is going to be chayiv. The Chachamim poetry, and the Chachamim on the other hand say that Reuven is going to be potter. All right, so we'll say a lot to talk about in this sugya. Let's see the Gemara. Amar Shmuel, Ibnei Malo Ne'emra Yad Bebarzal. So we'll say this is very interesting. Look at Rashi. First Rashi in the Gemara, last short line in Rashi. Lo Ne'emra Yad, Kima Shene'emar Be'even Yad or Be'kli Eitz Yad. So we'll say in the sugyas where it talks about killing someone, the lashon of the pasuk is if Reuven kills Shimon be'even yad. Now, what that means is literally it can mean a stone that he's holding in his hand. But what we really mean to understand is that a yad means that you have the ability to kill someone with that evan. In other words, the halachas we're going to see that in order to be liable for going ahead and killing someone, halacha l'maisa, the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's not capable of delivering a death blow, in other words, if I go ahead and I take a pebble, Reuven takes a pebble, just a little pebble, he throws it at Shimon. And somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? Whatever, they'd get a ding, But it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, and however it hit him, and he dies, Reuven's not going to be chayav for that. Because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause death. So that's why I told you use lashon of yad by Evan and by Eitz. So the Gemara says, why doesn't it use the same lashon of yad by Barzal? Very interesting. Shabarzal and Mispachoshu. Because ultimately, again, Barzal is different. That when it comes to wood, so ultimately again, when it comes to iron has the unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shear. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi says, so it was known before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that iron has the ability to kill in even the smallest amount. Therefore, the Torah didn't give a shear. Now, what's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabarzal is the third white line from the bottom. That because iron could stab. So because iron can stab, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore the Torah doesn't use the lashon of yad. Yad means that normally the item you use to kill someone has to have a shear in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, ultimately again there's going to be liability. The Hanimili, the Barzal, but this is all assuming that what? This is all assuming that halacha one went ahead and pierced an organ that could be fatal. Okay, the Kalvash Havasafamai. Listen to this. Remember, the Mishnah said if Reuven goes and holds Shimon under the water, there's liability for that. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says, the Sefer Abu Sakamash Malon. Both the Reish and the Sefer, the beginning and the end of the Brayso, both teach us tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? Here we go. So the Reish Abu Sakamash Malon. In the first case, the Mishnah teaches us a Chiddush. Afagav Telav Iudachol Kevan Dein Yachol Lalos Misham Umeis Chayiv. So we'll say in case number one of the Mishnah, it was case number one. Case number one is where Reuven holds Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, Reuven is chayiv. What's the chiddush there? The chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know. But Reuven didn't put him there. Or Reuven didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the chiddush in the Reisha is, even though Shimon's already in the water, Reuven didn't put him there. But if Reuven comes up, right? Reuven didn't push him. He didn't push him in the water. Shimon was in the water. Reuven comes along and holds Shimon's head under the water. There's liability for that, even though Reuven did not place him there. Sefer Abu Sakamash Malon. What's the chiddush of the Sefer? Afagav the dachval Kivan Diachalalas Misham Umeis Pater. The Chiddush of the Seifa is, remember what's happening in the Seifa? Reuven pushed Shimon into the water. But now again, and let's say Shimon dies, Shimon had the ability to get himself out of the water and didn't do so, even though he was only in the water because Reuven pushed him there. Reuven will not be liable. Incredible. Kavash Minoan. They'll say, how do I know that there's liability for holding someone's head under the water or for holding someone in the fire? In other words, that here, I didn't create these circumstances, right? Shimon may already be in the water, or really, Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuven holds his head under the water, or holds him in the fire, then Reuven is liable? It's very interesting. Number Shmuel, Pasuk says, Obe'eva. Or if Reuven treats Shimon with animosity or hatred, so Lashon of Eva, Obe'eva hiko, if he hits him with hatred or animosity. The Rabbos is Hametzamse. So this goes ahead and includes Mitzamse. Now, what does Mitzamse mean? Literally, again, constricting. Mitzamse means holding someone in place. In this case, over here, Reuven holding Shimon's head underwater, or Reuven holding Shimon in the fire. The Bible says there's a tremendous Moshe in this as well. And it's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's Eva? Mitzamse. So what does Mitzamse mean? Sometimes when you constrict a person, you don't allow a person to move. I mean physically, well, this is talking about physically. But sometimes, especially in relationships, you back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's tzimtzum. When you constrict a person, that's evil. That's animosity. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's a natural Yetzer Hara, whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image. Right? I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's what our relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergistic partnerships so that you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you're mitzamtzing someone, when you constrict someone, the Gemara says that's Eva, that's animosity. Incredible. Hogavra, story. There was a guy, so Reuven had Shimon's animal, and what did Reuven do? Reuven tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. Heat exposure, the animal died. So what's the halacha? Ravina said that the guy was potter. I didn't call him Reuven. Avachabara said he was potter. Okay, so what's going on here? Ravina Mechayiv. So Ravina says, of course he's chayiv. Why? When it comes to murder or an accidental murder, it's not the same thing as an intentional one. And extenuating circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, right, so we know that when it comes to murder, right, even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as ratzon. Yet, I will say, what's the halacha? If you keep a person in place, if Reuven keeps his head under the water, what's the halacha? He's chayiv. So too again, Ravina wants to suggest that Allah in this case over here, where Reuven tied up Shimon's animal, so Shimon's animal cannot move out of the sun and died as a result of heat exposure. Reuven is going to be chayiv. So the top of Ayin Zayin, Nezikin, Sha'asam and Shogi Kamezid, but on his kiratzon. I will say, and I remember again, when it comes to Nezikin, when it comes to damages. Now, what's the halacha by damages? We'll say, interesting enough, damages, accidental damage is the same thing as intentional. Ones is the same thing as ratzon. Why? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating not phrase, but the operating concept by Nezikin? Adam muad lioma. A person is always responsible for his actions. So when it comes to damages, they say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, there was an accident. Okay, I forgive you. Hey up, right? Oh, it wasn't only extenuating circumstances. I understand. Hey up. You're always responsible for damages. That's the Venus Kabbalah, which is very interesting. So when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional, unintentional, ones and ratzon, yet you're chayiv for confining someone, right? If Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater, he's going to be chayiv for that. So therefore, again, if Reuben ties Shimon's animal in the sun and the animal dies, Reuben's going to be chayiv for that. Vachara says, no, that you're part of why. Why is it that ultimately Rav Misharshi Barav is poter? Why is that? Amrikra, most yumas from a maker ROTHSCHILD. So the pasuk says that the murderer will be put to death. ROTHSCHILD u'dechayev lon mitzamtzim benezikin lo chayev lon mitzamtzim. So ultimately, again, Rav Misharshi is fascinating. Sorry, Rav Acha's idea is like this: the din of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by nezikin, by damages. Excuse me. The idea of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by bloodshed. It's brought up by ROTHSCHILD. Ultimately, again, the din of mitzamtzim is not brought up by nezikin. Which was, I want to point out, remember, we just learned out, we just asked, how do you know that you're chai from mitzamtzim? How do you know that you're chai for confining someone in a situation which results in their death? So remember again, what did the Gemara say? The Gemara says, Obe'eva hikol b'yado v'yamos. Remember, learn that from Obe'eva. That's talking about a case of murder. So Rav Acha will say the concept of mitzamtzim is dafka brought down in a case of murder. It's not brought down in a case of nizikin, and therefore it doesn't apply. Whereas Vosai said this is really quite fascinating. Just to understand that this fundamental machlokes over here. So according to Rav Acha, the only time you're chayiv for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own koach. But if, let's say again in this case where Reuben takes Shimon's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the animal can't move and the animal dies, the Rav Acha is going to say, you're not chayiv for that. It's not good. It's not good. We don't, obviously, the halacha doesn't condone it, but there's no legal recourse that Shimon has under those circumstances. So fundamental machlokes. So again, Ravina understands that the din of mitzamtzim applies both by bloodshed as well as by nezikin. Rav Acha, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by nezikin. Incredible. Amar Rava, another example. I will say now, I'll tell you this as we go along. So halacha l'maisa, the Rambam Paskin is like Ravina, that we hold that mitzamtzim is chayiv both by bloodshed and by nezikin. So therefore, again, if Reuben ties up Shimon's animal in the sun in a way that the animal is going to die of heat exposure and the animal dies of heat exposure, ultimately Reuben's chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other pieces we're going to have to qualify over the rest of the stuff, but just to understand, nugget number one, we paskin like, well, it's not number one, we've had a lot of nuggets so far, but nugget number whatever, right? We paskin like Ravina. That one is chayiv for mitzamtzim, for confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, by ROTHSCHILD, as well as by nezikin damages. Okay, let's go back to Amar Rava. Kapso umeis barav pater. Very interesting. What happens if Reuben ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies of starvation? Whatever, 5 days later, Shimon's had no food, no water. I haven't known a person to survive to have food and water, and Shimon dies. So Rabbi says that Reuben is pater. Rabbi says now, why? What? Very strange logic. Let's take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kafso meisbarav. The bishasha kafso ein kan zvar hariga. V'arav ba me'ela v'holich v'chazak la'achar zman kol shah v'lodami letzamtzim b'mayim u'b'or d'hori d'zuman. So let's listen to this. Essentially, Rabbi Paskin that mitzamtzim holding someone in place and them dying as a result of being held in place is chayiv. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the event. So, for example, Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater, right? So Reuben is going to be chayiv. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there and present. Right? Similarly, again, in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuben tied Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. But in a case where, let's say, Reuben creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuben will not be chayiv. So, for example, Reuben ties Shimon up. Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he was okay, but at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Like there was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. Obviously, I'm sure that Rebbe Shalom is not smiling upon Reuven for what he's done. We're talking about in a very technical, legalistic framework. Is there liability or not? Can Bezdin execute Reuven for what he did? So also, it's a very important principle. In order to be chayiv for confining someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, Bamarava, another example. Bamarava, Kafsa Bechama Umeis. The Sina Umeis chayiv. If Reuven tied Shimon up, and he tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or he tied him up in the freezing cold. Ultimately, and then Shimon dies. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, so Reuven is going to be chayiv. But on the other hand, so Chama Lavo, so Tzina Lavo. Let's say Reuven ties Shimon up at night, and at night it's fine. There's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, by the time it gets to the day, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Reuven's pater. Why? Same idea. Why? Because at the time that Reuven tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of that, ultimately, again, Reuven is going to be pater. But Sof Kamalavo, Sof Tzina Lavo, pater. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, Kafsa Lefneari. So this is very interesting. If Reuven tied Shimon up in front of a lion, pater. That's quite fascinating. Reuven is pater. They will say now, why is that exactly? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's right across. Kafsa Lefneari pater. Di'i nami lo haya kafos. Lo haya yakal hatza asal minari. They will say, actually, we do not pass him this way. But this is fascinating. Why? Because they will say, clinical tests have shown that your chances of survival with a lion, whether you're bound or not bound, are non-existent, right? Rabbi says your chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, it's interesting. So Rabbi says, if Reuven puts, and the idea here is we're going to see this. That Lamaisha, remember again, it was a wild animal. We saw this in the Mishnah about Shisa Basakav inciting the dog. Those cases seem a lot more like Rama, like causation. Because it's not Reuven killing Shimon, but rather what is it? It's the lion killing Shimon. So the fact that Reuven went ahead and tied Shimon up, okay, his chances are no better how to get untied. So how about my son? He's part. That also happens to be. We're going to see the Rambam Haskins in a case like that. You actually chayiv. But again, we'll see it from later. Rava says because of the Harry Potter, the Yitushin chayiv. This is very interesting. If Reuven ties Shimon up with Yitushin, what are Yitushin? Yitushin are gnats. So I guess it was a person dying as a result of prolonged gnat stinging. Something disease or whatever else reaction. So the nice one say, what's the idea over here? Because if Reuven was untied, what could he do? Right, Rashi points out he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up, that ultimately again results in his death. So as Rashi says, Rashi says no, even with gnats, he's still going to be pater. Why? Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does it work with the gnats? This gnat chevra comes, this gnat chevra goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat chevra that goes ahead and causes his death. And again, death force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So let's say, nugget of information over here before. In order to be chayiv from the sun, so we've established number one, you're chayiv from the sun saying both. By Nizikin as well by Nisa, by Roseh, as well as by Nizikin. Nugget number two, you're only chayiv from the samsein if the death force is present at the time that you are tied up against each other. Incredible.
She feels taken advantage of.
So let's go back there. Says the Gemara. She feels taken advantage of. She might say that others are treating her like a child. People are nice when a person's clothes are not quite as fresh and nice as theirs. It'd be accurate to say that they are just like barrel. Of course, you'd have to be careful about saying that, since speaking disparagingly of others constitutes wash and harm for the people talk. Back to riches when Eastern European Jews began streaming to the North America. they suffocate.
When Eastern
Over
European
time, they will
Jews began
suffocate.
streaming to North America at the turn of the
So the
19th
Gemara says,
century,
"Kavalei
many
Gigigis,
of them entered the garment industry. They were famous
And what does Reuben
industrialists,
do?
ambitious sweatshop
Reuben goes
bosses,
ahead and
humble
opens up a piece of the ceiling so that
cutters and
frigid
pressers,
cold
as
air
well as
comes in
wholesalers
while
and
Shimon
retailers
is
in every
sleeping,
corner of
and
the
ultimately
Shmata
kills him.
business.
Rashi says
As
over here,
the entire industry came to be known. In all areas of life, Torah has instructions for Shmata
He
traders.
opens up the
Don't mix
ceiling,
wool and
and
linen.
cold air
Wearing
comes in.
two
So what's the
together is
halacha?
biblical
Ultimately, again,
prohibition. Notice
Rava, Rabbi
is
Zera,
a biblical prohibition on the Shabbos.
Machlokes. Rava and Rabbi
Everyone
Zera.
deserves to
One
rest on
says
Shabbat
chayiv,
for a
one
dry
says
goods
potter.
dealer.
What's going on over here?
There,
This time is the Rava
for a
who's
dry
on the
goods
potter.
dealer,
So
this
it's
is
like
used
the
into a
Parashtos,
significant hardship.
Rava
For
is
dry
one
goods
that
dealer,
says
this
potter. Why?
used
What did
for a
Rava say?
dry
For
goods
the
dealer,
Rava,
this used to entail significant hardship.
Kafso,
Saturday was
Remember,
easily
Rabbi
the
Zera
busiest
just
week
says
of the
that
week.
if Reuben ties
Sweatshop
Shimon
workers
up,
also
and
used to
Shimon
find
later
themselves
dies of
locking horns with
starvation,
bosses who wanted
that Reuben is potter. Why? Because the death force wasn't
producing
present
every day of the
at
week.
the time
In fact,
of
the running
the
joke
tying up. So
in
again,
those days
the Pashtus in
was
this
that
case as
Shabbos
well.
was
When
a
Reuben goes ahead and puts
composite
the
of the
barrel on
words,
Shimon again, right now there's
a
air.
composite of the
Right now
word
there's
Shah,
air. Or when he
Shush,
opens up the
boss,
ceiling, right now there's a
Shabbos.
draft. But Lamaisa, again, one can make the argument that
Everyone
the
deserves
death
to be paid
force
fairly
is
and on
not
time,
present, and
and
therefore
not be
he can be
treated
potter in this
like
case
a
as well.
shmata.
Which Gemara says not
One
necessarily.
last piece
This
of
time
wisdom: the
is Rabbi
Talmud
Zera.
teaches
Maybe
that
not.
God
Maybe this price is
provides
Rabbi
the
Zera.
cure
How so?
even before the illness.
How
Thus,
so?
even
The
before
Gemara
your
says,
clothing
Damer,
becomes
Damer,
a
I'm sorry.
shmata,
To say Rabbi
you
Zera,
can remedy the
Damer Potter.
situation with
Maybe
a
it's Rabbi Zera
well-placed
holds that you're Potter.
ladder.
Why? Rabbi Zera. So Rabbi
Fetch.
Zera, listen to this. Hi, man,
Okay.
the idea the Chavrei Bebeset the Shisha. If someone
That's a cool
takes his
story,
friend,
Rabbi.
right? Reuben takes his friend into a house made of marble. Now, we'll say now again, the Chav over here, that's the Bebeset the Shisha. A house that is made of marble can be made airtight. So Reuben puts Shimon in an airtight home. The Adlik Shraga Umes, and then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon dies. And Shimon dies. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Reason Chayiv. I was saying this is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is he Chayiv? By lighting the candle, what does Reuben do? What is Reuben doing? He's taking up all the oxygen. Right? So, so because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible for the death of Shimon. Now the Gemara says, remember that was the Shraga. Now the only reason he's chayiv is because he actively lit the candle. But the infer from this is, had he not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in an airtight home, and Allah I say would not be chayiv. Right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he can find him. To which the Gemara says, time of the obviously Shraga. The reason everything is chayiv is because he lit the candle. How about obviously Shraga low? If he would not have lit the candle, he would not be chayiv. It could very well be that our vice defense would be Rabbi Zera, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. Amri, Shasam, no, sorry, low Amri. The Gemara says it's not necessarily compatible. I'll tell you why. Hasam, in the case ultimately again, in the case over here, the low struggle of Master Hafla. In the case of the airtight home, the issue of Rabbi is apparently the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also tints the air. So apparently the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, Shimon would have been just fine. I mean, some long time would have been fine. But Master Havla B'Shaiti, I'm based. Hocha, in the case over here,
in the second volume of Mishnah's
the barrel, I'm sorry, the bias, Lo Shaganami Master
the book
Havla
was
B'Shaiti.
republished during
Suppose
the
I say,
Oxford
interestingly
Family
enough,
Since then, the book has
interestingly
been
enough, the
published
Gemara says
numerous
so the
times.
cases are not really compatible. Hasam Lo Shagal Maskal, without the candle, the putrid air would not have started the right time, but Hafa, but over here,
In 1950, Rabbi Frankel published the first volume of his work, Gurus
without the
Ariel,
candle,
Kabbalistic
without the
words
candle,
on
the
the brown
putrid air
volumes.
begins.
Commentary on the Torah, the second volume was
Lav
published in
Nafta, which we
1924.
compare
Both volumes
cases.
were
That wasn't
reprinted as a single book in
interesting
1932.
enough, the way we
The book
press
was
for in this
reprinted
case
again
over
in
here
1990 by
is we have now.
Machon
So
Share's
the interesting
Yeshiva
what comes out of here is
Hashanah
Machlokes.
Kabbalah
Right, so
Yeshiva
Reuben
in
puts the barrel on
Jerusalem.
top of Shimon,
The book
or
is
right
saved
forward
by
the other
the
case. Reuben puts the barrel on top of
In
Shimon, or
1927,
opens up the roots.
Rabbi
Right,
Frankel published a book
so what is
dedicated
the
to
halacha?
false
What is the
trade
halacha? So it's
entitled
Machlokes. Now the only Machlokes is ultimately
Mahara.
who says
The book
what,
was printed
but it's clear that there is a
the book
fundamental
was printed in
Machlokes as to whether or not,
Sylvan
again, there is liability in this particular case. So it's like, so this case we'll have to see exactly what happens. This case is a little bit different because on one hand,
in
the
the book,
death
Rabbi
force
Frankel
is
writes
present,
the
but the death force is not immediate.
In the book,
For one,
Rabbi
in other
Frankel
words,
writes
at a certain
that
point
the
in
large
time,
book is actually only
Shimon
the
will
first
run
part
out of air in
the
battle, for right now he has enough.
manuscript.
At a certain
On the
point in
subject, Rabbi
time,
Frankel
perhaps
explained that he
cold
could
will kill Shimon,
not
but
publish
right
the
now
rest of the
it's not an
manuscripts
impact.
at that
So
time
we'll see this
due to
case on
financial
Hashem.
reasons. Furthermore, he expressed his
Kind of
desire
like
to publish
a
the
little bit
rest
of
of
an in-between,
his
where
book
on one
in the
hand the
future,
death force
as
is
he had
present,
previously
but
with
the
the
death
book
force is not
entitled
present in
Divorce
its
Arya.
entire
Rabbi
full
Frankel's
amount. So
dream
again,
never
hold on to this case,
materialized, and
we're
the
going to loop back with the
manuscripts
Rambam,
were destroyed
Lemez
during
Hashem
the
puts
The
all of
exact
this
date
together in a beautiful
of
panoramic
publication of
halachic view
Rabbi
for us.
Frankel's
Was I will
book
just point
entitled
out how
Shavak
incredibly
V'Chai,
striking this
the
lashon over
commentary
here
of
is
the
that
Shel
Kafale
Pesach is
Gigis,
undocumented.
right? So what
However,
happens?
since
So
the
Reuven is
author,
putting
in
Shimon
his
about right,
introduction to the book,
right? The lashon
refers
was
to his
Kafale
1927 book
Gigis.
entitled Dean
Reuven
of
goes ahead and
Mahara,
puts a
and
barrel
since the
over
1930
Shimon.
edition of
This
Rabbi
lashon is very reminiscent.
Sheni
Right?
refers to
Why is it
Shavak
reminiscent?
Nephi,
It's the same lashon I
we
think
can
Gemara
deduce
Masechet
that
Shabbos
it
uses for Har
must be
Sinai.
we
Right?
can
The
deduce
Gemara
that it
says the
must have been
beautiful Gemara,
published in
dramatic
1927
Gemara.
1930.
Who
The
lifted
book
up
was
the mountain over
republished
us and
by
what?
Rabbi
Held it
Dr.
over
Harry
us
Edelstein,
Gigis,
our
like a
grandson of
barrel.
Rabbi Frankel in
What's
1994 New York
fascinating
City.
about a barrel?
In 1937, only 3 years
Don't
pregnant,
put it
Dr.
inside of a
Frankel
barrel. Why not?
published his
Because
final
if
work
it's sovereign
entitled
from
Gutai
apparently you could
Mahara,
suffocate
a commentary.
inside of
Really
a
great
barrel,
story, really
inside of a barrel.
California stuff.
The Rebbe Shalom, I think, was telling
Really?
us something very amazing.
We might need
Sometimes
some
a person can feel like they're suffocating in Yiddish. It can happen. It can happen. The person feels overwhelmed, ultimately again by the responsibilities, overwhelmed by the realities that sit upon us. And sometimes the deepest of Torah can ultimately feel overwhelming. Almost as if after the Baruch Hu is validating that devotion, we all have moments like this where I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming to me. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. And the Rosh was saying, I get it. I get it. I understand it. Yeah, at times it can be beautiful, and at times it can be inspiring, and at times it can actually be suffocating. That's the end of the art. That's the end of the art. Sometimes when someone is struggling with something, called toxic positivity. What's toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, and we all know people like this, where when you're struggling with something, you go over to them, and what do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's your often your reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands. Like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I've been around. I know I'm acting right. I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want from you right now. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. Right? I know. I understand. I got it. Right? I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through difficult times is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. Sometimes I know it's going to be okay. I know I'll make it through. I know I'll stand strong. I'll remain standing. But just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me I understand. Just tell me it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry that you're in this predicament. Or there's something that I can do to help. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. I think I was at the Catholic school for years. Where do we learn this? Where do we learn that toxic positivity is really toxic? And sometimes the best thing to do for someone is just build empathy and just be there for them. It's so powerful. Compound Hagigis, the clubs, I got it. This other thing, this type thing, it's big. It's big. And I got it. Sometimes it can feel like it's suffocating. That's it. But you can do it, right? But you'll be great. No, just know, I'm not sure. Just know that at the end of the day, I'm going to have Baruch says, I'm the one holding the battle. It's not someone else holding the battle. I have the Baruch I'm holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. But I certainly understand that at times, your responsibilities may feel profoundly overwhelming. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Amarava, not fall apart, very interesting case. Not fall apart, the Sum of the bar. Moving pushes Shimon into a pit. Pushes into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just to see what's happening over here. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pit also has a heaven, right? pit, you've seen this before, it's like in our Baba Kama days, right? That a pit has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, if Simon's creating the pit, he's going to die. The good news is, there's a ladder. There's a ladder. But what happens? Upa Achra, the Silko, and what happens? Now, just understand the timeline of events. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. Upa Achra, the Silko. Someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Afilu, who? Kadam is Silko. Maybe even Reuben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuben is Potter. Why is Reuben Potter? But even though the Shakye, listen, the fact over here is, as long as at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. There was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? And remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So just to even illustrate the most dramatic way, imagine for a moment, Reuben standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder's there. Reuben pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Reuben takes out the ladder. Reuben's still not going to be tied. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing. Right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was present, therefore, this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, the Lamaisa, the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuben will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuben's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And things catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kadam is Silko, Kodam Nifilaso Shodef, but even if the Shaki Yakolalasu, Upatra Azikiyah, you should see the Lamasas, the Kuyube, the Grama Ba'almo. So I said, since at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was there, even though Reuben himself then took the ladder out before Shimon hit the ground, ultimately, again, Reuben is not going to be tired. Incredible. So as Rabbi says, similar idea. Zarak hates to chip the other. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. Shimon had a shield. Shimon had a shield. Upa Achra, not low, but someone that after they shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield. Or even if Reuben himself took the shield, Potter, Reuben's going to be Potter. Why? Because even the Shaggy Day makes such a sticky day. For remember, everything is determined at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow. And at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow, what was the Messias? What was the Messias? Shimon cannot be harmed by the arrow. Therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuben's not going to be tight. Even if, as again, let's say Reuben's lightning fast. He shoots the arrow, and someone after he shoots the arrow, he goes and he grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon. Reuben's going to be butter, because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. Incredible. The Gemara says as follows. Another case. Good. Amrava. Dark case. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. The Salmon and the Adult. But it's okay, because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. In other words, I guess the arrow was could have pierced him. He had a bandage, he had antiseptic, whatever he needed in order to bandage up the wound, and it would have been just fine. Okay? After the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the root cause of the or Reuben himself came and stole the medication. Potter ultimately Reuben is going to be Potter. Why? Because the Shantabay, Yacham is Babel Saba. Both say all the same thing. In order to be high for bloodshed, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But if at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing. Even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow. And even if Reuben himself removed it, it's still going to be part of why? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. The truth is, even if, like, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace, right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuben's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. He's done with someone in what happens in Halacha L'Maisa. At the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. But then after he shot the arrow, Shimon came upon the medicinal remedy. What's Halacha? In that case, ultimately again, Reuben is not going to be chayiv. It was interesting enough. This is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. But since Halacha L'Maisa, he did get the remedy before Reuben was brought to Din Torah. So therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, Reuben will not be chayiv. Rabbi, we have to stop over for today. There's much more. Again, just throwing out all of these cases right now. And tomorrow's dot will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible Gemara. Back, everyone.
Later recalled that he enjoyed when SCHR Tinker's lectures. His father-in-law took great pride in his son-in-law's scholarly attainments and paid for all the tuition expenses and helped facilitate his studies throughout. During his stay in Berlin, his father-in-law encouraged him to become more of a public figure. However, Shearson described himself as an introvert and was known to have pleaded with acquaintances not to make a fuss over the fact that he was the son-in-law of Yosef Yitzchak. While in Berlin, Shearson met Joseph B. Soloveitchik, and the two formed a friendship that remained between them years later when they emigrated to America. He wrote hundreds of pages of his own original Torah discourses, and conducted a serious interchange of galactic correspondence with many of Eastern Europe's leading rabbinic figures, including Joseph Rosen. In 1933, he also met with Chaim Elazar Spear, as well as with Talmudist Shimon Shlomo. During this time, he kept a diary in which he would carefully document his private conversations with his father-in-law, as well as his Kabbalistic correspondence with his father, Levi Yitzchak.
Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of
In
Adar.
1933, after the Nazis took over Germany, the Spears and Soloveitchik lived 2 years. Herman Achim Ben, who was father for accepting leadership of the continued his religious and legal activities on behalf of his father-in-law. While in Paris, he took a 2-year course of engineering at a vocational college. During that time, Yosef Yitzchak benefited from Professor Alex Zephyr Vasilievich Barkenko consultant Shearson regarding various religious and mystical matters, and prominent rabbis, such as Yerach Chaim Ben Ives, Eliyahu Eliezer Dessler, turned to Shearson with their rabbinic and Kabbalistic theories. On July 11, 1943, 3 days before Paris fell to the Nazis, the Spearsons fled to Vienna later to die, where they stayed until their final escape from Europe in 1944. In 1941, Shearson escaped from Europe via Lisbon, Portugal. On the evening of his departure, Shearson penned a treatise where he revealed his vision for the future of world Torah and humanity. He and his wife, Jai Lushka, arrived in New York on June 23, 1941. Shortly after his arrival, his father-in-law appointed him director and chairman of the three above central organizations, Marcus Elena Yonah Church, the Israel and Rehabilitation Society, placing him in the elements of Jewish education, social services, and publishing networks. Over the next decade, Yosef Yitzchak brought many of the scholarly questions that had inquired him to his son-in-law. He became increasingly known as a person who presented a positive viewpoint. During the 1940s, Shearson became a naturalized U.S. citizen, seeking to contribute to the war effort. He volunteered in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, using his electrical engineering background to draw monometric diagrams for the battleship USS Missouri, BB-63, and other classified military plans. In 1942, during the 1940s, Shearson became a naturalized U.S. citizen, seeking to contribute to the war effort. He volunteered in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, using his electrical engineering background to draw monometric diagrams for the battleship USS Missouri, BB-63, and other classified military plans. In 1942, Shearson launched the Marcus Religious Program, where he would send pairs of yeshivas students to remote locations across the country during the summer vacations to teach Jews in isolated communities about their heritage and offering. During the 1940s, Shearson became a naturalized U.S. citizen, seeking to contribute to the war effort. He volunteered in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, using his electrical engineering background to draw monometric diagrams for the battleship USS Missouri, BB-63, and other classified military plans. In 1942, Shearson launched the Marcus Religious Program, where he would send pairs of yeshiva students to remote locations across the country during their summer vacations to teach Jews in isolated communities about their heritage and offer education to the children. As chairman and editor-in-chief of the Yard, Shearson published the works of the earlier Ratzah. He also published his own works, including the Annual in 1943 and the Yearly in 1946. On a visit to Paris in 1947, Shearson established a school for girls and worked with help organizations to assist in housing for refugees and displaced persons. He often explained that his goal was to make the world a better place and to do what he could to eliminate all suffering. In a letter to Israeli President Yitzchak Herzog, Shearson wrote that when he was a child, the vision of the future man began to take form in his imagination for him to such that he could grant to reduce personal suffering. The harsh decrees and annihilation of exile will be understood. In 1991, a car in conflict with Shearson swerved the exit and they struck 2 Guyanese American children while running a red light. One of the children was killed. The incident triggered the Crown Heights riot. 7 people were killed. In 1991, a car in conflict with Shearson swerved the exit and they struck 2 Guyanese American children while running a red light. One of the children was killed. The incident triggered the Crown Heights riot. 7 people were killed. After the death of Joseph Yitzchak Spears in 1950, among followers began persuading Shearson to succeed his father-in-law as rabbi, citing his scholarship, piety, and clemency. Shearson was reluctant and refused to accept leadership of the movement. He continued, however, with all the renewal activities he had previously headed. He would take it from here for the elders to persuade him to join the movement and accepting the Muslims. On the first anniversary of his father-in-law's passing, 10 July 1951, in a ceremony attended by several hundred rabbis and Jewish leaders from all parts of the United States and Canada, Shearson delivered a listening discourse. Monologue, the apology to President Trump taking the oath of office, and formally became president of my mother. This was the opening. I have come into my garden. The Rebbe stated his mission to bring the Messiah, Mashiach, on the night of his acceptance. Members of the Israeli cabinet and the chief rabbi of Israel, Yitzhak Levi Herzog, sent him their gratulatory messages. Reiterating the long-standing law of threats against his mother-in-law, he demanded that each individual insert themselves in the Nazi spiritually and morally life of their children. Now,
your wife's son's daughter, sorry, your wife's son's wife. Also, after that, I speak to my people, they know, as the pastor says, atheism. So Rabbi says, Beilam Adam Domino, Umina, Beilam Adam Domino, Basra, Lo Asya, Lo Asya. So that was in the particular we try to go back to yesterday. Remember, again, if I remember my focus in general, how do you guys think Xer Shabbos? How do you guys think Xer Shabbos? We say, don't you know, which means you're going to say, remember, that because like the concept of the Xer Shabbos, I should say, the defining definition of the Xer Shabbos comes from the source item, or no, don't you know, but if you ask it all, means ultimately the result of the focusing on the definition of the Xer Shabbos, or the second half of the Xer Shabbos, we'll see inside in just a moment. Because remember, in reality, don't you know, either Rabbi says that today we can't really learn out these prohibitions ultimately are wife's son's wife. Why? Because remind them that we know, the one that says ultimately are in the Shabbat, focus on the Shabbat, and that's definitely becomes defining characteristics and qualities. So he's like this. Mahu Kalasasura, just as an actor, just goes a typical case, like you and Matthew Ruffle. And so remember again, within Kala, this is Kala, the Kala is his daughter-in-law. Right? Remember again, his son's wife. Mahu Kalasasura. Just as Ruben. Is Asura to him. Actually, Kalasasura. So if you say so too, Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to the Gemara says that that's the case. Mahu B'Sila, Atina B'Sila. So you can say the same way if Ruben has religion with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by Sila. So again, if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law, so his wife, it should also be punishable by Sila. The Gemara says, okay, reminds her of Sila Amura Ikra Nisra, but according to the opinion that says that Sila is the most common form of that penalty. There's a problem. What's the problem? The first wide line, I'm Vav Amudala 76a. What's the problem? Magazine Shikin Imo Sila. Again, I want to say for Ruben himself. So remember again, the relationship with his mother comes from Sila. Tomar B'Yi Shima B'Seifa. So the problem is they see the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. And granted, it's a immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless. Between relationships on his side versus her side. They're trying to line up essentially to say that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, so again, on his wife's side, he also is pregnant to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, as we see it, the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's Siva. If he has relations with her mother, it's Seifa. Right? That's where the split that sleeping that we saw yesterday is that. If you can't go ahead and now you have relations with a woman and her mother, because of the Seifa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. No matter usually, the Seifa, all furthermore, second line, both, Zika the Seifa, Yikalas of the Sila. Furthermore again, if this concept will remain true, it means that if you were to have relations with Ruchel's daughter, in terms of Seifa, again, that's an explicit pasuk, a woman and her daughter, that's Seifa, and yet, again, Halakha, according to this logic, if you were to have relations with Ruchel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter through his wife, then that's Sila. So again, just the punishments don't seem to line up. So it's not a problem. We actually if you think it's not such a casual why, if you don't say that Halakha is Sila, we already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we're going to have relations with his daughter, it's Seifa, and yet we're going to have relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that's Sila. The issue is that, at least from Ruben's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter from his son are symmetrical. They both distinct. So the man who looks a lot to both, they know the color. So the difference for Ruben himself, again, I must say, remember we said yesterday that so much of what we're doing in these traditional relationships is creating continuity with generations above and generations below. So when you look from Ruben's perspective, so again, when you look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter, so again, being on her side, it should be the same thing. You should say that it's the same punishment because Ruben had relations with Rachel's mother or Rachel's daughter-in-law through her son. Mandalar Sripa Kamura, Mehad Kushin Orido. Everybody gets in the sense that Sripa Mohammed ultimately again based on this question, we are not able to digest this entire thing. Okay, so you are supposed to check the first side of this. The second side of this is Mandamar. You're and according to again, this is all love is construct. It's all love is construct. Remember, keep our eye on the ball over here. Remember, we're trying to figure out over here, we're trying to make a suggestion that just this ruling is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law. In other words, his daughter was defined by his son's wife. He wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter-in-law to his wife. The most suggestion is the love is saying the truth is, whichever one you mention is clear, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So, for example, Mandama, very enough of the back up. So, not so again, quite clear to me that that's the problem of what I'm saying. That literally, again, we define characteristics like with the Zir Shabbat, we define that we'll call the definition of the Zir Shabbat. So, it's like this. Mountain Kalos Asura, just as you know, right? You can put on my credit. You can't have relations with his son's wife. Aki Kalos Asura. So, we should say the same thing. You can't have relations with Let's focus on the definition of the Asura. Possibly with Sila. Remember again, if we were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be Sila. That would be Sila. About also the Sila. But over here, if we were to have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's straight up. Did I ask you for the Sila? I'd be fine with his mother, because remember again, on Ruben's side, things are symmetrical, because remember, if Ruben has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, straight up. He says, the man so according to the following question. Right, so when it comes to Ruben, right, so from his mother, come up with you, she will love the straight up. We inherited Rachel's mother will be the straight up. Rose, Mahukalat the bow, Bejita la Kaloso, Ahitaklos Bak Bejita la Kaloso. So we say the same way that there's a difference in the prohibition for Ruben between his brother and his daughter-in-law. So on Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa ultimately is more common than Skila, based on this question, we can't darshan the proper halacha. Sreifa was like, interestingly enough, the Yored does not seem to be able to prove this idea. Like, remember, that's what the Gemara wanted to say, that the same way that Ruben's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is personal by Sreifa, so too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife, Ruben's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, is personal by Sreifa, so he has parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, she also personal by Sreifa. Abai and Rabbi agree that that's not halacha. Abai says it based on a pasuk. Rabbi says either way, the Gzir Shabbat is not going to work. Gzir Shabbat doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara adds on. Once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still usher. It's still usher. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, what's the interesting case? What happens if Ruben violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa, if Reuven has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by sreifa? That's called bitome anasaso. So his daughter, as a result of woman that he violated. How do we know that such a relationship like that is punishable by sreifa? To which the Gemara says, Rabbi, Kabachomer. It's Kabachomer. What's the Kabachomer? Abbas Bito Amish Abito Lokoshikim. It's obvious. If Lamaisa, Reuven is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come to become all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of a violation of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, so the ocean and the concept, you can't create if you can't create Kabachomer, you can't create Kabachomer through a capital punishment through a Kabachomer. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. The Gemara says, no, you're like, even this Ma'amri. No, it's not even Kabachomer, what's the obvious? It's obvious. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter, punishable by sreifa. It doesn't even make a difference how this woman treats his daughter, whether she treats his daughter from the beginning of the marriage, or whether she treats his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for her. Incredible. Rabbi says, I'm going to use Chachmar. Asya Hina Hina, Asya Zima Zima. Okay, Rabbi on the other hand, is using all the Yat and the double to your Shava, Hina Hina Zima Zima. Okay, Tanya Dua de Rabbi Adam. V'Kishalo Lamanu, V'Kishame Asasu, Kutra HaKosha Lomar, Ubas Ishkoin. So the Gemara says, just before the outbreak of the Six-Day War, cheers and called for a global development campaign to seek tensions through women's voluntary toilet trainings of ensuring climate protection against Israel's enemies. Speaking to a crowd of thousands of people on May 28, 1967, only a few days before the outbreak of the war, he assured the world that Israel would be victorious. He said Israel did not need fear because of us, quoting the verse, "But can Israel never speaks nor slurs." Within the Iranian community, criticism of the campaign was voiced at the Agudath Yisrael convention in 1968. However, following the incident, it's John Parker, the former Orthodox rabbi who had corresponded with Smear said in the past, wrote to Shearson privately, distancing himself from the convention, wondering that he had not been at the convention and asked forgiveness for any pagans earlier letters discussing plot conditions regarding the tefillin campaign may have caused. Remember, the concept of we were
After the
talking
anti-rape,
about,
in a public teleconference 16, 1976, Shearson quoted the courage and selflessness of the Israeli Defense Forces, who flew thousands of miles, running their lives in danger for the sole purpose of possibly saving the lives of tens of Jews. He said, their portion in the hereafter is guaranteed. Iranian rabbis like Rabbi is publicly praising the courage of the RDF and suggesting that God chose them as a medium through which he would send deliverance to the Jewish people. Shearson broke his view and against those elements within the ultra-Haredi society who sought to undermine the soldiers' motivations and actions. Shearson opposed Israel returning any territory captured in the Six-Day War. Soviet jury.
So the Gemara says,
Shearson firmly encouraged the Jews who lived in communist states. He said many emissaries on covert missions to state Judaism under communist regimes and to provide them with their religious and material needs. Many Jews were behind the Iron Curtain corresponding with Shearson, sending their letters to him via secret messenger and addressing Shearson and codenamed his grandfather. Shearson opposed demonstrations on behalf of Soviet Jews, stating that he had evidence that they were helping Russia's Jews. He said, we have located quiet diplomacy, which he said would be more effective. Shearson did whatever was in his power to ensure the reconstruction of the former Soviet Union and establish schools, communities, and other humanitarian resources to assist veterans launching into Israel. On the relocation, he instructed Senator Jim Peck to provide President Ronald Reagan with contact information of legal officials based on the Columbia hearings. Following the Chernobyl disaster in 1986, Shearson called for efforts to rescue Ukrainian Jewish children from Chernobyl, founding a special organization for this purpose. The first rescue flight occurred on August 3, 1990, when 146 Jewish children were flown to Israel and brought to shelter families. Since then, thousands of children have been rescued and brought to Israel, where they receive housing, education, and medical care in the spirit of America. Amy Sharansky, the chairman of the Jewish Agency, said that while religion was an essential connector to Soviet Jewry during the Cold War, functional merits had stated evidence to Shearson's credit that Judaism in the Soviet Union has been preserved.
Okay.
Shearson initiated Jewish outreach in the post-Holocaust era. He believed that militaring was taking 50 minutes of standing against heritage to bring Judaism to Jews wherever they were. Jonathan Sacks, chief rabbi of the United Hebrew Congregations in Rotterdam, said of Shearson that if the Nazis searched out every Jew in Haiti, they would wish to search out every Jew in London. He oversaw the building of schools, community centers, and youth camps. He created a home network of emissaries known as children. Today, there are children in all U.S. states and over 100 countries and 1,000 cities worldwide, totaling more than 3,600 institutions, including approximately 300 in Israel. It was very often the only Jewish resident until Thomas Day attempted to become the face of Jewish Orthodoxy on the Jewish agenda abroad.
Just as a man
Shearson's
is
model of Jewish
tied
outreach has been
straight
imitated by all
off
Jewish
for violating
including
his
the Reform,
daughter, for
Conservative,
having
Orthodox, and
relations
Haredi.
with
He established more than 100
his
volumes
daughter.
thereof and used as source text for sermons of both
So
Rabbi
too,
and rabbis.
a
Beyond the
man
Jewish
is
world,
tied
Eddie Noonan has
for
written that
relations
world issues
with his
would be better
daughter,
addressed by
even
leaders
if
such as
she is
Shearson
the
than by
daughter
politicians. That
of
since
a
his death,
woman
Shearson has
who
been reversed
he
as fighter for all
violated.
people.
That's the takeaway
Recognition.
here. As hard as
Shearson's
becoming
work was recognized by
assassinate,
every U.S.
where's the
president
love?
from Richard Nixon to Joe Biden. In
Where's the love? Let's
1978,
remember again,
Shearson became the first rabbi to have a U.S. National Day proclaimed in his honor. When the U.S. Congress and President Jimmy Carter designated Shearson's birthday as Education Day USA, he used since. The president has vowed on All-Americans to focus on education and honor Jews
appropriately, and it needs to be owned. So where's the law? Where's the law? I told the people in a seminar, it's so law by the Rabbi. The Rabbi by Rabbi, they should be not to be owners, they also not law. So according to my Rabbi, the same passage that teaches us the punishment is the very same passage that teaches us the law. Error, the returning Gabo Rabbi Abin night. I will say, what about the time of Gabo Rabbi Abin? Where is your from Rabbi Loy, after Chalo, as this color, the has no self. Plus it says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality. Or literally again, it's literally translated, do not profane your daughter that has no son, have her become a harlot. So again, that passage is going to teach us that halacha l'meisa, a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman who's been violated. Okay, incredible. So last week, Rabbi Yaakov, Hi, Al-Takhalo is Kulchalat Masala Hamida Asa. No, that's not what that passage means. But let's say that passage is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure out when we establish that halacha l'meisa, if a man violates his daughter, who he fathered with a woman who he violated, he's highest in the for that. He's highest slave. Where's the law? Where's the law? According to the law is the same source as the actual owner. Okay? According to the other things, what's the law? The law is the passage of Al-Takhalo, and Al-Takhalo has no self. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's the yours? Relations with her father. Here's one example law. We use that passage for something totally different. We'll say total detour now. We use that for something totally different. The Lord says, hi, Al-Takhalo, no, I'm invited to the Sanya. We actually need that passage for something dramatically different. As we learned, Al-Takhalo has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in acts of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov the Kohen, Amasi Bito Lulavi, Israel HaKazmadara. This is fascinating. One might have thought that the passage is actually talking about that a Kohen is not allowed to have a daughter marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow, right? That's about the preservation of Yichus. Then maybe again to preserve property Yichus. A bicycle showing marry a Kohen and marry a lady or a Yisrael. The Chas V'Shalom be like an act of harlotry, to which the Gemara says, Amaloma has no son. If the pasuk says the father should not keep it for over the has no son, the people should be no sakasa medaber. We're talking about the idea that most of the time Gemara's understanding over here. That Allah says giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately again she's going to be engaged in znus. So what does this refer to? The Moser Espito L'Shalom L'Shem Ishus means giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. The Allah again, so it's the prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes. To which the Gemara says, in came, Lema Kra al Tachel. In that case, let the pasuk just say al Tachel, singular. Do not profane your daughter, singular, by giving her over to a non-marital context. The Gemara says, my al Tachel, what does the plural mean? Shema min atar. It's going to teach me two things. So it says, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also number two, also teaches me that what? That a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he fathered her by violating her mother, because such an act of relations will be an act of profanation. Right? It'll be an act of profaning her. That's the halacha. Okay. So Yimar says, it's actually fascinating. Yimar goes on a little bit of detail here. Rabbi, hi, out the chalas, Gitchala has no summer athlete. Now listen, remember again. Rabbi and Rabbi, they learned out. He told me on a sasso from a totally different source, right? They learned out Bitom and Sasso from the same place where they derived the Onesh. So that case with Rabbi and Rabbi to do with this passage is very interesting. So Rabbi Rabbi fascinating. Hamasi es Bitom Zakin. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off your daughter to an older man? He was signing up. Do not persuade your daughter by giving her off, by giving her over to immorality. Eliezer Omer, this refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the picture? Rashi says, Masi Bito Zaken, it's yours at the bottom. When we told Sheina Mekablaso, Mizana Alafu. Mizana Hi Alafu. What's the picture over here? If she's very young and he's very old, what's the issue going to be? The issue is going to be is she's going to have a desire for intimacy. He's not going to have a desire for intimacy. So what's going to happen? She's going to seek fulfillment outside of the marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to commit suicide. It's fascinating. It's fascinating how just the Torah understands human nature. This is what created us. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. People crave intimacy, and if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work is they're going to look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not condoning that type of behavior, but the Torah is understanding that that is the way people work. So therefore, again, the Torah is telling the father, do not marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a little leader. You are setting her up ultimately to seek out that intimacy outside of the permitted confines of her marriage. So in order to give her a difference between Viva Omer, Zahamasi, sorry, Zahamasha as Bito Bogeras. This refers to someone who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bogeras. The idea is, to marry off your children early, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, that's ultimately, again, setting her aside for a life of zeus. So this is very interesting. Look at Rashi here as well. Actually, Masha Bito Bogeras. Actually, sorry, not yet. Actually, think about 2 lines from the bottom. Zan Masha Bito Bogeras. So it's actually a fascinating gift here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shenis Aga Lahakira Umizana. So it says, the word in Rashi itself is very strange. What does it mean? Shenis Aga means desires, Lahakira, to make her happier, and therefore she commits znos. What is it? So if you look by the way how it goes, it seems it changed by the letter Hey. Quotes to Rashash, who said Rashash, Magia,
The teachings of the Rabbi, the Hasidic discourse of the Rabbi, the Hasidic discourse of the Rabbi, English letters to the Rabbi, Abram's Sneerson's English letters, path to selflessness, worth discussing, the bond between the individual soul and God, garments of the soul discussing sublime importance in that, discussing garments of the soul discussing the sublime importance of mundane activities and their effect on the soul, the letter and the spirit, 6 volumes of Bar Published of the Rabbi's English letters. Sichos in English, 51 volumes published of the Rabbi's talks in English. Alright, there's other stuff to review.
She's going to create that intimacy, going to create that closeness, and therefore Ramaisi is setting her up for Zeus. We'll see more about that in just a moment.
I love the Rabbi. I really admire him.
Amrav Khan, Mishum Rabbi Akiva. It's the last two lines. On the from the same concept, right?
Fuck's going on with this bullshit?
Do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of Zeus. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned, and she's going to seek fulfillment outside of the confines of marriage. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to Zeus. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this.
What do you think he would say to you?
So it's fascinating. There is no
I think he would know that I tried my best.
Who is not a Russia Arum, a cunning evil
You
doer,
think what
cunning
he
Russia,
would think what you're
or
doing is
someone
special?
who delays his daughter
Yeah.
from getting married. So the Gemara says, I'm actually beat to against that Russia
I think he would know it's a big
What does
risk.
this mean? This doesn't mean every single
You think he
person
would?
is a cunning Russia. What
Would he
it
be
means
proud of
is
you?
every every cunning
I
Russia
do.
ultimately becomes an ani, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes,
Not be happy with what you do at the time.
impoverished.
Yeah,
Why? So
just
Gemara
like
says,
anybody, nobody's
"Won't
perfect
finish
except I am, so maybe not. But
understand, a guy who delays marrying off his daughter, isn't he a cunning Russia? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about here? Talking about a guy, the father
I
gave
would say to him,
my daughter's son. Meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects. Why? Because he wants to go ahead and halacha l'maisa seek his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Russia? Rabbi, let's say Rabbi,
I feel
how he
powerless
was
as
to
a
say,
rabbi.
Ezehu ani
And he'd say,
Russia
why?
arum. What's
And
the
I would say,
example of a
because
person who is
I
a
lack
cunning Russia who's going to be
the
impoverished?
skills
Zeh hamashet
of a child.
istobo
Their children
beres.
to communicate better than I
Someone
do.
who
Much better.
intentionally delays
And it
marrying
pains
off his
me.
daughter to go ahead and satisfy his
And he
own
would
needs.
say, was there anything you can do about it? And I would say, yeah,
How
I
profound
could work
this is.
harder.
What
He'd say,
is
well,
this
why
mean?
don't you?
As someone who delays marrying
And
off
I'd
his
say,
own
because
daughter,
I am
right,
juggling
he's
a
going
lot
to go
at
and
once.
become an ani. Or if someone who's a cunning Russia is going to become an ani, what's the pshat of this? Right?
And he'd say, focus on that which you can control.
Putting
Let
your
Hashem
own needs before the needs
control.
of the other. Right? So the father
And
who
the rest
goes
is in
ahead,
Hashem's hands.
and says, you know what,
I
I
would
don't want
say
to marry my
that
daughter.
I think
daughter's
that
not get married. I don't want to marry her
establishing
because, again,
schools
it doesn't
and
suit my needs. It doesn't suit
rebuilding
my
English,
needs.
that stuff's
So
easy.
that's putting your
I
own
don't see
needs
that as
before
a
your
challenge
child
at all.
needs. Who's
What I do
cunning
see as a
Russia?
challenge
The
is
cunning Russia is the person, as we'll see in just a
just
moment,
the
is a
absolute
person
basics.
who puts his own
And
needs
he
in
would
front
say,
of
you
other
can get through
people's
that.
needs. So let's say,
There are people who
so a person
overcome the
who
challenges of
prioritizes his
communication
needs over
that
other
you feel
people's
you lack.
needs. There's a cosmic
And I would
justice
say, I
in the
know,
world. Because one of them says, you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in
but
front,
it's
talking your
incredibly
own child
difficult.
in front of other people.
They're an
What ends
incredible
up happening
uphill
to such a
battle.
person? What ends up happening?
It's an
Become
incredible
impoverished.
climb,
They become poor, maybe
and
not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not how HaKadosh Baruch Hu
like I'm at
wants
like the
a youth
halfway
to
point of my
act.
life,
The Rebbe Shalom does
and
not
I'm not
want us
happy
to be self-serving. And the both say, this is incredibly
in
important
some
in general.
ways.
First of all, there's a tremendous
But I feel
parenting
like I
lesson
have
that's involved here.
a
A
light,
lot of times
like a
as parents,
chance,
without even
like
realizing it, we put our own needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision
it's
for
like
our children
I'm
about
going
what we
through a
want them
cave
to
or a
become.
forest with
Like,
like
I need them
a
to become
candle or
educated
like
like this, and I
a
want them
torch or
professionally
something.
to do
And
this. And they
if
can't
I
get
can just
married
get
until
this
they reach
light
this
to the
threshold,
end,
this or this or
I'll
that.
be able to
Yeah, by the way,
like the whole
sometimes that's great, but sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my
place
kid
up.
needs. That's what I need.
But
That's
I have
what
to
I need.
protect this fucking
And that's
candle.
selfish behavior. That's putting your own
And
needs before your child's needs. I think I will say it's one of the hardest things I like to figure out. Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child?
I would tell
Or am I
Rabbi
taking
that
these positions because they're actually better
he
for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our
had
own needs and
a
our
big
children's
impact
needs
on
kind of
me.
become intertwined
And
and
I look up to
intertangled.
him.
But you see, for me, one of the things you have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, let's say,
I love his plan. I love his
one of the greatest things in parenting
vision.
is often in parenting.
That's the thing I respect the most
Our
about
kids
Rabbi,
represent a
is his
do-over
vision.
for ourselves, right? Everything that I
And
did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kid's not you.
what do you think he would say to you?
To become a better
Well,
version.
if I got a chance to
My
explain
child
what I
is
was
someone
doing and he
different,
understood it in
fundamentally
an older
different
age,
than me, with different
I
hopes,
think he
different
would
goals, and
recognize
different
that
setting. So we have
it's
to be
the most
so
important
careful.
human
See, both
undertaking
of
in
parents
global
like
history.
have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with
And I
the
think he
kid
would understand
whether or not that's what
traumatized.
the kid wants to do. Does the kid
And
want to go
if I
down this
just
path? Does the
can
kid want this kind of
continue
cleanup? Does the kid want this kind of education?
to grow
Does the kid want this kind of career? The parent is okay, but this is what the kid's gonna do. They just
and
never check with
like
the child. That's
influence
putting
grows, it's just a matter
parental
of time.
desires and life objectives before the child, and that, as I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand it never works out. The Russia
Do you feel
puts his own needs before the needs of others. You could try that, and you may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, you become impoverished. But I'll say, but the soul of parenting is make sure that the decisions you're making are the ones that are
do
good
you
for
feel
your child,
he
and not the ones that simply benefit you.
would
Incredible.
appreciate what
All
you
right, let's
do?
go back there. So the Gemara will say, kind of following up on that, the Gemara says, Rav Kahana and Rabbi Akiva have a zar ROTHSCHILD lefi darko. Be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately again because it benefits them. That's how you ROTHSCHILD. Someone gives you Eitzah, lefi darko, according to the website. So this is an incredible caveat. Because what did the Rasha Arum do? The Rasha Arum is not
any
someone
part of
who just
him would be disappointed in
conjures
you?
into your mouth. The Rasha Arum is a person very often who could be giving you advice, and it
Fuck.
might not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you.
I mean, I can't make a good decision
For
for him.
him. And
But-
same idea sometimes without even realizing it. The chinuch we give to our children, or the advice we give to our
Do you
children,
think of shit?
the
Do you
advice
think
that
Red
benefits
shit?
us, benefits
And I
us,
would
the
tell
parent,
him,
not dafka,
I wanted you
benefits
to
my
be,
child.
but I
So
think
let's say,
that,
Rabbi,
like
keep
you
it
say, a
kind of
Mashiach
follow-up. Be
can
careful
be,
with someone
maybe
who
there's
gives you
one in every
advice
generation.
according to their
And if that's true, then you're certainly a great contender for your generation. And that means all the people who think that you're Mashiach, I understand that. I wanted you to be. You didn't rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, though. That person's Mashiach. That's pretty simple. But I'd say in his message, I align with it. In his vision, I align with it. I would love to, I don't know if anybody talks like this, but I would love to be the head of Chabad someday. I'd love to be the 8th Lubavitcher Rebbe. But I'd love to unite more than that. Whatever number the Breslovers are on and the Satmars and all this, I would love to take over after Rabbi Israel Dovid. Dovid Weiss. I'd love to unite everybody.
Just be careful who you get advice from. Because had I listened to the majority of people who were whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. And that's it. The Baruch Hashem, I took advice
What do you
from
think he'd
someone
say
who wasn't self-serving, but rather I took advice from someone
if
who
you're
really
wrong?
truly cared about me, and as a result, Rabbi Akiva became Rabbi Akiva. Incredible.
Yeah, Israel Dovid Weiss. I knew I was going to get that.
I'm not saying if a person goes in and marries, let's go back to this. A man marries up in Torah to a much older man.
I tried.
Or, again, let's say the reverse is,
And I'm imperfect.
Marries a woman
And
to a minor son.
I feel like
Minor son is not the kid you love less, right?
I have no fear in starting schools and yeshiva and educating. I have no fear in that. But the most simple things that they which is incredible. I know I have the personality to be able to change the world. I know that I could charm the parents' uncle everything. But I can't communicate the way that I want, and it causes me to lack confidence in my skills. I can get over that, though. That's the thing. Okay, just work hard. All right.
That the Gemara's understanding this pasuk over here, which is really quite profound.
Is that all you want to say?
Look at Rashi.
Uh-huh.
Rashi says, "Leman safos lichbar." Rashi understands.
I would want the Rebbe to know I want to work harder.
To connect. Now, what's being connected?
And there's an argument to me, dude. You have been going at this 24/7 for 4 fucking years. That's harder than anybody. I know I can do this.
According to the Gemara's understanding as follows: you can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So, in other words, the idea over here is, right? So the young woman is thirsty; she wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty.
So, would you want to? I mean, traditionally within not every single person has one, but maybe we continue that.
It doesn't work. And by the way, it happens to be that this is a profound use.
But in a minute,
not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. Because we'll say, you know, in order to have true shalom bayis,
that's the thing that bothers me. Sometimes I can have so much confidence. I can be so confident wrong. And I see other people and I laugh at them, and then I just do the same thing. I'm just
becomes
It's like
her
nails on a
husband's
chalkboard.
mashgiach.
I want to just be so. I want to be right all the time, and I can just be so confident.
That's a disaster. The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you know, you need to become a chatzos lady. You need to be
Rabbi
set for
would
Shabbos.
understand.
You know, you need to be ready for Shabbos. Set up
He
midday on
knows.
Friday. That's also a disaster.
And I tell him I want to
What's the recipe for
re-glorify him. God,
success?
maybe sick as
Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. It's very difficult because one is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. If both are thirsty, then the might say that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, then what? Utter disaster also. Because if both are sated, then that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, it's equal to success. Both are sated, abysmal failure. One is thirsty, one is sated, a lot of trouble by it. See, what about the max having those PC? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know, that sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So if you look at that, the next thing to be a max having those PC, take Shiva, Me'ida PC Yisrael. Umara ba'asmo, sha'ashavas avin eretz yovet b'mitzvah. It's incredible. But of course, it's returning a lost object to a non-Jew. That's what you might say. Nothing like this. But a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Hashavas Aveda, that's wrong. That's wrong. So I will say, we're going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not take it out to each other if we are the same. We have to have respect for all of humanity. We have to take over our dignity. But there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And it looks like we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. For one simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one tells our backs except us. And it looks like, you know, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this. Like we thought again, after the Holocaust, never again, everybody loves us, anti-Semitism is not what it used to be, and then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate the Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn out an anti-Semitic response, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this hope is to us, the anti-Semitism is rare, and it teaches us one simple lesson: circle wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya people, right, as tikkun olam and everything else, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Now, when Mashiach comes, and Eretz Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be the last of humanity will become one. But until that day, humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. It's on the feet of our guys that we go. We are alone in this world. But again, the beautiful part is we're alone as a nation, we're alone as individuals, because we have each other. And we always have each other. And this is what the Gemara says. If you think just like if you have a Shabbos Aveda, unity of mankind. And the Gemara says, you're fool. You're a fool. That's not true. There's not one thing that will be unity of mankind. However, again, to be clear, the evolution of dignity, the evolution of respect for every single person. But just understand that there's a different system of conduct, a different system of allegiance, and a different system of commitment. They have that one another because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that is the moment we put ourselves in an overwhelmingly precarious situation. That's the beloved. Should we return a lost object for Christians? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000% I will say. Yes. And don't tell me, because after you get the if you get extra money, right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's a difference between that and the nature of Hashemah Savidi, which represents the personal contract that you have with one another. Incredible. So what's the nature of the contract? How is that? Because you both, you might love to get this. A man who loves his wife like his own body, and one who gives you coverage more than us. What's it? You hear this? You have to love your wife
I remember
like yourself.
being
Right? But you have to
Shabbat
honor her
Meredith was a kind of
more
work
than
coach.
yourself.
I was explaining
What does that mean?
I was experiencing really great success for the time, and I was experiencing what I would find out to be imposter syndrome. What is imposter syndrome? It's like when you feel like you're
because you can't. It's important you so.
being an imposter
The framework of love that I have more than anything is myself.
because you're finding success in something,
Reflex we have,
but you're really just good at it.
Why? Because deep down,
There's a psychological pattern where individuals doubt their accomplishment and fear being exposed as a fraud despite clear evidence of their competence and success. It commonly affects high achievers across various fields, including academia, medicine, and corporate
So
leadership.
from an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife, and you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself.
I have so much to learn. I'd say that I have so much to learn. And I would also say people think I'm smart, and people think I'm so smart that I literally talk to them, and what I feel are the clearest language that I can, and they think I'm a fucking robot. It's like we are talking past each other. I listen to them and I'm like, dog, hurry the fuck up. And they listen to me and they're like, you're not human. And I'm like,
make sure that your wife has even more than that, because covet is physically measurable. So avo, which is an emotion,
but they literally don't think I'm a real person. I have to be like, dude, I'm on camera, and then they still doubt it. That's just. But I would love to tell them, like, dog, I am. I'm not an expert at anything, which is bothersome to me as well. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't feel like I'm an expert at anything. Maybe live streaming. I feel like I might know more about it. But even that's just like hitting buttons. It's not. Other people do what I do. It's nothing special about it.
The most annoying guides are the ones
What do you think you know about the most in the world?
Talk too much. You're like, just be quiet and move. Right? Talk, right? Same thing in parenting.
All right, what topic are we going to discuss today?
Much less talking, much more doing. Be a magic. Don't tell your kids what to do. Tell your kids what to do. Show them
what's appropriate.
Show them what to do. I would say, I'm talking to anyone I'm talking to over here. Like, this is a motivated group.
And then we're done.
Whether your kids are asleep,
are you going to go to sleep?
You think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul?
As a rabbi, when large groups of people, both Jewish and non-Jewish, ask me for a blessing, what is the most prudent way to respond? And with what blessing, if any? What about if it's a group of Jews? What if it's a group of non-Jews or mixed?
It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing.
Great question. This comes up all the time in real rabbinic life. And there is prudent, classy, and very traditional. And there is a prudent, classy, and very traditional way to handle it that avoids theological landmines while still being generous and menschlich. I'll break down the scenario, then give you actual wording we can use. First principle to anchor. A rabbi may bless non-Jews, full stop. We see this with Abraham. Through you, all families of the earth will be blessed. And from Chazal, the sages, who regularly offered blessings of peace, wisdom, and well-being to all humanity. The only thing to avoid is invoking specifically Jewish covenantal obligations, mitzvot, or commands for non-Jews, or blessings that sound like conversion, chosenness, or ritual obligations. So, The rule is universal content for universal audiences, covenantal language only for Jews. Scenario 1. Large mixed group, Jews plus non-Jews. This is the most common and the safest case. Best practice. Offer universal blessing that invokes God without technical halachic language, emphasizes peace, health, wisdom, dignity, and blessings in your lives. Avoids mitzvah language. Sample blessing. English pudding ready. May God bless each of you with health, peace, clarity of purpose, and goodness in your lives. May your homes be places of blessing, and may your actions bring light and kindness to the world. If you want the Hebrew flavor without exclusivity, may the Rabbano shall grant you shalom, peace, bracha, blessing, and tzedakah. This is 100% clean, halachically, universally respectful. Group that scenario 2. Group that is entirely non-Jewish. You can absolutely bless them. Just keep it no chayed, save universal moral language. Spreading it as blessing for peace, wisdom, justice, compassion. God is creator, master of all humanity, shared mission. Sample wording, may the creator of all humanity bless you with peace, wisdom, and strength to do good in the world. May your work bring benefit to others, and may you be protected and guided in all your paths. This aligns beautifully with the Jewish concept of Sheva Mitzvot B'nai Noah, 7 Noah, universal moral law, without ever mentioning them explicitly. Scenario 3. Group that is entirely Jewish. Here you can go full Jewish mode, but still keep it broad if it's a public crowd, safe and dignified public blessing. May Hashem bless you and guide you. May Hashem shine His face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift His face to you and grant you peace. That's Berkat, common inclusive blessing. Even if you're not one, invoking it as a blessing is acceptable in non-mature context. Oh, let's may you be blessed with Torah, life, peace, and good deeds, and may we merit to see goodness in our days.
Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Haba Alu Tova, Stephen Tarizin, in loving memory of Tari's father, Dr.
Of course, someone asks you directly for a blessing in a mixed setting. Just have a constant, elegant move. Say something like with pleasure, and then give a personal but universal blessing. May you be blessed with health, clarity, and peace, and may you see blessing in your efforts. No one ever feels excluded. No one ever feels appreciated. Not to explicitly bless. May you grow in Torah and mitzvot to non-Jews. May you merit to observe Shabbat unless Jewish. Anything that sounds like conversion, chosenness, or obligation. Those are not offensive per se, but they're not prudent in public or mixed settings. Rabbinic posture, this matters. The tone is as important as the words. A rabbi giving a blessing should project generosity without proselytizing, confidence without superiority, rootedness without exclusivity, or in my feet, Abraham, not tribal unless you're clearly on your own.
Types of infractions punishable by.
What if you just say the Shema?
Again, are infractions which deal with immorality, which is the common denominator of everything we're dealing with over here. So remember again, as we learned yesterday, is that Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships: a man marrying a white woman and his mother.
That's generally not the prudent move in a mixed or Jewish setting. Now, the Shema Yisrael, it's called for Judaism. Shema Yisrael is not just a nice prayer; it's a formal declaration of Jewish faith and covenant. Here, oh, actually, conceptually, it is a mitzvah. It's a commandment. A creative Jewish exclusivity. Sorry, that's what I say. Really, yeah, a statement just specifically to Israel. So when you say it in response to a request for a blessing, you are not really blessing. You're making it feel Mixed group Jews is not ideal. Why? Non-Jews are being placed in a covenantal declaration that isn't theirs. How do you know? I don't know. I don't know what everybody's religion is. It can feel like preaching rather than blessing. It sounds good though. Some may interpret it as a call and response or religious participation. They didn't really consent to. Rabbinically, it's not asur, forbidden, but it's poor form and pastoral. Entirely non-Jewish group, strongly not recommended. Here it crosses the awkward to misalign. You're declaring Israel's covenant to people who are not Israel.
it
your wife's
doesn't
son's
function as a
wife
blessing
should
at all
also
from
be
their perspective. At risk of confusion, this is called an entirely Jewish
all of
group,
these relationships
totally
are
fine and
asr.
powerful.
They're
In a
asr.
Jewish-only
The
setting,
shaila
sin
is, are
Shema
they
can be
asr
moving,
midrabanan or are they
appropriate,
asr
especially in
midaraisa?
moments of
So your
crisis, solidarity,
daughter-in-law
or
through your
moral
son, your son's
clarity.
wife is
Even then,
obviously
it's
asr
usually better
midaraisa.
framed.
So the
Let's
shaila
remember the words
is
it
your
defines.
wife's son's
The subtle
daughter,
but important
your
distinction.
wife's
There are three
son's
different
wife.
things people mix
Also
up:
asr midaraisa,
blessing,
which
wishing
Gemara
good,
says say no,
prayer,
because the
asking
process is issues
God for something,
says
declaration of faith, stating who we are. Shema is number three. When someone asks you for a blessing and you respond with Shema, you're answering a pastoral request with a creedal statement. That mismatch is the core issue. A smarter alternative, if you want Jewish governance without exclusivity, you can reference Shema without saying it in our traditional way. And that unity calls us to live with responsibility and passion. May that sense of purpose bring blessing to you. This keeps the depth without the boundary violation.
Really focuses on the destination of the Gzir. In other words, the second half of the Gzir. We'll see inside in just a moment.
Why do you do it, baby? We're just flying by the seat of our pants. Really? Yeah.
The truth is, you can't really learn
That's
this
hilarious.
prohibition
That's absolutely
ultimately of
hilarious.
wife's son's
And
wife. Why?
shit happens.
The one who says,
Is
we're learning
there
Shava, focus
a
on the initial halacha, and that really determines the defining characteristics and qualities. So you say like this,
Does
Mahu
that make
kalas
sense?
vasura, just as a man. So let's just go with our typical case, right?
Short answer: there's no single form of bracha.
Ruvain's kala, who says
Blessing
kala,
with God's
his
name and
kala
kingship
is
that
his
is
daughter-in-law.
instituted.
Right?
Just
Remember
for
again, his
blessing with
son's
but
wife.
classic Judaism that's not
Mahu
specified.
kalas
Why?
asura.
There's no form of
Just
bracha.
as
Bracha is a
just as
technical sense,
Ruvain,
like
his
with
daughter-in-law is
in
asura
the
to him.
truth God's name.
Afhinami kalas
So
asura.
it's
So
one
we
of
should say
said
so too.
when
So
Chazal, the
too.
sages formally
Rachel's
instituted it,
son's
or there
wife
is a
should
clear
also be
halachic trigger.
prohibited to Ruvain.
Mitzvah enjoyment
Gemara
miracle.
says if
So
that's the
blessing
case,
people is not
Mahu
one of the
b'skila,
triggers. So
Afinami
inventing
b'skila,
group,
then
blah
we
blah
should say
blah,
the same
who
way if Ruvain
blesses
has
his
relations
group would
with
be a
his
bracha
daughter-in-law,
of
i.e. his
a
son's
blessing.
wife, that is punishable by skila.
That's the hard
So
one.
too again,
What
if
do
he has
is not
relations
formal
with his
blessings.
wife's son's
Judaism
wife,
makes
his daughter-in-law
a
through his
sharp
wife,
distinction
it
between
should also be
bracha,
punishable by
formal
skila.
fixed
So
with
Gemara
God's
says,
name,
okay,
and bracha,
Lemanda Amar
tefillah,
Skila
and the
Chavura
plain
Ikil
sense good
Mifrach,
wishes
according to the opinion
spoken
that
as
says
for groups.
that
We
skila
always say
is the
the same.
most chomer form of death penalty. There's a problem. What's the problem? We'll say first wide line.
The classic group
76
blessing,
What's the problem?
Maluhu, not even not coining regular use.
Again, let's say for Ruvain himself. So remember again, relationship with his mother, punishable by skila. Tomar Vihi Shima B'Seifa. So the problem was they say, see, the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry.
Because it is
And granted, it's an immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless between immoral, right, broken relationships on his side versus her side.
These
So
are
trying to
common in
line
rabbinic
up
speech
essentially
and
to say
very
that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, so too again on his wife's side, he also is prohibited to his wife's son's wife.
Communal
The problem
force
just
make
is,
this community go
the symmetry
from
doesn't
strength to
line up.
strength
Why not?
and
Take a
make
look at
blessings
mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's skila.
This
If he has
group
relations with
includes
her
not just
mother,
the move
it's
is
tzreifa.
no shamal,
It's tzreifa, right? That's one of the explicit psukim that we saw in yesterday's daf, that you can't go ahead and marry or have relations with a woman and her mother. It's punishable by tzreifa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Tomar b'yishi b'tzreifa, followed furthermore, second white line, followed Rita b'tzreifa, the kalasa b'skila. Furthermore again, if
non-Jews don't need to, and no one should be
means
prompted.
that if Ruvain were to have relations
There's someone
with
else blesses mixed group and
Rachel's
invokes God
daughter,
appropriately, answering
punishable by
event is
Sreifa. Again, that's an explicit blessing, a woman and her daughter. That's
no form of
Sreifa.
bracha
And
exists
yet,
for blessing.
again,
Do not
Kalasa,
invent
according to
one.
this logic, if you were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter-in-law through his wife,
because it sounds good.
So again,
okay, but that's inappropriate. How do you? I don't know what those fuckers' religion was. Really? I don't know.
That's not such a kasha. Why?
Okay.
We already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if Ruvain were to have relations with his daughter, it's straight up. And yet again, if he were to have relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that is skila.
Is that? Are you done? Man, I have so much to fucking learn.
The issue just is that, at least from Ruvain's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example,
Duh.
his
I
mother
know it.
and his
It's my thing.
his
It sounds
daughter-in-law
good.
from his son are symmetrical. They're both b'streifa. So alamahu lo chalak the bow.
Does it? I mean, it's like.
So just like for Reuven himself, again, Rabbi said, because remember we saw
So how would you
yesterday
do it? I
so
don't
much of what we're
fucking know.
doing in these
Probably
rabbinic
memorize it in
relationships
Hebrew,
is creating the
whatever
continuity
I'd say, and
generations
then
above and generations below.
have it
So when you
in
look from Reuven's
English.
perspective,
I wish I could memorize
so again,
better.
when we look at the
I'm not a
prohibition
good
regarding his
memorization.
mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same.
Do you have to take a whiz? Big time.
So again, really,
So you've
on
just
her
been
side,
saying Shema.
it should be the same thing. We should
Right.
say that it should be the same punishment if Reuben has relations with Rachel's
What do you
mother
want me to do?
or Rachel's daughter-in-law through her son.
I'm trying to get the band back together.
According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more chamor, ultimately, again, based on this question, we would not be able to darshan this entire thing. Okay, so the Gemara says that's the first side of this. The second side of this, Ulman Damar, Dun Mina, sorry, the Uki Ba'asra, and according, remember again, this is all Rava's construct. It's all Rava's construct. So remember, just to keep our eye on the ball over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, the Gemara is trying to make a suggestion that just as Reuben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law, in other words, a daughter-in-law is defined by his son's wife, the Gemara wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife. The Gemara is suggesting over there, Rav is saying the truth is, whichever way you dash in Gzeir Shav, it's not going to work. This thing is not going to work. So, for example, Man Damar, don't mina v'oki ba'asra. So again, according to the opinion that dash is a kalvachomer by saying that literally, again, the defining characteristics ultimately of the Gzeir Shav are going to be defined by what we'll call the destination of the Gzeir Shav. So he's like this, Mahu kalas asura, just as Reuben, right? Reuben's daughter-in-law is pregnant. He's allowed to have relations with his son's wife. Api kalasasura. So we should say the same thing. He can't have relations with Rachel's son's wife. Ruki ba'asra. So the Gemara says, okay, then let's focus on the destination of that Gzeir Shava. Hasam would do the skila. So remember again, if Reuven were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be skila. That would be skila. Aval hacha b'sreifa. But over here, if he were to have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's sreifa. Kida ashkichan v'ima. As we find with his mother, because remember again, on Reuven's side, things are symmetrical. Because remember, if Reuven has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, sreifa. Sreifa. The Gemara says, Laman da'amar, skila chamura ikel nifra. So according to the opinion that says that skila is more chamur, we could ask the following question. Ma'luhu shekin imo b'skila. Right? So when it comes to the right, so with his mother will be Tamar Biki, with her with Rachel's mother will be the Sreifa. No, Mahu Chalak the bow, Bein Bito la Kalaso, Aki Kaklet ba Bein Bito la Kalaso. So she's saying the same way that there's distinction in the prohibition for Reuven between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So to Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa ultimately is more common than Skila, I push you based on this question, we can't darshan the proper halakha. Therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara does not seem to be able to prove this idea. Let's remember, what's the idea the Gemara wanted to prove? The Gemara wanted to say that the same way that Reuven's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is punishable by Sreifa, so too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife, Reuven's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife is punishable by Sreifa. So there should be a parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, should also be punishable by Sreifa. So remember again, both Abai and Rava agree that that is not halacha. Abai says it based on a pasuk. Rava says either way, Gzeir Shava is not going to work. Gzeir Shava doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara as I'm supposed to say, once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still awesome. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes back. The Gemara says, what's the other interesting case? What happens if Reuven violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa, if Reuven has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by sreifa? That's called biton anasasa. So his daughter, I told the woman that he violated. Mina, how do we know that such a relationship like that is punishable by sreifa? Which the Gemara says, Rabbi Kavachomer. It's Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Abbas bito onish abito lokoshin tzadis. If Lamaisa, Reuven is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of the violation of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, he owns him and I didn't go on a second. You can't do that. You can't create capital punishment through a capital punishment. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So you might say, no, you're right. Give me most of me. No, it's not really a capital punishment. It's not. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter. Whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for relations with her. By far the most entertaining. Rabbi says, Amrli Yitzchak Baradini, Asya Hena Hena, Asya Zima Zima. Okay, Rabbi on the other hand, you know that from a double Zera Shava, Hena Hena Zima Zima. Okay, Tani Abua de Radiatis. If you should know that Marzu, Vita Mena Sasu, Hutzra Hakasu Romar, Ubas Ishko. It was also, the Gemara says, usually the problem with this, because we did not learn out, right? We don't have an explicit Russia. There's no explicit passage that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, with his father, through violating her mother, and if he has relations with her, he is tied straight up. Because there's no explicit passage that says that. Hutzah HaKasal Lomar, the passage needs to say, Ubas Ish Kohen. So the Gemara says, Ima Bas Kohen Ibisreifa, they ball of a Sreifa. So this was I said. Remember the pasuk we were talking about a Bas Ish Kohen, right? So again, this is the daughter of a Kohen who commits sinus. So remember, we had this a while back. Is this talking about Irisin? Is it talking about Yisuin? So the pasuk is talking about Harusa. And if a Bas Kohen is in Harusa commits adultery, Allah is she is judged with Sreifa. Not just a unique halacha. So the Gemara says, Ima Bas Kohen Ibisreifa being ball of Sreifa. So now Bas Kohen, she herself is judged with Sreifa. But the Maisa, interestingly enough, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with Sreifa. So to again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, he was Sreifa. She is judged with Sreifa. The aim ball of the Sreifa. But ultimately, again, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with Sreifa. Rabbi says,
he wants to have a fucking Jewish man?
She's profaning her father.
That one of those popular ones. Must certainly become popular in the future. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, you could say the girl is being removed from the typical case of a Bas Kohen, and she's being judged according to the standards of the typical Bas Yisrael. Here in the case of Bita Man Sasso. So again, when the daughter of a woman will be violated, so the nice again, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of just a regular single woman. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, the Gemara learns that Allah just as a man is chayv streifa for violating his daughter, or for having relations, for having relations with his daughter. So a man is chayv for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway over here. As far as becoming a Sasminayim, where's the lot? Where's the lot? Let's remember again, as we see the way the Torah structure is, in order to hold someone liable in a capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a lot, right? And as like there needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be an onish. So where's the lot? Where's the lot? As far as becoming a Sasminayim, you show the Rabbi Rabba. You bring the Rabbi Rabba. Mehechad dinaf kulu onish. May also not for us. So the same passage that teaches us punishment is the very same passage that teaches us the law. Ella, there's honey dabbled Rabbi Abin in mind. I will say, what about the time of Dabbled Rabbi Abin? Very similar. I'm Rabbi Loi, I'm a crow, Halal as Bitcha, that has no son. Passage says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality, or literally against it. It's literally translated, do not profane your daughter that has no son, have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that passage is going to teach us that a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, incredible. So Maskef Rabbi Yaakov, Achod, Rabbi Bar Yaakov, Hi Al-Chalo is Simchalaz Masalah Hasuda Asa. No, that's not what that pasuk means. They will say that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure it out, right? We've established that if a man violates his daughter, who he fathered with a woman whom he violated, he is chayiv misa for that. He is chayiv sreifa. Where's the law? According to Rabbi Rabba, the law is the same source as the actual ownership. Okay. According to the other opinions, what's the law? The answer to the pasuk of Atachala is Bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's this loss? Relations with her father. So we said, hold up. We use that pasuk for something totally different. We'll say totally different now. We use that pasuk for something totally different. So the Gemara says, hi, no. We actually need that pasuk for something dramatically different. What do we need? Of course, here we go. As we learned, has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in an act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov Cohen, Hamasi is Bito Louis, Yisrael, Hakas Medaber. So let's say this is fascinating. One might have thought that the passage is actually talking about that a Cohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow, right? That's about the preservation of Yichus. Then maybe again to preserve proper Yichus. Abbas Kodesh only marry a Kohen, and marrying a lady or a Yisrael, the Chas v'Shalom be like an act of harlotry. To which the Gemara says, Amalomar has no son. Therefore, the pasuk says the father should not keep his daughter has no son. The chilo shebizno sakasav medaber. We're talking about the idea, and this is something much understanding over here. That Allah says, giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately, again, she's going to be engaged in znos. So what does this refer to? In Moshe Eskito, Shalom giving over one's daughter, not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. Now Allah says again, so it's a prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes. To which the Gemara says, in Cain, Lemakra al Tachel. In that case, the pasuk just say al Tachel, singular. Do not profane your daughter singular by giving her over to a non-marital context. My al Tachel, what does the plural mean? Shnami al Tachel. So he's teaching me two things. So I'll say, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also, number two, also teaches me that what? Father can't have a relationship with his daughter, even if he fathers her by violating her mother, because such an act of relation will be an act of profanation. It will be an act of profanation. That's the halacha. Okay. Hi, Alta Colors, has no summer out there. Remember again. Abai and Rabbi, they learned out He told me on a sasso from a totally different source. Like even that people on a sasso from the same place they derive the Onesh. So that's what Rabbi and Rabbi do with this pasuk. It's very interesting. So Rabbi and Rabbi Chalas B'Chalas Shama, fascinating. Amra money, Zeh Hamasi es Bito L'Zach. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off his daughter to an older man? Do not profane your daughter by giving her over to morality. Eliezer Omer Zahamasi es Bito L'Zakin. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the concern? Rashi says, Masi Bito Zakin, as soon as I can about him, when we talk Shein in the Kabbalah, so Mizana Alav. Mizana Yalav. What's the concern over there? If she's very young and he's very old, she's going to have a desire for anything. He's not going to have a desire for anything. What's going to happen? She's going to seek fulfillment outside of the marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious situation. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to commit suicide. You know, it's fascinating how the Torah understands human nature. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. People crave intimacy, and if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work, they're going to look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not condoning that type of behavior, but the Torah is understanding that is the way people work. So therefore, again, Torah is telling the father, do not marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a listening either. You are setting her up ultimately again to seek out that intimacy outside of the permitted confines of her marriage. So remember that Rabbi Kiva different. Rabbi Kiva Omer Zahamasi. Zahamasha es Bito Bogeres. This refers to someone who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bogeres. The idea is to marry off your children early. And if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, that's ultimately again setting her aside for a life of divorce. So this is very interesting. Look at Rashi here as well. Masha Bito Bogeres. Actually, sorry, not yet. Actually, take a look, 2 lines up from the bottom. Zah Masha Bito Bogeres. So that's actually a fascinating girsa here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shemisada lahafkira umizana. So the word in Rashi itself is very clear. What it means? Misada means desires, lahafkira, to make her hefker, umizana, and therefore she commits sinus. What does it mean? So if you look, by the way, at how it goes, it's union. They change it by the letter A. Post Rashash, who says Rashash, Magia, lahafkira. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because, listen to this, from the Gemara's perspective, when there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. If he goes ahead and marries off his daughter, what happens? So now, he's got to go ahead and pray for domestic help. He delays marriage off for his own benefit. When the father does that, so it's interesting. The mother perspective, what the person will do is set her up possibly for his loss. She's going to crave that intimacy, going to crave that closeness. And if Allah is setting her up for his loss, we'll see more about that in just a moment. The Gemara says, I'm Rav Khan, Mishum Rabbi Akiva. It's the last two lines. On the same pasuk, right? So Al Techala es Bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of sinus. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to sinus. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. In the Ani Yisrael, Ela Rasha Arum, Vahamasha Bito Bogeres. What's this fascinating? There is no poor person in Klal Yisrael who is not a Russia or a cunning evildoer, right? A cunning Russia, or someone who delays his daughter from getting married. The Gemara says, this doesn't mean every single poor person is a cunning Russia. What it means is every cunning Russia ultimately becomes an ani, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why is the Gemara says, we won't clear in this moment. The Gemara says, the guy who delays marrying off his daughter isn't he a cunning Russia? In other words, we'll say, Father, can you I haven't found out actually. Actually, that's my daughter's fault. Meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects because he wants to go ahead and halacha l'maisa suit his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Russia? Rabbi used to say, what's an example of a person who is a cunning Russia who is going to be impoverished? This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his own needs. So let's say, just want to point out just how profound this is.
We're talking about BKFC.
What does this mean?
The thing that I didn't realize, did you know that freaking Andre was fighting cancer 3 times? He had cancer 3 times. I had no idea. That's freaking insane. Then he becomes it 2 times. What kind of cancer? They did. There's like multiple ones. I forgot. There's like pictures of those. Yeah,
and says, you know what, I don't want to marry my daughter. My daughter's ready to get married. I don't want to marry her off yet because, again, it doesn't suit my needs. It doesn't suit my needs. So I say, that's how you know your child. Who is cunning Russia? The cunning Russia is the person, as you'll see in just a moment, is the person who puts his own needs in front of other people's needs. So let's say, a person who prioritizes his needs over other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. The Bible says you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child, in front of other people. What ends up happening to such a person? What ends up happening? You become impoverished. You become poor, maybe not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not how the intelligence wants to be. The intelligence does not want us to be self-asserting. And it's like, this is incredibly important. There's a tremendous parenting lesson that's involved here. A lot of times as parents, we're not even realizing it. We put our own needs before our children's needs. Right? We have this vision for our children about what we want them to become. Right? And we need them to be educated like this. I want them professionally to do this. And they can't get married until they reach this special or this or this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great. But sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need. That's what I need. And that's selfish behavior. That's putting your own needs before your child's. It's one of the hardest things to figure out. Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs tend to become intertwined and intertwined. One of the things we have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, one of the greatest things for her as a parent, one of the greatest things in parenting is often as parenting we think like our kids represent a tool for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kid's not you. And your kid didn't sign up to become a better version of you. My child is someone different, fundamentally different, with different abilities and different destinies. So you have to be so careful. Have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with the kid whether or not that's what the kid wants. Does the kid want to go down this path? Does the kid want his kind of education? Does the kid want his kind of career? This is what the kid's going to do. You just never check with your child. That's putting parental desires and life objectives before the child, and that, as I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand, it never works out. The Russia Arum, which is only the four needs of others. You can try that, and it may be successful in the short term, but it won't come ultimately again. It won't come ultimately to become accomplished. But also that the so imperative is make sure that the decisions you make the ones that are different and not the ones that simply benefit. Alright, let's go back there. So the Gemara will say, kind of following up on that, the Gemara says, be careful about getting advice from someone who is always giving you advice ultimately again because
terrifying for most people.
That's
So
how
much
you
work
ask
goes
God,
into
some
that
of the
thing
things
that you're
itself,
entirely
the
sure
seed
will work
down
out.
so it's almost like, so
And it can be
this
hard
is
to make that
going to
leap
have
of faith.
like
Trust
what
me
did
to
Russia
know. I've been there.
Russia
When I started this podcast,
someone who's
Drop
just
Fast While Gas, or the other really businesses I do.
Russia is
I
a
wasn't
person
even sure what I
very
was
often
doing.
giving you
What
advice.
if no one listens?
And it may
What
not
if I
be
make a fool
even
of myself?
the worst
What if no
advice
one
for
buys
you,
the
but it's not
product?
the
What
best
are we
advice
going to
for
do?
you. But you know what is the
Now
best
I know
advice
that
for?
wasn't right,
For
and
him.
believing in myself
For
and
him.
launching
And same idea,
this
sometimes without
podcast,
even
Fire the
realizing
Kid,
it.
Thick
They're
Boy,
gonna put
Drive Fast,
or the advice
all
you
the
give
stuff,
them.
despite all the fears and
Advice
hesitations, it
benefits
also
us.
helps. When I
Benefits me
have
as the
my
parent.
ride or die,
Not
my
that
partner
but
like
benefits my
Shopify
child.
right by
So
my
listen,
side to
this
help
is kind
on
of a
out.
follow-up. Be
Cha-ching!
careful with
Right,
someone
Shopify is
who
the commerce
gives you
platform
advice
behind
in
millions
accordance
of
with your
businesses
also,
around
by
the
the way, it's
world.
also very
10%
profound.
of all
It is
e-commerce
from
in the
Rabbi
U.S.
Akiva.
from household names
Right?
like
Remember
Drive
again,
Fast Off
Rabbi
Gas,
Akiva,
Get
Rabbi
Shop,
Akiva
all of
knows
that is
what it's like to
Shopify.
get advice
So get started with your own design.
because
They have
Rabbi
hundreds of
Akiva's
ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a
life,
beautiful online store that matches your brand
groups
style.
of people.
They
Really
got
just
everything, man.
one
So
deeper than one person.
24/7
There was
customer
one
service.
Rabbi Akiva
So
who
if it's time to
trusted
turn
him,
what
actually
ifs
told him,
into
you will
cha-ching
never
with
amount to
Shopify
anything
today.
more than a
Sign up
shepherd.
for your $1
That's
per
what
month
you
trial
are.
at Shopify.com/shop,
Just
all
to be the
lowercase.
best shepherd.
That's
And those are people,
Shopify.com/shop, all
and Rabbi Akiva
lowercase.
had one
Again,
person who whispered in his ear, that
Shopify.com/shop,
one
all
person had to be
lowercase.
his wife,
Cha-ching.
Rachel.
Patrick
Right? And
Brady.
Rachel told him,
That's who Shane Gillis walked out
you
with
can
him.
do whatever you want to be.
And what does Shane
Right?
have to
You
do
want
with
to
this
become
again?
the dog?
I don't know.
You want to become
I'll look up about this,
you want
but
to become the
this is
best
him
of the
being
best?
comfortable, right? And then he has Shane Gillis on his t-shirt
You
too.
can do that. So the Akiva said, and so far, Akiva essentially says, just be careful who you get advice. Yes. Because had I listened to the majority of people who whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. You were a good shepherd. And that's it. The Baruch Hashem, I took advice from someone who wasn't self-serving. But rather, I took advice from someone who knew and truly cared about me. And as a result, Rabbi Akiva became Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yehuda. I'm not asking you those, Aki. When a person goes in and marries, goes back to this. Listen, a man marries off his daughter to a much older man. But Masi Isha with no kata. Or, almost like the reverse is, a man marries a woman to his minor son. Remember, as we spoke about, minor son is not the kid you love less, right? The minor son represents, again, a child. So he's married off, again, an adult woman to his minor son.
Close acquaintances.
Remember again, from the over here is, again, they're going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? First, the daughter's married to much older man, they don't have the same drive. Then the second, the son, who's a child, is married to a woman, now they don't have the same drive. Well, listen to this. Someone who goes out of his way to return a lost object to an Andrew. What's the Gemara says? About such a person, the Pasuk says, "L'man safos harava es hasneya, lo yova Hashem saloach lo." The way the Pasuk touches us on it, Charles Grace, of course, Bennett. Gemara's understanding this passage over here, which is really quite profound. The man supposed harava es hasneya.
125 in his last 26 fights.
Look at Rashi. Rashi says the man supposed to live God. Rashi understands supposed means to connect. Now, what's being connected over here? Rashi says, last part of Rashi is that Yevos Hatzmeya Saveh B'Davar in Somer B'Davar. Zakin B'Yad B'Zos Siyam Pashus Zakin says Zakin B'Davar. Listen to this. According to the Gemara's understanding as follows: you can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So, in other words, the idea over here is, right? So the young woman is thirsty; she wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't work.
So
it doesn't work.
We talked about this on the second
someone who was thirsty with someone who was singing, because halacha l'maisa again, it doesn't work. I will say, by the way, it happens to be. This is a profound episode, not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. In order to have true shalom bayis, in order to have true growth in a marriage, both parties in marriage have to want growth. Right? The worst thing that can happen is when a wife becomes her husband's mashgiach. Right? You know what it is? If a wife is keeping her husband out of bed in the morning, get up to shul, that's a disaster. The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you know, you need to become a successful, you need to be selling Shabbos, you know, you need to make Shabbos at the midday on Friday, that's also a disaster. What's the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth, a wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. Very difficult. Because one is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. Both are thirsty. So the nice that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, then watch utter disaster also. Because if both are sated, and that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, ridiculous success. Both are sated, dismal failure. One is thirsty, one is sated, around shalom bayis. What about the matzah bidul? What's going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know. That sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So let's say, look at Rashi. Rashi says that the matzah bidul kusi ishba lefiber kusi liyisrael umare ba'asmo sha'shavas aveda enechshul. Listen to this. It's incredible. I said, of course, you should return a lost object to non-Jews. That's what we're saying. We're saying like this. That a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbat, that's wrong. That's wrong. As I said, I'm going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not interact with each other as if we are the same. We have to have respect for all of humanity. We have to treat all humanity with dignity. But there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And I will say, we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. One simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And I will say, you know, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this, right? We thought again, after the Holocaust, never again, everybody loves us, anti-Semitism is not what it used to be, and then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into an anti-Semitic lynch mob, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this home is to us, anti-Semitism is rampant. And it teaches us one simple lesson. Circle the wagons. Look out for each other. Because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya, right? And Tikkun Olam and everything else, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not big one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way it works. Now, when Mashiach comes, in Eretz Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be the Yasa Kulam Adu Ba'afos. Humanity will become one. But until that day, humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. We are alone in this world. But again, the beautiful part is we're alone as a nation. We're not alone as individuals. Because we have each other. And we always have. And this is what the Gemara says. If you think just like if you have a Shabbos Adei, again, the community of mankind, right? The Gemara says, you're a fool. You're a fool. That's not true. There's not one day there will be a community of mankind. And also, again, to be clear, the obligation of dignity, the obligation of respect to every single person. But just understand that there is a different system of conduct and a different system of allegiance and a different system of commitment that we have to have to one another because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that is the moment we put ourselves in an overwhelmingly precarious situation. In fact, should you return a lost object so easily? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000% of us say. Yes. And don't tell us, you get extra money, right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's a difference between that and the mitzvah of Hashava Savidi, which represents the personal contact that we have with one another. Incredible. You know what's amazing? There's a guy called a man who loves his wife like his own body, and one who gives you covered more than yourself. Listen, you hear this? You have to love your wife like yourself. Right? But you have to honor her more than yourself. What does that mean? Why doesn't it say you have to go out? Hey, so what does this mean? First of all, why don't we say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important you so. Right? The framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. The strongest reflex we have within ourselves is self-preservation. Right? Because deep down, like the most important, we're very egocentric beings. So the Gemara says, if you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be mechaber? Yeah, because love is an emotion. So from an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife. And you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's fantastic. Mechaber covered is a physical thing. In other words, when it comes to you have to do more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And I will say, that's very, very so again, you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday, you're actually going to get a present on your birthday, you get a present whatever you take for yourself. You like certain new things, whatever you like, make sure that your wife has even more than that. Physically measurable. So Abba will emotions about both. If you care about your wife as much as you care about yourself, that's fantastic. That's behavioral. The cover you give to your wife, that's the cover you give to yourself. And you're watching yourself. Now, one of the nice stuff, you got to shut up. Again, says in the front, I want to read these children in a proper path. So let's say, it's excellent case, you might as well be stand and you what does it mean matches? What does it mean matches? So what does it mean? What's my dream? God, what does the guy do? Shows you the way. Right? Listen, the most annoying guys in one do, talk too much. You're like, just be quiet and move. Right? So effective parenting. Must respond. Be a magic. Don't tell your kids that you don't tell your kids. Show them what to do. Show them what to do. Listen, I'm talking to you. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to show, to learn, to Shemos Nefesh, giving up sleep is true. No joke about it. It's tremendous. That's not bad. None of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night. We're here at normal night sleep, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Magic. It's all about the hadracha. You can say whatever you want. You can say nice words with people. You can sing zemiras. You can do all that stuff. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? And if you want to find an example on a direct shut up, that's incredible. Marry them off early. Never say, okay, this is really early. I saw what the means a little bit before they reach adulthood, right? Which again, today's day and age is about 25, right? So nice, right? So marry them off a little bit before they reach adulthood. I love Akasav Omer. So that's such a person will say, see, it's four ingredients over here. Number one, love your wife as much as you love yourself. If you can reach out, people like this, I love my wife more than I love myself. I love my kids. As I'll say, calm down, right? If you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment. That's an accomplishment, right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, but give her more covet, which is behavioral stuff. Give her more covet than the covet you take for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be a master. Be a good guy. Show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little bit before adulthood. Now goes into the pasuk says, "V'yadata kishalom alecha u'bakaras anavecha v'lo tech." Pasuk says, "Know that in the Hashem everything is doing peace in the tent. Right? Bakaras anavecha, your home will be remembered for good, and ultimately again you will not come to sin." What's this about a wise woman was brought down? Because again, we just saw before. I think you might have shouldn't marry off your kid before adult. So what's happening? The Gemara says, no, it's not a kasha. It's not a kasha. The Gemara says, someone will be a shiny. No. Ultimately, again, this is literally talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood. So the mice, again, that's not a big deal. Speaking about not marrying off your child, that's mamish when you're still very young. Incredible. I know what's going to stop a bit for today. We're fine. Tomorrow is very short. Was a tremendous way to start the week.
If not dead. Your current heavyweight champ is having, I don't know if you saw this, is having a serious eye surgery. He's out 9 months. Aspinall's going to be out 9 months. 9 months. So, okay, John Jones wants one more. You do it at the White House. This gets out to be out. Okay. There's no longevity in it. I just don't get. I know Dana has his issue with Francis, but he's by far the biggest free agent out there, by far. And if you're not really dealing with it, have Hunter, have McMahon deal with his ass in just for the health of the division. Because you can have Francis fight John, that's fucking huge at the White House. Or even down the road, that would get John to do it, even if it was at the White House event. So you have Francis, John, okay. You have John Aspinall, okay. You have Francis Aspinall. You have mix Rico in there, mix Gable Stevenson in there. Now we're cooking. But for whatever reason, they're just being like, nah, we're good with what we got. Or it's a fucking shit show. Just speaking hypothetically, let's look at the, let's say outside of Tom Aspinall, you could probably wreck a good chunk of the heavyweight division right now, right? If you really train hard. Would you do it? You put my life on hold. And then freaking the podcast, like, blow people away. That would be the only thing that saves the whole fight of the kid. But that would be dope. Oh my god. Oh, that comeback fight. I mean, I'd need 6 months just of dedicated training. And then you'd schedule a fight. I mean, it'd be such a time commitment.
I wasn't planned. I just want to point that out.
You can't take peptides or nothing, you know?
We're actually also going to start from the top of
It's so
Iron
bad,
Head.
dude.
My son Alvin did say yesterday, did a great job.
It's so bad.
Very little notice. I'm sorry?
And they're doing nothing about it.
He did a really good job. I do feel he was showing off a little bit at the end.
There should be people that are
from, like, you know,
trying to like work their asses off to get to that, to go, oh, let's join the UFC and be awesome, but the big boys are right now, like, we're good. There's other stuff we can do.
Young kids. All right, so we're just gonna for the sake of
This is just rumors, but there's rumors of potentially McGregor fighting Russo.
75 days. I'm gonna do it up.
That's stupid as fuck. Not a chance. Not a chance in fucking high hell. The UFC is gonna waste that big opportunity. But if he's good, but his ceiling's not high. He has no grappling.
The hair long,
They're going to use the rub of avocado, which is massive. Still the biggest star we have. They use that rub for a KG or a special patty pimple. You're crazy if you think they're fluffy a phyto patty pimple. This would be way more fun than hardcores that just love that their styles are so similar. But yeah, for the casual, I don't think they would. Yeah, that fight makes sense because they have similar fighting styles. That's the only reason they came up with this. Does he look similar? Oh, this show was insane. You must have heard this by now. This is in the Czech Republic. This dude was fighting his opponent, and apparently, like, there's no shame. He was getting, the other guy was going for a takedown, and he just did his here. Like Tyson style, or worse. Watch this.
Why not be careful with your show now? Why not be a bit more vocal again? Yes, we all know this was so incredibly right. But when I was fascinated to see, sometimes in like the shoes go off the rails, and you want to be sure where it went off the rails. And then there are other times like where it's so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rails. And you're not saying anyway. So you must have always said when you're like, the game off the back goes down. And like that's not how to figure out. And we got this guy, the only possibility, the only report we can have is if you have the issues with this woman. Okay, I'm going to come in. Let me see the other stuff. You got to, no, you can't do that. Don't do that. So again, everyone says, look, you're not going to do some video, but it must be some type of allowance situation. So again, so I know that's one of the things that you have to see, give you a life for, then to go and transgress. So the doctor said, okay, that may be one of our remarks. So okay, fine, that's that way. You just have to be able to see it and quote. You can see it and quote the ultimate thing of what he's saying. He's saying, so you know what it says? You know what it says? Again, it's not coming from like that. So it's a bit different. You can't do this. This is not how we operate. So you know, it's not really what I call it. I get that. So let me talk with her. Okay, so you can't have a relationship with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her. And it's interesting. At this point, the doctor's already understood that there was a sneeze issue here. So he said, she doesn't have to speak with her even face to face.
Alright, next one is Anthony Joshua visiting the locker room after PFL thing. This is him with Islam and I don't even know if you have this conversation.
Because when you're getting context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in a recent immoral earth. Not sure any of the OCD shots. So again, the OCD, this entire thing took on.
It's a joke because I was saying, the entire seems like 2 years. He's like 2 to 3 years.
Who was the woman? Who was the woman? Khan Amar,
this one I thought was pretty dope.
she was a married woman. So let's say
You saw this, right? I just played for it. This is Terrence Crawford on the Pivot podcast.
And everything has a price. There is not a number that gets you making that ring. So you can be 100 million.
Because now you saw this.
She was single.
$100 million. What the hell, my son?
So thank you. The whole story makes a lot of sense. I don't know what she was single. I don't understand why this exactly that's unfolding over here. So you must see the Papa said ultimately again, because
this is my thing with this, like, when Judge Carver says, no, then, you know, you're selling your soul. We're not actually going to Epstein Island. We're not actually going to visit your kids
it would be embarrassing
in a dark way.
and
That's selling your soul.
potentially damaging
But I think
for her to go ahead.
I assume what Janet and Crowder are saying is, you wouldn't box, which is your job, for $100 million.
I've been drinking
Like, there's nothing they can pay you to
which way
box.
okay.
It's your job.
Right?
So it's not something you should maybe it means something different. Like your Crawford's like, yeah, they want me to do this, and you're like, hey, give up this bill. I don't know what it
So
is.
the issue over here
But selling your soul to do your job, yeah,
is that I love my son.
I'm doing my job. Yeah, that's why if they're like, yo, I don't know what the fuck they're asking. I assume it's $100 million to box, which is your job. That's not selling your soul. That's doing your
job. Let's take a little break here. Listen, GLP-1s are all the craze right now. Your favorite celebrity's getting skinny. Used to be a super thick one, now they're skinny. Like, what are they doing? They're just button up their diet. They're not. There's a way to do it. There's a smart way to do it, and an easier way to do it for everybody now. That's where Roe comes into play, man. Roe offers the first FDA-approved GLP-1 pill for weight loss at the lowest cost around. Most people think GLP-1s are super expensive. They're not. The new GLP-1 pill is the same weight loss ingredient as the shot and packs comparable results to the shot. Can help patients lose up to 14% of their body weight in a year on average. I've seen fast results in that. That's one daily pill for fewer cravings and feeling fuller with a new formula clinically proven to maximize weight loss. The days of starving yourself and self-discipline, this is your cheat code. Alright, the new FDA-approved GLP-1 pill is available for $149 for the first dose in addition to your RO membership fee and $2.99 a month for higher doses. RO offers the lowest cost GLP-1s whether you're using insurance or paying cash. We got you after your first online visit. If you're eligible for treatment, you can expect to start your medication in less than a week if paying cash, about 2 weeks if you're using insurance. Go to ro.co/shop to see if you're eligible for the new GLP-1 pill on RO. That's ro.co/shop to get started on RO. Go to ro.co/safety for box warning and full safety information about GLP-1 medications. Based on study in non-diabetics with obesity and overweight plus and weight-related conditions with diet and exercise. Go to ro.co/shop to see if you're eligible now for the new GLP-1 pill on RO. Good luck. Listen to it one more time.
If she's single, so it's much easier than you. It's much easier than you here. When you get married, so the Gemara says, no.
Everything has a price.
No, because if they're married, they're not the funds out of it. In other words, so then what's the point of all this?
Yeah, that's a question. Like, what's even stand for? Like, is there something else? Yeah. Because again, if it's $100 million to do your job, which your job's been the same thing since you're 5 or 6 years old, is being a boxer, fight other doctors in the ring. It would be selling your soul, so that maybe it's out of college, there's something else going on. Yeah, I don't know the details of how you got there. It's selling your soul, what are you talking about? Yeah, especially if they're saying, like, well, he says he's done already, and he knows my boy, you're a prize fighter. Yeah, exactly.
If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lost stolen.
Yeah, it sucks that that Channing guy got put in that situation. It's like, kind of weird, but at the same time, we all agree we would do it for $100. Especially if you're job. But if you said, I'm done, it's over, I don't want to do this anymore, but then they offer you $100 million.
What does that mean? That the full pleasure of Bia has been removed?
No.
Sometimes they say
They're doing OnlyFans or something. Listen, I love buds, so maybe it's just there needs to be context.
This morning, it's a beautiful idea, but it's safe and normal, godly.
Perhaps.
And he says this.
So Greg Hardy's a champion of some sort of promotion, heavyweight champion. He finally won a fight. Fighting heavyweight champion.
It's interesting. One of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being sanctifying themselves.
It's not a big deal, but John Woods said that
and during the
Janet has been in the gym and actually starting to train with professionals now. So is that saying whether or not she's actually returning?
I'm familiar with this concept,
Obviously,
but it's one of the most basic ideas. Because again,
when you train with
intimacy
pros,
could be beautiful.
but at her level though, she's just gonna train with the amateur, beat the shit out of them. Like she's so skilled, so
it's strange concept. It's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. They should be.
I think this is probably the last one. So this is
because it goes
literally before he's gonna fight Jesse Gaethje, he started eating. He's on the locker room. Even like can't eat my Sour Patch Kids, I'll just split this clip for you.
There was the ability to infuse a dynamic of holiness into intimacy. He says, in holiness, and it does. Kasha, listen to this. Kasha me'od l'chayin shel ha'dvarim. Hazikar me'od ba'yakat. One thing is when a person was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. Okay, pleasure, but doesn't mean holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, says the man in the Bible, is very, very difficult to come by in a world without a vision. So this is such a profound use. And now again, when we said of pleasure and holiness, that's the kind of pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard to distinguish, it's hard to feel both feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says.
All that goes away when you got that much weight. You want to replenish everything like it. These guys are really starving themselves. Services to death.
The enjoyment of intimacy was taken out of
that's
the
pretty
realm
much
of
it.
holiness
Yeah,
and was
like my
made
kids
a bit
after
more
fucking
illicit. Was
way
made a
in.
bit more
It actually
was
looks
put
good
a
though when
bit
you see
more
like
in the
the
category
candy. I mean,
of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's
I know, but if you could.
Then he goes on and he says, that again,
That's true when you stop doing it for a long time and you start to adjust to it.
talking?
And then when you
Because
do
part
taste
of
it,
his
oh,
love,
you
part of
just
his
enjoy
desire
it.
was the fact that he couldn't have it. I will say,
Once you start enjoying it, like my thing is I've got away from candy and like sugars for so long. I mean, try something like, oh my god.
Where did this come from?
You just taste all the bullshit.
Where did it come from? What's the origin of this? Is
That's it. That's it. All right, kids. Thank you for watching. As you're watching this, if you missed last week's new bonus episode, we do them on Thursdays as well now. We're twice a week, baby. Stepping our game up. There's a lot to talk about. So, hope you guys enjoyed it. We will do fan questions again this Thursday. So, I'll post it on my IG story as usual. We got so many for the last episode. I will use some of those, but we'll get some new ones as well. So, stay tuned. Send your questions. Just DM me. I see them. All right, kids. That's it. Love you guys. I'll see you out there on the streets. I'm out.
I think deep down, it actually comes like everything. I've been talking about this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the neshama says is more, and more. But what happens in life? Too often in life, let's say it's like the neshama goes ahead, dispatches a message, right? The neshama dispatches it to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. A lot in life, like, let's say, it's interesting. People get, my mother was speaking on Shabbat Shalom. She spoke so beautifully. She was speaking about that my mother actually grew up, she was born in Europe after the war, and my grandparents settled in Byron, New Jersey. My grandfather's growing up was Baruch Hashem, had a hand in really creating a Jewish community there. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like, my mother actually came to Big Sackle of Baltimore. Incredible, my family moved to Baltimore. She came to Big Sackle of Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago. For my mother, it was like a tremendous circle. That was like, she never had any shackles in both. And so she was speaking about, I'm not going to give you the whole drush, it was beautiful. Much shorter than my drushes, but beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness, again, it was so beautiful. Speaking of homesickness, relating it to my daughter, to the Kala. And, what's homesickness? I was saying, where does homesickness come from? The neshama yearns to go home. The neshama always yearns to go home. Like the Rabbi Yitzchak says in the pasuk in Tehillim, calling the neshama to halel ka. Like every neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, the call neshima neshima to halel ka. With every breath, you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. And it goes, Baruch who keeps the neshama inside of the body. So that's why every single time you breathe, you have to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because He's keeping the neshama in your body. Why? Because the neshama's homesick. So what happens? The neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately as physical homesickness. That's how we experience this. It's interesting. Even if you go on vacation, let's say what happens when you're on vacation? Right? After a few days, you want to come home. right? It's interesting, right? Especially if you look at kids, right? In other words, after it's fantastic. You could be having the most incredible vacation in the world, but there is a certain moment where you're like, okay, you're like, I'm done. Like I really want to go home, but why? Like it's beautiful, it's fantastic. Because again, it's something that comes from the neshama. The neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home. And it broadcasts the message to the body. I want to say, Father, you see this so many things in life. I would say one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. I can't understand that, right? People enjoy window shopping. I think it's the same soul. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are you drawn? Why are you drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, fakert. It actually comes from a place of holiness. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more kedusha. But all too often, what ends up happening? The body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, "Give me more." I said, "Let's do it. Let's do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more." The problem is the body often corrupts the message, and the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I want to say it's so important because a lot of times when we're pulled towards certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often condition to think, that the things we're pulled to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true, but sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from the neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting the message and taking me in all the wrong directions. Incredible. I would say, incredible. The Mishnah. All right, on to later topics like Sreifa. So let's say, again, these are the people who experience Sreifa, execution by Sreifa. Now, we spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of Sreifa as well. Remember, Sreifa is not burning someone, but rather, again, Sreifa is internal Sreifa, the molten lead. We spoke about this already before. We'll speak about it more in Gemara to come. So let's go right there. These are the people who are executed with Sreifa. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, and the Bas Kohen who committed adultery. So we saw that extensively. Now, there are other people included in this category of woman and her daughter. Now, we'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Beno, the daughter of his son. Bas Isha, the daughter of his wife. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Ubas Beno, the daughter of his son. Chamoso, mother-in-law. Ve'im Chamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law. Ve'im Chamov, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. I have to break out these categories into a little bit more depth. But also, the bottom line, all of these arayos are forbidden, and the penalty is sreifa. So let's analyze. Now it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married, right? So in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with the mother of, sorry, right? If you have relations with a woman whose daughter you married, which is essentially your mother-in-law. So it doesn't say that. Ella haba isha ubita. Right? Russia, the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Michlal v'tarbayu v'isira, which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. V'katani, and we learned that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. So let's say the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamosa and Im Chamosa, are written explicitly, but that's not true. But ultimately, they learned that from a Georgia. So, Hanikala, Labai, Damar Mashmal, Darshin, Ikabenaidu. So according to Abaye, so this makes a lot of sense because Abaye says that really the fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit certain prohibitions. Masnisi money, Rabbi Akiva, El Rava Dama Chamoso, La Achamisi, giving them Masnisi money. According to Rabbi, who says, I know it's coming to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of the wife. So let's say somebody's married to Rachel, so obviously he's really married to Rachel, he's permitted to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. When Rachel dies, is Reuben permitted to marry his former mother-in-law? So kind of think that's the concept of convention. And then Alava, Tony Haba, Isha Shina Sabita. So kind of Rabbi would say, one of the Mishnah has, the father Haba, Isha Shina Sabita, they have relations with a woman whose daughter he married, which will represent his daughter's mother-in-law. Isha Ubita, Kamosa, but in Kamosa, but in Kama. So again, he's putting in the category of having women as a daughter. Or is really the good Kamosa, mother-in-law. When Kamosa, imagines the mother-in-law, then come up, and the mother are together, and the mother are, and the mother are your father. So he knows a lot of things. I eat the Kabbalah in the Mishnah in Kama, Tani Nami Kamosa, but in Kamosa. Sabani says, really, what the Mishnah is trying to teach me over here is the case of in Kama, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since he said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry, according to Abaye, what the Jew come out, the previous over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Jewish. But since it says that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the love of, I do the Kabbalah in the Mishnah in Kama, the Kama, so Tiny Nantassi, Tiny Kama, so never say no secret, because the Mishnah wants to teach me. The mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Kamosa, mother-in-law, and, mother of mother-in-law, and mother-in-law. So now you read. So how do you know all these prohibitions from? You stand up on it. Ish Ashayita es Isha Besmina. So the Pasuk says, if a woman, the man, will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So let's remember again. So here, the Pasuk is trying to exclusive. Isha Ashayita es Isha Besmina. Zina hi, what is this? So again, here, this is an explicit Pasuk. If a man will marry a woman and her mother. So Reuben marries Rachel and Rachel's mother.
Join the Discord, join the Reddit. This week, we watched some crazy shit. We watched the Delk Boys interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, we watched that. We've also watched recently on the Patreon. What is his name? I was wondering Nate Jackson. Nate Jackson stand-up. He had a stand-up on Netflix. It's actually crazy. Yeah, well, by some, but what I guess I was trying to retrain them. We talked about live, but not much in summer. Then we also watched what is the phrase? Low-key comedy. With Matt Ryan, Paul D'Elia, some Akash singing there, some Whitney Showman's in there. Anyways, that's not why they're here. They're here to watch Tim as a shot. So why don't we go ahead and start the timer for the jingle? Yeah, I don't know how much we got to get to today, but I know that there's one thing that we have to progress. Oh shit! Yeah, I haven't seen the clip yet. Oh, there's not a clip yet. It's a long text box, but it's worth every second of it. Let's see here. Let me read this to you, okay? Okay, I'm ready. Let's see where we got here. This one, this goes by I'm so excited. Yeah, I know you should, like, you came to the thing and you're like, dude, this week, dude, let's go, shit, for real now? Dude, I haven't seen anything on the chains this week, and I came home when I saw this. Remember I said this? Yeah, so it's almost like someone had wrapped up the evidence before you get it, right? So here we go, dude. This is posted by Spirited Reception 41. Also featuring Here's Last Night's Dish that Papa didn't want to see. Anyways, that's the record. I don't know more of that title, but good funny title. Download this one. It's a nice little Sunday dish. Long story short, I'm a baseball dad. My son was on the 9th year team here at Calabasas where Brendan's son did no way will I make this post by his son before about how beautiful Jack off his dad was like his dad. Much inside
baseball.
no idea what that phrase means. It looks like, it's interesting by the way, stylistically, if you know it like this, ignore code thyself, and we read it thyself, we have no idea what it means,
First
we
things
know what it
first,
means, and then we explain it later on.
so on our
Think about
Reddit,
it
people want us to
stylistically,
use the
why
German
not just
during
explain it where it is?
So
So remember,
I have to
Chazal teach us so many profound pieces of life in Muslim,
all of the dads
even
and the
in
team
very
send
nuanced
Reddit links
ways.
to each other
So
all the
much of
time.
life is being able to
We laugh
continue forward,
hysterically at them.
even if you
We
don't
would have a
understand
designated
something.
number at each
Things happen
game.
in life.
That number would
Be
be the line of how many times
cautious.
Joe Rogan's
But the
name would
danger
get
of
dropped by Brett.
cautious is sometimes you
He
get
couldn't go
so
an entire
hung
game or an
up
event
on
that
the
he would
question
always
that
invite
you
himself
become
and his wife to.
so then
When
you
you
become
found
so
out, when
bothered
we
by
found
the
out he
things
was
you
with
can't
us, we
answer.
joked how we're going to be until a restraining order was filed.
Whereas it's no,
His obsession
you
with
know
him
what you
is
do when you
unreal.
read right side,
Andre,
but you don't understand
as
what
Brett
you
would
do,
say.
you know what you do.
He told us over and over that he and Rogan were best friends and also says nobody has been on his podcast more than him.
Fair enough.
He also told us he needed
But
to
you're
move
right,
to a
whether you
community
understand this or
where
you
he was
don't
around
understand it,
more
you're
conservative
gonna have
people
to
like
move
him,
forward one way or the other.
but
But
moving
one
to
thing
a
is
super
clear.
liberal city.
Just
Ha
because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in place. And it's like,
escape Papa again.
one of the most
He's like, I want you guys to know that's one.
life's
That's good.
nuggets of
Oh, and my
information, right?
favorite
Because we
story
all
to
come
share.
up on those situations where
This
like,
tells you all you need to know.
what is
When I
going
put
on
the
here?
order up for
What is
jerseys,
this?
he
It's
gave
my
me
passion. I
initial
like
preference
kasha.
first.
And it is so
Before
easy
ever
to
giving
lose
his
yourself
son.
kind of in that
I explained to him that we let the kids pick their numbers first.
Okay, I
Instead
hold
of
up
just
right
saying
there. You get to
that
that
he
life
agreed
right,
and
but if you
understood,
don't
the first thing
understand,
he
ask
did
the
was ask
question.
if I knew if any of the boys were
More often
66.
than not, when you move
I
forward,
told him
you'll
I
find the
wasn't
answers
sure
you're
that
looking
numbers
for.
change a lot
And
with
you
kids,
get
and
to
looked at me
find
with
the
all
answers you're
sincerity
looking
and
for. You
said,
still need to move forward. Incredible.
"That's daddy's."
So the Gemara says,
That's good.
how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above?
What's daddy's number? What is daddy? What's daddy's number? Like your number? What is my number? Whatever I see you put the name of the gentleman just gave it.
So again, just to understand over here, we'll see exactly what all of this is referring to. The Ramala and Ramata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two sukkahs, right?
Now all the team parents still say that's daddy's number to each other all the time. It was so cringy. And lastly, Dominus works for you about how busy he is with traveling on multiple occasions during practice. He would just sit in his truck on his phone. Then come game time, he'd be the first parent in the dugout. His wife in there with him taking photos. Anything for the gram, right?
The process of extrapolation.
Rounds out by being like kind of embarrassed, or like not without saying that, but he's like, anyway, that's all. Anyways, just thought I'd share some funny moments from America.
Yes, like I said, extrapolation.
Damn, dude, that's amazing. It sounds so real.
Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical.
Can I play devil's assistant here? If Sean says that's daddy's number, maybe I'm
Okay, there you go. So the answer is as follows.
But I guess I would also do the same thing. Like as a mother dad,
6 times up in the bottom.
when he wasn't around, I'd be like, that's daddy's. Even when he was around, it's He's probably, if you write something like this, they don't like it. He's probably an asshole. They're just like ripping up.
It's funny that this makes sense. Like, you can easily just disguise yourself as a cat and act like, or like a baseball dad. Like, it's some random shit, but it seems so specific.
You know it's real because there's no mention of the movie. And if he was like, any fuck never liked this movie or whatever, then it's like probably
Damn, I wish the baseball dad would have watched our shows with aware of our fascination with the Kobe and approximate.
It's possible that he's real and did watch her shows. I mean, I would have loved a shout out. And, we still going to check that website before I make it on the website. And I forget what the website's called. Where the chocolate fish is. We paint narratives basis, Stone Cold. Checking it with Chad.
What up, Stone Cold Steve?
Yeah, I mean, this show is all about painting narratives.
So it's really marked to Ruffle. So
That's what we
maybe
do
it's like
here,
this.
kind of.
That we already learned that Ruffle's daughter's daughter
Galactus, my North Star. What's up,
right?
Ruffle?
Right, Ruffle's daughter is a female. So too maybe again, what does it mean to make men like women? That
Yeah.
Ruffle's
Anyways, so you said that's
daughter
daddy's number.
is also a
Billy,
female.
to answer your
Okay,
question,
just
this
like
is
Ruffle's
T-Bucks.
daughter, right? Ruffle's granddaughter from her daughter from her relate. So too Ruffle's granddaughter from her son is also related to relate.
Oh, okay.
I may have answered it a bit seriously.
So you might have been able to give him a fast look about the dog.
Yeah, guys, I don't know if you know about this because we only talk about the record between these live streams, but I will. I'm thinking they can weird noises will come out if there's not like.
The mother
Alright, so that
the mother
post
of
there brings us into the next post.
the the mother of Ruvain's father-in-law, like the mother of Ruvain's mother-in-law. Yes, 1 second. Hashta in Kamoso lo Kamalon, in Kamon Mechadrama. We haven't established, and I said, you have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother. Right? You have not firmly established that. So now that you said it, but we didn't establish it, so how can you go ahead and start adding on additional suing, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly established the mother of my mother-in-law? So I'm Rabbi, and this is not an hospital, this is to say, you know, so so what it means is like this. How do we know that the same way that her relatives are prohibited to him, so too again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well? And then it says over here, Zimo, Benama Lalo, Zimo. Okay. The heart, the shard, the game of Siva Zimo. What's one says, all relatives, there is no watching of Zimo that is mentioned. Amirava, I'm going to be Sakara, Asya, Asya, Zimo, Zimo. Okay, so it's almost like a double deal struggle. Hena, and Zimo. You know, I said, you're not the kid another. So beforehand, you said, how do you want to live? Not the position below, like that, which you mentioned above. So once again, you're not the kid another. What does that mean? What does that mean? So maybe it's like this. Maybe it was this. So they're trying to figure out the lesson of Lamata to Lamala. They're trying to equate a line of Lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it was like this.
That clip, kind of made me think, not to compare us to the greats, but in some ways, you know, when you're telling a story and I say something like, what are we doing here? You can
have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis her. Okay, so that's the case, but have the identity cast.
Yeah, I do have
it's all in the same source. Hello, and Chamoso Kichamoso. Rather, it's going to say like this. The same way that we can't marry his mother-in-law, right? So again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. So that's the case. Hi, Lamata Kilamalo, Lamata Kilamata. Then we'll say Russian as well. Because what's a Russian of Lamata Kilamalo sounds like, if you understand what that's like, let's assume the midpoint, who's the midpoint of all of these alliance relationships? So it seems like, you know, the wife, the Rachel, right? So Lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids' grandkids, and Lamalo
I think I've seen it, but I don't think I gotta remember exactly what happened.
Father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming from right now, mother of the mother of the father-in-law, yeah, both sides. That's not Lamata to Lamala, but rather what? That's Lamala to Lamata. Because then we're going from the top down. So you must say, you guys, Lamala to Lamata. You guys change the election, and rather it should read Lamala to Lamata. So most of the name of the like how do you know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law? Well, mother-in-law is explicit, right? But really, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of what was going to you. But essentially,
we did watch the Girl Bobby also on the Patreon. When I see him like that, when he got the haircut done or the dye done, he's probably like,
relationship, mother to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. That's it. Same that he's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore the Gemara says that we need to say, how do you know to make Lamala? Lamala means again the generations above his wife, i.e. his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata to his wife's daughter. That's it. That's the case. Nama Kanzima Benema Lalazima.
Wait, can somebody in the chat tell us how did Papa get the delete the box? Oh, he deleted how do we know he deleted it? Or, I guess the baseball dad. Okay, so it is real, and Papa found out. I guess Papa just wants to see this with the. I don't know what that little mystery Papa didn't want to see. I mean, it could just be like Papa doesn't want us to see this. Yeah, right. The baseball dad did delete, and that's why it's a screenshot.
If you make although all this, I don't know how long it is in there to Rafa, right?
Can you
So how do I get a website to take
baseball
three
dad delete?
generations of
Crack City,
Rafa
thank you for the insight.
and equate them with the three
Baseball dad is
generations
such a great name
below
too.
Rafa?
It's like the hero
And
we
just like you
needed
said, the three
this whole
generations
time. You
below
needed
Rafa
baseball
are
dad
all going to be
because we
related
had
to
other
her
people
husband.
like that for a
Same
while.
thing
There
with
was
the three
Sorghum
generations above
first,
Rafa.
right?
We're also just related to her
Rogan and
husband.
Shorty Pie, and now we have for a brief moment baseball dad. Right? Oh, dude, yes, the full Steve's right.
It
It's
says,
because the
it
guy
says
that
the
takes that
Malot,
jersey
right, which
from
are
the
the
shop.
generations above Rachel. It says Lashon
Oh,
Zima,
yeah,
and
that's
it
real
says
for
also
sure.
to
Yeah.
the generations below Rachel Zima as well. So you must know about the social
No, I
dollars,
just
after Malosh, social dollars.
I mean,
So
that
you
guy
just like the
posts
low Rachel
this.
with
It's
three
strange. Like, you
generations.
post
So
that,
you
you gotta
find
think he's
Zima
gonna
metric
die. Yeah. Probably thinking,
with the
okay.
three generations above
But
Rachel as well.
then you
The
realize
math, the Onesh,
this
I'm
is
sorry, after
that
Malosh,
is
social dollars.
the
The
Reddit
math, the
page.
Onesh, also
Going
the
back
math
there,
that's in
some
the
love
Malot.
back.
But just like when it comes to punishment,
Not
i.e.
us.
Strafa, you
Yeah,
need to get a
because they
message
love
with
the shit.
Mata, kill a Mama. You
I
need
went
the
to
three
okay, so I went
generations
to
below Rachel,
BrittlechildOfficial.com.
just like the three generations above Rachel, i.e. Strafa.
If there's any
After
updates,
Ashara, Nami,
here is
Asalama, kill a Mata.
the first
So
update
when
of
it comes to the last, the Lord will also apply ultimately again the Mala, kill a Mata. So what's that? So interestingly enough,
check out the Reddit.
interestingly enough, we seem to have this fascinating relationship between the three Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Midbar Isa with two explicit relationships. Can marry Rachel and her daughter, right? That's number one. And number two, ultimately again, can't marry a woman, can't marry Rachel and her mother, and Rachel can marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we do, we see us about the Mala Kilamata, is we're building up the framework. Ultimately again, the three generations above, three generations below. Beautiful. Beautiful. So the Moshe Rashi said, no. The Romans give it Tani. No, let's go back to what we said originally. Umar Lamata, Lamata means,
I want to be in the Hall of Reading. Should I have to pay? I'll do it. I'll pay for it. You gotta show them. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. You put us on, but I also put us first my way on by donating. Really classy. You gotta be specific. So I don't want Cody reading that kind of garbage. I'm gonna buy you the cross cover. Really, you can find out that I have violence in my DNA. If you ever ask something like that again, knock on your door. Alright, so here it goes. Posted by I'm downloading this. Always been a numbers guy. Are you sure? Yes. Oh, y'all tell me. Oh, yeah. Oh, then that makes that so there's no chance that's and they're doing it, Joe. No. It's for real, the number that's on the tracks where we were. Oh, man, so why was that bad? That makes the story so big. But here's the thing. I remember a couple weeks back, at Please Tell Me About My comments, they had a picture of Papa with his jersey on, secret Papa. They had a picture of Papa with his jersey on in Yasiel. And some Joanna thing about like, oh, she digs this person. Dude, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Shot wears 66 too.
Ultimately, again, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Shaq would be dumb enough to do something like that, like not switch the number. No, it's mine, dude. I don't care.
Why not? So the man
Because at some point that's gotta come up. It's like, yeah, my ex wears 66. Like, oh, we're 66.
the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the Gemara says, "Not he, just like by Rachel." Ultimately, again, her mother is going to be Asur to Ruvain. Akunami ein imo Asura. So to again, for Ruvain, his grandmother, right, the mother of his mother, is also going to be Asur. Umina.
So here we go.
And we learn from this. So again, we learn from the place of origin. Not keep it straight up. Just like again, it proving with calculations. With Rachel's mother's mother, right? Rachel's maternal grandmother. We also like straight up. Akunami is straight up. So if Reuben has relations with his grandmother, it'll also be also Shreifa. But according to the opinion that says that Shreifa is more hammer than Skiva, you can ask Kapir Chos, Malihi, Shikin, Ima, Shreifa, Shreifa. So I say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, for instance, remember it's partial by Sreifa, Tamar Bahu, Shima Beskila. If Reuben has relations with his mother, partial by Skila. But Imo Beskila, Amo Besreifa, doesn't make sense that if Reuben has relations with his own mother, it's with Skila, but with ultimately again the mother of his mother, it's with Sreifa. So it's Va'od, furthermore, Mahi lo Chalakta, Mahi lo Chalakta, Ba. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. So to Reuben, there should not be a distinction between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. And according to the opinion that says, ultimately again, that Skila is more Chamer, you don't have to deal with the same question. Fine, so that's part one. Part two, and according to the opinion that says when it comes to the Gzeir Shava, we're much more focused. We model the entire Gzeir Shava on the result of the Gzeir Shava. So the Gemara says, Mahi Eini Ma'asura, just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asur, Afu Nami Eini Mo'asura. So to again, Reuben, his mother's mother is also going to be Asur, V'uki Basra, and let's derive the halachas from that result. Hasan who did Sreifa. So everyone said, yeah, the halachas by Sreifa. About Skila, but ultimately in here should be a Skila to the Ashkin Bimo. As we find the punishment by his mother to Skila. So the man does, the man does say for Kamura, Eagle Mipra. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more Kamura, another Sreifa, one thing I was at top of my about 76 said, Malihi Shakim Sreifa. What about Rafa? Rafa relations with Rafa's mother's name is Sreifa. Tamar Bahu, she is Skila. By him, the relation is much as Skila.
He's just doing the show, and he's like,
furthermore, they're saying, why should his halachas be different than hers? His halachas are hers. Just like by Rachel, say, there is no distinction vis-a-vis Reuben, whether he has relations with Rachel's brother or Rachel's mother. Either way, again, it's going to be straight up. So to by Reuben, there should be no difference between relations with his brother or relations with the mother of his mother.
It could be anything. So many bad, like it could be other bad things that his action. This is like one of the many things. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that too.
Don't have this same kasha about the issue of aim.
It was like otherwise, I don't want to talk about it.
I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to
Dude, what if you just like you could watch like endless clips of really bad things happening to the year and finding out bad news? Like that was a whole TV show. Oh shit, dude. Fuck. I'm so sorry.
To really simplify this, actually, remember, this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working towards what's like, there is a profound insight. Oh, let me try to get out of the entire time so they want to. So as I say, what we know, right? Midaraisa, two relationships we know that are explicit. What are the two relationships? A woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That's when are explicit. What our mission is doing is, it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately, again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and therefore punishable both by Sreifa. The paradigm that we're using is Lemala Kilamata, Lemata Kilamala, using the wife as the Arayos midpoint over here. What we're understanding is those who are above her, and we're going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially are all going to have the same framework.
To me, what he's doing is
now, again, all we're doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how to get to the conclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately again how to get to this conclusion. Right? So what I really end up with is a tremendous I don't
never seen it before. Have you seen
and
that?
it doesn't
The
feel
White
like you
Pocket
reach any significant
He's
conclusion.
doing the bit
So
that
let's
you
say
do when you're like on the phone in a meeting, right? And then you put it down for a second and you act like you're part of it the whole time. So you're like, like you make a feint. You're like, I wasn't just answering another email. I was fully present. That's why I'm making a face. So I was honestly writing a note about how much I'm enjoying this meeting, or whatever the fuck. I didn't want to break in between you guys talking about writing notes. I want to say that. Really, it's crazy that they all do this. They're just on the phone, texting, and like they don't care about any of their podcasts at all.
What are you thinking in your head?
They just want to make sure they got daddy's numbers.
This is not going anywhere, right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Listen, it's important to understand the tremendous result in relationships is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere. Because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on their stomach, even if in your mind you're like, everyone's just getting more confused, about you have less clarity than when you started, is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. I think so often when it comes out to skip all of this stuff, the reason why we focus so much on Gemara, because anything and everything needs to be successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And we see Sarah sometimes having conversations like, wow, what are you talking about? Didn't you just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different? Or something's giving someone who you care about just the safe space to be able to express themselves, to talk, to feel. Even if you're left wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here, it's a profound stepping stone in building a meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you're first ready to go through the process of talking and re-talking and rediscussing. So because I'm not just giving us information about how we get to the conclusion of Sreifa, but rather than Hagala also telling us how to address, how to grow, and how to bolster relations. So let's say, we have something for today. Let's say maybe if we could get a couple of comments, just talk about that. Can we just resize this here? This is straight, so what's off?
I want to hear you talk something. Daddy's numbers.
So what's off?
That's different. Let's see what we got next here. 15 days ago. Oh, we already saw that one. 5 days ago. Peter Gooch Sr. Don't make sense. Comedian, drug addict, baseball player. Next shady.
All right, good morning.
Which one of those is your favorite?
Great Sports Bar Hashem to be able to begin a new week of learning together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor of Tafshin Pei Hey, Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shimon Trushes this year, wishing a Mazel Tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alina Latova. Terry and Steve Sin, loving Maria Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen. The Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Our Day of Learning sponsors, Maya Hoffman, in the schools of Avram Ben Yardino, Shulamit Bas Grainer Rino, Baruch Rafael Melech Ben Shulamis. May we all have health and hatzlacha. Beautiful. Our Dr. sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, in memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, Zechariah Ben Yisrael C. and Ellie Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girls, to Zazie and Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov to Zazie's grandparents, Chaim and Karen Rothschild, and sister and brother-in-law Moshe and Yardena Garden and family. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Resulted to continued B'Sorah Tovos for Klal Yisrael. With that, let us begin. Today's topic is Ayin Hey. I apologize to you guys. We have to end the shira a few minutes early. But thank you. That wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. But thank you. So let's we're going to pack in a lot. We're actually also going to start from the top of Ayin Hey. My son Avram being serious did a great job on some very, very little notice. I'm sorry? He did a really good job. I do feel he was showing off a little bit at the end. With the pace, he had to get from Ayin Gimel days to the middle of Ayin Hey on Aleph. So he was showing up the old man a little bit. But whatever, It's fine. It's okay. It's young kids. All right, so we're just gonna just for the sake of the cover that wasn't there, and for the sake of having a complete recording as well, we're just gonna start from the top of the $900. 75 days. I'm gonna read them around.
Boxer alert's good too. That's what you say when shops.
I'm gonna read them around. There was once a story of a man who set his eyes upon a woman. The hella libavitina. And what happened? His heart was filled with incredible desire. Now Rashi points out over here, hella libavitina nimo kamiro avos yekante nimo behela. Ultimately, again, he became lovesick. It's probably better saying lovesick. But ultimately, again, he becomes infatuated with his woman. By the way, tremendous supposed to ask you this in the beginning. Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? One of the reasons that we have to be so careful, Shmiras Ha'inayim, what we look at, is because the Gemara says, Einayim rolls, the eyes see, v'halev chomet. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see over here from the beginning where the mistake was. Shenasan einav bi'i sha'achas. Why look that way? Why not be careful with Shmiras Ha'inayim? Why not be a bit more attention? Well, again, listen, we all know this Nisan. We know this Nisan incredibly well. Nevertheless, it's fascinating to see. Sometimes in life, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure, like, where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rails. So here, Nasan Einav. So Marcel Shalom wrote him. They asked the doctors, Va'amru, Ein lo takana actually wild. And the doctor said, look, this guy is mamish definitely ill. The only possibility, the only referral he could have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, I'm not coming. You almost stopped the ball. No, can't do that. Can't do that. So again, says, so the Pashtus was making the assumption over here that it must be some type of arayos situation. So again, so arayos is one of the things that you have to sooner give your life for than to go out and transgress. So the doctor said, okay. Time over for a baruma. So okay, fine. He doesn't have to have relations with her. He just has to be able to see her until. He's fine. So the Gemara says. The Gemara says, a young man is time over for a baruma. So can't do that. You can't do that. This is not how we operate. So the Gemara says, this operating way I call it together. Let him talk with her. Okay, so you can't have relations with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her, and it's interesting. At this point, the doctors already understood that there was a sneeze issue here. So he said, she doesn't have to speak with her even face to face. Let us speak because there could be a wall between them. So the Gemara says, Chazal, there's a rabbi said, Yamos Rotisato Imo Me'achori Haggadah. Ultimately, let him die, but let them not go ahead and have this conversation. Now, listen, what's about the conversation? Remember again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was an illicit, immoral urge. Nasan Einav Ba'osi Isha. So again, you understand this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. So the Gemara says, by the way, who was the woman? Who was the woman? Chad Amar Ishes Ish Haisa. So why is it she was married? That makes a lot of sense. If you turn on a married woman, so you can understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However, the Chadam Aknuya Haisa, so the Gemara says, no, she was single. She was single. So according to the opinion that says that she was a married woman, Shakir, the whole story makes a lot of sense. If she was single, I don't understand why this severity. What is it exactly that's unfolding over here? So the Gemara says, Papa Amar Mishum Gam Mishpacha. The Papa said ultimately again, because of Pegam Mishpacha. Now, who's Pegam Mishpacha? Rashi says, V'yem Shu Pegam Mishpacha, Ha'isha Shahayutoshim B'davar. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing to her family and reputationally potentially damaging for her to go ahead and take a shit over. So the journal lesson says this is just a try to figure out which way we're going. Okay, got it. right? It's shifted this way, right? Yeah, this is very right. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, the Gemara says as follows. So the issue over here is that halacha l'maisa there is if this girl would get engaged, even if she was single, if she would be engaged in this type of behavior, it could have significant reputational damage upon her and upon her mishpacha. So this is us setting an example. Let's setting an example. Let's say, one of the things we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. It seems to be the potential of maybe swinging back the other way. But like where there's no code of morality. And whatever you feel or however you identify, whatever you say, that becomes the truth. Then when there's fluid morality, there's no morality. That's the truth. And so Chazal and the rabbis in this piece understood over here that if halacha l'maisa, you just allow these kind of things to go on, even though again, when one makes the coach's argument, let the guy speak to the woman from behind the wall. What is the big deal over here? He's not going to see her. He's not going to that. But it's about what it represents. And what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman. And suddenly, again, us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. And what do we do with illicit, immoral desires? What do we do with it? We shut it down. We don't cater to it. We don't pander to it. And we don't pretend that it's okay. Society, in order to preserve a system of morality, must have a clear delineation between what is wrong and what is right. And if that means that the guy's going to die, let's say, you know what the reality is? The needs of the many always outweigh the needs of the few. That is the cloud God. Just because somebody thinks something or wants something doesn't mean that everyone else has to cater to it. There's a system, there's a society, there's a code of conduct, and that has to preserve even if it means the guy's going to die, the guy's going to die. That's good. So the Gemara says, I suppose if she's single, it's much easier remedy. It's much easier remedy over here. Let him get married. So the Gemara says, no. Minsav lominas v'daita. No, because if they get married, then all the fun dies. In other words, right? So in other words, if they get married, so then what's the point of all this? After all, you must have Yitzchak, Yom Shechar Beis HaMikdash, Mitlot Hamdiyah, and Mitlot La'over Adeh. Yitzchak said, this is a fascinating statement. When David Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, literally, Nitnot Hamdiyah, which means the full pleasure of Biyah the full pleasure of relations was removed and was only given over to sinful behavior. Now we're going to come back to what that means in just a moment. Shnei Amar, Mayim Genubim Yutako, the Lechem Stardi Night. Again, stolen water is sweeter and hidden bread is more pleasant. So the idea over here is part of what drove this lost is that he couldn't have her. That's part of what drove this. It wasn't. If you marry her, it's permitted. If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lost stolen waters or sweeter. So I say, it's actually, even though Yitzchak saying this as one idea, is really two different concepts in here. The first concept is this idea of nitla kambiya, the nitla over there. What does that mean? That the full pleasure of bia has been removed, the time Beis HaMikdash has been destroyed, and it's been given over to only over Avera. Just as Sasaki this morning. It's a beautiful idea, but the Sefer Noam Megadim. And he says this, listen to this idea. He says, Kasher Beis HaMikdash hayakanu. And the Beis HaMikdash stood. Bashkina hayashora b'Yisrael. Hayashora b'Yisrael. Bashkina was in the time of Yisrael. Efshari haya ad lekadesh atzman kiloi beis hazivot. It's interesting. One of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being mekadesh themselves, sanctifying themselves before and during the act of relations. So I think for many of us, a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy could be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's a strange concept. It's the same
let's go
concept.
with.
We understand in the contextually it's holy because it builds marriage, it hopefully creates future doros. But Ramadan says, when the Beis Hamikdash stood, there was really
You mind telling us?
a dynamic of holiness, even into intimacy. He says, in Chorban Beis Hamikdash, Kasha ma'od l'chayim shnei hadvarim, and his Chaim La'el, Gam Yachad. Once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. There could be pleasure, but there could be holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, says the man Megadim, is very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Beis Hamikdash. So let's say such a profound use. So now again, there was so much pleasure and holiness. It's got talking about pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness goes very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard to distinguish, or it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. That's the Yom Shachar Beis Hamikdash. When the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, Nitla Kam Yon, Nitla LaOvri Avera. What does that mean? That somehow the enjoyment of intimacy was taken over the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit. Was made a bit more carnal. Was put a bit more in the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says, that again, why couldn't this guy marry this girl? Because why didn't he really because part of his lust and part of his desire is the fact that he couldn't have it. I will say, we know this is right. We know this is right. We know this is right. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweeter. Stolen waters are sweeter. Where does this come from? So say, where does it come from? Where does it come from? What's the origin of this?
You gotta be like, have an ounce in your DNA.
Adoration had anything and everything at his fingertips. There was one thing he wasn't allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. He ate Das Tobara. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he took. What's the pshat? Let's say, it's wrong. What's the plan? There's so many more things that we're allowed to do that are great, that are fun, that are pleasurable. Why are we drawn to it? So let's say deep down, it actually comes like everything. Like, we're not losing about this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. What happens in life? Too often in life, it's like the Neshama goes ahead, dispatches a message. Right? The Neshama dispatches this to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. Let's see, it's interesting that people get. My mother was speaking. She was speaking about that. My mother actually grew up. She was born in Europe after the war, and my grandparents settled in Vining, New Jersey, and my grandfather was also Baruch Hashem, and really creating the Jewish community there. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like my mother actually came to the Sackle of Baltimore. Apparently, my family English Baltimore. Came to the Sackle of Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago. For my mother, it was like a tremendous circle. I ain't checking in Baltimore. And so she was speaking about, I'm not going to give you a she was beautiful, much shorter than my brother. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness, really beautiful. Homesickness is relating to my daughter, to the Kala. And what's homesickness? So it's like, where does homesickness come from? The Neshama yearns to go home. The Neshama always yearns to go home. The Lord uses what he says in the Plastic Pillars. called the neshama kahalota. Every neshama is the place God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, they call neshima uneshima kahalota. Every breath you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. And it goes, wow, the neshama is inside of the body. So the Rabbi says that's why every single time you do, you have to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because He's keeping your neshama in your body. Why? Because the neshama is homesick. So what happens? The neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's why we experience this. You know, it's interesting. Even if you go on vacation, listen, what happens when you're on vacation? What happens when you're on vacation? Right? After a few days, you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially if you're on vacation. Right? In other words, after it's fascinating. You could be having the most incredible vacation in the world. But there is a certain moment where you're like, okay, I'm done. Like, I really want to go home. And why? Like, it's beautiful, it's fantastic. Because, again, what's it something that comes from the neshama. The neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home. And it broadcasts the message to the body. When I say body, you see this so many things in life. One of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. I can't understand. Like, people enjoy window shopping. I think it's the same soul. The neshama wants to acquire more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, but yes, that's from a place of holiness. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more kedusha. It's all too often what ends up happening. The body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, give me more. Let's do it. Let's do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is, the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind of when we talk to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I will say it's so important because a lot of times when we're pulled towards certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often condition to think, that the things we're pulled to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true. But sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from the neshama, but it's the body that is corrupt. Incredible. I want to say Hadron Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. Here I am. All right, on to the top. So again, these are the people who experience straight execution by Shekhinah. We spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of Shekhinah. Remember, Streifa is not burning someone, but rather, again, Streifa is internal. Internal Streifa, the most we spoke about this before. We'll speak about it more in the minutes to come. So let's go back to it. These are people who are executed with Streifa. A man who has relations with a woman and the daughter, the bas kohen is himself, and the bas kohen who's the adult. We saw that extensively. There was there are other people included in this category of women and the daughter. They will have to find a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Bino, the daughter of his son. Bas Yisho, the daughter of his wife. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Bino, the daughter of his son. Chamoso, mother-in-law, Ve'im Chamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law, Ve'im Chamot, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. If you a little bit more careful, so the bottom line, all of these alliances are forbidden and the penalty is strange. So let's analyze. How about Isha Shenosa Pitavokata? Now it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Right, so in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with the mother of, sorry, right, if you have relations with a woman who is essentially the mother. So it doesn't say that. Ella, haba al isha ubita. That Russian, the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Nichlal, yitarvayu l'isima. Which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. Umanim, so who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. V'katonim, and we learned, that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. Nichlal, yitarvayu ksivi dehedja. So we'll say the inference is that these two women, in other words, chamoso and chamoso, are really explicitly, but that's not true. V'hana midrasha asya. Don't hear people in that midrasha. So honey chalad Allah abayit or meshmos darshin ikabenagu. According to Abaye, so this makes a lot of sense. Abaye says that the fundamental focus over here is the between two strange prohibitions. Masnisima, and that Yekiva he al-Rava dama chamoso la'achamisi masnisima. According to Rabbi, who says that no, it's coming to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of her wife. So if he's married to Rachel, Shabbos when he's married to Rachel, he's prohibited to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. So Rachel dies, is Reuven permitted to marry his former mother? So apparently that's a point of contention. Tani Haba Isha Shenasa. So when Rabbi would say, one has to read the Mishnah as Haba Isha Shenasa, one who has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Which is the reference ultimately against mother-in-law. Okay. Yesh Bechlan Isha Ubita Chamosa Ve'im Chamosa Ve'im Chamos. So again, included in the category of a woman and her daughter are included again Chamosa, mother-in-law, Ve'im Chamosa, the mother of the mother-in-law, Ve'im Chamot, and the mother of your and the mother of your father. So the Gemara says, La Abaye, I eat the Kabbalah in this Ve'im Chamot, Hani Nami Chamosa Ve'im Chamosa. So Abaye says, really, what the Mishnah is trying to teach me here is the case of Ve'im Chamot, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since you said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry, I read it wrong. According to Abaye, once teaching in Chamot, the Kiddush over here is the mother of my father. That's the Kiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rabbi, I do the Kabbalah with mystery of Chamot, saying Chamot, so Tani Nambasu, Tani Chamot. So Rabbi said, no, since the Ikra Commission wants to teach me, mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Chamot, mother-in-law, and mother of mother-in-law and mother-in-law. So how we do know all these prohibitions?
I have not worked on a Rabbi
Ish Asher Yikach as Isha Besina. So the pasuk says, if a man will go ahead and Yikach marry a woman and her mother. So it says, remember again. So here the pasuk is quite explicit. Ish Asher Yikach as Isha Besina. Zima hi ba'Isha Srosi. So again, here, this is an explicit pasuk. A man will marry a woman and her mother. So Reuben marries Rachel and Rachel's mother. You see the Gemara says, Simahi, it's Nus, Ba'eshis Rosu. Ultimately again, Sreifa. So this is one of the explicit Shizim about Sreifa. The Gemara says, Isha Sheikach es Isha Besima, Aini El Isha V'ima. I do know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha, Ubas Bita. I don't know about the following relationships. What about Bas Isha? Reuben marries, so again, the pasuk teaches me that well. If Reuben marries Rachel, who can't he marry? He can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry Rachel's mother. Okay. How do I know that he also can't marry? Right? How do I know that he also can't? Eli in the Isha Bima. Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter. Bas Bita, the daughter of Rachel's daughter. Bas Bina, the daughter of Rachel's son, Minai. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel that the prohibition occurs? So the Gemara is very simple. Ne'emar kan Zima, it says over here by mother-in-law Zima. Ne'emar lahalon Zima. And it says again, also later on, this is the case of Bas Ishta, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Erbas Isha Ubita Lo Segala. That's the explicit pasuk as well. You cannot go ahead and marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishta, the daughter of one's wife. Ma'alahalon Bita Ubas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita, the daughter of her son, Afkan. So it's over here, Bita, it applies to the daughter. Bas Bita, the daughter of a daughter, and Bas Bina. Incredible. Minayin Lasos, Safar, and Kinikabos. How do we know they treat men like women? Now, at first glance, we don't know what that phrase means. We're going to explain it to this a little bit. How do you know that you have to treat men like women? Namar Kan Zima, Venera La Zima. It says over here, Zima, and by Hamoso, and by Bas Kishto, it says Zima. Mala Lons from Kinikabos, Avsans from Kinikabos. Just like over here, we treat this from like Kinikabos, so over here, we treat this from like Kinikabos. Okay, also, like I said, we don't know what that means yet. We don't know what that means yet, but we'll get to it in a bit. Minayin Lasos, the Mata Kilamala. How do I know that we should make that which is mentioned below like that which is mentioned above? Once again, no idea what that phrase means. Just like, it's interesting, by the way, stylistically, if you write about this, and you know what the Raisa, and we read the Raisa, we have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. You know, you think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? So remember, Chazal teaches so many profound pieces of life Musar, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand. Things happen in life, we have good conscience. But the danger of good conscience is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become immoral. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. Okay, I can't move forward. Okay, we have to wait. Versus, no. Do you know what you do when you read your Raisas that you don't understand? Know what you do? Keep going. I don't understand it. You'll understand it. Or not. But anyway, whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other. But one thing is clear. Just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in place. And we'll say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because we all come up on those situations where we're like, what is going on here? What is this? It's my kasha, my life kasha. And it was so easy to lose yourself kind of in that abyss of life questions. The avodah of life is when you get to that life crisis that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? Nemar Tanzima, Nemar Lahalon Zima. Ma Lahalon Kilamata Kilamala, Afkan Lamata Kilamala, Umakan. Umakan Lamala Kilamata, Aflahalon Kilamala, Lamala Kilamata. So again, just saying the stands over here, we'll see exactly what all of this is referring to, the Lamala and Lamata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two sukyas, right? What we're trying to do here is Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships that ultimately, again, are going to be punishable. Number one is Isha Shayikat es Isha Bas Ima, marrying a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Erevas Isha Ubita, a woman and her daughter. Those are the ones we have explicit. Everything else, we're extrapolating from them. The Gemara is now going through the process of extrapolation. Yes, I think extrapolation is a word. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry? Like I said, extrapolation. Right. So the Gemara says as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. Anyone can extrapolate. Extrapolation, that's, okay, and anything. So the Gemara says as follows. I was like, 6 times up from the bottom. How do we know?
My number one complaint is the food scene. You can't touch LA here.
How do I know to equate that which is mentioned below, that which is mentioned above? That's going to be our Xer Shalom, Sima. Malahalon, Lamata Kilamala, Avkan Lamata Kilamala, Umakan Lamala Kilamata, Avkalon Lamala Kilamata. Again, we'll see exactly what this means. All right, Mark. Okay, so now let's unravel this price. So the first thing Bryce said was, we have to make Sechorim like Mekabos. To make men like women. So the Gemara says, what is that? So the Gemara says, what the world does that mean? It means Sechorim like Mekabos. Ilema, Bas Bina, Kibas Bita. So maybe you'll say like this. Maybe like this. That the son, right? So remember, let's just go with Reuben and Rachel. Right? So Reuben's married to Rachel. So maybe it's just like this, that we already learned that Rachel's daughter's daughter is prohibited to Reuben, right? Right, Rachel's daughter's daughter is prohibited to Reuben. So too, maybe again, what does it mean to make men like women? That Rachel's son's daughter is also prohibited to Reuben. Okay, so just like Rachel's daughter's daughter, right? Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter is prohibited to Reuben. So too, Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also prohibited to Reuben. The Gemara says, so you remind me of right? Ultimately, again, all goes laid down together, and the Ein Chamav Ke'ein Chamosa. Rather, is going to include instead the mother Ein Chamav, the mother of Reuben's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuben's mother-in-law. So, verse 1 second. Hashta Ein Chamoso Lo Chamalan, Ein Chamav Mehadra. We haven't established, we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother, right? We have not firmly established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can you go ahead and now start adding on additional isurim, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly establish the mother of my mother-in-law? On the base, so I'm not high about it like this. No, all people do is to say, no, what it means is like this. How do we know that the same way that our relatives are prohibited, so too again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well. It says over here Zima, okay. I the heart is charged with gay what Zima Zima. When it comes to his own relatives, there is no rushing of Zima that is mentioned. Amarava, Asya, Hena, Asya, same Zima. This was a reference of the Talmud Shabbat. Hena, and Zima. Minayalas was the Mata Kilamala, which was beforehand we said, how do you know to make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above? So once again, my Lamata Kilamala. What does that mean? What does that mean? Ilema, Baspinal, so maybe it's like this. Maybe it was this. So I'm trying to figure out the lesson of Lamata Kilamala. I'm trying to equate arisals that are Lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it means like this. Maybe he's coming to teach me that, right, Reuben's married to Rachel, that Rachel's son's daughter and Rachel's daughter's daughter have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis Reuben. Okay, so the Gemara says if that's the case, the Haggadah Castle is all left in the same source. Elo, in Hamot, in Hamosa, rather, it's coming to say like this: the same way that Reuben can't marry his mother-in-law, right? So too again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. If that's the case, I lamata kilamala, lamala kilamata. Then we'll say the Lashon is wrong. Because we'll say the Lashon of lamata kilamala sounds like, if you understand the Rabbi, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these arayos relationships? Like who's like male? The wife, Rachel, right? So lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, and Lamala would be her mother, and so right, mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming to her now, mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law, that's not Lamata Kilamala, but rather what? That's Lamala Kilamata. Because remember, we're going from the top down. So the Gemara says, you're right, tiny Lamala Kilamata. Yeah, you're right, change the letters, and rather it should read Lamala Kilamata. So what's this early Gemara? How do we know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law? Mother-in-law is explicit, right? But really, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to Reuben. That essentially, Reuben's relationship to Rachel's, Reuben's relationship. This whole thing is just one big mess. I'm saying that Reuben's relationship, Reuben's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. That's it. Same way that it's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore the Gemara says that's what it means to say, how do we know to make the mala? The mala means, again, the generations above his wife, i.e. his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like the mata to his wife's daughter. That's it. Yoki, that's the case. Ne'emar times Zima, Ne'emar lo Zima. Says over here, Zima says over there, Zima. Ma hashta, we'll say first part like, Uma hashta in he don't see a Zima. You don't see her. It doesn't say Zima there. I should be referring to her. And Rabbi Yalkin, what it means to say. Minayim lasos, here it is. Minayim lasos, shlosha doros lemalo, to shlosha doros lemata. How do I know to go ahead and make the 3 generations above like the 3 generations below? So we'll say, so remember again, if you look at Rachel, if you make Rachel, although all this, I don't know how long we've been married to Rachel, right? I've always married to Rachel, so how do I know again about say to take the 3 generations above Rachel and equate them with the 3 generations below Rachel? It's just like you say, 3 generations below Rachel are all going to be prohibited to move a so to again the 3 generations above Rachel will also be prohibited to move a which the Gemara says, Ne'emar lemata zima, and Ne'emar lemala zima. It says lemala, which are the generations above Rachel. It says lashon of zima, and it says Rachel zima as well. So the Gemara says lemata shlosh doros, half lemala shlosh doros. So just like below Rachel, there's 3 generations. So we apply the zima metric to the 3 generations above Rachel as well. Uma ba'oned, I'm sorry, Avlamala $20. Uma ba'oned, also the mata kilamalo. It's just like when it comes to punishment, I.e. Sreifa. We made again about saying the mata kilamalo. We made the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel, i.e. Sreifa. So too when it comes to the lav will also apply ultimately again the mala kilamalo. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, we seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So we'll say, so again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Midaraisa, we have 2 explicit relationships. Can't marry Rachel and her daughter, right? That's number 1. And number 2, ultimately again, can't marry a woman, can't marry Rachel and her mother, and another one can't marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we're doing, what we say, Asabal Lamala Tilamata Lamata Kilamalo, is we're building out the framework. Ultimately, again, to 3 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. Beautiful. So the Rashi said, no. We all look at the king. No, let's go back to what we said over here. Lamata the Isra. Lamata means is not going down in direction. Lamata means a lesser Isser. A lesser Isser. The Gemara says, so ima asura. So just like when it comes to Rachel, like the mother of her mother is asur. Aku ima asura. So too again for Ruvain, like the mother of his mother is also going to be asur. Rabbi, Rabbi. Imchayin. So Rabbi says the pasuk says it's your mother. Mishum imo atamachayvo. Because his mother will be chayiv. Diatamachayvo mishum imo. But the same biblical prohibition does not apply to grandmother. Rabbi says, "Bein around Amar." So Rabbi says as follows. Bein around Amar, don't know. Bein around Amar, don't know. So we've seen this many times by our brothers and doctors. In general, when you make a Zir Shabbat, the shaila is what is focused on when you make a Zir Shabbat. So don't make a Zir Shabbat. So really, halacha l'maisa, the result is very much rooted in the origin of the versus don't know Asra means that ultimately the real Lord is much more focused on the result. So the Gemara listen to this. So Nigman don't know Asra lo Asra. So we'll say so again. So whether or not, so whichever way you understand the Zir Shabbat. Ultimately, again, it's not going to work. What do you mean it's not going to work? You're not going to be able to learn Isser about Aim Imo, the mother of his mother. Why not? So the man don't know. So the one that says ultimately again, don't know, which means we ultimately focus that the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the man says, "Man, Aim Imo." Just like by Rachel. Ultimately again, her mother is going to be utterly removed. Afunam Aim Imo. So again, Ruvain, his grandmother, right, the mother of his mother, is also blessed. Umina. We learn from this. In other words, again, we learn from the place of origin. Just like again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's mother's mother, right? Rachel's maternal grandmother, we partial by Sreifa. Afunami is Sreifa. So to Reuben has relations with his grandmother, so it's not Sreifa. Mandamar says from the Mandamar Sreifa Chamur is Sreifa. But according to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more Chamur than Skila, you can ask the Pircha. Now the Hin Shikhin theme of the Sreifa. So I say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, for instance, with his Sreifa, Tamar Baru, Shima B'Skila. Even as relations with his mother, B'Skila. Va'ol, Imo B'Skila, Imo B'Sreifa. Doesn't make sense that if Reuben has relations with his own mother, B'Skila, but with ultimately again the mother of his mother is Sreifa. So Va'ol, furthermore, Mahi Lo Chalakta, Mahi Lo Chalakta, Ba. Being Ima le'Imo. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. Afina Miloshat Mokol Being Imo le'Imo. So by Reuben, there should not be a distinction between the prohibition between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. And the man of Amr I push it on his mother. And according to the thing that says, ultimately again, the Skila's more Amr, you don't have to deal with this interest. Bible says that's part 1. Part 2. According to the opinion that says that when it comes to the Zera Shabbat, we're much more focused now the entire Zera Shabbat on the results of the Zera Shabbat. So you must not eat in the Masra, just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asr. So to again, Reuben, his mother's mother is also going to be Asr. And let's derive the halachas from that result. Hassan would be Sreifa. So they're going to say, yeah, the halachas by Sreifa. About Habskila. But ultimately, here she has to actually Imo. As we find is the punishment by his mother, which is Kila. So the man does Sreifa Kamura, he can live from. And according to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more Kamura, we have another miracle. What's the miracle? It's a top of Ayin, Bob 76 says, Malihi Shekini Mama Sreifa. What about by Rachel? Rachel's relations with Rachel's mother is being by Sreifa. Tomar Behu, Shio Beskila, by him relations must be by Skila. Okay. Furthermore, again, I was saying, why should his halakha be different than hers, or his halakha than hers? Mahi lachalakta bein vital ve'imila. Just like by Rachel, I will say, there is no distinction vis-a-vis Reuben, whether he has relations with Rachel's brother or Rachel's mother. Either way, again, it's going to be Sreifa. Afu me'achokol bein vital le'imila. So too by Reuben, there should be no chilik between relations with his daughter or relations with the mother of his mother. And the man, the Amr Skila Chamura, but according to one who says that Skila is not Amr, Mehai Kusha no Nizino. Ultimately, again, you don't have this same kasha about the Isser of Aim. Alright, so we're going to stop over here for today. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to, this is a place that, just say, okay, so bottom line, what's the takeaway? So maybe stay away from family gatherings. I don't know, maybe that's the thing, right? So just understand, to really simplify this, you actually remember, we'll say, this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working through it. We'll say,
it sounds like he
profound piece. So, let me first make that look, no problem about the time, so as it says, what you know, right? With the right stuff, two relationships you know that are explicit. What are two relationships? A woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That's who are explicit. What our mission is doing is it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and therefore punishable both by Sreifa. The paradigm that we're using is Lamala Kilamata, Lamata Kilamala. Using the wife as the Arayos midpoint over here. What the understanding is, those who are above her, and we're going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially all going to have the same framework for our lives. Now again, all the Gemara is doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure how we get. The good part is, I know what the conclusion is because we read the mission. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately again how we get to this conclusion. What I will end up with is a tremendous process in all of this. If you notice, you see a Gemara like this. What's the lot of Gemara? I know I'm not Gemara. It doesn't seem like we need any significant conclusion. So what's the excuse me tremendous is going on? In life, when you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk it out. Incredibly important to talk it out. Now, sometimes it could be frustrating to talk things out. Why? Especially this happens in marriage all the time. It's important to say in marriage. Sometimes there's something perhaps that your spouse wants to talk about. So you're like, okay, let's talk it out. And then what happens? You begin talking about it. Don't look at me blankly talking about it. Right? We all know exactly what I'm talking about. Right? You look at it blankly. Right? You talk it out. And then it goes on. And what happens? What are you thinking in your head? What are you thinking in your head? This is not going anywhere. Right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Listen, it's important to understand tremendous result in relationships is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere. Because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are saved on their neshama, even if in your mind you're like feeling more confused. And I think that actually less clarity than when you started is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. So Chazal could have skipped all of this stuff. The reason why we focus so much on Gemara because anything and everything you need to be successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And this is sort of sometimes having conversations like, what are we talking about? Didn't we just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different? Or something's giving someone who you care about just the safe space to be able to express themselves. Talk it through, even if you're left wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here is a profound stepping stone in building meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you first talking and we talking and we discussing. So, because I'm not just giving us information about how we get to the complete list of Sreifa, but rather, again, Chazal also telling us how to address, how to build, and how to build some relations. So let's say we got something for today. Let's say maybe we could get a couple of others. We just resize this here.
Why is he wearing that?
This is straight. So what's off? So what's off?
Here's crazy. This thing is very dead. But I mean, that's the gayest shirt ever. I don't know, that's gay. Maybe it's like big bad dinos who want to steal his mouth around. He's just stealing dinos. I bet you didn't expect anybody who's gay, but that just seems super gay. It seems very trans.
That is disgusting. Yeah, that's different. Wow. Children point this out, stand up. Yeah. No shoes. If he's sitting front row, good luck getting out there on stands. They show test it. I'll use some all in 40 years. I wish you were never there. Oh, man.
And that guy had the quiet enough to take this picture of Lacey because he took his shirt to turn off the hand and Lacey realized to see the folks that
rotate in general, right? Rotate doesn't mean
God was a coward with no peace.
whether you look at
I'm still here. Shout out to James.
She is to the same place. Thanks for the big folks.
That's Abraham's voice, actually. Of course, he has the incense of the viral story of the year posted by Andy Kaufman, too. This is what I wanted to see. That's why on the latest episode I wanted to hear why we talk about Epstein. Oh, shit. But I'm assuming that's what it is. That's what yeah.
But it's also that. Did you see that CEO at the Coldplay concert? Yeah. So.
My two dads. This is what I was telling you yesterday. This is what your sperm looked like. Yeah, this is the violence in your sperm. We're all fighting it out. I'm the one that won. And I would win in real life. Jardine and the other guy. I take them both out. Not that I want to. You actually like be crying while you're doing it. I want to do this. Yeah. At the same time, you're probably beating them up.
Yeah, George Hahn, right? He's out. So I know buddies that work with him and around him, and they all go, thank God. You think if it's about time, like the Paleos are just a complete piece of shit.
He knows people that astronomer. Well, Bob was always that AI guy. He was all deep in the news. I think he thinks all these believes. Oh my God. He's like, I love using ChatGPT.
He started that company by doing shady shit. You know what I was saying? It's impossible to work with. So when he finally resigned, they went, thank God, because if this had happened, you'd have been there forever. They were
nuts. Of course, he goes about that one. Yeah, he's getting messages all the time. News stories because he's in LA. He's friends with like fucking everybody. Adam Sandler, the guy that does ChatGPT. That guy. He's a big. People don't realize Bob was. He's got his fingers falling in a lot of hats. Formula One's the best dude. Max J. He himself out of his mom's closet. He's only out of his mom's closet. Astronomer and Ferrari is crazy. Shut up, David. Let's see. You're such a miserable scumbag. Posted by Ken133. Probably the guy that shows too much. Got AI apps. Hardest network in the game.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great book. Have you seen Parasite? Fuck this guy. The newest one? The one that won an Oscar. Academy Award. Oscar shit. Won an Oscar. Amazing. I know, but it was during a time, remember, where they give Oscars to anybody not like it, but that's a great remember that? Remember that time? You know what you're talking about? Moonlight? I didn't see Moonlight yet. It's a great movie, that Parasite. Oh, you love it. It's hilarious.
Damn. Baba's default is just to be racist. Assuming he just assumes racism is the right call. He's like that meme with the button. Think about the button choices are. Think about what you're going to say. Be racist and Baba's sweat. He's not even sweating. He's just smiling. He's like racist. Simulated check goes racist. And now Abraham, look at what you're saying. Abraham, sure you're happy now that you're siding with the guy that just said that Parasite shouldn't have won an Oscar because it's Korean. You think that's sarcasm? Yeah, that's definitely that's not sarcasm. God damn it, I lost my spot. We laggy. We are. That's what happens. Yeah, we are definitely lagging. Whatever the whole computer like shits itself. You guys aren't computer guys. You don't understand how much memory it takes to do 10 minutes of shop. Usually these kinds of shows are done in 6 months. Like real time periods, we're doing it live. So imagine 6 to 7 months of work in one video. It's kind of crazy. You guys want to know RAM is fucking rich with the beat. Yeah, you guys have never been like computer guys or RAM dudes. Yeah, bros. You guys still hear us? Me and Gerard are RAM bros. I don't know. It is the team's fault. Definitely the team's fault. Okay, come on. Yeah, well, I have a black belt in the stuff that you saw in Silicon Valley and HBO. Ever heard of it? Galactus, do you think honestly that you can make a noise come out of the broadcaster when people don't like the video? I'm doing what I do on purpose. I know that you're not doing it. It's broadcaster? You're telling me I'm hearing it right now. Honestly, you told me that before. I don't remember. I got grades. I get tested. Air pumpers. What's going on here? I can't talk.
Kesef means that you see that the Rambam holds that a road base is not Kesef. Whether the road base is Katan, no Hasra is. Right, we'll say I'm Gimo without 73 pages. The aliens must be also the national. So these are the people, if you're about to commit this crime, of civil crime, you're allowed to go and prevent the commission of a crime by killing the perpetrator. Number one,
why is this the best Reddit like subreddit of all time? It is crazy that this random ass thing is just so amazing. If it's the right thing, it can be funny. But it has to be a real comic with a real reason for that story. It's got something to it. Shout out to you, potato. Take your potato. I'm sorry, I can't stop this. I don't watch four times at least.
So again,
Yeah.
it's wrong. Because there's not another human being
It's just crazy that none of those things are funny when we watch them.
we don't get involved.
On the Patreon, not one, not a second of any of
Watch how you say we.
Or tell us, Shabbos, probably volleyball's probably pretty much nothing. See it again. So again, that's
No, you're right. It's just not.
but there's not.
I mean, it sucks that it's just like, we talk about it all the time, so it's never going to be funny now. But I do pray to God, because it will be funny if he does.
Yeah, no, now it'll be hilarious. I wanted to do it again, just like I wanted to do shop news. It becomes a thing where it's like, all right, you're known for that, so you gotta do it. And it's funny when you do it. If you've ever done open mics, maybe there's some people that do comedy that are watching this. There's a guy that's crazy, and the first time you see him, you're like, what the fuck is this? But then he does the same thing, and you're like, how you still doing it? And then you are like, holy shit, I want it like a few more times. Like, I want to see him do that shit.
That's 100% true. Yeah, and then you start mouthing the words as he says it.
Yeah, you know the stuff like, the R.I.P. TT, but man, people would come in just to watch him.
Drowning in the water. Oh, how you go also? Or an animal is drowning in the way.
Yeah,
Or
the
risking boil up, or being attacked by others. So who are you going to see law?
First time that he says it,
Don't
nobody
have the right to stand
and it's like all of us are like,
have to jump in and trust out. Now,
yeah, nice play, Andy Kaufman.
about what level of danger I live with myself.
That's just, he's just so,
Let's say I see you can drown in the
artistic fucking
I mean, he's fully
again, I don't know any weather or anything.
School hunting is done the right way,
There's much
especially if you have violence in your DNA, goes on things and all that stuff, and like,
if you see someone
you're just asking questions. When you do that,
just simply saying that
that's what's gonna do better.
you have to jump in.
How's he even fit on it?
And we're going back to so again, so you just use that
My husband says he's young charming for not being white, so that's why it's racism all day. I actually feel sorry for
that I'm
him.
allowed to go and throw things at trouble and commission. That's not the prosecution. If I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't change my body. I have to go ahead and show things by myself. So which one is the persecution?
Oh, we already saw this.
You're right. The prospect of Osama Dare Akawilu,
Maybe you
if I
can
see
hire
my friend in
Postman
mortal
Instant.
danger,
So
can't
this is the
stand
guy that made the website.
I have to go ahead and step in.
This
I
one.
have to
25. That commando unit was served papers for a crime they probably did commit. These men promptly escaped accountability to a mansion in Texas. They survived as soldiers of stolen valor. No problem. But if you can find them, maybe you can hire the BC.
That was great. You ever watched that team growing up?
No.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I think it was like a little bit, the reruns were a little bit out of my time range. Yeah, but I always heard about it.
Let's see here.
the Gemara says. I'm not trying to tell that to them. So again, the man is trying to violate the matter of Allah. So we're allowed to do it.
Administrative fund 10. Oh yeah, just
the worst. The worst of what they have. I mean, the third goal, I'll have to come with camel. You know, the worst one I see you running after Shimon to kill this.
I like that they put her as the guy.
So Ruben's
It's just one more insult.
You're allowed to kill Ruben to prevent him from violating
I tried to stand up for a bit and ate
the
10,000
worst of I
things.
see Ruben running after Shimon.
That's good.
Of course, I'm allowed to go and kill Ruben. So with the rest of those again, if you own Shimon Adin, you can't put someone to death on the basis of
Brian.
that's how it works. So debate, the words of debate, that's why debate will be first.
I guess you're going to go suntan on the maybe it's the first picture. It's a bunch of pictures. Oh, yeah, so you always know that. You're on Instagram. I have friends who
says, kind of occasional. This is the
you get DMs about it. You're like so happy.
This is talking about
They were like, thank God, this guy's a monster. Alright, so this is about 0 again. BC add that again. You want to guess which shot this is approximately 10 days ago. So I don't think Danny's not ready to come out. Danny's not ready to check. News podcast. That's what you guys said. Why not? You know, go along. I'm going to say, what are we doing here?
So what example is learning out from say
You say giving submissions, are you referencing it against
That's also, yes, that's another guy. He didn't have the owner of a thought to set it up. He could just jump in and claim. And that's you got to say he wants to go. It's actually very, very friendly. Here's my point. I'm just saying. The penalty for is a point and or a DQ. It's not, oh, he's not comfortable with things yet. Building height is intelligent defense.
You're allowed to go ahead and kill the violator.
Or just segment. I think I'm gonna go segment. Okay. Damn, I feel like so too. Or why are we doing
Yeah, Joe, something Joe Rogan has really never worked out at all, so to be fair. We got Dana White reacting to this.
Shout out to BC, DC, killing that. He should rehire PGL to never let him know his next move. Translate his hand. Alright, let's see here. The guy's here is going to allegations very long. By haphazard perspective. Let's see if this is interesting. If not, I'm going to Mississippi this weekend to open a rally teaching over there. Please tell people in the city about this. Yeah, definitely. We'll transcribe this to Mexico. El link for the show, Tim Kennedy, posted this. Yeah, so I've said twice, but what did you think about this? Yeah. Alright, this is Tim Kennedy referring to, what would you say? Referring to Tim's done, like, what, right? Let's just get off track here. So, Tim is apologizing for elaborating things that, one of the things he said when he did a podcast, and he was playing with his dog, whatever, and they said, hey, you want a Bronx Star with a feed? And he said, yeah, and they said, what was the story? And he goes, pretty easy, I shot a bad guy, and then he shot back, and that was it, or whatever. And, dude, if a dog was attacking me, and somebody asked me, like, what I wanted from Chipotle, I would get my order right. Yeah, white rice, black beans, chicken, you know what I mean? I'd be like, whatever you want. No, you're 100% right. I like the idea of using that. Like, he's like, you got, like, well, yes, I lied about cheating, but I was, like, petting our dog. If you had asked with our cute, beautiful dog, then we would have to share one of us pizza and bring us. I would have told you the truth. I'm keeping the dog. Shut up, man. Playing with your dog, and you're just like, yeah, I got balance. It doesn't make any sense. You said it. It's not like you misheard that, right? You said that you got the Bronx Star with Valor, but you didn't. Very easy.
And
then what people have to understand is after that, people would always say, you want to brawl start with a V on Fox and stuff like that. Is that a big deal? He would always correct you. Look up with a brawl start with a V. Yeah, so I'll tell you what, I really am chill, dude. So it's the highest hurdle, the professional amount of fun. But then there's the silver cross, and forgive me guys, but I think that you and I should do this about this. So Tim's a friend of mine, let's stay on track with what exactly the trouble. Okay, so we're watching the V device, awarded service members after access.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm not doing a bit. We are becoming this, and I'm actively trying to become that. I'll say one, if we are becoming this, I'm never going to say like that. Well, you say that now, dude. You're going to keep me. What the
Heroism, especially for actions involving direct participation in combat with the enemy of the United States, signifies that the individual performed acts of valor.
Whether I see you running after Shimmy or I see you running after Shimmy or I see women running after
The chat is also fucking becoming shot. Look at Mark right here.
Let's say violate someone for whom
Like, you're gonna be
you're gonna be or not having kisses. Or I see women running after someone to violate them.
It's good. Everyone should Zesty City.
All these cases
Demonstrating courage.
I'm never wearing slides. I'm never bleaching my hair. Some of these things are great ideas. You wearing flip flops is hilarious. Bleaching your hair is something I literally suggested to you as I came into your apartment today. Possible.
That was the first year you said, no, you didn't bleach your hair.
Yeah, I was like, are you down to bleach your hair as you're walking up?
You're making a bit about it.
I did say that. But we also suggested, who's at on the Patreon, we suggested
Be careful when you're saying it to the public because they're going to say yes.
I know they want us to do it, but I mean, it's probably, I suggested that we watch the Gringo Poppy for 24 hours straight. So, like, I think we calculated that that's 55 times. So we would just watch the Gringo Poppy all day long from Saturday at noon to Sunday at noon. And, you know, like what the chat would be live, all that, but it's like a Mr. Beast guy. These are the things I think about.
I thought those are kissy pieces.
I would enjoy that. I wish that was my, if that was my job, I'd be the happiest man on earth. You clock in, you watch Gringo Poppy all day long, clock out, go home, watch Gringo Poppy again. I gotta learn the whole thing too. I gotta get up on that.
Tell them the truth, dude. Don't jump in something. We need you to watch the Gringo Poppy for 24 hours.
Oh yeah. He wants us to talk about this so you don't find out about Epstein. But I'm okay as long as you join the Patreon.
Dude, we're gonna die. So, should we? I don't want to ask because obviously they want us to. Dude,
You can do a poll. It doesn't matter.
it's gonna be not if we should do it or not. It's gonna be will we survive?
Because when I did the first 10 minutes of the Gringo Poppy, also on the Patreon, it was difficult to do, and I questioned doing it. That's honestly one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. And I got a bronze star with a B for that. But when I did it, I mean, I don't know. I think they
I didn't hear the first part.
Yeah, I mean, I literally got that down. But, like, when I did it, and I'm happy that people enjoyed it, the first video was public and it got comments steady. It wasn't enough. I needed more money.
Literally, I'm still waiting to get past 2 hours. Now I feel like I want to do it because it's like a challenge.
I can do that in the sleep. It would be the easiest thing I've ever done. 24 hours sleep is easy to do. No, I'm talking about 24 hours sleep. Obviously, people would have to bring me food and drinks and stuff like that. Maybe DoorDash and stuff. If the chat can DoorDash, people in the chat we trust can DoorDash to the location they give you.
Oh, honey, why don't you follow these
Look,
kids?
it's a 50%
Because
safe
of
move.
because of that one on our
We
mission
need
to
to get
our
Goonies
I would
rolling
have
so
said,
he
why
can
can't I go ahead and
dump a five
fully
fully.
sodomite?
Yes. Yes. Dave is thinking like everyone should be thinking.
All right, let's see how much more.
Therefore, I don't have to school looking for preventing you from doing it.
To bravery under fire, the device is attached to the Bronze Star medal to just get shipped from a Bronze Star award.
So let me give you the. Can I give it to you? Because I actually looked into this pretty carefully. A Bronze Star is kind of like so. A lot of people get Bronze Stars. Even lawyers get Bronze Stars in the military, from what I understand. It's almost like some. I've heard special forces kind of say it's almost like a participation medal. You get it for good conduct. There's a lot of V's. So a V is when you have demonstrated valor in combat. It's a combat medal. Okay, so one of the things you'll see is how many combat medals do you have? Okay, so a V device. Sometimes you can be awarded a Silver Star. Look this up, I think, and it'll be demoted as a Bronze Star with a V device. When you get an award for valor, you have to have two corroborating witnesses, expert witnesses who were there and saw it. Okay? So the thing about these special forces, Terry actually said he said about 8 years ago on a podcast, he said that. And then we should say that he was introduced as somebody with a V device, I guess, and he did correct the record several times.
It feels like Brian's describing to you.
Say no.
And he's like, he did say he has violence in his DNA.
Because of
I'm not
that,
sure if you want to fight
would have just said, not and suffer.
I mean, yeah, that's what you should probably be telling people.
For about 3 years, they've been doing a show for 10 minutes a week, watching us do these. They're shop all the time.
That's what I would have just said these two. Because of that one,
He's like, what is Tino's? They search and Google search. It stands for what? 10 minutes of shop.
Okay, so it was a time he said he's got to take responsibility for it, which he has. Because at the end of the day, if you said it. My thing with this is, let's go back to Tim's before you. I want to take full unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake. Over the years, I made public statements and gave interviews in which I unintentionally misstated hazards of my research. Most notably, I applied for a character that I had no word sponsor about. That is not true, and there's no excuse for it. I received an honor team of ever suggest how that kind of recognition is sacred. It represents extraordinary courage and fire access to response to those truly oriented to families, brothers, and sincere apology. When I say disrespect to service, I take full ownership for that. I was young when I said to the public eye, I was prepared for the scrutiny or pressure that came with it. That doesn't resolve. I should know better. Integrity is not situational. I felt the stands. I can represent. To the military and veteran communities, especially those who serve the common walking with us. I think sorry. I know that I'm letting you down. You gotta expect more from me than I that. This apology is not the end. It's the beginning. I'm ready to build just honest reflection. This is what accountability on foreign service community. I'm misrepresenting myself too. I'm no longer speaking on my service. Somebody always speaking on what I actually did. Now, in words, we gotta truly let respect. I stand for words alone. Don't come forward for trust. Only time and action. And I give those who help me accountable. I will do my best to honor that accountability from this point.
No, let me say this before you go.
So what's going to happen is the government and the military are going to look into Tim's actual accomplishments. This is what's going to happen. So this is where you guys are they're going to look into it and they'll reveal some of it. Hopefully they talk about it loudly.
The ultimate sign of respect and achievement in life is that one of your friends reads out your apology on a podcast. That's what I'm hoping for someday. I'll have some kind of apology that Miguel or Othman will have to read on a podcast.
I do have a purple star card.
Now, if you say that, then it automatically include
I'm going to go to the
and
rest.
soft.
All right, yeah, I'll talk to the. Yeah.
It would include both of those.
What's up,
So
guys?
just leave out now, right? Leave
how
out,
are you
leave out
doing?
now, leave out now.
What are we
Leave out,
doing here?
just say hate and mothers.
I'm gonna ask you a random question. I've never asked anyone before. How many chicks do you guys put? Put your number in the chat. How many chicks do you fuck? Put your number in the chat now. How many chicks do you fuck? LPJ27. That is a fucked up thing.
So why does it say it?
Put how many chicks you fuck in the chat. Jeez, can you guys read my golf resignation letter? Damn, that's funny. Dude, Gerardo should have written like a resignation letter after he got fired. Hilarious. If you don't know, Gerardo was fired from the golf course. And yet, we still got to play that because there's a friend that let us know. 66 is a clever answer for amputation because that's also the number that Papa picked, and it's the number that Yasser Levi quoted.
So,
yeah,
the
NXT.
With only turn you're allowed to go ahead and kill
Chicks, that's good. That's a good number.
Don't
Don't get off track now, Billy. What were we talking about? I already forgot that.
But yeah, there doesn't impact other
Mostly
human
said
beings. For
zero
example,
chicks.
it is about to metal shots.
Could you guys like the more relaxed schedule?
Or it's
Yeah,
about to
dude.
be active
The schedule is better because there's
or
more
it's about
clips
to
to
worship
watch.
Avodah Zarah.
Also,
Those cases,
we were recording every day,
cannot kill
every
anything
night.
to prevent it
And now we record 3 days in a row, which is a lot, but it's also not very much. And it's also the biggest question is always how do we fit in there? How do we fit in there? Yeah, the songs, I'm trying to get the songs back. My idea is maybe songs that,
It's not me, it's the team.
we argue with the team a lot. And it's like, you go back and forth with the team makes good points, and then they're mad at you because you blame them for everything.
It's okay to doing the songs again. It's just we took a break.
I kind of want to do songs that aren't shot, or like they're about specific things. Same thing, but about different stuff.
What's it called? It's dangerous being on a live stream because people are like, they wash your hands and then so I can't do it. I watched them, dude. I'm a songer.
Sorry, I can't kill to prevent it from doing that.
Your team is fire. I feel the same
Both desiccation of Shabbos and both is washing the food. I'm at the point where I show my time. Assuming that I can still moving to prevent it from worshiping Avodah Zarah, I can also do moving to prevent it from being Mechal Shabbos. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon is only for Avodah Zarah, not for Shabbos.
Yeah, I'm sure all those attorneys,
We tell it to Rabbi Shabbos. It's
we're going to need a lot of money.
The primary school of thought says like this: when he is about to kill Reuben, when he is about to commit something that is punishable either by death by Jason or Christ, and it impacts another person. But if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent Reuben from committing that error by killing. That's the first school. Second school,
It's always tough. It's like,
because
this stuff is happening so fast in the Bappa verse. We did, and it's like, well, can we do that song since it's relevant? Like when that fucking band did it, they said, what was that band?
So,
Portugal the band. And again, like, I gotta get over this kind of shit, but I was angry that they didn't even say anything. It's like we did it, it's like fucking say, hey, you guys should say something, you know what I'm saying? Yes, cowbells.
You don't even know what cowbell is. You don't know what you're asking for. You don't know what you're looking for. Who knows who you are? You're gonna ask for cowbell, you're not gonna like what you get. It's called but cowbell is the thing.
I did cowbell at her, and her head exploded.
What's going to happen is you're going to find out that he's not Superman, and he's still a badass. So when you're looking to take down Superman,
Yeah, that's such a funny analogy. As if Superman or Batman had lied about valor.
if Batman was playing with his dog, he wouldn't just willy-nilly do a podcast and lie.
It's funny. No, that's hilarious. But can you imagine, like, you're hanging out with Batman, and you're like, man, Batman's so cool. And he's like, hey, by the way, I was in Vietnam. And you're like, you're in Vietnam? How old?
Ron, start with the
I fucking shot Superman's like, yeah, I was in the war and I was just killing everyone. I didn't know who I was killing. Like, that doesn't sound like Superman. Calvo wants to start the show. I'm gonna play this. Calvo's been Mars and Mars. Yourself laughing somewhere. It's hard for me to like. I like doing Calvo, but it's hard for me to believe that Calvo is really like it's so redacted. So I'm like, I just don't know if you guys actually want Calvo. And I do. I don't know if they did. I want to know if Calvo would be good on stage. I still want to kind of try Calvo. The only way to find out is last step that we talked about, or at least I talk about it. Have I done it yet? Someone has got to keep the ideas. Where's Janae? Janae's got to write down these ideas. I got to get her Instagram. Back up. I'm going to keep the chat open and more stuff.
You're gonna find out you're actually finding Batman, which is still pretty fucking good. That's what's gonna happen. I think that what would be good for us and prudent for you and I as civilians is to not comment on any get involved in this military stuff. I talked about all dying a hill for Tim Kennedy. Yeah, me too. I love that. Now, when it comes to the nooks and crannies of military, I have to just find out what a fucking Z is. I don't know that lingo. I've never experienced it anyway. I don't have a background. That's how I feel. It's like I talk about Tim.
We watch a man with dreams and the best can show us stuff about the horse. That's a good point, I guess.
You guys are trying to take down Superman, and what they're gonna, what's gonna unfold is you're like, holy shit, he's not Superman, he's fucking Batman, which is still pretty fucking impressive.
I would say this about Tim is I know Tim as a civilian, and I've known Tim a long time as you have, and I've spent a lot of time with Tim.
I know Tim as a civilian, not a war fighter. I know Tim as a professional athlete, yes, for a very long time. So I've seen him in both aspects.
And I think you would agree. This is me going hard to pay for Tim because he's my friend, and this is who I am. I've never seen that guy do any. I'm telling you, when cameras aren't on and nobody's looking, I have personally seen with my own eyes and with my own ears, heard him go so far out of his way for people, and you'll never hear about it, especially people who are listening that you want to vouch for your character. Like Brian Callen telling you how great you are. So I'd rather have some random guy in the street talk about it. Self-harm, of course. Tim's done. Tim has. I mean, he doesn't want me to do this. He's bad. He doesn't want me to do this. This is like exactly the Louis C.K. bit. It's never the friends you want to stick up for you. It's always whatever version of Brian Callen is in your life. It's like he's actually great. That's how I know Scrabble Beast is a fake fan right there. Why doesn't anyone go soft in the paint? Cody broke both his wrists playing basketball. Go soft. Yeah, I got scars. You can't see the scars. Maybe you get surgical scars in your wrist. You can't go soft in that. Can you though? Broke both his wrists. Numbers kind of all of them at once. Whole comment after commenting. I've never read a comment. You went right back to reading it. He doesn't want me to do this. He doesn't want me to do this. But I have to just at least. So everyone knows I can fly and see through shit. I also feel comfortable back there. Shout out to you, Paul. Please speak on this. I'm not going to say the other stuff. I'm just going to speak on this. Whatever he said, he's going to be held accountable to. There are a lot of these guys, these Delta guys, this guy Tucker, whatever, Brent Tucker, he was an A Squadron guy. I'm not fucking getting involved in that. These motherfuckers have risked their lives. They went through that for their own ecosystem. I am stepping out of that. I'm not going to defend him on that. I'm not going to do any of that. All I'm going to try to say is this. From what the things that I have seen with his generosity and what he's done for people who are really at risk of taking their own life, I've not only lent my very lame hand at that, whether it was emceeing, thing on veteran suicide, I'll do whatever I can. I'm not in a position to talk about this,
it's a sacred subject, but I have seen that man go out of his way, including get in his truck and drive places for a very long time to take care of somebody. And nobody knows about it. Nobody just did with the floods. Listen. At the end of the day, we're all complicated as human beings.
Team 66.
We're going to stop.
Last time I saw Colin Mascara was on Jerk
We're going to stop and respect everyone against trying to be with you in person.
Callan would give this speech. You know what's sad about Callan is if he was on the fucking OnlyFans show. Remember that OnlyFans show he was on? Jerkmate, yeah, like that show. He would literally say the same shit on Jerkmate. He would fucking, if they asked about Tim Kennedy now, Jerkmate, he'd be like, let me tell you about Tim, okay? And veteran suicide. Okay? It's like, bro, you're on Jerkmate. Anyway, so I was coming the other day. He's sitting next to someone with like gigantic tits and some guy that's Aphrodite. Tell me about that should be our
And I've known Tim as this way, and when I was streaming with him, if you think you're taken down with that, and I hope, and they're gonna do the big investigation. I hope they reveal what they find. Again, you're gonna find out. We don't know. I would be careful. They go for Superman, and you're gonna find out he's Batman. I just think Tim's Batman's better.
Yeah, I like Batman. Batman's one of us. Sure, he's a human being. He's a fucking homeless guy. Never heard of him. Batman's posting like anti-shot memes.
It's a 3 a.m. friend. I have about 3 of them in my life. Tim's a 3 a.m. friend. That's true. I could call him with anything. Tim, I don't let my kids take any money. Oh, we're just going to take them. No, because if something happens to those kids, you're fucked. Yes.
I've never seen Brown Cornelius post the anti-hero guys are going to be an episode of how Tim Kennedy got away with the draw pictures. So, really? I don't know if that's what's going to be sarcastic. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. I'm sorry, I hope that's not true. If it's not funny, that's a funny comment.
I will kill you. Yes. If something happens to those kids, I don't know if I'm a mistake or not. Your life is better than change forever. Yeah.
Oh, shout out to the subscriber.
Tim was saying, I want to take Tiger when you ice cream out of this. Not even my God. And I just want to tell people, not only has that happened, I have done that with my kids with Tim. And I've done it several times. And so, for me, again, my experience with Tim as a civilian is nothing but he's one.
Toronto has Superman. Look at my hair.
Where there is no financial liability as opposed to the market at the end of the deal, where there is a financial liability, is that he's suing at 2 different times.
Yeah, I think
The
it's Star
deal
Wars.
of Mammon comes at the end of the deal versus again the Pagam.
That's not a Star Wars.
Says because at the beginning of the deal,
That's the movie song,
that
baby.
Hara is protection
It's
of
about, I don't know if you want to see a lion's face. That's a Superman, dude.
that the Superman.
Oh shit.
That's going to be the second
Yeah, everybody knows the guy that did the Superman music is Bad Bunny.
Superman goes get something. And she tells others who stand ready to help her not to step in. Not to step in. The Papa says we're talking about over here, remember, this is like the yesterday's that part 2 that holds that if a woman says, leave the attacker alone,
He's got to be held accountable. He will be for this. I'm not going to step into that. You know, we all make mistakes, and we all. And this is. I don't know how I got into Argentina.
president or whatever, but he's like going through all the different shop shows. Like he has on the Ford truck diaries. Afuera. Toontown. Afuera.
If you have a license to kill her, then by definition you will be fired in Mama. Rabbi is was the piece of news where he could save the woman by injuring the attacker with one of his moves. So you don't have to kill him in order to save her. So listen, if you want to listen to this, it's very interesting. First of all, two things. Number one, whenever you have the ability to save someone,
tiny desk, like Gerardo does a tiny desk, and like he's like, why is everything regular?
that is halachically preferable. Right, but whenever you can save the potential victim from harm by wounding the attacker, that becomes the obligation. And the Mozilla says, remember, if the piece where the victim could be saved by only wounding the attacker, then it's no longer a case of Dina Nefashis. It's no longer a case of Dina Nefashis and what? And the attacker will be chayiv financially. The Gemara says over here, but notice that
This is the easiest thing to deal with. I'll let the veteran community and the social work do a job to help you get away with these violent ones. I'm telling you, this isn't the guy that ate porn, create videos, and throw hate at. Listen, parents want so much shit all the time. They got your shit people. I'm telling you on this one, folks, there could be a worse guy to try to take down.
What happens if at the end of the day I choose not to injure you? Instead what?
So much shit all the time. They got your people.
I am chayiv. In other words, the idea that obviously this is a very specific case where everything lines up in a way where it's clear that if I injure him, that nice to get him to neutralize it.
That is a good, he can pull that off. I see it.
I'm not going to give to you. I can injure him, but instead I kill
You have a good eye for talent. You're like an athlete. I can move. You see, you kind of see things that, correct me if I'm wrong,
If one of them bumps
5D chess. You're always like kind of like looking for the next bag. Whereas I kind of just like focus on one bag and then like that's it. You know, you got eyes for that shit. Exactly, and like you're always got the scoop out. I leave the scoop at home. I leave it on the skate.
Could have been killed in order to stop them from harming the other kids.
Okay, I will answer truthfully. It does look like he's trapped in something.
You will pay one life
It's mine. It's mine. Papa isn't mine. That big head, he puts on the wrong makeup. He puts on blackface. It's like, I'm a mime, but it's a mime and he has a black face.
What does the pasuk say? The pasuk says,
Horrible tragedy. Not that he was going to be a mime, but put on blackface. That's what gets him. He's Teflon brand until he does the
Don't
blackface.
kill him if you don't need to kill him. Instead, just injure him.
He does this, but somehow the rope is really actually close another trap. I thought you used a real rope when you did mine.
Was a baby was actually so here. If you could have neutralized the
That's true. He'd always like fuck it up. Like, you're this
but instead
his clown coach would
you
be
choose to kill him.
This is him
You,
sarcastically
now
acting
the
like
killer
he's
of the pursuer will be
yeah,
saved.
if I was your DNA,
You want to know to show you up the lot to that and that show.
This is the face he made in the Star Wars guy. Was the security guy was like, do you mind if you
By
wear a mask?
injuring the
We have this
pursuer
if you want.
and you don't do so. And you
Oh, I
don't
bet
do
I won't have
so.
to
And
wear
Allah
a
will
mask.
make sure you are chayiv for that. So because
What'd you say? I bet I won't have to do that. Like a child. And he's like a kid in a fucking remedial class. Like one of those kids where it's like, can you sit in your seat? And they're like, no, I bet I don't have to. It's like, all I want you to do is
when is there
the
a case
chair
where
that
I,
in
the
school,
Good
so you have to sit there. I don't think I do. You're my dad.
When would there be a situation where I would be chayiv?
Sit in the
You
chair.
don't. Shiyakol hopes of the Akamea. Those are all going to be. That's the first right line.
All right, well,
Where
you're spelled.
there would be a case where I could save the victim.
Get out of
by
here.
injuring the pursuer in one
I don't
of
gotta
his
do
moves,
that. I don't have enough time to
and they don't do so.
There's
If
tons of
instead I
cases.
kill him,
Let's see what
the
they
Joe is
say.
telling me that what? There's liability for
He
that.
always sees
על העניין, יכול להוציא לך מהעבר הגנבי מתעצים ונפשי. So they can tell me that even if at the end of the day, I couldn't save the victim by injuring the pursuer in one of the moves, but instead I killed the pursuer, they're going to tell me that even in that case,
Successful A, get us on the Brennan Show official site. Put in your words with
it wasn't that's the case of the precedent. It says that sometimes I should be punished for taking the life of the pursuer, to which the Gemara says,
they have
Dilma,
a Jackson.
shiny hawk, Lisa Lazev,
Get us in.
listen, maybe this case is different. Because remember again,
That face, why would you make that on a podcast? Granted, at the end of your podcast, I go, yeah, I'm sure.
So it could be that he's even his killing
I'm
one
telling you on this one, folks. There could have been.
He goes back to it. He like makes eye contact and goes back. As if he's ever made a good decision.
The worst guy to try to
That's the ad that he has for his OnlyFans. His face like.
Therefore, again, it could be that Ruben is really tired of this
He's going to be held responsible for this.
for the woman. So it's better that that's
I'm telling you, you wish you had a friend like Tim Kessler. Please trust me, he's not the guy to go for. Let the community that he's in is a very special group with the same amount of skills. They're going to figure all this out.
And
And we move on. They're holding those to account. And he'll if he welcomes it, he'll pay.
ultimately, again, that's where the liability goes.
It sounds so wrong.
Yeah.
That sounded like yeah, like an animal. Like
Ruben is running after
yeah,
Shem.
that's the first time.
And presumably to kill him.
I'm the pay the price. It's like, I would say that Tim has admitted to making mistakes.
It sounds like his tongue and his lips are in a fight.
The pursuer ends up breaking.
It's so funny to say that Tim wants this to happen. No, he doesn't. He had 8 years to make it not happen. No, he chose to. There's like countless episodes of Bill talking about
That's very interesting.
it's like after it's all done and everyone stops talking about it, it's like, I'm sorry.
And
Yeah,
Ruben's
I mean, it's almost like he
whoever those he
or press or
touches
something.
right?
I could have just kept
Ultimately, again,
silent.
Ruben is going to be punished. Why? My timer.
That has to be accounted for. I think his community,
Why is
This would be the last one.
that? That is
Yeah, it's getting late.
will,
Ruben is
or ex-community, whatever you want to call it, will hold him accountable. And that is a separate thing. I just know him as a fan. I know him as a friend. I know him very well. Spent a lot of time. He's done crazy things for me. And this is who I am. In this situation, he's still my friend, and I love the guy. And
If you think about it, 66 is kind of like the gay 69.
Let's say the person being pursued, we'll call him Shimon, is running away from Ruben, and he breaks the
The 9
utensils.
has a
So
vagina.
Sheldon,
The
the
6
expulsion,
has the
if he
vagina, which
breaks the utensils,
Sorry, I'm gonna head out.
ultimately again, the one case is going to be Butler, Shel called Adam Chayiv.
No, the 6 is probably
Other people,
You just get really horny.
will be Chayiv.
Here's the horniest guy ever.
Shel will get fired.
Like, it's
Why
gay,
is
it's whatever. It's fucking a hole, it's a hole, man. That's where you're going.
Excuse me.
I'm fucking, I don't give a shit. I want to fuck. Guys don't 69, they 66. You start calling me weird. You're weird. You're fucking weird. Why don't you want to talk to me about this? You don't want to fuck. You don't talk about this. You don't want to fuck.
He's putting himself in harm's way.
Dude, why don't you have sex with me? That's because
His
of the
Mammon cannot be more cumbered than his good. Therefore, in the same way that everyone has the license to go in and take his life in
too
order
many
to
good
save
things,
Shimon,
too many.
so too again,
He's just such a leader, and he just sets so many people's lives to live better. There's such better ways that you can spend your energy that you're going to throw hate him. Well, I'm not going to say, I would be careful about that, because if you're, I'm not going to be careful about that. If you don't fucking hate on my friend, you've been in front of and you're a militant guy, you're allowed to answer other guys. That's not what I'm saying. That
why?
you're
So
not
that's
listening.
the
You're just talking. You're not listening. I'm saying,
Ultimately, very important.
Jesus
So
Christ.
you can't save yourself through your friend's money. I should say, you can't save yourself through your friend's money, but what? Because you have to pay. So as I said, if Shimon
I think we
is
should do it a
running
few
away
times before.
and he accidentally breaks motivational, he starts
No, I
throwing
think we should
ladies
have like a
in.
regimented
Like,
schedule
as
for
Ruben, he
24
starts
hours.
running out.
I just watched,
So ultimately,
yeah,
again,
I
he's saving himself to
I
someone
just
else's
watched the
money.
Lance,
He has
most
to
of the
pay
Lance
for that.
Armstrong
Road
documentary
did
was great links. But he did blood doping. I'm going to do some blood doping while I watch. go copy. Do a cycle.
rodent,
24
so
hours.
a rodent
I'm gonna fucking inject
so
whatever so I
listen
can
to
watch
this.
better.
So I see Reuben running after shit.
What I'm saying is that
I
community is a
start running
special
after
group.
Reuben
Do
to
your
kill
thing.
Reuben, to
They
stop
have
him
all the right to.
The
The
she-grass I
cats
do,
was like,
and
listen,
the
cat
course
on the
you
internet.
running
Shut
after
the fuck
Reuben,
up.
who is the
Obviously,
rodent.
stop talking
I
to the
end up
wrong guy.
smashing utensils.
That's what I'm. Well, that's a given. That's like it's not though. Those comments. No, I ain't got
I go ahead and I break. I'm going to be part of
what I'm
why
saying.
you can
Yeah, yeah.
But
No
let me
offense
ask
to
you.
you, even the guys that are in that field ain't on 10. Like bring us to life. I'm not getting involved.
Wow, that's a good idea. We should have sure shot.
So
We should
it's
have
very
rain.
interesting statement.
We should
Gemara
have
says
magic
it has to be
wine.
that way.
That
Why?
might get us through.
Because the Lord says,
Patties, but
if
not
I
really.
know
Just
that
a
if my
cow.
action has a good Samaritan,
Oh yeah.
there's going to be
Yeah, no, I
financial
mean, as ridiculous as it is, I'm open to drinking a sure shot. I'll definitely drink a magic wine. Speed It's actually one of the craziest thing around his life. And rain, I'm still on the fence about even taking a sip of, but I drink every day. So.
I mean, it's going to end up costing me $1,000 to go ahead and save
You might
shit.
start
What do I
paying.
say to
Shout out to
myself?
the Talisizer. I haven't seen
I
it.
don't actually know.
What up, homie cat?
He's a nice guy.
Yeah,
but
dude, the Talisizer. I mean, that'd be great if
Never
they
was
did.
a mistake. One of these
But then it's like the bid ends because we're actually getting money. But I don't care. I don't care what the bid ends. I want
temporary now. It's not different. But I love the Shield's doctors.
green beer pong.
Salon says if a doctor comes to this, a doctor
I'm
goes and
down.
helps
Yeah,
someone.
that's what's good. Also, another thing, almost everything is so it doesn't conflict with sobriety except for time and alcohol creation.
There are local amounts again,
Neither of
so
us have
they can
any
do some
interest in creating.
liability. That's a process. Even if there are mistakes,
Oh,
if there are
I
mistakes,
want nothing.
that's what's covered by the law.
But let the 1%ers drive you down the way.
That is the reason for that is
I
because
know
otherwise,
1% cars. What I'm trying to say, I'm staying the fuck out of that. I'm not a military guy. I'm not want to get swallowed. There's 1%ers and athletes. It's like
You just go for the jugular the whole
but every single time I step
There's
into
1%ers.
something, someone
These
gets
guys.
killed.
I'm not just taking out. I'm not speaking on that. I'm speaking on 10 of the civilian that I know. So you let the 1%ers fight it out. The rest of us. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, it's the last thing I want to do is speculate and get involved in something like that. I don't. There's nothing for me. It's like you and I talking politics.
I wrote it after the day.
No. Oh, you're just gonna regurgitate the same shit I saw. There's actual experts are in there dealing with it. Listen to them.
Thank you, that's real, man.
What else you got, Shiz? That's special. That's especially because it's still
So somebody like says it's not true. If we see someone about to worship idolatry,
Wow, that's a
we
lot.
kill them
I'm already
to
checked
save
out.
them
I'm
from
so tired
violating
of
that
shit.
idea.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to wind down here.
O
Oh,
mapa
sad.
da ideal finito na sua donação, ficar gravando que eu acho que não vai ser, mas que
I'm
tem
so
someone
tired.
to prevent
I
people
think he's
from
been since
violating
the
an
beginning.
island
I'm like, hey man, good to see you for the first time, dude.
Because Hegel,
Great
this
guy
is the
never
guy
met
Hegel
you.
means hurting an ordinary individual. It is going to hurt our Baruch Hu, right, by worshiping our Zara. Allah has come to come that I have the right to respect
Yeah,
and
what's
kill
this
him.
guy doing?
I have
25%
the ocean
safe.
in it.
If
If we
Mr.
have the
Beast
ability to go ahead and
can do something
kill
like that,
someone
then I
based on
can.
a common Cassava ocean that I did, yes, it was like something you know that you can't punish, you can't use a bunch of these on top of them.
I
Kindly, that we are lost in it, all that. The other shit says, I'm a call us a shot to that to that show.
But yeah, shout out to you guys.
The other shit
Thanks
says,
for all the
if I see someone about to the call Shabbos,
Awesome,
I can
guys.
kill them to prevent them from
Likes,
doing so.
we get
Also,
more.
remember again, I kill them
The
to
way you
prevent them
survive
from doing
the shows
so.
are 4 hours.
Again, that's a push for them. Right? I'm
That is a lot
preventing them
of time.
from violating an incredible idea. I'm sorry?
I mean,
So,
yeah,
so
no,
we're
I've
going to
never
talk about
streamed
that.
more
We're going to talk
longer
about
than
that.
like, I don't
So,
know.
Sovereign Lord
I feel
Ka'avil.
like
So he holds like his father. The honor own shin in Hadith.
It's like,
He says it
we
was
do a
a
solid 2
divine
hours and then we'll go
punishment,
pop out, and then
even
we do an
capital
hour off.
punishment
Just like,
from a Galafomer.
and then we
The
do 2 more.
Asir Shabbos, Ilu
If I had got it,
that was the movie to
say
Sheva
that again.
Kilu, which is Sarah Sabbath, just like he just said, that you can kill someone to prevent them from worshiping idolatry. You can also kill someone from preventing them from being on the Chol Shabbos. I'm going to be a
I mean, I guess we could, like, one of us
maybe
could
you
take a
can go
nap,
about
I
this
guess.
case.
But that would be kind of weird, just like talking to chat.
This is a very important subject.
Snoring. We find out that you have sleep apnea. Shout out to you, Carlos. You think I have that respect?
Any Avera in the Torah,
I do.
either commit this Avera or will kill you. What's the halacha?
Oh,
What's saying?
well, shout out to you guys. Thanks for coming through.
You commit the Avera.
We had a great time. It was a great stream. Don't ever forget that's Daddy's number.
If somebody tells me
Baseball dad.
that's
Shout out to
worship
baseball
idolatry
dads all
or
over the world.
engage in immorality or engage in an act of bloodshed,
I got
then
nothing
what?
else.
What's
See you
the
next
halacha?
week.
The halacha is that to sooner give my life
Contract
than to
between
buy it. So the Gemara says, "Avodas v'chavim." Is that true that you have to give your life rather than worship idolatry? But I knew we were a Rabbi Shmuel Amrullah Adam Avodas Kokavim V'Alti Harei Minayin Shiyavor Shiyavor V'Ayihar. How do we know that if they tried the person, they told him either worship idolatry or we'll kill you? How do we know that he has to worship the idolatry and not let himself be killed? So the pasuk says, "Tamalomar v'chai bohem v'lo shiyamus bohem." The pasuk says that you shall live through them. The Lord wants us to live and not to die. So therefore, again, you see that you can either worship idolatry to save your life. You might have to have also that this is even true in public life. Let's say somebody tells me to worship idolatry in public over the internet. I would have thought that again, time on doesn't agree with it. Omar, Los Kalu Shem, Bashir, and Gashi, in the cash. Therefore, what the Pasuk says, do not go ahead and profane my name. So at the end of the day, even if so what's the real pass this way? Because Karabodzar is one of the three cardinal affairs which you have to give your life. Right? Now again, the scope of that, when that is, let's consider that Bodzar that is a lot of halakhic literature. These other things that I was say that no, you can idolatry and worship. That is to give the right culture to for example, if this act of idolatry plays out in public by Hesla, then it is like Bodzar. Then it's still like shit. You certainly have to keep your life rather than worship. So the Gemara is
This week on the Patreon, we host
with all of your heart, all of your soul, and they're both all of your money. In them, it was already told me that I still have power all of my life that I have to stand ready to give up my life for God. So if Torah told me that, then why does it have to say with all of my money? Which the Gemara says, so some people, life is more important than their money. Therefore, the Shmuel says you have to love to have all of your money, which means that even if you have to give your life for me, you have to stand ready. It's just there are some other people whose money is more important to them. Then their life. Therefore, with all of their money. Julia and I also see from here. The point of bringing down the thing beautiful is that from the we also learned that love of God says,
subscribe to the YouTube channel. Stop getting subscribers.
here we also see that Avodah Zarah is the Harik Ba'Yah. Just an interesting focus. Where everybody seems to agree on Kila Raya the focus about Avodah Zarah. So where goes back to Kila Raya Shubistam, Kid Red. So it's like, where do we learn that Kila Raya Shubistam? We learn from Rabbi Kid Rabbi Omer, Kikashi Yakum, Shara Ilbaratz on that bench. Let's see, the Pasuk says, just like a man will rise up against another one and murder him. So the Pasuk says, and murder him. So we might say, Kina Davraza, Himala Manuel. Here, so what are we learning after this case of the murder?
Oh no.
The act of Haris Yefada Lami didn't say something. We end up ultimately again learning something. Maki should say now. What we're going to compare should say to Nara Muras. Ma Nara Muras was it just like, you know, that in order to save Nara Muras from being violated, you can kill the offender, right? You can kill the perpetrator. So therefore, again, you can go ahead and
well, that's okay, because we're going to watch Rabbi. Let's all time. We'll get to that later. I'm sure. I don't know how much of it is on the Reddit. I haven't really done much digging before. Because my instructions posted by CCAB. It's 565. It's called
around
Sean McCorkle posted to it.
Take the life
If
of
you
another.
have not heard yet, I have now met that forum. It's been stalking Joe Rogan.
So to the woman is going to be violated, or the man is supposed to violate Naramurasa, which of course is an act of adultery, I have to sooner give my life than commit that act. Jewish nurse, 1 second. Let's see how look at Noah. You just made a statement that murder is the Harigayam. Where do you know that? Where do you know that I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another? Simar says, Svaram. It's actually just amazing. It's actually a scar. What's the scar? The Buddha said to me, I'm really married to Doroi. Was it wasn't anything before. Rabbi, and he says to Rabbi, married Doroi. He said, the local governor said to me, Zil Katin Lakanya, Vilo Katin Laka, Vilo Katin Laka. The governor said to me, he said to me, go and do Rubin. If you don't do Rubin, I kill you. What did Rabbi say to this man? I'm going to lift it up, you have to let yourself be killed. You have to pass the show and kill someone. Me getting married to Dama Dak Sumak today. Who said that your blood is red? Maybe the other guy's blood is red. That represents essentially what license does one person have to take the life of someone else in order to preserve his own? Guess what? You gotta be open on low shanu, Elish Moshe, we'll say, when do we say that in general? We'll say, so what I made a statement was that in general, if somebody tells you violate particular Hadera more than you kill you, what's that law? You violate. You violate. Okay, country exceptions. That's general. I mean, I think it's probably that's general. So we'll say, so where do I know that? Where do I know that in general? Again, so again, the Gemara says the high line, but the Gemara says let's analyze it. Where do we know that in general? If somebody told you violate Hadera, you do so. As one called Ya'avor Ba'ali Harik. And let's just Gemara says beside. So Rabbi says, we subscribe to this idea that in general, by all the other Haderos, we say Ya'avor Ba'ali Harik. I don't know that there are exceptions to that. About trust zero to Malchus. That is true when it's not existent. When the Gentile government is actively watching the people under my leadership, so then I will say that's called trust zero to Malchus. At times like that, I have to give my life, even for a Gentile. When it's clear that there's a coordinated attack against my religion, and these things are unfolding right here on a governmental level, I have to give my life rather than violate even the smallest of mitzvot. So the Gemara says, furthermore, another qualification of Yochanan says, when we said that in general we hold Ya'avor B'al Yehare, find mitzvot kalos, so we'll say that's only true. That's only true. That's only true in violating these averos in private about the Marhesia. And we'll say to violate even a quote-unquote small avera, even at a time where there's not governmental persecution, is going to be you do mitzvah having a very valuable. We'll say if I'm being forced to violate in public, even if it's not a time of Zeros Malchus, and even if it's a time, and even if it's just an avera kalos, mitzvah kalo, I still have to go ahead and give my life. Yeah, all right. Listen, by the way, my mitzvah kala, if one keeps using this mitzvah kala, what's a mitzvah kala? Amarat, Rabbi mitzvah amarat, even if the old people of him are getting distracted, change by shoes. Let's say what does that mean? So let's say again, Gentiles wear one kind of shoes, Jews wear a different kind of shoes. So again, that's a mitzvah kala. Which is kind of change your shoes. I say. Okay, yeah, I'll just I will say, so again, my single video is the following. Secretly suspecting shit is part of the systematic approach to undermine Yiddishkeit. I have to keep my life there. I can't participate in anything that is part of a systematic undermining of Yiddishkeit. And number two, if the Gentiles want to make a public display of this law, the Jew is willing to change his shoelace to yield to the Gentile. It wasn't this I can't remember what it is. And then he came from
Anyways, there's a fucking video.
Also in the systematic piece,
that I haven't seen. I don't know who Podcast Christian is. I've never heard of it. But I saw that on your thing, and it's hard to know. Like, what is it? I don't know what that is. Is it a reason? There's some reason that it's on there. It's one of the interns or what? Like, what have you? You're not going far enough. What's the problem? British job goes to the shit. He goes, yeah, I saw a friend of mine. He had this video of me on his computer. I wanted to choke him out. I fucked him up. But he hit it all. He did there was a stage. But yeah, dude, I saw that he repeats it 3 times. Like, so he just that veiled threat. I like that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Never did that. I like Still Steve's comment. What are you going to do? You can't attack him again. Clips of strength.
That the Gentile is trying to go ahead and get me to change something in my leadership. With Parhessia means a bunch of 10 other Jews. The Israelis are interested in establishing self-praise.
Pure spectrum CEO releases Baba's text asking for positive reviews of the line until showtime. So this is pretty awesome. I don't know if you've read these. Have you?
We're going to make the drush up.
No, I have not seen these. This is labeled Exhibit F. This is shot as Mr. Bell from Help to use pure spectrum customer base to combat poor ratings on Showtime or IMDb. So I don't think this is for video popular. Okay. I have seen these. Oh yeah, I don't know why I keep saying I haven't seen these. I've seen. Alright, so this is Brendan's message, and it sounds exactly like you're talking. Hey boss, you're dead one of the smarter people line. I don't like people who aren't people. It's like we have iPhones. Like if you put it'll like definitely use like
separates himself from
one of the
this
smartest
ethos.
people I know, so reaching out to you guys, keep this between us.
Just like now, again,
Why so many It's the Tony Kitchen. So that's such a weird bit to spell that out like that. Interesting. It's also like implying
just like by the Moroccan, Ida represents 10, so to again, Ida represents 10.
Yeah, with my special coming out brings out a new reason for haters.
Just like over there, it's 10. And you will all use Afghan, Asar, and Israel. Therefore, it was like by the Gashti, so for Israel, it was also what? 10, and they were all. So again, and that indeed is halakha. Just
special coming out brings out a new reason for haters to jump on.
But again, even
It's
if
been
you
brought to
hold
my attention these idiots created a campaign to shit
that you be forced to go ahead and perform or to violate the Parhessia, Parhessia means 10 Jews. This is such a terrible thing. Esther, Parhessia. But how was Esther Hamalta permitted to go ahead and was this not a public display of a riot? Remember again, everyone knew why everyone was taking care of us, and everyone knew
same thing happened to Amy Schumer and Kevin Hart.
When she was is that not good at us? Is that not supposed to be again immorality? And Esther essentially was saying, why do you seek your life? Why do you seek your life? To which the Muslim said, by the this is your never. Incredible Muslimized executions throughout the year. Here's incredible verses here, which we are interesting today.
First on your top of a very high number.
Number one, Esther
develop a strategy in place.
Esther was passive in the act of relations.
Is it okay to call me potato?
So this is incredible. When do we say it's already
so that is, it was already able to be
when by giving up your life, you will not have to perform the act.
I like how
So if
this
someone
guy
comes
says,
over to me and says, kill me, then I'm going to kill you. I say no.
So I'm going to call you
I say
later.
no. So I say no. So listen, by saying no,
For sure, I'm
and
going to be on
refusing
a
your
long
love,
run.
that prevents the
There is,
act from
these
materializing.
are guys,
At the end of the day, the act is not
relating over
performed.
the stuff that
If halal
men
reminds
do,
us,
like
the
lady
act is
workouts
going
and
to
rapping,
happen
and you always tell
anyway.
your friend,
Then I'm not, as
you're a
long as
nice
I'm
guy,
not
whatever you
active
tell me
in
I am
the act, I am
doing
not
ads
trying
right
to
now,
give
dude.
no.
When you want to do
My
a show,
sense
like I'll
is
probably
that
my
never.
after I work on my triceps, and then I try to work out, and then I tell you,
she
Cool
can
story,
say
bro.
no
I
all
just
she
finished a
wants.
circuit.
You can violate her.
So then
So
that's
because
what
you
we
can violate her, therefore
I like
what?
this comment. All
She's not
T-buses should be
Yevas
live.
to give
I
up
mean,
her.
that's
So
what's
Rabbi,
happening.
it says, Esther can't go over myself. Meaning she was passing, yes, it was a, by the way, the first writing is in the
If you say
Megillah.
after my leg
Remember
workout,
again, the most dramatic part of the Megillah, when
I
Mordechai says
think
to
it's
Esther what? You have to go to the king.
Yes,
You
sir.
have
I'm
to
going
go
to
to the
go
king.
on
And
a
what
long
does
run
Esther say?
around 8 a.m.
You
I don't have service where I'm ready,
What
so can we talk around?
does this mean? So Pasha
Call me
Pshani,
when
she's
you're
saying, I
free.
wasn't
I'm working on
going
my
to go ahead and
hamstrings around that
potentially
damn
kill.
fuck. I don't know how to
Gemara
work
says,
it.
remember again, it's not focused on the nature of the relationship
I got
with
you, my
Mordechai and
brothers.
Esther.
We will
So some say
together as
Esther was
5-star
Mordechai's
ranking
wife.
ninja
This
team
whole
together.
time there's the possibility of
I feel like we're starting to
relocation
get like pizza
because she's
territory.
talking
What is he saying? What is he saying?
being violated. Therefore, then it's not a
Or,
right.
you know, it's
She
just like
says,
a
my dear husband,
offshoot
how did this say problem? So you understand
SEAL team
that
thing.
I initiate
Squad or
contact
whatever.
now
Kind of stuff like
this
SEAL team
becomes
thing.
aroused.
So maybe he
Once
still
it
doesn't
becomes aroused, once it becomes aroused, I become usher to you through this act of adultery, which, by the way, is a different discussion. Yes, I'm out with a paradigmatic example of an idea of Shema, which again, don't try this at home. Don't try this at home. But again, it is the concepts like this of an idea of Shema, specifically in situations ultimately again of Hatzalah from Klal Yisrael. We see it by Esther Amalka, we saw it again by the Haftarah of Rosh Hashanah, by Yael and Sisra. We see this concept. So the Gemara says over here, why wasn't Esther Yeres to give up her life for the act of Arayos? Because she was Harkol. Rabbi says, Hanoas Atzmon Shai. Listen, this is actually amazing. Rabbi says, so when do we say that a person has to give up their lives ultimately against Mishaderos? When there's a clear desire on behalf of the person who's forcing me to do these things to try to go ahead and get me to violate the principles of my religion. But when there's not really a religious aspect, there's just desires at play, then what? Then I'm not completely to give up my life. So Rabbi suggests over here, Achashverosh, Rabbi Gashelas Atzmo, Rabbi Kishmar Iskali Vazira Miras, Alanos Atzmo Iskali, Shiny, they can't call Hashem now. It was like Achashverosh's intention with Esther Amalka was not to go ahead and get her to violate the Judaism. Remember, again, that's the big who she is. So when I say again, watch out over here, desires are at play. When there's not, when the person who's committing that David is not there to get me to override my religious sensitivities, then when my second Rabbi suggests one is not completed to give up their life. Now, interestingly enough, Rabbi gives examples of this. You don't take off because you don't hold this yet. Haimi Kavaki,
I try not to use yikes like as a
points out that the Persians used to have a in their bucket
I'm using yikes as
where
more
what
like
when we go home
if
to
it's
home,
me and
select
somebody
our
else
lamps,
talking about something that
like
happened
lanterns,
that I don't
and you
like.
have to donate a lamp when you do a place in the house of Ozara. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how would this asshole do this or whatever. I'm like, aren't they contributing to our Ozara? To which the Gemara says, Allah Hamas Hatzim Shayla. Here's the thing: the Persians weren't trying to get the Jews to convert. Rather, what did they want? They just wanted the lantern. They wanted the lamp. Meaning, they didn't want to have to spend all the money on providing all of the lamps. They figured just get it from the Jews. But there was no concentrated effort of getting the Jews to convert. Therefore, again, there's only to give a half an hour. That's not your saying. The Ashkabar Taras is this was that. The Omer Rav, Hakum, the Omer Rav, Yisrael, Hadu Aspas, Shabbat, if an Akum Gentile says to a Jew, cut down this Aspas, we'll say Aspas is a plant, cut down this mountain of Shabbos, and feed it to the animals. So we'll say, so obviously, some of the threat of death. So the Gentiles telling me, if I don't cut down the plant, which is on Shabbos, he's going to kill me. But he's telling me to cut it down and to feed it to the animals. So what Talmud will say? You don't cut it, but you don't do it. If you don't do it, ultimately again, I'm going to kill you. Right? I'm going to kill you. So what's Talmud will say? Lick the leg. Ultimately again, cut it down. Right? Cut it down and don't allow yourself to be killed. Right? So when it says Shavi Nara, there was an entity Gentile tells me what? Cut down the asbestos and throw it into the river. Then what?
That
Lick
is
the late
master
below lick.
manipulator type shit, but
Ultimately,
he's
in
also
that
like
case, I have to
letting
allow myself to be
the
killed and not cut down the as
playing
possible.
devil's
What's
assistant.
the routine is to
He
this is my
probably
time
should have told
La
him,
Guru
knowing
is
that he
also
printed
what's
chakras.
the
That's
kill
a
it?
bad
You see,
idea.
when the
Right?
Gentiles
You
come, they
always
cut
have
down their stuff
anything
to prove to
printed
his animal.
suggesting
What's
it's
his
probably
motivation?
a bad idea. You
Right.
should tell
Or
him
his
that.
animal. He
Or at
doesn't
least
want to do
think
the
about
work.
it. This is
So he
at
has
the
to
top
step
of
his
his
shoe at
power.
his
This
disposal.
is
He'll
before
make
the
it back to the Ayat by Shabbos.
This
Gentiles
is
don't
when you
care
were
much
just getting
about that.
pierced for
But it's
throwing
clear that he's
a
utilizing it in a way that benefits us.
But there's
Moshe
zero
tells us he's
pushback.
going to cut down the
It's like
Asas
he
burden to
didn't
the
even
river.
try.
That his intention is
Hey,
what?
Brennan, what if
His
we get in
intention is
trouble
to
for
get
that?
me to violate the
And
tenets
then
of
he
my faith.
pissed
Oh,
small
that
people
we want to do.
might
That I
accept
can't.
that,
So
or
Moses
he might
therefore
like,
again,
no,
we
you're
begin to
to me.
see over here. So I'm going to stop over here. But also what we begin
Playing
to see
devil's
over here is
assistant
the
while
following.
getting
Number
caught
one,
off.
three Aberta Yehor Yavor. We have the focus about Avodah Zarah. This normally mitzvahs tell us you can violate. You don't have to give your life.
What should
We
I
see
do?
exceptions to that if it's Farhesia,
BrennanShopOfficial.com.
if it's Farhesia, or if it's clear that the intention is to get
Check him out
the
what he
Jew
says.
to violate the
Yeah, let's
tenets
check
of
him out
his
what
faith.
he's doing. I'm trying
We
to
now
think what
begin
he
to
should
see
do.
major exceptions. That even with the Gimel Chamuros,
Brennan
we'll say
Shop
if
Official
either, like in the case of Arias, is Karka Omer, Tosis points out obviously Karka Omer only works for a woman.
I want to
Karka
do
Omer
shit.
does not work for a man. But at least our violence when it comes to a woman could potentially save her life by being passive in the act of Arias. And Anas Hatzman, it is clear that the purpose of the Gentile is not to make me violate the tenets of my faith, but instead is his own benefit. But Allah promises to clear that in those cases, we would not say Yar and Vayah. Stop over here. We'll pick up with
So that's a big thing to ask for reviews, and then Free Tim Kennedy just, it's almost like he's hired people to come along soon. It's a fucking real site. This is crazy, man. Holy shit. But yeah, what happens when you click on Justice for Tim?
Oh shit, shout out to you, Brett. Thank you.
one additional art that I wanted to add in.
Shout out Brett. Oh, thank you, boys. Medal of Stolen Valor. He earned it. I should get one for my career. For what I've accomplished, call me Tim Comedy. Granado Poppy. Sounds like it's my name. Don't try to put Gerardo. Tim Kennedy, American hero, filling for Ryan on the pod. That's why he's a American hero. He filled in for Nick Twister. I already know the comments are going to handle my high TL praise. Tim has now got the same problem with USAR of America. I guess this is just, oh yeah, Brendan Kennedy shop, Texas A&M. Hey, I'm no Navy SEAL, but even when me and my Mexican baddie are visiting from Mexico, Baghdad, I'll pull up. He never spoke to us, but I know Tim Kennedy would rest until he looked at the guy's dedication is coming from the privacy wall that one time we were Kennedy guy. Shout out to the subscriber.
I know that we know matter, but I kind of want to be on this site. Now that you said, like, what if it mentioned Gerardo, like, I wanted to mention this. Can you put us on? Whoever made this Brennan Shop official, can you put us under more, maybe? And then just put, like, 10 minutes of shop and, like, a link to the shit. That's so much to that. Can you do that, though? Can we do that? Can you put us at more and then a link to our YouTube? I know that's a grim bullshit thing to ask, but it's funny. Is it funny? I think that's funny. Can we go back to the site?
Yeah, oh, I was going to see. It's a meme.
It's Luffy. I'm gonna send you a message on Reddit. It's like,
Say let's be Timos all night.
yeah, please. Okay. So we looked at Free Tim Kennedy. What about?
What can I do?
Okay, you need a kill. Can we join? Is there a membership fee?
Let me see what happens when I do that.
You gotta reset your password. This is where you pretend like you didn't make this site.
I did.
It's the
I'm not taking it seriously.
my account.
I got multiple things going on at the same time.
It's just, I'll read some of the comments. Yeah, successfully put in the work with the rest of the chefs to get us in there. Take a hike across the Gulf of America, says Victor. Before we go on, you're telling me there's 3 Brennans with a picture of the mission. Yeah, there you go, dude. That was a funny one. It was like, hey, Brandon, oh, Brandon. Shout out to Brendan Walsh.
I don't know if this is a bit or what, but I don't know how to create a profile.
That's okay. What happens when you get lost in redacted?
I can go to that page. Yeah. 300 pages, great movie, never seen it. Brendan commits awful act. Soon to be archived of your boy's lawsuits. Shout out and thank you to the assassins who sit in 13K and sue holding Brendan accountable.
Oh, okay. So it's a link to the podcast Cringe, and then Unique and Two-Lazy. All right. Yeah, I mean that's cool. I would like to be. I would like to be on more. Honestly, if it just said more, and it was a link to us, if possible.
Oh, you're actually the team, Brendan Shaw, Brian Callen, my friends, Joe Rogan, Chris Kyler, Theo Vaughn, Tim Kennedy, Dana White, okay, nice. I had to block him on Instagram because he made this blog post about yeah, I see what it is. Oh, let's see what this is. This is something posted on Instagram.
Someone who's running after someone else to kill them.
Man, what if you saw Brendan Schaub save someone's life in real time?
Oh, yeah.
Actually save him. You'd be like, wouldn't you be kind of shocked? Like, oh my god, he really would do. He did actually save someone's life. I feel bad, kind of. But I'd also be like, damn, that's awesome. I got to see it.
Oh my gosh, that's a bit much. Drive-bys like that one day.
Do I still want to be on the site?
Scorpion milk. That's crazy.
That's a good one.
Just a light.
Oh, nice.
I need to take a top once a week. 300 grams of evidence.
These would be great stickers to buy.
That's okay. Star Trek, fan mail. Anyway, shout out to this guy, dude. This is great. I have a website.
Yeah, this is what is under war? Stolen Valor was
Careers.
It's careers.
Everyone who's better than Jimmy doesn't even have a truck and never need it.
So again, the point of the is interestingly enough, I know that you don't have to get stuck. So the word message, and then there's like a verbal and there's a response on the part of the perpetrator. So you look back and do it anyway. Interestingly enough, this doesn't record to the response. And a low date does not define the trust. Does not mean the guy. Good for the message. No, I think that necessarily true. That's a different opinion. To this way, the door goes through the same. Sometimes you do the whole American starts off with a general someone who is well for that. And the cover doesn't require to be why not? By the way,
well, these are all better than what I would have done on the side, but maybe another thing they could do is some sort of like Craigslist type thing when people that post places chickens live in Texas.
To see if someone else did this,
like a revolving
comes to murder, then everyone knows that's not to murder.
Yeah, like West Side Reynolds, but for chickens.
Someone likes to get rid of anything after shooting the killer.
That was great.
She's told I told her I'm going to show me how about her brain.
You saw that?
She said, what are you doing?
Have you seen this?
Why are you running after him?
I think this one I actually did not see.
I'm going to keep asking you. I'm sorry to ask you. Mayhem Miller's one of us. Same audience, 5799 plus. This is great news. Let's see if I'm
That's very good. We should do this.
So, what's his name? Is this Johnson? I feel like
nice again.
Probably, but I don't remember that.
this is full
So let's say, so we're
Okay.
Mayhem Miller here, and I'm not here trying to hawk some CBD oil. I'm here to talk about the new Friday night fight stream for Ultimate Tire Wrestling. This ain't no drug war, and ain't nobody more than fucking you, baby. These are, I know, Coach, these are grapplers trying to slam each other inside a tire. It's wild. We got ducks, we got slams. Hey, and I'm not a big car guy, but these are some big tires. It's gonna drive me nuts if you don't do it. 10-9 cents on Movie Network YouTube. What you doing here?
Imagine you're such an infamous good that your own friends start using stupid things you said to promote their own brands and their shows. So you turn on your look at your phone and there's a TikTok of somebody just using all your the things that you said to plug a thing that they're doing. That's so funny, but also sad.
It's great marketing. It's a marketing team.
That's true. I guess if you have if you have a marketing angle, you gotta use it. And Fox is like the most. Some would say he's the most good marketing.
All right, so we got another video post here. Posted by Max Power Bike. Chen thinks he's Luciano Pavarotti. This is how much you know this looks. Oh, we already seen this. Like, we saw this a long time ago.
Maybe. I mean, I remember him singing for the kids singing it.
She was just skipping her one. It has not been released.
I know that Pavarotti was an amazing singer. Okay, and the reason I know that he was able to hit that tenor note in Nestor, and the reason it wasn't something like that for 8 years was because nobody else could do that. You know why I know that? Because he can't know because they all hear that note because it's called the note. It's called can we hear the note?
Is there a specific? You said no one else can hear it? Yeah. It's great. I'll play it for you. Watch it. Yeah. This is no one's sleep. Okay. It's Puccini. It's like the most beautiful. Watch this motherfucker.
Sober, rotate in a slow motion, not all motion. When rotate
Is there no coming away? Chicken here it is. There it is. Yes, I couldn't hold it. Dude, that's so hard. It's so hard. Like you said, no one can do it. I hit it for a second. I didn't hold it though. Well, Jen,
It sounds like a guy stubbing his foot. That's entertaining though. I like the idea of a show where you have like one guy where you're like, you can't hit that fucking famous opera singer's note and then you wait to see if he does it. That's a good bit.
Dude, I got it.
It's better than anything else. Their old shit, I guess, is better than the new shit. Yeah. That's a lot more entertaining to watch than British being used by living in Austria.
What I was always afraid of is that they are ahead of the game. We're not laughing. We're laughing.
Yes.
That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, we're not quoting TFK. TFK is quoting the future. Because that's what you're saying. I mean, facts.
And also, a lot of these films are shit that we saw, like, way after the beginning. So it's, yeah, they're like ahead of they've been ahead of they're on like Australia. It's essentially like TFK is the country.
We're 7 days behind the picture. Asana Aziz is in the chat.
Oh, shit.
Geraldino Parmigiani. Alrighty, let's see what we got next here. Papa, new lawsuit is coming. So, podcast Orange's post confirmed British child being sued in a minor in a $1 million lawsuit video to come short of for fraud, debt, wire fraud, higher risk
drowning in
fraud,
the water. Oh, how you go about
false
when
flag
animals
tax,
are moving away. So
civil
listing by law,
extortion,
we're being
tax
taxed by
fraud.
others.
You
So
know,
who higher
first I want to say,
adults
from
have
that
the
one,
right to
Goonie with
stand
the
by
Goonie
the
race, I
line.
mean, that's pretty
Have
much
to
just
jump in and try to help. Now,
But second, back to the
fascinating discussion
matter at hand.
about what level of danger
Look at all these things. Theft and conversion, simple theft, to whatever, unjust enrichment, all that shit. It's a lot of stuff. It doesn't seem like, it almost, when you list it all out like that, it seems like it's not something that Brendan is smart enough to do, right? I guess you can be stupid and do all these things.
Well, that was a podcast about the video, I think today. He put a video today where it's like, they don't have, I was trying to explain it to you
again,
when we reviewed Doritos
and
in Seattle's Finest.
Yeah.
And I got it kind of right, but also like, just like,
that I'm allowed to go ahead
exact
and
deal shit. He was trying to act like he was equity in the company. Give 10% equity in the company. He was trying to act on that 10% equity. He had already signed away his equity in the company. But now today,
which one is the case? Which one's you're right. The pastor called Osama Dame after using it. If I see my
Let's
friend
take
in
some terrier. Also, it does a couple decades.
so scenario, not Ontario. Worst case scenario. So anyways, so the video today, he was saying that, so there is paperwork filed where he did sign away equity in the company. So it's hard for any of these charges to stick because Bob was so dumb.
I see
the very bottom of the fence. I mean, like, worst case, Ontario to me for Bapa isn't even trying to make the word and say it, know what it is. And it is, yeah, I guess that's a good defense for him that he's too stupid to have done these things. And maybe they are kind of stupid, but maybe they are a stupid man's crime. I mean, theft, you don't have to be too smart to do that. Civil theft is just civil theft. Unjust enrichment, that just sounds like another way of saying theft. Wire fraud, I could do that. I'm pretty stupid. IRS fraud is actually, now that I think about it, that's very easy. Filing a false tax return, you just have to file a return wrong. And that's easy to do now. Yeah, that's really easy. You probably didn't hire somebody to do it.
I'm not talking about it. So again, American
commit tax fraud with somebody telling you, yo, you did this wrong.
That's right. All the more
yeah, what he knows is, So I take all that back. Now that I've read it a few times, I realize that both me and Papa and Jordan are all capable of this. That's why I do Cox. Cox can do ground. Cox can do ground. Cox guys. Imagine we call ourselves Cox. All right, so this one is posted on Massive Plan 4008.
Which was again,
finally, I want to take full shit. I didn't know this happened. This is Tim Kennedy. I want to take full and unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake over the years. I made public statements and gave interviews in which I unintentionally misupdated aspects of my military service. I find it true that I have been awarded the Bronze Star that is not true. No excuse for it. And I deeply regret never personally acquired that kind of recognition as sacred. It represents extraordinary courage and a fire of acts that risk or cost lives to those who serve them and to their families and those harmed. I offer my sincere apologies. What I said was disrespectful to your servicemen and acknowledgement that I was young when I stepped into the public eye, and while I wasn't there to scream me appreciate the game with it. It doesn't absolve me. I should know better. Integrity is not situational, and I feel that I'm sorry as I wish for myself. Military military is those who serve the combat and lost their love. I'm deeply sorry. I know I've let many of you down. This is not a sad thing. From my territory, I've had every right to expect more from you. I didn't look to that.
Well, he didn't blame the team. That's not, no, there's more. The first thing you're trying to learn is not the end.
That is the beginning. I am committed to rebuilding trust through honest reflection, visible accountability, and always restoring community ownership to myself too. I would no longer speak about my services in a way that elevates my identity beyond what I actually do. Not what I was. Be guided by truth and humility. With the respect, I understand the words alone. Don't give us one trust all the time in action alone. Thank you to those who have held me accountable. I will do my best to honor that accountability.
You're allowed
So
to
it
go
is a
ahead
little
and
bit
kill
ChatGPT-ish, but I don't see an M dash. At least doesn't have that. But it does, he's offering some, he's saying that he doesn't blame the team, so that's not common, and he's just doing not an apology at all, responding to early evidence. It's above Papa. The problem We got a time problem. It's so long. Yeah, it's like, why say it now? It's a little too late.
Yeah, dude. And I told you I just got caught up on it all. There was this one service member guy that made like a 2-hour rundown. And if somebody making a 2 minutes, pretty concise. Like he's not really like staying on one topic for too long. He's moving on and just bringing up a bunch of different things that took care of him and all the events that went into it. If it's 2 hours long, dude, it's too late for the bar. Granted, apology accepted. Yeah, I kind of did. But it's been a long time.
It's just, I accept the apology because I don't care. He served. The people that are going to be still mad and have a right to be mad are the soldiers, right? Who's actually served and done some of the things maybe that you mentioned that he lied about. But I can't get over what he did. It's so strange because I can't relate to it at all. Just think about, like, you worked at a golf course, right? What if you were like, at the golf course, you know, it's crazy. I trained Tiger Woods. I showed him I got his swing. And then, dude, crazy. I was so good at being a caddy that I actually got to go to the Masters. And then they hate one of them. Like, you know, and so it would just be like, that's essentially what he did.
At night, I stayed up and I killed anyone that was on the driving range. I just had a heart monitor and I was just aim and shoot.
It goes back to that is because that's also it's even weird. I want to go to the clubhouse and do a grenade with machine gun
sticking out the
all night long at the law firm, I shot people from the window. That's what makes it even weird. It's not just lying about exploits. It's like,
This guy never meddled
Shout out to the Son.
I got this squeezing the life out of 15 children in an hour. What? It's like, it's the idea that you just indiscriminately kill people is not actually good. Some of the stuff is impressive that you said you did. But yeah, some of it is also just like, why would you? That's not a good thing.
It would be cool if you would have admitted that he took dead people's stories too. Apparently he was taking like this one guy Mike's stories. It's like, the guy's dead, so he can't really stand up and be like, that wasn't you, Tim, that was me.
On a much lower scale, I've already admitted to stealing another person's story. I used to do this terrible street joke about throwing cane. And I've admitted that somebody told me I shouldn't do that. And I did that immediately, Tim. Where were you? You were talking about some hero you stole stories. You said that was ours. You didn't even say it.
That's true too. Formula One, I did not talk to Formula. I was with somebody at the golf course. That's a new story. So I apologize.
And if you believe that,
Ask the squirrels. We gotta switch it once in a while.
they're still going out, but they're saying it's from good.
It is.
Look, we have an NSFW chat. Everybody in it on our Reddit calls me daddy. You don't have to do that, but if you don't do it, it's a problem.
Oh shit, good see. Let's hear this.
And then again, Salvatore teaches me, even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire you.
Realized it was the wrong person. Brought him back to life with the role of paper towel elastic band under my
It's like MacGyver, just MacGyver, just like picking up shit, bringing people back to life.
That would be funny if he goes on a podcast right now and he's like telling a story and at the end he goes, I gotta pull up that story was true.
Every time. In fact, I did come here from 24-hour fitness.
I told you guys I was at John Matisse earlier. That was a lie. I did juice that.
I didn't just finish doing my leg workout.
I'm so sorry I lied to you last time. There is no marijuana. I created a valid monster and it's chasing Frankentin Kennedy style. Okay, Sir Tony Sled never been up before. This was posted by aggressive ass monkey. Papacito acting toxic towards Rink for going on vacation with his family. I've already seen this one. It's just like him being catty. I think it's just like documenting the sourness between the two.
Yeah, I haven't seen this yet, but do you think they're more angry at each other now because of the weird situation? That's probably true. That's over their heads.
Apparently, according to the podcast Cringe, they showed the serve papers at Mama's house. I don't know if this is true. Everything's a bit online, but apparently Papa was like, "Yo, my bad for not being in the house. I'll meet you at a pizza place." And you better not be optimistic in this. That could be. Shout out to the subscriber. But is that real? I think our audience has seen this video. That I'm referencing the podcast creator. He says it at the very beginning. So I'm like, is that real? Is that how do you know? Because I feel like podcast creator has some sort of in with the person that's maybe that might be feeding him info. It's a big channel. People like to. Maybe there's like Kennedy out there, populating about your house. When I listen to podcast cringe videos, and I did, it's for some reason the Australian accent completely takes me out. Like I start listening to it, like I'm gonna listen and figure this shit out, and then he's like, "Oh, they don't know anything about Papa. I can't even do it." Or that New Zealand accent. Sorry, I like lose. I'm like the video's over and I understood. I haven't listened for the last 15 minutes every time. You're like, fuck, it's already, it's 20 minutes. Oh my god, this guy's New Zealand. I parked outside of the house and the girls going to feed cats for somebody, and I was like, great, time to listen to podcast cringe. And then she came out after she fed the cats. The video was over and I didn't hear a thing. There were 7 days ahead of you. Let's see here.
Like, you need a good restaurant in Austin, and it's not like, what? You know, this food in Italy is amazing. It's good. It's awesome. Good. You find that there. Cat. I say that. Yeah.
I've talked to a girl that sounds like your mom was fine though, right? Was it it's like I answered your question and you tell me that I'm wrong immediately. Yeah, it's weird. Unless he may be trying to do like a bit of some kind, like some sort of weird child joke. But yeah, that's strange to be like, is your dad enjoy it though? He probably fucking hated it because you son. While saying it too.
He had fun. Because of that one, for him, he's fine, so he can stay inside his cabin, breathe, do everything he does in Utah, but then have dinner with his family. He does that probably. But that's a lot of money. But if the kids love it,
Oh, he's still down. I see. He's like, I have to He's mad that Brian is seeing his family. All Brennan Shaw talks about is visiting his family.
So therefore, again, the person is teaching now. They know
The
they're
Tims.
to violate Canada
Or the shoelaces. Everything about the socks. The socks.
I would have said you're allowed to go ahead.
He's a style guy. He's bringing back whatever shoe that is. Maybe Tims. I don't know.
Because if he violates her, how come
my daughter's tipping around. It's all up there in fucking Chuck E. Cheese.
and goes on that and potentially status?
Such a weird thing to say about your kids. My kids they're not going to appreciate anything. They're fucking like 10 years old. They're going to know you took anything.
Kids want to go to Chuck E. Cheese. I don't feel like having pizza tonight. We're not going to Italy.
They don't know the difference between Chuck E. Cheese and Italy. Can you imagine your parents take you to Italy like way later in life, your parents are like, remember when we went to fucking the Coliseum, you got to see the Roman history, and they're like, oh yeah, Chuck E. Cheese, right? Or like the opposite, like, remember the mouse in the costume was everywhere, was like Chuck E. Cheese? There's a mouse there, it's a big mouse, right? And they're like, oh yeah, we saw the big mouse in Rome. It's like,
So we have again,
strange
children
children.
can be divided down on the muscle.
Animatronic.
He's trying to sodomize Jimmy.
Yeah, I remember that was in
So the throw would have just
fucking
said
Sicily, right?
because of one of you will say on the days.
It's just it's a ridiculous thing to say.
The high come
Okay, so here we go. Podcast Cringe goes in on Papa again, exposing the shower room. This is nice. So the embarrassing text from the child we want you to see. I think we already went through all the texts. Posted by MQ5QA. Ching watches podcast creation. Up to date.
It doesn't blemish, quote unquote, status wise, relationship wise.
basically the same
perhaps I would not be
as
able to
fees.
kill Reuben for which they must have put up.
Somebody needs to put a fucking
The Torah says, no, it's really
handcuffs on
about
his
the
tongue,
deep
and he's just like,
relationship. It
that
is,
tongue
it is. It is
it's
our right.
it's
We're allowed to
different.
kill them
So, yeah.
because of
Cooler of
the
Clinton's. Callan is really cute. It's our shots and stuff.
Maybe if I see
Wait, what's this? Oh shit, thank you, James Freeman. I appreciate that. Thank you.
by love, not to be able to kill
No,
them
that's
as
a few
well.
record tweets in there.
So Rahmana Amadas. Torah says, no, the only thing people actually think is if you got to engage in a relationship,
I think Cooney drinks coffee too, dude. So it'd be cool.
because of Rahmana Amadas, I don't know if I
And I'm on that
raised
rocks, dude. You know?
Chaydik says, well,
You should.
they would have just said Madas. I would say, all right, what does Madas mean? Madas means Chaydik says
This is
David.
gonna be a clip we already saw.
Right,
I'm
Chaydik
laughing at
says.
terror pizza.
So Rahmana, therefore the Torah says,
thinks it's like a pizza shop.
Chaydik
I love stuff like that.
So the
And
Gemara
I mean,
says,
Don Vito, Brennan Shop, that's a great verse.
so that's the case. But the Pasuk said, the Pasuk says, hate Madas.
Let's see. I feel like I watched this over every time.
Any relationship.
So, okay, so how far do you live from Brian Callen?
I have no clue what that
You're allowed to kill the perpetrator.
Do you understand? I mean, that is what a good friend is. I don't know the good friends right here. You tore me the shit, okay? That's what that is right there. You don't know where Brian lives? So has Brian been on the lake with you guys? Brian hasn't been on the podcast.
And mothers. And I would know that if you guys are trying to do something, attempting to do
Chap
something,
doesn't think that's funny. Come on, something
by
like
David,
Chap in the
or
road
if you're
laugh.
encouraged, you're allowed to actively kill leading
He's looking at statues with dicks.
Yeah, fucking right on the lake. We should get on.
Brendan tries to have some input, but he just can't speak English. We're trying to get him on the ear. You guys are right. You guys are right. Just slaps like chairs, dude. Well, cheers to that, Chris. I will say this is an impressive setup as far as like video quality goes. Somebody on Zoom. So this is just the back of like this is like one of the Zoom things in the back of Chris.
So the Torah says, now,
talking to the shop who's on a set.
only time you're allowed
So
to go ahead.
this one is like a little different though, right? They go in there and they
Zero,
flip the
is
camera
when that
down. They could be different or they could just be sitting in different spots.
And,
Whereas the
but if
doors,
the Avir doesn't impact
I
other human beings,
feel
for
like they
example,
did change it up.
Ruby's
They
about to
just
smell
changed
shots,
the background
very bad,
of it.
but it doesn't
Purpley
impact other
and
human beings.
there's
Or he's about to
shiny shit.
yeah,
You didn't even make episodes, you just
or
took
he's about
off.
to worship other
Yeah, they were like, they gotta go
doesn't
fucking
impact
like
other human beings.
Jay Kennedy or whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah, Tim Kelly did it right.
Hanging with him.
He says Tim.
Tim's good. Yeah, he's great.
I don't know him. I never met him. I want to know him. Really? Okay, cool. He seems like a cool dude.
Yeah. Again,
He's a guy who's
talk about
pretty
this
good
more
at live,
tomorrow.
too.
Shabbos is not.
That's
You know, should let us have
on his own.
Did
Did you donate the red chairs? I want to take
Sorry, I
that.
should say.
No, I sold.
Show up as
Wait, I said I would work with you.
I could kill you
Unless you
to
trade the
prevent it
Patreon.
from worshiping idolatry.
Yeah, so you gotta trade the
Why?
Patreon.
So according to show by the time, then why do I need now? Simone says.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's that information.
What about why this is? So the show by the time tomorrow, the show by the time holds in the Bible.
So this one's posted by Caterpillar Hot 7539. Coming in 2026, I think the faith-based fraud era. Proverbs 22:6. For sure, he's gonna get into deep waters, dude. And then he's gonna come out and just be
Or
like,
if I
there's
see
a
about
way.
the power
I remember
Shabbos,
when
I
I
can't
was
show
over all
them
those
preventing
fraud
from doing
cases.
that.
And I was on my knees begging this guy.
Coming today, we're coming to this
And
Shabbos.
then I just, when she walked out the door, I looked up and I said, God, no. And then everything resolved. Chin stayed by him all the time. And so Chin got the knife passed through it for like a 3 series where he's got like white knife mark there. Okay, they're gonna have to
I'm not supposed to put it on show by the time.
you
It seems that I can
capture
still
the
move
show.
into
Right,
the
Chin's gonna go
able to
to
resolve.
Catholic.
I can also
Papa's gonna,
move into
Papa's
prevention
gonna go
from
Presbyterian
being
or
a
Orthodox or
fellowship.
something.
I'm not sure what I'm not
He's got violence with his team. I definitely can see the religious thing. I think he's probably going to be like Protestant right there. We said like holy water. Holy water. You sell holy water. This holy water. Here's your promo code shop. It'll be the same thing. It'll just be religious stuff.
But if there is no other human victim,
I know you guys out there in thick boys that love the Lord. Instead of buying trucks, they'll be saving
that's the first law. Second law, I agree with that, with the exception of abortion. Can kill women to prevent abortion.
That works.
That is the laws of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, not only can you so really prevent abortion, but you also can really prevent it from being the final Shabbos.
That is
So
interesting.
it's the real dollar of Shabbos, not the Shabbos. So that's the Shabbos,
that would be a funny coach like
so
Shaw
the laws
talking about shopping.
Shabbos, just like you can Ruvain to prevent the worshiping of Avodah Zarah, so you can Ruvain to prevent it from being the Nalo Shabbos. According to the Lazar of Rabbi Shimon, and why you use anytime you read about Jesus, it carries Misa's bathing, expressed by bathing or cars, even if it doesn't have to be victim, still has to come to the right doing it. So I don't even know. So Shimon says, no, where it says, my hero, not kind of, New York, we look at it, no, because one of them will call one of them will come to bestiality. Everyone will agree that see even about bestiality, and that is the whole thing of the
It's like
is I'm allowed to kill the from doing
no, it's good. That's
either a person by Misa's bathing,
the sound is Netflix is probably one. I think we got run our hands. Fix the audio. What do you mean? So you hang out with Shop, or you go see her friend, and they ask you how hang out with Shop, and you fucking ask me. He finds a way to, he'll do one of those releases where they have to like sell you. And he's fucking, he's a Jehovah's Witness now. He's crazy. Oh my God. 7-day vintage shop. He's just so good at it, dude. So good.
What happens if we take
Sharia law. Shots out for Sharia law.
The message of the cross.
He would get it so wrong. He'd constantly be eating food that wasn't halal and doing things that are haram. If you look at Joe Gutter, wasn't like, here he goes again. Fucking says he supports Israel. What the fuck? He'd have a fatwa against him quicker than any Muslim in the history of Islam. It's totally possible right there. Jesus peace. Yeah, this is what I think this is the most likely scenario is for Christianity, especially since he thinks he's like some sort of very cool guy. It would be very funny if he was something else. When he heard Rogan like to a church where he was like, what church did he go to? Why am I not there? He's a Unitarian University. That's the least likely one.
Alright, let's see here. Okay. Now I buzz my head myself. Now I can tell because I break right. So listen, I was keeping up with the Changs a little bit this week. And so when I saw this post, dude, I was like, there's no way. There's just optical illusions. And so I went to the video. I don't know why this book is on because I got hair issues. Listen to record between these. Dude, it's for sure fucked up. Like, part of his hair is fucked up. When he starts turning his head, you can see it. So it's real. Yeah, I mean, in the clip, it looks horrible. It really looks strange. He's got some weird buzz. It looks like it's like a guy who's going by and is trying to do something to draw attention elsewhere. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's just like, how much of a furry is he that he is busy? That's the reason. Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff to do. But it leaves me begging the only question, what are we doing here? I do this all the time with my balls.
Like if I accident, and then I'll be exfoliating my balls and shit. And then be like, what? That's a big fat patch of hair on the balls. They're gonna be razor back out and chop it off in the bathroom or when you're exfoliating outside of the legs and stuff. Oh yeah, it's like in public. Yeah. No, dude, it's private. I've got a private pool right next to me. I got 2 balconies here. Right, no, I can see you shaking my balls from there. Yeah. To honestly go like this, Alan.
Being ready to violate
Okay, cool. I don't know what Alan's on about here. Let's see. Can you guys put complete thoughts in the chat, please? Let's see. I'm not mad at these. Papa insults a legend like Mike Tyson. I saw this earlier. This is insane. Posted by Somali Gang 2025. Papa insults a legend Mike Tyson. That cowardly shit's related to Brandon Marshall like a snake. Papa lies so much he probably
obviously it's ramifications, but the nice
because Papa's fully detached from reality. Go ahead and tell me you want to.
So what's interesting,
My bad, I have like 13 minutes. It's funny that you have 13 things going on. I have like 2 and I still have trouble making it down.
When me and DC were hosting that Zoom show with Mike Tyson, Brandon Marshall, it was like kept fucking Tyson. DC was like, buddy, you're poking the wrong bear. You can't fight. I don't think you can fight. He's like, me and Brandon would be fine, but that's not true.
Was he saying Brandon Marshall is really Tyson? Everyone has seen that. It's like a video on YouTube. It's funny that it's just a strange thing. Like, unless Cormier is doing some sort of joke bit for the show, the idea that he'd like, Mike Tyson can fuck you up. Me and Brandon, he can beat the shit out of Mike Tyson.
That's so crazy. It's clear that Brendan Chop was annoying Mike Tyson.
Yeah, it's like, I think this would be so funny to watch the black guy that has seen the video. You know what I mean? Because it's very cultural, like laughing happening, and Brendan thinks that he's cool in the middle of that, which is hilarious.
You're gonna get fucked up, dude. 100%. Mike Tyson's anytime boss poking the dog, making fun of him with shoes. And like, you can tell Mike Tyson's like, fuck this dude. I'm not breaking. He's like, what the fuck is that? He seemed to tell him, like, hey, bud, you don't have a fine bread skill set, man. You're gonna get fucked. That's what so cool you're hearing this like now. So Daniel Cormier decided to warn Brendan that, we shouldn't poke the bear.
He thinks he's talking to Brandon.
We listen to her. Now, I say, we don't listen to her.
You can still send Brendan to the chaperone, and of course Brendan laughs it off.
Yeah, that was sent to you, Bob. There's no Brandon Marshall anywhere. He's not on the account.
Once he gets mad, it's all
I like how Dave
Alright, say good morning.
so he had to say it
Good
like he's
morning.
talking to
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to think.
Yeah, well, it's kind of, it is exactly like that, because he's on there for like the dad,
5785, Pilsen, Shkach,
like,
Baruch Yisrael.
don't dance
Four.
on the counter. You're
In
gonna
the
fall.
source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen.
But that's like,
Mazel
that's
tov, may they be Zochah Meretz Hashem. We should just know that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave chayal, a brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Israel, and it is so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Meretz Hashem B'Shar Tov U'Mutzlachos, which should Meretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. Let's say with that, let us begin with first stories to dedicate our reign and dismiss of all of our precious happiness and making for Meretz Hashem, bring them home with shalom and bekarov, and Rabbi, all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yudayim. Let's say today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Don't lose a tree in the forest. We're going to be running Sanhedrin today in Meretz Hashem. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Meretz Hashem where the journey takes us. We have to have in Meretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. Bais Aminuga. So Gemara says, Kiman as lahad l'sanya. Whose opinion is reflected in the following statement? Bais Aminuga lo hayv lo asad liyos. So there was never such thing as a Bais Aminuga. Bais Aminuga means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn this and receive reward. Gemara Nazla, who does this opinion reflect? Rabbi ben Shimon. Like Rabbi ben Shimon. Look, that's halacha. The scientist now Rabbi ben Shimon. Rabbi ben Shimon says the Olam Rabbi is from a Achir Kishtei Bis Hashtei Avonim Kishtei Ksalim. The Karen's office. So again, in order to have saras in the remember again, is the whole topic of saras in the house. Last year, Kodesh points out that halacha the nice saras in the home is not a punishment as much as it was a bracha. Rashi points out before the Jewish commentary to Israel, the indigenous nations, their hid treasures in the walls of their home. And the truth is, the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with saras. That would require removing stones. And then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, Allah says, but in order to have tzaras of the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two pieces. A piece is a measurement. Hashtei Avonim on two different stones. Hashtei Ksalim on two different walls. The Karen Zavis. So essentially, you have to be in a corner. Our coach is making decent, but our coach is good. You have to have a length of 2 pieces and a width of 1 piece. So my time is Rabbi. So what's the Rabbi Shimon's logic? Why does it say Siv Kir or Siv Kiros? Because the pasuk says, talking about tzaras in the home, it says it appears on a wall, and then it says it appears on the walls, plural. So the Gemara says, Ezu here, Shuki Kiros, what ultimately again is a home, what is a wall that is like walls, plural? The Omer is that carries of it. This refers ultimately again to a corner. The Tanya Amar was of it. So Rabbi says, Makom Hayat Asa. But how you call it also for this segir, you know, the place in Gaza, and they call this place in Gaza for this segir. So again, interesting, you have actually points out that we have Shulva is Mitzora, and for this called Mitzora. So essentially, what the philosopher is saying is like there was mamish a home that was known to have tzaras. Amar Shimon ish kfar Akko hamachas halachti b'gov b'Galil. V'ra'isi makom shemetzaynin also v'amru avanim minugaos kinu b'sham. Rabbi Shimon ish kfar Akko says one time I went to Galil, and in fact I found the place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a home of 15 So let's say, so once again, you see this tension on one hand, first opinion saying there was never a home with tzaras, never happened, too much specificity. The other opinion saying, that Allah saying, no, we actually saw a home with tzaras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of the ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, Haya Achmem Gidei, O Chiger, O Ilaim, O Suma, O Cherish. Remember again, we saw in the last sugya, that in order for a child to become a solar remote, Lashon Gemara was the parents have to be shut up. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, right, or similar. Now the reason I was talking about it there was that parents have to be shut up. The call, the mara, the call. They have to be shut. They have to be similar, and literally again their voice, their height, and even their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a gidin, Rashi points out over here, gidin is they're missing a hand, an amputee, o chiger, or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk, o ilaim, or mute, o sumo, or blind, o cherish, or cherish generally means deafening. Eno nasa ben soromora. The child can't become ben soromora. Now why? Is that Shamar? Listen to this. The tough subo of the evil. The pasuk says his parents will grab him from Odivim. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing a hand, they're not walking on himself. Kid can't become a Ben Soromora. Both Seal also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go and remove him, they can't take him. The Gemara says, they will say, the parents will say, below Ilman, not if they're mute. The name is that field to identify his son below Suman, and not parents who are blind. And then Shomei Abikolim. They say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices, below harsh, and not a mute. Not a mute. Right, Gemara says, Masim Boku Shosha, Umalkim also. They warned him in Sorah Morek, so again it's Hasrat. They warned him first in the presence of three, and then ultimately administer Malchus afterwards. Chazer b'kilko. So you will say it's interesting. You see where it teaches something new. Apparently, there is like a hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three. Right. So again, apparently the way it works is like this: the child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of chapters. Parents warn him in front of the basin of three, and then again they flog him. They give him out this. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a ben Soyer. Chazer b'kilko, that's when Shlosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by the example of which makes sense because now this is a capital case. They are Lisco, Achu, Shom, Shlosha, Rishon. And again, he's only executed if part of the basin of 23 consists of part of the basin. The original three will essentially judge them for Moses as to part of the subsequent basin of 20. You have to say, parents are names of this son. This son means the son that was born was flogged in front of you. The first three is now going to be executed because of so incredible. Shabbos, you know, the Gemara says, what do you see here? Well, you know, that's it. I must say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, they'll say, what does this mean? So you would have thought that this. You look at this pasuk of Ensora Mora. Right? So the pasuk says, the top people of the video, the parents will take hold of him, but see also al the signet video, al sham and come on. And they will take them out right to the basin. And they say, now you notice, what's happening here? Notice the very literal interpretation of the pasuk, right? That literally they have to be able to grab. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly, you might get the mission is very in a literal sense. What do you see from your Shabbos Minah? But Inon, Kral, Yitzim. You have to follow up pasuk as it is finished. You might say, check it out, this is different. Shiny Hava, why? On the base. Shiny Hava. 71B. The Kulik Krat Yisim. What was I saying? No, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Kulik Krat Yisim. The Masil Nifta, this is also Shara here, Holy you're reading out this whole thing. Just say, you can't get through the base. Done. The fact that the pasuk is written such longhand indicates to us that there is a hakada. Telling us that again, the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes and an ability to do so prevents the kid from coming and so on. Okay, and we warn him in front of three. Why didn't you read the chase cycle? Why didn't you have start for a three? You just need to have start for the two witnesses. And Rabbi Alfred and Master Rabbi Shnayim, the mouth can also be made social. No, what it means is like this. You're right, so we warn him in front of two witnesses, and we give him Malchus in front of three, because he represents a baby. So Mar says, whoa, Malchus ben Sora Mora, where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Sora Mora? Right? So most of the only thing we ever see by Ben Sora Mora is what? His execution. Nisa, where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Sora Mora? Rabbi Abba, but man with Yisru, was a little bit Yerushalayim. Yisru, this is the Yisru also the Yisru Ben Sora Mora, and then this is the Yisru by Malchus, and then the Yisru Ben, by Yam Ben Akozara. So essentially there's a Yerushalayim between Malchus and between Ben Sora Mora, just that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Sora Mora gets Malchus. Okay, you must possibly kill them with a so again, Ben Sora Mora once again repeats his negative behavior again. You judge which time to do it because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, Haimi Boile, Zat, Gemara Darshans, the name is Zat. That's how the Gemara Darshans, that's how Darshans become Mishnah. Just 1 second. Haimi Boile, Zat, now remember again that we already used that Zat. That Zat was already Darshan to teach us what? That Allah, the parents have to have sight in order for the kids to become Ben Sora Mora. So how are you now using that same Zat for a different structure? You can look though, Benenu who? My Benenu Zat. The pasuk could have just written Benenu who, but instead it says Benenu Zat. Shema Mina Karti. So everyone will say Zat teaches me two things. What are the two things it teaches me? Number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become Ben Sora Mora. That's number one. And number two, that the original three who served as the basement for Malchus, had to be part of the basement of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, Baruch Achlan Medino, the Achakat Hekev Zakara Kato, Potter. Let's remember again, they were in the beginning of the Ben Sora Umora Sugya. That Ben Sora Umora is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a Katan Samach Leish, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sora Umora immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raises a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Mensora Mora, right? And when he is brought to base, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where it's to be done, to be judged with a Mensora Mora. And then what happens? He ran away from base. He ran away. He went right. He skipped some days. Before the verdict was passed, and then what happens? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Bezdin. But by the time they bring him back to Bezdin, he has further physically matured. What's that? Potter. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Sora Umora, and therefore, again, so the interesting part. Remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So he escaped before his verdict. By the time we get him back to Bezdin, he's already too physically mature, right? Has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. Then you should ignore, the Achagat Hekev Zakara Kato. On the other hand, if let's say the kid came to Bezdin, was judged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution. And then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so let's say a Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who cursed that Kodesh Baruch Hu, and then what happens? The Achakat Niskaya. Then he converted. What's halacha? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the last verse? Then he's like, Holo b'nishkanetino. Nishtana Misaso. Because the most halacha l'maisa is only your framework change. Remember again, when he was a Rashi points out something very interesting. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications, when his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. All the Nishtana Misaso. These are made currently when the Eidachad, Udayan Echad, Velo Asral. As a Ben Noach, right? A Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, right? One judge, and no hasra. A Jew is judged with a basin of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he's converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore once his din, his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So Gemara says, "Ner Messiah, right? Ner Messiah, right? Baruch Achlan Midina." So we'll say, our Mishnah is disappointed to see my deal. The Sora Mora, he escaped before the verdict was delivered. The Achakat, which is before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His father might have a lot of shum down here, oil because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Which says, no. Oh, shiny alcohol, the other Ashkala back Halavu. But it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be high at this stage. That's why if he escapes before the verdict, we find him later on, he's going to be Potter, so Tashma. So Brendan doesn't want those kind of shoes or to get into cold ones. So ultimately, again, that's sort of moral. If they deliver the verdict, and then they find him. And by the time that they find him, he has already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's right. Now, why is that? Nigmardino comment, because again, Allah his verdict was passed. Nigmardino gavakatilahu. And he's already, if his verdict was passed, and Allah, of course, he's going to be right. So Mar says, we'll say, what a tremendous musafir. Tremendous musafir. So the Ben Noach, curses that Kodesh Baruch Hu, and then he converts. What's halacha? He's not subject to a death penalty. Why? Because again, the Lashon of the Gemara, Holo b'nishtana dino, nishtana misasal, his din changed, and therefore again his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here this that halacha l'maisa, even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. So this is very important to Gemara Hashkafati, because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, I committed an avera. As a person who's committed an avera, I warrant particular punishments. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I could go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? The Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe Shalom doesn't change. The Rebbe Shalom is perfect. So what does it mean? I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv for whatever the particular ownership may be. How does it work? So once I say interesting, the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple mashal. Person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So it's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say you're in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. Tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. This is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity you have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, is still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become someone different, it's just the whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are there for your side. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I change. So that by Noah, who curses like a powerful class of Shalom, if he becomes a yid, So at the end of the day, again, he's not over Ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of being. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go right there. Since Don Kashma, Ben Noach Shikas, Kabero, or it's Kabero, this guy Potter, listen to this. Ben Noach, non-Jew, who goes in and hits, fellow non-Jew, or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And once then he decides to convert. Now what phase is this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? So again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Potter. He's potter, right? He's potter from all of these things. Why? I was saying that what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa, remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa says that Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to this halacha. So death penalties also can be some of this guy but Ben Noach hit a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew. And then he converts, he's going to be liable. So going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that he committed, and as a Jew, he would also be liable. As a Ben Noach, he's liable. As a Jew, he's liable. Why? Name a hall the Ishtani. Why would you go out and say, but he changed. He converted. Dino umisasa, but Dino umisasa, but in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. Bahai, Dino Ishtani, umisasa Ishtani. Here, the particular facts of the judgment will change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So Bishlam was saying, Karasai, Saif, the death penalty itself. Right, when he kills someone, says Ben Noach, it was Saif, and now he doesn't be Chayiv Saif. Remember, Ben Noach, who said trouble a little while ago, Ben Noach is always executed with Saif. So as a Gentile, it was Saif, and as a Jew, it's Saif. Or Eishes Ish, or with adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Saif. And now it's going to be strangulation. So it's different. For instance, we'll say second line down in the white lines, and I run Murasa. We'll say the talking about over here where you committed adultery, and I run Murasa. The ED Biskiva, both Ben Noach as well as the Jew have the punishment of Skiva for Nara Murasa. Or I, Baha Asa King Yisrael, to me at the Eishes Kabero. but it says if he committed this same act with Yisrael, comparable to Rishon's Chavera, Ella, Kala B'Chamura Meishuk Shaifa. So rather we see again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or included with a more severe one. Let me call it Rabban and Messiah Chomer. That's why Rabban say that Saif is more Chomer than Chenek. And when we should have Chenek Chomer, might be there. We had all this before. The great Mishnah says that Chenek strangulation is more Chomer than Saif. What are you going to say? Mishnah is something like you kind of the game master. The Omer, when we sound more from the Ninoch, Eino El Chenek. That's where we have this focus. So the whole the game master, not even national, the whole thing, Ninoch, always put to death with Chenek. So Mishnah is just each made part of Chenek Bahas. Chenek, I understand the case of Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of Israel, and then he converted because when he was with Ben Noach, he was a Jew, he's punishable by Chenek. So it's ROTHSCHILD and he called Chenek Bash to say, 1 second, according to this, as a Ben Noach, the murderer would be Chayiv Chenek, and now as a Jew, he would be Chayiv Sayiv, which the Gemara says, not a problem, Kala B'Chamura Meishuk Shaifa. And then we assume that Sayiv is a more lenient form of death penalty than Chenek, and therefore it's going to be more lenient one is included with the more common one. Let me say that, Sarka, Yachakak, Pavla, right? The Gemara says, Tidon B'Chenek. So the Gemara says, Tidon B'Chenek, Skila my time ago. So she would judge with Chenek and not with Skila. Why not with Skila? I'm sure the whole Ishtani. It must be because Allah Lamaisa to my Nara Murasa. Sorry. Nara Murasa ultimately committed adultery and she can't go get us. So what's the halacha? She's judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara says, why not Skila? I'm sure the whole Ishtani because she changed from Nara to a Bulgaris. Because she came Halacha, Ishtani Legami. And all the more so in this case where the change was I'm going to be open on the kind of tiny people on the skill. So ultimately, again, so if I said to the Tana, you're right, rather instead, right now, for myself, subject to the also, what's the takeaway? Sorry, I'm going to go quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. Now, what I say is that he's like so and he escapes, and you find him later on, what he's doing. So the answer is, it depends. Because if his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, when you find him, if he escaped before the verdict was passed, then what do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed focus on physical maturation, you pass the verdict, and you kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, right? Things have changed, and no longer judge him as it was so over. And there's other pieces like that. The
they're just waiting for something interesting to happen.
The Ben Noach who goes ahead and puts his friend right or commits adultery and converts similar types of cases. Let's go. Let's start out. Let's say this Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire parak. Okay, we're going to do it here. Ben Sarah Nidon Hashem Sofo. Ben Sarah is executed. Not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. Gemara says, ultimately, again, let him die innocent, and don't let him die chayiv, don't let him die culpable. Why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. For Tzadikim, death of Tzadikim
that's kind of crazy.
is bad for Tzadikim, and it's bad for the world. I will say, why is death bad for Tzadikim? Why is death bad for Tzadikim? Why? Because the myself, death, they no longer have to go ahead and perform like
it's like because it doesn't work and it's not real life itself.
You have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for Tzadikim is a bad thing. Because with their death, they use their ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. Gemara says, these are, Yain Shemelu Shamanal, right? So also this is wine and sleep. So they would shut him. It's pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if they shut him, are drinking and they're sleeping, that was why before he started bothering them. But so be occupied with the wine, be occupied with the sleep, and go forward. Tzadikim, Ralahem, Rali, I will say this is incredible, but for Tzadikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Listen to that says why? Because when the Tzadik is drinking too much, or the Tzadik is sleeping, he's not accomplished. And if the Tzadik is sleeping and not accomplishing drinking, or not accomplishing, that's bad for him. and it's bad for her. We'll say, here it is, right? This is a riot to what we do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is bad, apparently. It feels so good. That's right. But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to beat tzaddikim. Incredible. These are the Rishayim. And not the hand by not the old. So we'll say, these are these, again, displacement. You know, it's a scattering. It's, right, it's good for Rishayim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, Ralohem, V'Ravi Olam. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. It's not good. Because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for Rishayim, Pizur is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. It's also Pizur. So Pizur means literally again scattered. Pizur also means sometimes we'll say no. Pizur could be a one geographic place. That's a million different emotional spaces. And when a person is like that, you know, we all experience times like that. It's very disjointed, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not self. Essentially, Pizur represents look up to the opposite. The opposite. You know, there's kinos. Kinos for Rishayim are the Handarali Olam. So kinos means gathering. When Rishayim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. So tzaddikim, hano Allaham, v'hana ali olam. For tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So also, it's incredible. So for tzaddikim, Pizur scattering is bad, kinos is good. So of course, you understand when tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate. They can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life I'm in a state of Pizur is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because it'll say Pizur means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful, I'm attentive, I'm there. You know, it's interesting, sometimes we like to think that when you focus on multiple things, you're accomplishing more. We know this, when you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizur is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for you, it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, tranquility. It's bad for his show, but it's tranquility for his show can be all about damage, and it's bad for the world, right when the show is trapped. But tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more, and obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, then it's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for the world. There's so much to discuss about this Mishnah, right, for a different time. Top of Ayin Base 72a. Says the Mishnah, Tanya, Rabbi Yosef reads on that. Because the Ben Sora Mora has stolen money and has purchased something to purchase some wine, he should be executed. You know, it's $1 million question. Right, the Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Sora Umora. The Gemara says, why? At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money. He's going to want to sustain his half of his own. He's not going to be able to. He's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. So I don't get the Torah says, let him die innocent. In other words, remember, has Ben Sora has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to, and ultimately, says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. He says the death of the Shon is good for the Shon. Again, kill this kid before he goes and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And once another way, this is so fascinating. But first of all, so this part comes back. I just like that face. Anyway, so like you see, accent. Anyway, so remember, this goes back to yesterday's back where we saw the machlokas, did Ben Sora or happen, did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's how the machlokas. So but it struck me, why does he purchase wine? And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. He can manage the next one. I don't know. Why do you automatically? So I'll say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to never work. No, it's just one thing if he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. Like this is like this. They like nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. They hustle. He hustles and he wants nice meat, the nice wine, the nice food. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who's skilled. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young. That like Magiali, the world owes me something, and you go out and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah, and that's a midah that's not going to be good. That's the kind of person that when we run out of father's sons, he's not getting a job. He's not. You know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. It's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. So listen, you know the worst midah a kid can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magiali, you know, Rabbi Sachs. St. Tzaddik pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no Bill of Rights in Judaism. Right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. And Sachs is talking about rights. And in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. He's like, wait a second, that's not true. People do owe me something. Right? People owe me a car, so I tell people this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset. You're going to get offended. You're going to get hurt. All these things before. Walk around. You know what? No one knows you anything. No one knows you anything. Don't walk around with a Magiali and Khalil. So let's say again, in marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something for you, and then when they do something, you will feel such a profound weight of HaKaras HaTov. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening with you. You know what the real danger of the Ben Sora Umorah? It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships, you become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back there. So, Tzadikim, right? Tzadikim, but Tzadikim ultimately again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, just repeating what we saw in the Mishnah. Yayin, Shina Yayin, sleep and wine are good for a shah because then they're not causing problems.
You keep it cold until you take it
Shina
out.
Yayin, the Tzadikim, but wine and sleep is not good for the Tzadikim. Why? Because they're good for the Tzadikim if they're drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing their nice and Tovin. Sheker the Risham, tranquility is back for the Risham, back for the world. It gives them time to engage in all their imaginations. Tzadikim, Hanola, V'Hanali, Olam. Tzadikim is good. Tzadikim is good. Pizor, Risham, Hanola, V'Hanali, Olam. So again, scattering, placement is good for Risham, good for the world. Tzadikim, Rala, V'Hanali, Olam. Mishnah. Above Maktaris, what's switching gears now? Above Maktaris is a thief. Above Maktaris means a thief who comes in secret. Above saying now, literally, Maktaris, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. Literally, again, digging a tunnel, right, from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So above Maktaris, Nidra Shim Soma. So I'll say, so the halacha is somebody now, essentially, this is happening again, like this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what he believes he is going to be willing to do. So let's say Reuben broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, if I'm not allowed to kill Reuben, and we'll discuss the values of this, then Reuben is going to be shy for breaking the barrel. But if at the end of the day I'm allowed to kill Reuben, then he's cut for breaking the barrel. I will say that why is that? That's a cumulative Rabbi. Because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's kind of that penalty. Because he's definitely he's covered for financial damages. Says the Gemara, Amar Rav, in my time, the Maktaras was saying now why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Right after all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So listen to this. So we'll say, listen to this. The chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like in other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore, the thief says, "Amar iyazoma kailafai roshaviklei v'ikailafai katlinalei." So therefore, every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, again, I will say, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if they're required. And therefore, a thief becomes a murderer. The thief, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, you're allowed to kill them first. That's the Baba Maktaris. Incredible. So Amarav, Habam Maktaris, Benotel Kilim, Yotzak Hach, fascinating. So let's say Reuben breaks into my home. Right? Reuben breaks into my home. And halach l'maisa again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says very interesting. Rav says Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it. Right, my time. We come in Kanim. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a road date. He's chayiv nisa. So because he's chayiv nisa, therefore he's pater for any type of monetary law. Therefore, he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. And listen, by the way, very similar also like we have this, remember, castle doctrine, right? This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if someone breaks into their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I work for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. And the law recognizes that as well. Like, you're not trying to ask, but what exactly are you doing? Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe a little something, people will call. Now, there's no understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home, you're going to defend my home, and therefore you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. So I'll say, so Rabbi says like this. Rabbi says, this is a pretty wild statement of Rabbi. So Rabbi says, Reuben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rabbi says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because halacha l'maaseh kiyumei b'dirab minei. Since he's subject to a penalty, therefore he's cut for any type of monetary compensation to keep my stuff. It's kind of a milsei dirab kishishiver single. So Rabbi's statement makes sense. Let's say the object is no longer in existence. All right, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. The Gemara says about not Allah, but no, yes, now just back. Now look at this. Not true. Not true. Rabbi said even if the object is extended, still Reuben doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. So Hayesh lo damim. Because again, essentially, since Ruvain the thief was liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through the death penalty, like he's subject to death penalty any type of financial compensation, and therefore the object is now deemed to be in his rishus. Gemara says, this is not true. Gemara says it's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishus of the thief, that's for onsin. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Maybe to have a show. He's no different than a show. So we'll say, so we're suggesting over here is this interesting thing with the Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rabbi says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course, the thief has to give it back. So that's not last none. Thief comes in, right surreptitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damim chayv. What's the lashon of yesh lo damim means? That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what the circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Ain't lo damim potter. But again, if halacha says I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel. Now, time with the shita. Now, the reason this whole discussion is happening over here because he broke the barrel. If he ain't will come in potter, where ultimately again, where Reuben will be potter from allowed to kill him. Hanotol no. We see from here that had he taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So the says no. Who had been afilu notol none. It's not true. If he took it, technically he'd be chayiv. The reason is framed as a case of breaking the law. This is to teach us that yesh lo damim avagav shiver nan chayiv. That Allah reminds us in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel. Right, I'm not allowed to kill the thief. Even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So he wants to sushi. That's obvious. He's a damager. Even if he did it without kavanah, he's still going to be chayiv. He wants not kavanah. He has kavanah, not kavanah. Adam muad bi'olma. Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad bi'olma. Maybe show me being the amazing, being the honest, being the awesome. The person is always muad. First, he wants to be right. Tasha, you're right. I don't know what to do with this. So Master Rabbi, Abaye, I go in a case for Shabbos Chayim. We've seen this case many times. First, Reuben steals my money bag on Shabbos. What's the halacha? So Chayim, she was Chayim B'Gnei B'Kol Shabbos Day Easter Shabbos. I will say that normally again. Now, what's the halacha? So Reuben steals my purse on Shabbos. Then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening here. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. Remember, for Chilul Shabbos, you're Chayiv Misa. But the halacha over here is he's Chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he picks it out of my business. Because there's no simultaneity. There's no purity of Rabbi, and therefore Allah is chayiv for both. The Gemara says, "How you megarer v'yotzei pata?" He dragged the money bag out, right? He dragged it out. So that remember, you're only chayiv for the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isrik B'Neiva v'Isrik Skila ba'in ka'echad. They'll decide. And the boss says, so the Gemara says over here, what do you see here? You see here that Allah again, right here is the and ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, violence over the bottom, in case ultimately, again, where we said that it's putter, it would be a case ultimately, again, where the object is thrown into the river, and therefore no longer exists. So remember, all of this is in Rav, right? So again, what the Gemara suggesting is like this, Rav says, that if a thief is chayiv misa and steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rav and everyone else is incredulous about that. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is killing with Rabbi. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is sitting in your hand. Rabbi and everyone else says, what are you talking about? I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken. There's an obligation for financial institution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the ongoing machlokes. Rabbi, ignibu late, this is this. Rabbi, now remember, Rabbi was going to argue on Rav, and Rabbi had goats. Stolen from him. Right? Someone tunneled into his pen and stole the goats. What happened? Then the thief had a change of heart, and the thief wanted to give it back. The low kablinu, Rabbi would not accept it back. Why? Amar, spoiled enough with me pointed out. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. That wasn't again. Now Rabbi argued on that. And Rabbi said, since Rav said that so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rabbi says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. What I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though, just to be clear, we don't paskin like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object, and gets away, so halacha l'maisa, again, he's going to be liable, right? He's going to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But l'maisa, again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Reuben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is no longer in existence, halacha l'maisa, we don't pass like Rav, we pass like Rabbi, and halacha l'maisa, the object itself has to be incredible. All right, let's go. Pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. You know, I don't understand. The chi hashemesh alav b'vad is the sun only shining on one person. What's the pasuk? In Baruch rather, what it means is like this. If you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun, that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. Don't kill him. I will say, now watch this, that's Bryce 1. Bryce 2, tiny either. Dummy. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, hargeu, kill him. I will say, the Gemara says, Kasha Stella. How about you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different Bryces. I will say, Bryce number 1 essentially says like this. The only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second Bryce, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him. Those are two pretty dramatic Bryces. So what do you do with this? I'm a base. I'll say this. I'm a base. We are great. I'm a base, 10 minutes to go. I'm a base. Wow. Everything depends on who the piece is. Right? One is talking about a father stealing his son. When a father steals from his son, it's absolutely certain the father will never kill his son. So if the son, now again, the father might steal from his son, apparently, right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers he wakes up and his father's in his house, tunneling in his stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father. So the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. They steal from his son. See what you see from here is parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you see over here, the case of it, you can't say that father won't steal from his son because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly but one thing you can count on is that a father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if the son breaks into his father's house, that's a bullshit. Sometimes the son can kill a father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. So therefore, again, if the thief is a father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore, again, the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, Allah says the son may be with the father's son. The father may, we don't know. We don't necessarily know if the son may be the father. Incredible. Amra, called the Asiyali Ma'alai Mahara, Hakdina Leila Barnei Rab, Hanina Barshia. So I've said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's Rav Hanina Barshila. Well, it's such an interesting compliment, right? In other words, anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down. Except that the thief is Rav Chanina Bar Shila. Marcy, my
Yeah, I
kind of
think he's a
really
self-conscious
should
guy.
be tzaddik. Maybe because Rav Chanina Bar Shila is a tzaddik. Well,
I feel like this kind of sucks me in.
Ha'ka'asi v'machtara. That is going to break into someone else's house. Ella, we should continue to be Merachim alike Merachim Avarabah. Let's say this is such a touching Gemara. Rav says because I know that Rav Chanina Bar Shila loves me like a father.
This is posted by Danny
So
Collins
something
here.
to hold on to. I know that Rav Chanina Bar Shila loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that Allah he would not go ahead and take my life. So what we also see from here is apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone could love you like a father. So it doesn't exist. There's nothing like a father's love. So the father's love is unique, the parent's love is unique. But apparently in life there are other people who could love you with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son.
No, that'd be 4 times more.
There's so much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my cap. I don't know. So it's not so down in low, Bein B'chol Bein B'Shabbos. Ein Lo Dam Bein B'chol Bein B'Shabbos. So the Gemara says all of these halachas. So said Jerome, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this: if someone breaks into your home surreptitiously, the understanding is the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into your home secretly is ready to kill me. Because ready to kill me, therefore, what I have the halachic obligation to kill them first. So when are you allowed to take life of a thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life. Despite defend your life at all times. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. The Gemara says Bishlam in the Dom Bein B'chol Bein B'Shabbos. So ultimately, again, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why don't you get called? Sarai time, really Dada, really based in. I was going to say this is kind of like execution by based in, just like based in the warrant to execute someone. So if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the based in. I become like the based in. So I'm at a thought, for the Shabbos like Atimon, so I'm at a thought that based in doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill the thief on Shabbos. Kamash, when I was at first my line, pick out Dino, that I can. Ella, don't even know, bring the whole of Shabbos. But again, the thief, I'm not allowed to kill the thief. And there is like only for killing the thief. So now that halakha applies on Shabbos and during the week. So I understand what's the chiddush. Hashem the b'chol Shabbos mitzvah. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. I want to change it. Well, mitzvah elo l'fakech alav es hagal. It means it's like this. Let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on me. Sif halach l'maitz is clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The halach is because he's more liable to die. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, right, or I'm sure that he didn't come to kill me, halacha l'maitz again, I can remove the rubble in order to save the Shabbos. Tanah Be'er. The call Adam. Umeis v'chol misad. Shati yachol on this. This is incredible. Reuven breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Reuven breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Reuven. It's not just me, the homeowner, even someone else has the right to kill Reuven. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Reuven. Anyone's allowed to kill Reuven. I kill Reuven with any way we need to. So I understand why the Torah needs to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Reuven. After all, why is that coming? Because one would have thought, I'm not a license to kill the thief. Only for the balabas. Only for me, the balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash Shalom Meitu. Which by the way makes sense. Why Kamash Shalom Meitu? Remember, once Reuven is breaking into my home, he has a status of what? Of a road date. Once he's a road date, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute, even my neighbor. Again, why do I need the special people that teach me to kill him? I need to kill him. Murder. What's not right? This is someone in general. So, right, Reuven killed Shimon. Now Reuven is going to be executed by Basi. There's a particular type of misa, whatever the type of misa, whatever type of crime. Let's say Reuven is high decided to capture. But let's say for whatever the reason doesn't have a sword. So what do? You execute him. You execute him. So you must decide your most of us. I'm not going to say I don't know if you execute someone with the prescribed death penalty. How do I know if I can't execute him with the prescribed penalty that I can go ahead and execute it however you execute it? Most of you must be Pasuk says execute him however you need to execute him. To which the Gemara says no. So therefore we'll say so he go before by the feet, kill him however you need to kill him. Which one says no, shiny Hassam, most humas. It's different because the execution Torah uses the Lashon most humas. And what is most humas? That double Lashon teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Bezin has the right to execute him however you can execute him. So once you learn from this, learn from Motzea, that Allah when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. Because I will say, there's also all that down. So like I remember again, right? Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuben. And I was down by Goladam also, they have the ability to kill Reuben however they want to do it. So I will say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. Motzeh and Goladam, what do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So I said, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'achar. Two instances, two Allah wants to teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, what's the Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'achar? Ein Malachim. I want to say in general, whenever you have two students teaching the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. So I will say again, but I love myself. So therefore, I will say so again. We don't cover anyone ROTHSCHILD. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two parts of law. There's another part of law. Maktaris. Any of the maktaris. Almost every law is coming in. The Gemara says, Gadol, Chasero, Karfifominai. How do I know that if he's coming through my roof, my chutzah, my carpet? How do I know? Or even if he's not tunneling, he's coming through a window that I can also kill him. Now, he must say, Hagona become The pasuk says he must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without executing. In Cain, not Tamil Maktaras. That's reason why does the pasuk say Maktaras? If they should roll Ganovim, you should Maktaras. The majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Tiny, you got Maktaras, any Maktaras. I only know that if he tunnels in. Hello, from the window, you look from the roof. Once you had gone up, you come up. In Cain, not Tamil Maktaras. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Maktaras? Because Maktaraso, Zoe Hasra. Because remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your Hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halacha l'maisa, you are warned. I will say we have to stop over for today, but l'maisa, this is not going to end. This is going to lead to the next sutra, which is, does the thief require hasra? Is there hasra necessary in this case? Versus yes, tunneling in by definition is your hasra. No for that. So let's stop over for today. Oh yeah. Great run. All right, got on Zoom. I get these back to all of you. Jerry, mazel tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel tov. Got on Zoom. Jerry, I'll ask you, married up your granddaughter today. London?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Next. Go ahead, Baruch Hashem. Advance mazel tov. Go ahead, everyone.
We'll talk to you guys later.
Sorry? Baruch Hashem. It's only extenuating circumstances. says, good morning, let us begin the day by taking all our sponsors for this morning trip to think. Our Hamilton sponsor for Touching Hero, B5785, Person Shpach of Eretz Yisrael. For in the Swiss of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov, may the result have yes Hashem. It is covered in just real Pesach. Yoshua Mordechai great Chayal Yisrael. Hashem did much to Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael, and it is so beautiful that he's going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which occurred in Hashem and Shabbat Tzachos. This week, Patreon, we watched the Netflix 10 minutes of Ari Baby. Cool, you guys. Also, last week we did Akashic over the card. Yeah, he said the word fellas a lot. Check that out. But anyways, that's not why you're here today. You're looking for all that. You're going to tell us if the audio sucks and all this other stuff, right? The audio's bad, you can't hear us and all that stuff. That makes a lot of sense. But they're really not here. They're here to watch Tips at the Shop. To start the timer, Magic Club. Alrighty, let's see what we got here today. Hanging out in 71A, picking up about 12 lines up from about Weizenhunger. So let's come on, as long as
It's called Toe Rogan. Sock eye is pretty fun. Oh yeah. Ultimate Tips is terrible. AI is always so such a clear step with like the one with the gasoline tank. Remember that one? It was like sucking out the gasoline. It's always like weird. Like on the AI videos. I'm waiting for something on the audio side. Well, it says it's the second ever live keynote. I think we're figuring it out. We already figured it out. I don't see any bad audio stuff here. I think you can see something that we know the crowd knows is Jack, Copy Jarvis, Infinite Raw, Rick, Manly Leonard, Victory, Trapboard Nuts, look at him, dude. I haven't seen Trapboard Nuts in a minute. Oh, hell yeah, welcome back, Trapboard Nuts. JDA, watch it. Be cool. Okay, no jokes. Okay, sweet. Audio's good. This isn't a place where we come to laugh. Serious stuff. Steve comedy right now. I feel like I did a good Ari Maddie impersonation of Patreon for whatever reason. It's like somebody in the Discord said earlier, they were like, they said on the Patreon, Ari Maddie is Ryan Cal with a whole lot of songs. Oh, that's very well said. Guys, what is it when you lost dog? That's not a big reason. Shop like to buy low or something sincere. He's a 41-year-old compulsive liar. I watch him to Tim Kelly make Tim actually seem like Chris got on TRT and has forgotten deep down. Truly disgrace what human society is pretty much every color. Today, it's cool to be superficial with your teenagers. 41-year-old. They care more about fashion than any relative. That's a little offensive. Actually, a terrible person too. Those fake good guys. It's when you're like 5 paragraphs into a good issue kind of job where you're like, I'm not going to yeah, I mean, he's making some. I wanted to defend Fab there for a little bit, but then he started thinking of the way that Fab acts.
From a home afflicted with Saras. So once again, you see this tension. On one hand, first the thing you say, he was never home with Saras.
King has Fast and Furious
specificity. The other thing is saying, that I'm not taking heavy doses of Vin Diesel. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but let's talk a little bit of ground before we get into some more questions. Says the Mishnah, how you recognize Ide, or Sumo, or Kirish? This is one of the last sugya that in order for a child to become a soul in Moral, much more
crazy fat king. I'm gonna Liver King out for yourself. You should. We both should. So I take it back when I said I'm gonna ignore the fact that Red shops these pictures of people's family shits on them. Brock Lesnar died. That's what I was thinking about during that movie. At the end of the day, he's just a really funny guy. And he's talented. He bought his mother-in-law a house. He goes, did you do that? I want to. I want to do that. No, I want to. Yeah, I don't need a nightmare. I want to buy a woman. It's just a random old lady. Just a Latina lady. Yeah, definitely. A Latina lady. I would like to buy a Latina. A house. It's a little bitch.
The pasuk says his parents will
I know, yeah, that fat me up.
from a woman, obviously earth together in his hands. So if they're missing a hand, then I love them myself. Kid can't become a better Torah. Then see also, they were taken out, so that's why we're going to lack a leg, lack an ability to go and remove him. They can't take it. Maybe they will say the parents will say,
let's see what else we got here.
Shout out to Daddy. That shows identify this son, the old son, and not parents who are blind. In any show we have to call it. They say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our verses. For low culture and not the mute. Not the mute. Like the master of the Shosha, the mocking also. They won't even say the Lord, so they will pass throughout. They won't even person the cowboy hat and the other has a polo tie, but she's a woman. How's it become? So I was interesting to see that this is something new. Apparently, it was like a hafla. They warned the kid about his behavior in front of the police. And so apparently, the belief was like this. The child, the young man, still purchases and eats in the wine because one of the criteria that we established in the last couple of times. Parents learn the couple of days in the police. And then again, they fly.
Cody's already Manning just sounds like a strong man. I mean, I don't know. I actually honestly forget what strong man sounds like.
If it goes ahead and repeats this behavior, then he is judged by the
Damn, I like Ari Manning with that impression.
now this is a capital
If you like Ari Manning, you should take a cold shower and see how you feel. Yeah, I think mainly you gotta watch more stuff. He's not very funny. Tommy, you're aging yourself there with strong man. Just saying that. Okay, just people know how old I am. Just say that to yourself.
The original three, essentially judged in Ronaldo
Johnson's great first name almost Papa says Coco families. That side stories where he refused to allow his father-in-law in his house where they met.
The first three is now going to be executed because he comes eventually.
He said,
that halakha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, they'll say, what does this mean?
It looks like it's like a
if you look at this pasuk of Isaiah, right? So the pasuk says, the top super of the Gimel is very much like that.
That looks like a top of Chico.
And you will take them out right to the basement. And they say, what's happening over here? If you notice, there's a very visual interpretation of
We've been talking about body shots, dude. We've been talking about this as a development for sure. It's still not near all the sponsorships, but I'm more interested now in Dakota because do you think that's like shot as a joke, like shot as a kid, maybe? Or do you think it's a skit with somebody else's shot?
You have to follow up also as long as it changes.
Looks like a shop's face Photoshop on a child's body. Oh,
Shiny up. 71B. The coolest part is sealed. So as I said, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such a elongated form. Look at actually. Coolest part is sealed.
I can't say nothing and America anymore.
Also, shout out here, bring it shout. You know, you didn't have this whole thing in terms of that. Oh, from this one, you gave your people things that gone. The fact that the pasuk is written such a long here indicates to us that it is a hashkadah. It's telling us that again, the parents have to be able to do all of these processes, and their ability to do so prevents the kid from becoming themselves. Okay, the maximum of this shows up, and we warn him.
I like how it's like a dramatic moment of violence playing
you could trace out here. Why do you have sort of
what is going on in that photo? Because now there's a better view, and I hope I wasn't getting shiny. Yeah, that's not a real picture.
You're right, we warn him.
That's Brendan Schaub. That's somebody else. It is Brendan Schaub as a little person.
Represents a baby.
I see, so it's a bit. And that's
because
chin.
sort of more heptics.
Oh,
Where do we ever see knuckles by Ben
I
Solo?
see. So they're like
the only thing we ever see by Ben
that's
Solo
very
is what?
strange.
Is what?
That's not a picture.
It's execution. Nisa. Where are you getting locus from a Ben Solo?
It's what it's saying. Right? So it's like
also.
it's like anyway. So
And then it says the Yisru by Malchus. And then again, the
wild.
Yisru
That cannot be true. You know, I kind of see my uncles ever trying to do that, but it would be so strange if my uncle showed up with a mask and I was like, think of it like that. Because Bibles priest,
incredible.
it could be
He
weird.
must
Or
cause
it's
a kill
custom
them
if you gotta go.
So again, the Ben Solo once again repeats his negative behavior
Shout out to
again.
Papa Dude. So I need to come.
This time for no
This is
reason
a original versus
because
Stone
now
Coffee Shop
it is
story
effectively
posted by
capital case.
First.
So the word says Haini Boile Zach, so similar actions beneath Zach. That's how the word
So I don't get to come in. I don't have the mask.
So I walk into my shoes on, and I have it, and I say to the guy, "Can I get a coffee?" And I swear to God, it's going to be every day this month. And then you have a mask, and I say, "No, I'm going to go my shirt over." And they say, "You need a mask." So I said to him, "Well, number one,
I needed a mask during this pandemic."
in order for the sun to become a sun, number two, that the original
Here's what's going to happen.
served as the
I'm going to get my copy, and then if you have an issue with it, you can meet me at 23 for execution.
incredible.
Anybody that's been said by other people too, and still talking about masks, get over it.
The comments, dude, masks, what year is it?
Yeah, this is old news, man. Nobody gives a shit about that. Wear it, don't wear it, I don't care. It's just like it's part of society. Masks. And it's not funny. What is he talking about? He's gonna beat up a security guard, or
He really wants to
Let's
fight.
say a kid is accused of being a Minnesota. And when he is, and when he's brought to
imagine telling him, I got no fight today. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's a security guard at Starbucks. What?
And then what happens?
How did you get
He
it
ran
up?
away from Mason.
Starbucks security guard.
He escaped from
I'm up to
Mason.
date on this
I
because I
started
was
doing Martin
DoorDash and
before
saying
the
I was
verdict was passed.
amazing.
That was
Podcast
hot,
great.
and then what happened? They find him
And
again.
I like his
They find him
username,
again.
Cooney's
They
Dentist,
want to
like
bring him
him
back
with
to
his
Mason. But by the time they bring him back to
Fuck off,
Mason,
dude.
he
I
has
go into
further
somebody else's
physically
barber.
short.
Oh,
What's that?
yeah, that's a good
Potter.
But podcast great apparently has like some
And therefore,
And you know what,
again,
though?
the interesting
Because
part,
he was
remember
saying,
again,
like,
this
I've
is
got
because
this
he
thing in the
escaped
mail,
before his
and it's a
verdict.
bunch of stuff
So
that
he
Papa
escaped
did
before
from
his
like
verdict.
2018 to
By the time we get him back
2022.
to Mason,
And then
he's
he's trying
already
to source it or whatever,
physically
make sure that's all true
right
before he says
what
anything about it. But guess who it's from?
has already formed. He's out.
If you have to
He's
guess,
free on
the
a
first thing that comes to
technicality.
mind is
Finish
one.
it in there,
right?
fall off.
You
The
know,
other
say
guy
it's from.
comes like a taco
I'm
tie.
just like
On the other hand,
immediately like it's
but
from
let's say
Papa
the
Dude.
kid came
Yeah,
to Mason,
it's
was
probably from
charged,
our,
verdict was passed, but he escaped
it's a
before
great guy. Never
execution.
met him.
And then we find him
If it
afterwards,
was from
even
somebody
though
else, that
now
would
he
be real
possesses
Sterling
more
Chin.
signs of physical
Yeah,
maturation,
package Chin in
we
the
can
mail.
still execute him.
That little fucker, Nick.
Incredible. So the Gemara says,
George, yeah, George.
Ben
That
Yoch
like
should
him.
be a
I bet
concession.
you that rat fucker, Nick.
So we'll say Ben Yoch, I'm not
The
Jew.
guy likes to
The
fuck
fuck on
rats.
the class of shop. And then what happens?
Yeah, release the Papa files.
Then he converted Potter.
No, Cast Range, actually squad, Schultz and my house on
Because it wasn't a hello for the
Hello, I'm sorry, who it was.
his holy
With
was
7 days in
remember again when he was elected into out to the
I'm
revolution.
releasing
So
everything.
literally translating since
Oh,
his
no,
legal ramifications, when his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict
everyone knows
as well. Take a look
Mark
at
Harley
that.
was
Harley
that's
Stein deal
the
Stein
thing
Sasa.
about
He was a
I think
current
Mark Harley's
that was never died as one of the last.
The other thing, Mark Harley is kind of wild for his guy. Yeah,
As a Ben Yoch, right? Ben Yoch
Well, I'm
is
not a
judge.
numbers guy, but 100 one guy versus one guy.
Right,
I
one
mean,
judge,
that's just
and
math.
no Hasra.
Put me in the square, maybe
Is
put my way out of
with
it.
a base of
Yeah, true.
23,
It would be
has
hard
started
to fuck
everything
your way
else.
out of
So
that.
therefore, again, since now we converted, since his legal framework changed, Therefore,
Oh,
what
yeah, podcast
he's
crazy is
doing
definitely
is halacha
Australian.
changed as well. Incredible.
Let's see.
So you might say,
Okay, so
so this
that first. We
yeah,
already did
this
that.
more passionate big magic. As well as the
All
Irish
right,
person
well,
support the same idea.
okay.
So more
I'm excited for this.
before the verdict was delivered,
It's supposed to be March 37th.
So before
Yes, IFW White League were at war with Iran. John Jones is retired and Gondos persona non grata in the UFC. And Chin still hasn't found a place to live in Texas because he's just avoiding combat.
as well.
Found a place to live in Texas. Hey, this is 40 combat.
What makes you do that when I say something?
It is that very same crime, right?
Like, what face is that? What am I giving you this face? Oh, yeah, what does it? Would you blame the team or would you blame it on Graves? Oh, sure. Okay, I see. Well, later on, he's going to see the light count from the. Oh, that's what we need to do.
So ultimately, again, it's a bit sort of more.
Wow, that's
executed. And then they finally, by the time
I'll take that. We zoomed in and it went up 6 likes. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, dude. Follow me hard.
This is my video comment. Because again, our local race is vertical
Oh,
span.
so podcast crazy is working so long.
He's already his vertical span, and our
I
local
just
race, of
assumed it
course,
was
is
trained.
going to be Rabbi.
Already, so this is supposed to be my dad's club at 6:33. This is not that it doesn't care what they tell us, but Joe is not talking about me.
Curses that comes from and then he converts.
That's not it.
He's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because again,
He is a big guy. I make fun of him for saying that they like, no, look, it's a shape like me, and then their clothes don't fit. That picture of it's not edited, I can see our clothes don't fit. He's strange in shape. He looks like he's becoming, you know, the Fantastic Four. He looks like he's becoming like a small version of him. It's like the thing was Grim. Looking at Grim was small and becomes big. Joe Rogan has Grim's tendencies.
Because in general, it's a fundamental question when it comes to
He's a mixture of, he's the child of Groot and the blue guy. What's the blue guy's name? I can never remember that better. Blue guy and Groot's baby is Dragon.
I want
How that happened, I guess it's
so now there's this
a
concept of
different skin
Tshuva,
color somehow.
and Tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my din.
No, I don't like that.
How does that work? How does that work? Because Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe doesn't change. The Rebbe
I don't think he looks bad.
So what does it mean if I'm tied
this
to
is a straight picture.
whatever the particular ownership may be? How does it work? So
Yeah,
what's
man.
interesting
That's
enough,
someone
when
saying
it looks at
Jenny
perfectly
looks
is
like a Funko
the
Pop.
thing doesn't change. The thing is always the same. What changes? What changes?
Yeah.
Me. I'll
I'll
give you
Obviously,
a
the Funko Pop is a
simple
bit
example.
strange
Person goes
shape.
ahead and makes
It's funny though, Funko Pops
$100,000 a
and
year.
me and you
So
are.
it's
For sure.
$100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket.
Someone say the
Let's
levels.
say the next year you make $200,000. So your different tax bracket has the tax law change? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of Tshuva. The thing is the difference. If I remain the same person, then this is the thing. This is where it is. It's a beautiful opportunity we have in life. Is that I don't have to remain the same person. I could change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the thing, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. It's still there. And I choose to become that same person again, it's still waiting for me over there. If I should think of someone different, it's just a whole new set of laws. And a whole new set of reality. And a whole new set of ramifications for the regular life. That's the greatness of Tshuva. The greatness of Tshuva. A particular set of emotions.
He's saying shit's really fast.
So that's
I know. It's such a strange, it's such an aggressive and weird way of like talking to somebody. I think the problem again that really struck his head here is that Brendan thinks he's funny. He's trying. It's just like remember the first interview we did with Mark, where Mark was like talking about how he was trying to explain to Brendan how to tell a joke, and Brendan doesn't understand that because to Brendan a joke is like you're gay, and it's just constant. So I guess in his mind, Megan Trainor
with the wife
when
at
he's
the
talking about her, he
television.
has to say
And
that
then what
she's
happens?
eating a
So
grand
obviously
slam
getting himself into a whole
Is she
boatload
feeling
of trouble over here. And then he
she's
decides
not
to
like
convert.
question. She's
Now,
just
what's
saying
the
no.
easiest
Yeah,
thing for
no.
this guy?
Okay, she's
I'm
not.
not exactly sure, right? But the nice, again, he goes ahead,
I
he goes
realized
ahead and
after
converts.
asking
What's
those
all about? He's pumped, right? He's pumped from
you gotta realize
all of these
he
things.
came
Why?
up
And let's say
around
now,
Columbine.
what's the logic
Like
over
the
here?
center of bullying.
The logic over here is that
Isn't that the
Halacha
first school
Maisa,
that ever
remember,
bullied a kid before in
when
like
he
your
converts as
he
a
was
Jew,
like everyone else was like getting like shot or whatever and
who goes ahead and hits the Benoah, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Benoah,
yeah,
he's not subject to
you
a
think
death
of it,
penalty.
teach him
So
the
that's
other
how Halacha
lessons
says
in
that Benoah, he was subject to a death penalty. Now Halacha Maisa, he is not subject to these laws. So death penalties also can be some of this guy either the Benoah
where did he learn humor
or a Benoah committed
whoever
adultery
did
with the
that
wife
did
of
him
a
a
Jew,
huge
and
disservice.
then he converts. He's still going to be
Yeah,
liable.
I mean,
So
Colorado, he's got that Colorado.
because again, these are
I guess
actions
so.
that
That's not good for
as a Jew, he'll
Colorado.
also be liable.
Yeah.
Says that
They
no, he's liable as a Jew,
probably
he's
changed
liable.
it around.
Why?
They
Name
released
a
him.
whole Ishtan,
They
Ishtan.
waived him.
But
Right.
he said he changed to converted.
Yeah, they're
You
still
know, we
they
saw
still
somebody,
themselves now.
the high,
Close to our road.
you know who we saw somebody,
And then they
in order
drafted
to
this
apply
guy.
this metric of change, it
Hey,
has to be that
Colorado,
both the
you
din
love
and
us.
the death penalty changes. But I, Zino Ishtani, we saw some Ishtani.
So they called the girl fat.
It
Okay.
doesn't make change, but the death
She
penalty
almost had fake
still
straight
remains.
now. She was a big girl. She was in Texas. She was whistle before whistle.
Hasn't been knocked
Strange thing to
inside.
say, but also
And now you see kind of you know, Ben Noah himself was a little while ago. Ben Noah is
yeah, I
always
mean,
executing
I don't
inside.
think she was ever.
So as a Gentile Messiah, and as a Jew Messiah, our ancient speech for adultery, as a Ben Noah is Messiah, the Hashtag, and that's going to be strangulation.
There was never a time where I didn't consider her
we'll say something like down in the white lines, but not on the Rasa. We'll say we're talking about really committing adultery, but not on the Rasa. The skill of both of Ben Noah as well as a Jew have the punishment of skill for not on the Rasa.
Her brother wants to be famous so bad. So does he think about being famous? He would be famous.
He committed this.
He tried. He went on school.
Comparable to H's Kabbalah.
It's almost like cables are very long.
So it's a Rabbi say again, interesting enough, the more lenient penalty is automatically dragged to law and included with the more
Phineas.
Let me clear that one of them side talk. The fact that
Wow, that's cool. I'm not gonna lie.
is more common than Chenek. However, Chenek common might be known to have all this before. But according to Julie said, the Chenek strangulation is
So
more
they're
common
just
than
making.
side
Oh, I
one
know.
said.
Yeah.
Shouldn't someone look at the big
Phineas is
and these some work in the New York, in the Ella Chenek.
Right, music.
So there's no age just each is all kind of bash the kind of sound things with the Noah community
It says like he hates everybody, but it's funny to see
Shah
Shah's in his shitty studio in Texas, and whatever this is, like we just worked out or something, talking shit about this guy Phineas who's holding all of his awards. He's always fucking like, dude, that guy is way more successful.
Again, we assume that sight is a more movement form of death penalty.
Shah doesn't win a damn thing. Shah, not even a fight. He lost a lot. Yeah. He lost Showtime, he lost UFC, he got kicked out after he got costly with Buffalo Bills. I don't want to put our eggs before they're hatched. He lost weight. Yeah, that's probably the hardest thing to do. Like Buffalo, we still got range on, we got range for days. Yeah, we might. Yeah, that's a good one.
She's judged with
That's a lot.
right? The Gemara says, why not Sila? But she told me, Shtani.
Also, the plane from now to the right hand slash like the way.
Shtani the guy.
I get it.
And also, in this case, where the change was complete.
He's a small guy. The second time I saw him, I walked by his dad.
Tiny team is this deal. So ultimately, again, so you know, you're right, like instead, right now, local myself, subject to
I have no idea. I laughed through it because he's like, why? That was some fun stuff. I bet. This is what a small guy.
Right hand slash like the way. Get it.
Orlando Blue.
Before the
Shot
traffic
might
was
be making
passed,
a turn.
then what
I like it. Oh yeah, I like this shot. Okay, yeah, I mean, me too. like it if they're trying to talk about things, like we went to the water park and stuff. He's like, are you finished?
before the verdict
Yeah,
is
fucking George Clooney with all the white hair.
for the signs of physical
It's like,
maturation,
tiny guy.
I
I mean, that is really funny. Because it's almost like me sitting next to fucking Brad Pitt. You're like, I don't get it.
as it is so
Yeah, that guy.
other cases like
Chris is a crazy thing because Orlando Bloom's like one of those guys that chicks like, yeah, I don't get it. This is not me. You're a man. What are you talking about? You don't get it. It's fuck other guys. It's fuck other guys. He's like, I wouldn't put my dick anywhere near him.
beginning of this entire pattern.
What is Shop's time? Yeah, what kind of man are you attracted to, Shop? That's the worst question to ask him because you love that.
Not as
They
much
gauge
because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned to
Colin's gonna put it before Shop comes.
Is good for them because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world.
It makes me realize because we make fun of people on the show. We're nowhere near the level of being in Shop is. So that's what makes me feel better about me. I've never once called Shop fat. Where I'm gonna sit him as fat. I always thought, I mean, yeah, he put on some weight, but I never really thought he was that.
As long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world.
I never really thought he got that
For
fat.
something is a
He's just a
bad
big
thing.
guy.
Because with the
Yeah.
death,
It's all about how you
ability to
take
impact
the
change.
chairs. Yeah.
And it's bad for the world. Sorry, Radio.
Yeah, I was trying to think about how guy.
So I'll say this
Orlando, how many chicks you fuck?
when we're shut, it's pleasurable
Yeah.
for them.
Yeah, actually,
And it's
that's
good for the world. Why? Because if we're shut or drinking and they're sleeping,
Oh,
they
you
lose
guys
their blood, they're not bothering anyone else.
Yeah.
Good. So be occupied with your want to be occupied with your sleep and go for it. But Sadiqin, Ramahan, Taradi, or also the sleep that for Sadiqin, wandering sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Also, it's about the families. Why?
I feel like
Because when
Russell
the
Johnson's
Sadiq is
the only cat
drinking
watching.
too much, or the Sadiq is sleeping, is not the
Supposed to
accomplishment.
go to
And if the Sadiq is sleeping, you're not the
I'm seeing it on
accomplishment,
Discord, but no, yeah,
that's bad for him. And it's bad for us. So here it is. Let's just see the value of what you do.
check it in, blah, blah, blah.
It feels so good. By the time it's not really we want to be Sadiqin. Incredible. Peas over a shot. Another hand by another over. So we'll say peas means again, displacement. We must just shatter. It's good for the shot and good for the world. In other words, if the shot are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. But Sadiqin, Rama has the Rabbi for Sadiqin, obviously again, it's not because again, they're working together, they're able to go out and collaborate, and they're able to be a force to amplify. So for the shutting piece of the good, ultimately the effort that we do is Sadiqin is really very scattered. Sometimes I will say, no, a person could be a
We said this
one-geographic
about
place,
both of them. I guess it's just
million
Shop.
different
It's just like,
emotional
these guys don't
headspaces.
realize that
And
they're
we're
LA
places
guys.
like that,
They're gonna hate
things like that. He's
I
very
guess Cal
distinctive.
likes him.
He's very
But
distinctive,
Shop,
and he's very hard to
everything he
accomplish
says is
something
like
that will not sell.
the stereotype of a stupid person from LA. Like that, oh man, no heroin. That was one of the first things he said. It's like, you can't even handle this no heroin.
When the shot is together, that's bad for them and bad for the world.
But all the heroin there is like a type of horse.
But Sadiqin,
Okay, I'll go home.
But Sadiqin is good for them and it's good for the world. So once this is really incredible. So for Sadiqin, please
What I was noticing in that clip though is just the shit he's wearing is it's like what is it kind of a bikini? It's like overall or something like that. And it has the Drive Past All Gas logo on it, but also a Dickies logo. He's buying it from the Dickies loading.
He's released them all over the place.
For sure. But they're not selling it, you don't think?
Hard to accomplish
No, not Dickies himself. Like, is he selling mechanics wear?
There's a lack of mindfulness.
For sure, dude.
There's a lack
Why?
of presence.
I didn't know that before you asked the question, but when you ask it, I'm like, of course he is.
So much of this like just makes me ask the question why over and over again.
I mean, keep in mind, he is a marketing genius, so he's trying to do things that people haven't done before. Okay, now he's like, well, why is nobody doing this? And then he finds the hard way to be like,
He has an insane level of money somehow. Because in my life, if I told people around me, you know, I'm going to start a clothing company, they'd probably give me side eye and be like, what? But if I really wanted to do it, they would be like, all right, fine. But then if I said, in my clothing company, I'm doing mechanics wear, they'd be like,
Tranquility.
He says for devil.
yeah, someone would tell me no. And I have to be like, all right, fine, I will not make mechanics. But how often, what percentage of people that sell the shop go, does he listen to? That's a good point. I guess I'd listen to Mel. Maybe he's a success because he doesn't, he ignores all this. And I'm a failure because when people tell me things that are actually true, I go, oh, you're right.
We know what marijuana is destroyed because we're rich men by their
Well, sounds like somebody can't afford good celebrities.
Oh, KKZTS.
Yeah, it's a grocery store that's expensive.
Way too expensive. Crystal Farm, same thing. Way too expensive. They're all pretty Dad's like Rabbit 633 post this. Not even going to reach 1,000 views. It's crazy to me that that's not that many views because those are all my favorite things. I mean, this just makes total sense. Yeah, you're right. You guys on the podcast that he's preparing for 1,000 episodes. It gets upset they're on. I think it's because of how strong the name is. Autotopia LA. That's like, we should have chosen that name. Red Bar Facebook group, the thing I told you about Eddie. So it's, I wrote a nice comment on their video. Do you think he was like it? Maybe I was joking. And then comment said, great stream today, guys.
So remember, this goes back to yesterday, that when we saw it on our podcast, depends on what happened, did not happen. So remember, all those things together. So that's the whole of our podcast. I was like, instructing.
I'd rather listen to an hour and a half podcast talking to the furniture. I do actually. Why did I say what I do things like that? And I have
his father's money. He's going to go out and steal. I understand. Maybe just get a job.
Let's see here. Successful egg 345, one of our guys posted this one. It's called, they thought they were coming hard to the rock. Somehow the mighty have fallen in dark waters.
When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others,
honestly, dude, this guy is peak
difficult
decade right here, dude. Yeah, I used to be this guy.
That's what's happening over there.
Yeah, before I realized how good actors they were.
There's one thing that season is, that's his young man. He likes nice things, but you see kids like this.
He wants to rent
nice things, so what happens? What do they do? They hustle.
And also, I happen to have a buddy
hustles and he wants nice things, the next one, and that's good. Okay, you know what? It's something hard for you. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals or is spoiled habit. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young, that like you're like, the world owes me something, and you go ahead and support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible thing. And that's a me dog that's not the ego. That's the kind of person that
Listen to it. You know what they're fucking talking about? You know what they're fucking. There's some of that stupid shit that one of you motherfuckers made us watch. Fucking assholes. You made us watch that shit on Patreon. So we're seeing it. We only watched like one or two. Horrible. They were like trying to get us to buy it. God. We got it for free, thank God. I tried to buy it. Can't even buy it. It's that bad you can't buy it. They stopped selling. Look at that. Look how different they look, dude. There's something about because they are successful here. Yeah. There's something about success that makes you look different.
right?
And they have it there. They don't have it. You know what shop looks like in that couch? Bike couch.
But in Yiddishkeit, there are only
I'll tell you what it looks like.
responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities, not rights.
Calls
Why?
Orlando Blue fat
Because
stupid.
you should never walk
Look at
around
this. They look
feeling
like this is
entitled.
terrible.
No
Look at
one
it.
owes you anything.
Oh, that's so hard.
He doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds so true. That's not true. People do owe you something. People owe you alcohol. So I tell people what it is. I said, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure, which is you'll be profoundly disappointed.
I want to be big so we can have something like this.
So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt. You all these different things. Or walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. No one owes you anything.
I got to make us big so I can
Entitled as long as I can.
and then
In
watch our
marriage,
balls.
don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something for you, and then when they do something, you feel such a profound grateful response. That's beautiful. And then you can dispense with so much love and disappointment. You can get rid of the feeling of entitlement.
And then dark for their landlord.
You know what's
Well,
the
then you're being their
sorrow?
landlord.
Well, that's,
Yeah.
it's not the need that it's not the one. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement for all of your life relationships and become
I hope I use metaphor right there. I think it is. Well, we have a sign that says it's not
Tzadikim ultimately again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, this is just repeating what we saw in the Mishnah. Yayin,
Yeah, dude, this is incredibly sad. I mean, I think it's easier to laugh at it.
Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's cool to watch it all. Muhammad Kadir said it's so bad it's not good on Netflix. Get called Diddy Bobby posted by GUINNESS and those. Why would you make it every night?
Displacement is good for a shot in the world.
I don't know
It's
how
like
that
you can roll ahead
happened.
of
Where's this kid at?
About Maktaris, what's the switching gears? About Maktaris is a thief. About Maktaris means a thief who comes in free. And also, literally, Maktaris is that she understands it. The way she understands it over here.
Oh, yeah, we saw it already.
A thief who comes in through
Texas Rushmore.
he's literally digging a tunnel
Okay, so
right
Shop
from somewhere
Hollywood
into the
Hollywood
house of the
left
person he
in
wants to
acting
rob.
chops
So
and
about
Trump is a
Maktaris,
dummy.
we know
I think this is from what they were just talking about, right? This is
somebody
what
has
turned him
something
successful nigga. He's a good guy. This is one of the episodes we watched.
that if somebody gets
This
into
is
your home, tell them
it's
what
Shah.
you'll have to show them. You'll have to show them. Let's see why that is. You must say so. The thief is judged based on what he believes is going to be
Tell me if he
I
said,
don't matter if you guys have this. Let's say you're going to go into my home. And we're breaking into my home and you broke a barrel. Also, what's our home?
It looks even worse out of context.
If I'm not allowed to tell you what the special parameters of this, then you're going to go through the breaking the barrel.
we're just surgery reasons. You need to talk doctors in LA.
But if I don't get allowed to kill the thing, then it's part of the breaking the barrel. So let's say I want to get that to you, you have to do it. Because if you're allowed to kill the side of that part of you, because then that person will be expected for financial damages. Send you more other level of and you will tell us. Let's say you have one issue to allow to kill someone who's racing to your home. Like I told them, the person is a thief.
Friends will live his
So
desire.
why do you allow to
Stay
kill the person?
alive.
You must listen to this. That's not the other people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like, in other words,
It almost felt like, I mean, yeah, Shab
I'm
obviously
going to defend
not very good at acting. I went to five
the idea
places.
of the thief knows that. The thief knows that when he
I
breaks
was
into
thinking
someone's
about
home
going to Six
and wants
Flags
to go and
tomorrow.
steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend
I was
his
thinking about what
property.
I did
So
earlier
therefore, the
today.
thief says,
Yeah.
"Oh, he has
So, I
zero
am one of those
kailafai."
That's
Well,
sick.
typically,
I mean, I'm excited.
kailafai, katmiralai.
You're going to watch something like this and not think about
That the
Six Flags.
homeowner is going to remain
Let's be
ready to
honest.
defend his own. And therefore, what does that mean?
Let's
Every thief
not
therefore is
let
ready
sugar
to do
all over
what?
my dick.
To
That's
do
not
what?
sugar out of you.
Kill the homeowner.
the doctor guy felt like
and
it,
again,
he
once
got
again,
taken
this is a
from a
thief.
bike.
This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So you don't know that a person is being defended at their home. Therefore, the thief is swimming ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And
He went in there, he's like, I asked a lot.
becomes a loading. So here, halacha l'maisa again is essentially looked at as a murder. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, halacha l'maisa, you're out to kill the person. That's
I'm
about
not getting
Maktaras.
invited to the mothership still.
So Amarav,
Come on, guys, give me one positive piece of fucking information.
that's
You just had a musical act at the mothership.
and a lot of things again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So that's the situation that says Reuben doesn't have to return items. Doesn't have to return it like my timer. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a loading.
It's the opposite.
So because he's Chayiv Nisa, therefore he's partner for any type of monetary law. Therefore he doesn't have to return the items.
Literally, the North Virginia, that's the
Gets out of line. Gets out of line. Right? Gets out of line. It's my stuff. He doesn't have to
Smith from
return it.
Arlington or something like that.
Listen, by the way, let me say also, like, we have this memo in the castle doctrine, like, this idea that people defend their homes, and there's an understanding that if somebody says, I don't know, you're going to say, oh, you know what, it's just stuff.
True, but
It's
yeah,
just
they
stuff.
say North
Yeah,
Virginia,
it's
so
stuff. You know what it
technically,
is, but you know what? You know what? It's my stuff. It's my stuff. And I worked for it, and you did it, so I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. And no, recognizes that as well. But you're not trying to ask what things are like, no, you can't. Like, in other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, you know, like, you know, the understanding of here is I'm going to defend my home, he's willing to defend my home, and therefore
Yeah,
coming in,
absolutely.
you're ready to kill me, and
Checks.
therefore
Also,
again, I'm
I'd
ready to
see
kill
all
you.
of her trees.
That's the halacha. That's the halacha.
It's not because I love his music, but it's you don't want to go to his show.
So Rabbi said, it's a pretty wild thing.
It's
a rap. So he said,
I mean,
he
it
breaks
might
into
be
my
more
home,
than just
and he gets out of line,
funniness of it,
gets out of
for sure,
line,
that guy.
and he's holding my stuff.
But it's like,
That's
he
he
doesn't want
doesn't
to
have to do
go to
that. Why? Because halacha
I wonder
says,
why.
since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's got any type of monetary compensation to keep my stuff. That's the law. Mistabra milsei derav kisheshiva so Rav's statement makes sense. Well, let's say the object is no longer
Every time I
existence.
go on their shop,
So he stole something and then it broke. He's not tied to financial restitution. You know, it says, I'm not trouble, but no, yeah,
Fire the team.
It's not true. Not true. Even if the object is
No, I think there is an echo, but on the clips, I can't fix that right now. I'll be able to fix it for next week now. And yeah, Janae's gonna fucking look at that and be like,
it would be kind of funny to see that guy Oliver Tree or whatever it is. Like, if I heard he was in jail, it would be funny to go in a bit. Not to say it's like really bad or anything. It's fine.
financial
But just like,
and therefore, local
it could
the
sound like
object is
my kind
not
of music
used to be
again.
in his rishos. One says, well, this is not true.
what's the studio like over there?
About it, even with number choosing the Malaya Kami. You know, it's not true.
Is the
When
echo
you see that
fixed?
the
I think I
object is
fixed
in
the
the
echo.
rishos of the thief, that's for him, so if something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah,
Fixed. Got it. Okay, thank you guys. Bye, guys.
of course,
Chin
the
pull up
items
clips
to
was this McAllen and Chopper on shaky grounds on shit. So let's do shit to our place. Why would they say all this on the podcast? Why can't they just keep it safe? Tell me, dude, there's so much happening in the world.
Gets out of line with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rabbi says that's only if the object is not
It's like they want us. They
But if the
want to
object
build
is
out
extant,
for
of
us.
course, the thief has to give it
That's
back.
possible. But, you know, Papa says a lot of stupid shit. Remember when he texted, he texted back like that they can't talk about Black Lives Matter as if like they were chopping in the dig to like bring it up as because they're black or whatever.
Which is so funny because
So if it's the
everyone
case,
else
then I'm not allowed to
is like,
tell the
feel free
thief,
to say
so the
what
thief
you
is
want.
liable to redemption. No. Anyone does it
It's a rough time
But
right
again,
now.
if Allah
It's great to creatively tell a black guy that he can't listen. That black should have been. It's just such a fucking. Even if you're a racist, wouldn't you have the brains to be like, maybe I shouldn't say that, but like, have some ways of knowing I don't want them to talk about it. But like, he's just so stupid. He's so stupid. And asked him to be like, guys, we can't talk about Israel, Palestine, we shut up. That's so funny. You're giving to people like, listen, I know all this ice stuff is happening. No ice shit on the podcast, right? Oh, they delete that.
What's
What's the studio like over there? This is guys done with it?
Now, halacha l'maisa,
No, not
it
close.
seems I'm not allowed to go to
I saw that clip. Still looking at it.
Yeah,
it's cool. Yeah, Brian's a big hill, right?
even though he broke it down, he's still going to be high. So he wants to see that's obvious. It's a damager. I'll come up from that.
But wait, so, and it's a whole, what do you do there? Find a kid?
Kid shop, show them below the guy that's on gas, like has 2 cars left coming in.
Why are they talking about this? Christmas trying to be thrilled about us not happening.
Steals my money
He can
back
fit
on
8 cars in his
Shabbos.
garage.
So Chayiv is to decide to get a Kodesh Shem with the Easter Shabbos. And I normally again. Now, what's halacha? So Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's 2 things that are happening over here. What are the 2 things? Number one,
Oh my God.
theft. Number 2, little Shabbos. He's supposed to remember the little Shabbos with Chayiv Nisa. But the halacha over here is
Should have the judge in the
why?
it's good to get so like chicks.
When he picks it up, when does the Kol Shabbos occur? When he picks it out of my domain. So because we look simultaneously, there's no clear Rabbi, and if I look at what is coming to this, it says, how is the guy of the Yosef Potter? Like he dragged the money bag out.
Give us money
Drag
picture
it out.
AC.
Remember, the only chayiv
It
for
depends
the
on where you are.
when you
When
lift
you're
the object or
New
move it
York,
into a domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity. Because it's
my
dragging
phone
it,
said
but
it's
the moment that it crosses my threshold into the Shusaradim, both theft and Chil Shabbos occur together.
Smell like kimchi. I'm like, what the fuck?
And
so yes, Ken living in John's house, that's finally, I think it was It's funny how many times there's like a guy living in your podcast studio. Remember the fourth wall? They had the podcast studio in the back, but then it turned into some cards and somebody was there. Travis lived there, and then it turned into like a rock band came through and trashed the place. I can't believe it. There was a guy that lived in the studio, and there was a guy that lived in the fourth wall. Oh my God. Jim's got a better set up than fish. Alright, haphazard. Oh shit! Poor guys being. Oh, so this is the clip. Yeah, this is where the shop is. Want to see the catches? He won't return the company because he will beat up other comics for being mean.
I understand that the object has destroyed the object, has lost the object.
I was laughing so hard about that.
Restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, oh,
is very high. Very high. It is very high. Does that happen to you with adults? Especially in the comedy world now. You gotta be like, I know we're having fun here. Never. In comedy, because I was always like trying to like tone down my parents and how I can fight.
But that's not the shop. Rabbi would not accept it back.
That one is also a shop.
Hold on, if we figure it out. Since Rab said his piece, Rab said his piece. Now let's remember it again. Now, Rabbi argued on Rab.
Miss Aquarius, you happen to be there?
So when a thief steals something, she's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rab's statement. And Rabbi says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. Then listen, what I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though, just to be clear, we don't paskin like, we paskin like Rab, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets away, so halacha l'maisa again, he's going to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But l'maisa again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Reuben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, halacha l'maisa, we don't pass like Rab, we pass like Rabbi, and halacha l'maisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. Turn Rabbanon. Ein lo damim mizar kashem shalom. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. The Gemara says, I don't understand. The Ki Hashem Shalav Dovad Zaka is is the sun only shining on one person. What does it mean to the pasuk? Elo. In Bar Lecha Zavar Kishemesh She'ein Lo Shalom Imcha Hargeu. Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. But if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. Now listen, now watch this. That's Brisa 1. Brisa 2, Tanya Idach, Chemzach Hashem Shalav, David. Techi Hashem Shalav Bilvad Zarcha, Ela. In Barlucha Kishem Sheish Lo Shalom Imach, rather the same person would say like this: if it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun,
Okay, so how much money do you have in your checking?
These are two dramatically different prices. So we're saying price number 1 essentially says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as that they're going to kill you, you can't kill them.
From the Commie Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up, Rob, come in. It's fucking day of their lives, huh? Oh my goodness gracious, how exciting is this? You guys happy to be here or what? Sounds amazing. We are brought to you by Shopify. This is indeed the #1 live podcast in the world. Before we get to all the chaos, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 20th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Granbury, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Okay, every single week I book this Mamma Jamma doesn't get, I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Great Fitzsimmons. Oh my God. Very exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Sal Volcano is on tour. SalVolcanoComedy.com. He's doing the Ryman Theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of The Impractical Jokers coming out on TBS Thursdays. On TBS, and his podcast, The Noosh, is available at our great Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's history, touring Fitzdog.com. He's in Philly, Lexington, and Houston. Coming up very soon. How you guys feeling? Excited to be here? I'm so excited. Hell yeah. I'm fucking excited. Are you guys excited? Hell yeah. Sick Latinas love The Impractical Jokers. Ladies screaming Sal's name over and over again. A little fucking, the tortas love you, Sal. You guys know how the show works. 300 plus comedians are stacked on top of each other in a bar right next door. And if I pull one of their names out of this bucket, our trusty assistant goes grabs them. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. You know their time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the Amy with Hollywood Bear. It's just loud and annoying and cuts them off. And then I conduct an interview. We find out more about their real life or their careers or anything really that I find interesting about them. I'm so excited about this. Sounds great. I mean, we have you guys literally just does not get any better than this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the 2024 Guest of the Year. Dr. Phil is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Brought some treats. We don't need any more red bands out there.
Wow. Dr. Phil is throwing out Magnum condoms.
Might be open. I got more in the Delta Lounge.
Dr. Phil live in the flesh. Literally recognized as one of the greatest guests in the show. Whoa, what was that? Oh my goodness gracious. Can't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get those? Wow.
So to be big too.
It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
Did it? We're going to Australia and Canada next year.
That's right.
Sorry, this year.
The Quiz tour. Wow, that's a wild thing that's happening.
I'm excited. Well, I guess you don't even know.
It's wild, bro.
You do. We're going to keep right here.
This is very exciting. Dr. Phil is here live in the flesh with Greg Fitzsimmons and Sal Volcano. This episode is brought to you by Shopify. My goodness. I mean, what a start to this show. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
You got a fucking joke.
Yeah, we
said quit.
We absolutely do. We shake them up before the show to add vibes and energy to the show. It's also working and it's working. That's what we call that. So what's amazing is that while this is an incredible, perhaps one of the greatest starts of the show ever, why don't we take it one step further and have the first comedian be the record holder for all-time appearances, normally the closer of the show. One of the few living members of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. Some people call him the Memphis Strangler, the Manila Gorilla, Tyson of Tacoma, the Weirdo of Washington. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. My mother was watching the news the other night and she heard people talk about doxing one another. She goes, honey, what is doxing? I said, oh, it's when two guys get in a ring and punch each other with their dicks. The waiter walks out and goes, who ordered the amberjack? I raise my hand and he sets it down in front of me. I look and I say, wait, this has whiskers. Have I literally been catfished? Can you imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore. I'm just going to walk this way and I'm never going to stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction and you're in a hot air balloon and you're like, guys, y'all are never going to believe this. Okay, that's my time, Tony. Because the earth is round, Tony. That's how you show it from the other end, right? But that would mean that it's not flat. Right, it would mean it's round. It's proving, it's saying to his friend, it's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. Right, it's kind of like a passion play. Oh my gosh, Tony, I'm so nervous. Seriously, going up first. I love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous right now. Just really having time up there to hang out and whatever. And oh my gosh, here we are. So I love it. Yeah, I love it. Out of your comfort zone. Proof that you can do it all. You got the show started with a bang. And Tony, I do have to say, I finally have been in a horrible funk. I'm still actually in a pretty bad funk in my brain, but I've started going again. I've done 65 fucking miles the past 6 days. Very good, William. That's 10 miles and some change per day. Yeah, listening to fucking Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins all the time.
Great Fitzsimmons.
Well, it's just great that you're. I know you guys have a long history of that as well, but it's good to see that you're growing.
How's the AIDS going?
It is not going good. That's part of why I'm in my funk. I messed up when I was in Vancouver last year. I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass, literally with my ass. Seriously.
Well, it's good to mix things up.
I know, it was fun. I was kind of in a funk. I went in these bad funks, and the puzzles don't help. Nothing really helps. But when I was having sex with that guy, it was crazy.
Oh, that was fun, right, man? What was that noise?
The noise you would have been making in the corner, right, man? When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been, just in the corner wearing your fucking tank top. You fucking nasty weirdo. Your little blue tank top. Yeah, have you ever seen it, Tony? Or is it a little blue fucking tank top with these little swim trunks? And he has like a little apple, and he's showing everybody pictures of his fucking girlfriend's feet. Stop doing that. Seriously, stop doing that. He's doing that in the fucking green room before we even start tonight. I don't know why I'm nervous, Tony.
I did walk by and you were showing somebody a picture of a foot. Was that your girlfriend's foot?
Yeah,
It's a tradition anytime Greg's around, Janice shows her foot to him because he likes that.
Wow, this is not a great start for Greg.
there's certain things that stay in the green room.
Yeah, we're having to take it to the grave for a bit.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Now I have to cut them off.
Oh my goodness, I love it. William, so you've been rowing again?
Yeah, doing the rowing, trying to hopefully please come see. I promise if I've been to a city before, I have a whole different set. It's mainly new jokes. I've got to get my tickets. I got to get better at marketing. Tony has started. I got to figure it out.
Yeah, well, this,
Would you just call me a nacho vest? What did you say?
you should say everything. You should encourage your woman to say everything that comes to the front of her brain, sir. You're doing a really good job. The Lakers hat always a dead giveaway for not having your woman under control.
Seriously. I'm trying to have fun. Fucking Red Man throwing Greg under the bus. Weird of you, dude. Seriously. It's really weird. Why'd you?
William, I get what's happening with you right now. You're getting fired up, you're getting angry, you're getting more red, which I didn't think was possible. Yeah,
Everyone
I'm
else.
on right now. Where can we get some of it?
That is,
But look, it looks like fun nachos.
I see it.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I know you are right. All right, Sal, that's not how this works.
You guys all see those little nachos? We all see the nachos.
It is an incredible mess, William. What are you wearing? It is award season, and the world wants to know, where do you get a vest like that?
So I literally clicked into eBay.com, my account. I click in vintage 90s Columbia vest, large. And then I get a bunch, and then yes, this nachos was not in the keyword search. No. Wow.
Because the red zags there, they look like little nachos.
They do. They do. It is absolutely incredible. William, always a master of style.
It is a nice vest. You look like you're about to lead a safari for a bunch of kids who are definitely going to get molested. Which is a tough game to get, so I want to compliment you on the
Thank you so much.
You look like a tour guide at Epstein Island. Walks you off the dock when you pull up on the boat.
Okay, everybody come in here. It's just Red Man jacking off with all the fucking you weirdo.
Wow. Well, William, you got the show started with a fucking bang, my friend. William Montgomery showing us how it's done. Now we go to the bucket, everybody. Oh my goodness. Oh! Dr. Phil getting his own book delivered to him. That is incredible.
So what's your number one?
You do. You are a marketing genius. Philip C. McGraw, PhD. You and me. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3.
I talk about that in my book.
That's right. Page 73.
73. If you can't rhyme, get the fuck out of my garage.
All right, to the bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your first bucket full tonight is Sancho Pancho Villa with an uninterrupted
What's going on? Hell yeah. So even though I'm 5'1", I am into taller women, and so that can be hard. So I got these shoes that make me 5'3". Don't believe me, all those mics at 5'3", and now we're at 5'1". But even with the shoes, like tall women are starting to hit, it's still hard to hit on. Like I was hitting on this one super tall girl, she was like 5'5". And she looks down at me, she's like, boy, you're so short, you would have to go low on me in the bedroom. I'm like, that's a weird way to ask if I keep a step ladder in my trunk. I'm like, girl, what do you think I'm wearing this shirt for? Like, I'm trying to eat my way to your heart, you know what I'm saying? But on the same note, I hate tall dudes who use the short urinal in the men's restroom. It's like now I'm over here having a tippy toe, fucking put my chimichanga on the foot over the rim. Like, how am I gonna explain to a girl that I got crap from a men's restroom? I mean, it doesn't work like that. Hey, I'll touch you, thank you, that's my time.
adorable. Absolutely adorable. One of the largest full-grown babies to ever do stand-up comedy, ladies and gentlemen. Giant when it comes to the class of babies. Sancho Pancho Villa. You're standing at 5'1", is that what you said? Yeah, 5'3" with the shoes on. 5'3" with the shoes on. Incredible. When's the last time you measured? Like height-wise? Yeah. Yeah. When I went to get my driver's license. Okay. Don't have one of those. Do you have car insurance? Sancho Pancho Villa? Yep, the USA. Yeah, right. Hopefully they lower my rate. USA, like the military. Oh, got it. You were in the military. Yes, sir. I'm a Marine. Okay, absolutely incredible. What the hell were you doing in the Marines exactly? What was your specialty? Man, I was an engineer company, so like we work with generators, we build stuff, we blew it up. Like I have more certifications than my cousin. Pretty big guys. I can do any Texas job. Wow. Yeah. You've been on the show a few times before. Yes, sir. You get very lucky. I'm hoping to tonight. God. Now why the fuck did you do that? Yeah. Because we're pretty much rocking the same haircut. Dr. Phil, like, come on. Like, shit.
When did you go bald? Do you mind me asking?
Probably when I was like 19. Yeah.
How did it work out for you? How did you adjust?
With those kids.
Oh, well, there you go. Still struggling, obviously. So, Sancho Pancho Villa, you went bald at 19, standing at 5'4". What do you think you did in this life or a past life for God to treat you like this? And he apparently also made you extremely horny, and a lot of your act has to do with women. You just said you're hoping to get lucky tonight. When's the last time you got laid Sancho Pancho? No, we can go. Wow. Who was this? What was this? Where'd you meet this person? Just in my hometown. Was you married? This one was not. It's true. We found out about you that you're into married women. You like wrecking other people's lives. Listen, like the door's already cracked open. I just walked through it. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's the dog, like I'm saying.
You already know when you walk right. That was tonight's Doritos. Look worse than that. Put another cut of your own force out.
What were you guys gonna say at the same time?
I was gonna say, you walked under the crack. You didn't have to go.
I was gonna say, he walks right through the door.
Right. He doesn't have to dump down or anything like that.
Work together.
We all have different doggy door jokes for you. That's a good sign. That's how you know you're a hot dude with the bring up a doghouse and we're like, you're adorable, Sancho. So you find that there's a lot of girls that are into whatever you are.
Women love a confident man, yes, dude.
For going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines.
When, like, do you let it out? Is there a moment ever? You work out, Sancho Pancho?
I do. I'm down 10 pounds.
What have you been doing exactly? Explain to some of these people out here how they can lose weight.
I quit alcohol, so that was a big one for now. Yeah. On St. Patrick's Day, I dressed up like a leprechaun, so like, I'm 1 month away and I can drink again. And then, quitting alcohol and then just working out every day. So, back to bench 245. That's cool.
Bench 245? Yeah. Wow. Enough about your date from last week.
If she's not 180, she ain't a lady, you know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Talk about that in my book, Chapter 25. Fat bitches are people too. I'll be your local Barnes and Noble.
What's the biggest girl you've ever hooked up with before I let you go, Sancho Pancho?
Probably redhead. No, probably she's like 233, probably.
Yeah. Wait, sorry.
Not to be specific.
That was such a specific weight.
Yeah.
Like that's something you knew. That's 233 is a very specific, and that's how much I weigh. That's my real weight.
You really think so? Let's get the fucking scale out, everybody. Oh, yeah. Come on, there it is. Oh, it's too good. Come on, Redhead.
I was fully clothed, and that was naked.
He's wearing 27 pounds of clothing, everybody. Here he is.
My real guess, though.
Oh, my God.
My real guess is, I weighed myself like 50 pounds.
By the way, if a bucket pull gave this many excuses for getting on the
I'm just going to say, I weigh about 239.
Okay, all right. We're under 233, everybody. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been here for every episode of the show. Sal, read it up for me when it comes up. It just says, all right. It says, ouch.
Okay, do you want me to report that?
Yes, report it.
251.4.
That's right, folks. He's wearing 17 pounds of clothing.
It's getting cold outside.
What do you mean? Sancho Pancho, get on that thing. Let's see what it says.
Alright, I'm gonna take my shoes off though. I'm gonna take my shoes off. 193.
Now, what do you mean you weighed in today? What does that even mean? Oh, you're right. This thing is pretty heavy. Yeah, okay. Not 165, 164.6, everybody.
Give it up for Tony Hitchcock, everybody. Let's go.
What is this, Kill Sancho Pancho? Give it up for me.
That's about 10 pounds.
You're right. I'll give you 10 pounds. Maybe.
Take yourself a joke book, Tony.
Thank you. There's lovely Heidi, everybody, and Sancho Pancho. Sancho Pancho. What size joke book did you get last time?
You said like, a small joke book is the same size as a big joke book.
That's right. So you got a small one?
Yes, sir.
Well, today you're getting a medium one.
Let's go.
Sancho Pancho Villa, everybody. There he goes. And the show is off and running. You weighed in at 233 today?
No, 239 today.
239. Were you naked? Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, it's a lovely Heidi, everyone. A lot of drinks coming tonight. You guys having fun out there? We got Dr. Phil Gray, Fitzsimmons, and Sal Volcano, everybody, and a shit ton of water, an absolutely shocking amount of water on the table. Hey, this podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, let's be real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't exactly good enough. Why? Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, a revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Here's the deal. Most blue pills focus on blood flow. Blue Chew Gold goes further and combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection from the inside out. It's not just about function, it's about total performance, physical and mental. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes, plus creating more confidence and a whole new level of readiness. This is the future of performance. Faster, smarter, precision engineered for results. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew. Now with a gold chain, gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. Right, man?
Oh, Tony Blue Chew is providing trauma treatment out there. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man. They'll make him a trophy husband with Blue Chew Gold.
Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month with Blue Chew Gold. With code Tony, that's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and more safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Hey there, this podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Picture this, it's late at night, you're scrolling through your feeds, and all of a sudden you see that one product you've been looking for. You click on the link, add the cart, maybe even shop around a little more finally hitting checkout as you are filling in your address. You realize you don't have your card anywhere near you. That's when you see it, that pay button that has all your information saved, making checking out as simple as a tap of your screen.
And now, Shopify is the best business tool out there. See, get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools that write product descriptions, page headlines, and even enhance your product photography.
Friends, get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping and processing returns and beyond. So, see less carts go abandoned and more sales go. With Shopify and their Shop Pay button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. That's Shopify.com/GoTony. Shopify.com/GoTony. That's Shopify.com/GoTony. Absolutely. Your next bucket pull goes by the name of Mario Zapata, everyone. Mario Zapata.
Oh, yeah, brother, sure, hell yeah. A lot of crazy stuff going on in Minneapolis. Why's everybody mad at all these sommeliers? Kind of whine a lot, but that's cool, whatever. Don Lemon recently got arrested. That shit's crazy. Just goes to show you when life gives you lemons, get legal aid.
That was a very light they had to decide about
I know you did, but whatever. Alright, buckle in, guys. What is the difference between a Jewish person
So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time, but you want to keep a
and an undercover cop?
menu over here. So how can I find the apagape?
You may never know you were talking to a cop. Thank you. Alright, guys, I think the reason the reward for Jordan is such an offensive word is because so many people are. You can see it everywhere. I go to school and said, get your MS in business. I'm like, who wants to reward me with multiple sclerosis? Can you imagine standing in front of everybody going, this company is built on a solid foundation.
that can't transform him into a Ben Sora Umura.
Alright, Mario Zapata.
Is this your first time on the show? It's not. Oh, even it's not. You should look different or something? Yes, I recently started shaving my head because I was looking like Angelica's Barbie doll.
Okay. That's possible. You could do that at any point, Dr. Bill.
Yeah, well, if I look like I was about to shoot up an anthropology store, I was okay. Now, what I mean by that is you came in hot. For a minute there, I thought you were running for office because you just kept being like, too many Jews, you know? And you said, what was the last thing you said?
I think the reason the word retarded is so offensive is because so many people are.
Right. How do you feel about that joke? Like when you say it out loud to the silence, does it
I'm behind it, dude. I know a lot of retarded people.
Sal, what do you think about this guy?
Well, I like that you had topical stuff, so you're writing new stuff. And I like that you really went for jokes. You really did. I will say though, I noticed that you told everybody to buckle up before the jokes. And then you really didn't deliver. Just be mindful of that, and you tell everyone to buckle up. Like, because the inference was that you were gonna blow that fucking balls off with this next joke, and then it was really just a par type of joke. I mean, it's funny. I never thought anyone would tell them to buckle up for this next one, and then basically just there was a very mellow joke after that.
That was more for me.
Well, very catchphrase, or did you just feel like coming out saying something sassy?
It does feel sassy. I mean, I don't know, man. If you use it as a catchphrase, yeah, buckle up, guy. Hey, buckle up.
Yeah, let me just say something. You said that buckle up, and then it felt. I'll agree to disagree. So because I feel like the comedy set was a little turbulent, and when you're on a plane, they tell you to buckle up because things aren't going to go according to plan. It's just kind of
Buckle up, folks. Yeah, hell yeah.
But you do have confidence in that.
I appreciate all you
Buckle up, everybody. Jewish people will let you know they're Jewish.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting to next. You're good at spotting Jews? Is that
No, they usually tell me pretty quickly in a conversation.
They tell you they're Jewish?
Oh, yeah.
Where are you talking to these Jews at exactly?
Wherever I go.
Wherever you go.
They're everywhere, right? I mean, like, I don't know. That sounds bad. Okay.
I'm starting to see why this guy shaved his head all the way.
Yeah, keep talking, guys.
Fascinating. Let's go back there. All the villas, trade books, Scots and Brahmos, and Umravo, Uncle Buster, old, International Ben Sora Mora. It's great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sora Mora. It's gotta be flesh. It's gotta be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money. And he buys schnitzel, right? That's not going to make him into a Ben Sora Mora. Aye. One on top of we learned in the Mishnah. All the villas, trade books, Scots and Brahmos, International Ben Sora Mora. Hot to hold Ben Sora Mora. One second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if he stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is, he doesn't become a Sora Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's fowl, that Allah Maisa, he should become a Sora Mora. To which Gemara says, no, Kitran Mas Nisim Lahashlim. So this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does Ben Sora Mora have to eat in order to go to Ben Sora Mora? Right? Machlokes. First opinion Mishnah. Right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is, if he's mashlin the kizayis with fowl, with chicken, that can make a Ben Sora Mora. That's the chiddush over here. So you can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you're mashing that, you complete that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a Ben Sora Mora. All right, incredible. So we'll say, listen to this. And how the Mishnah said, if the Eason is a Dvar Mitzvah or Dvar Aveira, he doesn't become a Sora Mora. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Aveira. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here, last 3 lines from the bottom, Tanchume Aveira. Listen to this. Let's say the kid, you can't call Ben Soromor, he's in the Soromor yet. The kid joins a Nikrom Avim, right? The halach is that when Avim
All right, let's talk about more. Let's do it. Okay. I mean, people are everywhere, right? You run into different people everywhere.
Wow, it doesn't get much more racist than that, everybody. But these people are everywhere. I can't go anywhere without seeing these fucking people.
Yeah.
Michael, who's your favorite type of person? Okay, that's a nice people. Direction changing question you just did.
Dr. Phil, let's stick with the Jews here for a second.
Shift here. Okay, let's not shift at all, Doctor.
Let me ask you this. You're seeing them everywhere, this and that. Is there anything you've noticed a way to spot Jews before they tell you that they're Jewish? No. How long have you been doing stand-up? I've been doing stand-up for 6 years. I've been doing comedy for 12. I used to do music comedy. I've been singing. You write your own songs hard, stuff like that. You have any original song? I do. Okay. What notes are they in? What chords? Most of them are in G's. Okay. You guys want to play an open G? Why don't you sing us something, Mario? Okay. Don't follow you. Here we are, me and my best friend, out at the bar, and we're hammered again, and we're talking about all the girls we banged. We both drink until we can't see. Then my friend leans over and he says to me, "Hey, I love you, man. You're my bro," and I'm like, "Yeah, bro. I love you too." The part that's weird for me is he's telling me this while he's rubbing on my knee.
My name is Mario. Time at the show so far. I'm dressed like I'm ready to go. Work the late shift at Home Depot. And if you're driving drunk through the Taco Bell, be sure to call your parents and have them stay down. I'm gonna get that same order you used to get. Dr. Phil, making Mario Zapata hilarious. And it'll Pandora.
Appreciate that, fella. Hell yeah. Mario Zapata. So you did musical comedy, now you just do stand-up, pure stand-up. What do you do for work? I edit wedding videos, I make porn, and I write comedy.
Let's stop right there. When you say you make porn, what exactly do you do? Personal step before I fucking improvise a shitty song.
Trying to be discreet. Yes. We talked about it last time. I make giantess porn with my wife.
Oh, that's right. You have a big wife, and you yes, a tall wife. Okay.
Big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not pulling a Sancho Pancho beat out here. You're going for the tall girls.
I like to set the bar high.
Very interesting, and that's been good for you.
Fantastic.
You guys are making good money. Good money. Yeah. Have you ever thought about, because those guys probably like the difference in height, right? Between the two people. Have you ever thought about letting Sancho Pancho be a joinette? Because
I would charge him to be in the movie. Probably love it. Yeah. Somebody's gonna jerk off. Dr. Phil.
Where do we, is it all available online or specific?
We're getting up films. It's on fucking.
What is that, a .org or something like that?
No. Okay, it's on
Sure, site too.
we sell it through Square. Yeah.
You don't know the website of you and your wife's porn?
I copy paste everything, dude. It's like, Man, look it up. Films taught Gov. Yeah, look that up. Doing great things.
Mario Zapata, our second extremely confident Latino in a row. You as well. There's good, Mario. You know what? I'll give you a big jump.
I appreciate that. Did you get one last time? No. Okay, there you go. Boom.
Good catch. It's a little off. There he goes. Mario Zapata, everybody. That's perfect, Mario. That's okie dokie. Well, there he is. 12 years of comedy experience. There he goes. Mario Zapata, everyone. All right. Our next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Robert Carroll. Here we go. Robert Carroll. Okay. This looks like a new face. Make some noise for Robert Carroll, everybody.
Fucking I killed Tony. Wonderful. So, I'm on shrooms. I gotta leave with that. Sorry. What are the odds? It's my second time I signed up. There's no way they're making the outro with first. Give me a little benefit, okay? So I guess I'm here for the ice. Stay in a goddamn hotel. Very nice hotel. You know, how many times can a 60-year-old man jerk off? 38. Answer's 38. 69 would have been funnier, but so, the mushrooms thing, anybody do psilocybin? It's right. Oh, yeah, anybody shrooming tonight? That was a bad idea. It's going to turn out fine, I'm sure. So I talked to all these young people, and I'm like, psilocybin's legal now, and they're like, oh, that's so cute. Are you microdosing? And I'm like, no, I don't know. What the fuck is a microdose? Is 7 grams a microdose? Yes. I guess I'm microdosing. Anyway, I'm Robert Carroll. Thank y'all.
You gotta love a guy who 50 seconds in says it's gonna turn out just fine. Amazing. You're certainly dressed like you're on a bunch of mushrooms. This all checks out. Robert, grab that microphone. Let's talk about it, man. How long have you been doing comedy for?
I lied. This is my absolute first time in front of a crowd and a microphone.
There you go. Okay, we got it. All right, great. You're 60 years old. What made you want to start comedy now?
I went broke.
What?
I went broke.
Okay, ladies, stop. Dudes, okay, relax. Did you hear the laugh I got? No, shut the fuck up. What is going on? The women in this room tonight is unbelievable. Weird improv troupe. Kamala Lost, lady, shut the fuck up. What the fuck is going on? This fucking one's back now. Okay, Redman, very good. Can the ladies start acting like if Redman's gonna jump in with his fucking comedy?
I understood this.
My God. Okay. Robert, what made you want to start here today?
It's a long story, but going broke in short. And just
How did you go broke? Let's talk about it. Okay, you're on the show.
Decades of working as a builder in the commercial construction industry.
And a little quiet there, Robert. You really fizzled out. Years of working.
The short version is I just suddenly realized, fuck it, I'm going to be 60, and if I keep scraping, things will be way. So fuck them. I just literally went nuts. My whole family, they've decided to keep me from maybe. Well, like I said, I think it's cool.
I think he thinks he's in a Bed Bath & Beyond right You gotta talk. I couldn't understand. I wanted to follow that story.
Well, it's a rambling bunch. I did leave with a whole bunch. I really thought mathematically the likelihood of me being on that was good, but I did function at a reasonably good.
Mathematically, your odds are the same whether you're on or not on mushrooms. If you take an overload of mushrooms, that's when you wouldn't sign up.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that's true. I'm here, man. I had my second try.
You got it. You signed up last week as well.
I did. I was here for the ice storm.
What would you have talked about last week if you would have gotten pulled not on mushrooms? Were you on mushrooms?
I was on mushrooms.
So your whole plan was just to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms, I hope this goes okay. And
it has been working so far.
where where has it been working? Have you been doing other open mics?
My bank accounts aren't looking very good, but everything else is pretty sweet.
How'd you afford that fucking scarf if you don't have any cash? You make that into pubes and queefs.
Everything's negotiable.
What the fuck did that mean? I tried to fucking haggle that from you.
An impossible interview.
That's a you person.
Tell us a fun fact about your life, man. You're 60 years old, and all you've said so far is I'm on mushrooms.
Okay, I'm 60 years old. I'm a commercial builder. I'm a grandfather of 3 wonderful grandkids. We had play day Saturday. I was not on mushrooms for that. Okay?
How often are you doing mushrooms nowadays?
Often as I can. I have found that
Are you dealing with some type of trauma or something like that?
well, yes.
Like what? Can you give us something compelling about your life? You have 60 years to reference here.
Well, I lost 80 pounds last year.
Well, that's
So February the 10th, thank you again, and then somebody said, hey, you're kind of funny, and you're kind of, so I was here because I was working on a show meat on, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know, I was here to background. Joe Ellis is someone you know. Joe said, hey, you should okay, I can't.
You didn't know if you were supposed to mention that you did background work on the show Mima? Who would want you to keep that to yourself?
Excellent.
I'm going to try to follow. I have one other question. Do you put on all the jewels after you take the mushrooms?
I was wearing these things before I was doing the mushrooms. I did wear this pretty well all the time. I mean, I do not sleep.
Is that all strictly aesthetic, or do any of those things have a certain special meaning?
It's probably OCD. Once you start wearing them, then you're like, oh, fuck, I don't have that on. Sure.
when about in your life did you start doing a lot of mushrooms?
Oh, well, I did a lot when I was in college back in the 80s. Recently, my son just graduated from college, and he's got a great engineering. Oh, a year ago.
Perfect. Let me ask you this. When did you start wearing that type of jewelry exactly? What's around your neck that tight?
2 years. 2 years. Here's a thing. Is that answer?
When did you become turquoise, Mr. T?
Oh,
Yeah, you definitely got a Jim Bridges, Jim Henson of FTFB tutor, which was pretzels.
Jeff Bridges and Jeff.
All right, Robert, I've kept you up here way too long.
Well, thank you for putting up with the goddamn it snuck in, and you didn't torture me. The crowd was great. I am going to do something.
Write a set. Write jokes sometime, and then you'll be back on, and then we'll know something about you.
I love that you're on mushrooms, and now we all feel like we're on mushrooms.
Yeah. Contagious. Dr. Phil's throwing him a Magnum condom. There you go.
Probably thinks it's a gummy worm.
There he goes. There he goes. Robert Carroll, everybody. Wow. I mean, Frank. There he goes. Hell yeah. There he goes.
Yeah, show Joe Biden how to get out of here.
It's tripping so hard. I got these old people doing mass amounts of mushrooms out of nowhere. It's insane. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere, and take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it easy to start. Better mental health leads to better health overall. Just like your physical body needs exercise, your mental health needs maintenance and attention. Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Our therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in your life, helping improve your coping skills and self-awareness. Life is all about how we are in a relationship with one another, and communication is key. Talkspace can help you identify obstacles and create new meaningful connections. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay. Really?
Tony, I love Talkspace. I think they're providing some of the best mental health treatment out there. I can't recommend them enough because therapy has led me through crazy moments of transformation.
Yeah, I can tell. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get
get $80 off your first month. It's Talkspace. You go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match. Licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Hello there, my dear friends. It's me, your favorite human being, very nice guy that cares about everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Tacobas because anywhere we're going, it's we're going in good boots. Find your perfect pair of Tacobas. Their boots are handcrafted with boots who use true ridiculous steps for broken income right out of the box. Their in-store experience is unparalleled with excellent staff, complimentary beverages, and customizations. Right there.
I love my Tacobas. I personally wear those red Chelsea boots, and I highly recommend getting a pair.
You know what? I will. It's an incredible deck. Wintertime is prime boot season. So start the year off right with a new pair of Tacobas Western boots. Not to mention your other apparel. They have elevated leather goods like wallets, belts, and more. Everything in Tacobas is crafted with the same attention to detail and timeless style. Shop Tacobas Western goods online at Tacobas.com. Swing by a Tacobas store. Experience with free drinks, new shines, and complimentary new brand to make your pair feel personal. Right now, get 10% off at Tacobas.com/Tony when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TACOVAS.com/Tony. Tacobas.com/Tony. See site for details. Tacobas. Point your toes west.
Make noise for your next fucking poll, everybody. It's Tariq Morales.
You guys remember when driving a Tesla made you a Nazi? I miss those days. I like being called a different type of N-word. Which is ironic. I'm from Idaho. That place is full of N-words. I had to go out and buy myself a Tesla Model 3rd right. That's what I drive now. See, this joke is only fun and silly if you can remember that the N-word was not. So anyway, I see this group of filthy fucking N-words coming down the sidewalk. And they were headed right towards me because I was screaming out N-word lives don't matter. Yeah, I hate white people. But not as much as I hate those blonde-haired, blue-eyed N-words. Thank you.
Okay, 50 seconds from Tariq Morales. Good job. Anything after Robert Carroll's amazing. Anything after an old man going, I'm on the tubes. That's just incredible. At least you tried, Tariq. Amazing. First time?
Second time.
Second time ever doing stand-up. What made you want to sign up?
No. Second time on the show.
Oh, it is. All right. How did it go your first time?
It went well, yeah. I had a full 60 seconds. It was great.
All right. Okay. And how long ago was that?
Maybe November.
What did we find out about you then? What was the interview based around?
Oh, I had a gong, not that black.
Had a gong?
I had a gong, yeah. I didn't get to pull it out.
Oh.
I had it in my passenger seat.
Oh.
For the whole time. I just didn't drive.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't anything we covered at the interview last time. That was in your car.
It was.
Give us, what do you do for work, Tariq?
I work from home, so I'm just like getting paid to be unemployed.
What do you do?
Honestly, I don't know. It's like the documents they come
This
in.
Aquarius.
It's like green or red.
Childcare.
And then
Yes.
How you living, girl?
Seeing him shortness of breath, so I remember that means because it's slow transition. But they finally gave me some drink, my uncle and my cousin came, and they gave him some drinks, and he drunk. My sister twice, so yeah. So people coming over this week, everybody will come over and see him and stuff like that. But I just started crying this morning, so maybe it was emotional. And she thought he was really cold, you know. He was cold, so but he's good. We just smile to him and stuff like that.
Okie dokie, Mr. Aquarius. My thoughts are certainly with you. I know it's not easy. Please do. Mr. Aquarius, my friend came in and we were up till like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We talked for like 15 hours. Yeah, and then I took a little nap, and I thought I'd missed you, and I felt really badly. So I'm very glad that I didn't. I know. I'm very glad that I didn't repeat that yesterday. Did you watch any of the Super Bowl yesterday?
No, they're just right
Sure, I understand. Definitely understand that. Have those still been doing the trick? Have those muscle relaxers still been doing the trick? Good.
Can't become a Ben Sorer Umura. Why not? My time with the Amrita and then Shomea Bikol Lingu. Fascinating, right? That the pasuk says, parents say this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us the parents have to speak with the same voice. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Obviously, they don't look exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance at zero side. What a tremendous Musah skill. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shava. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shamea bekolenu. Parents have to speak with them. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're matters the kids, when they're mechanic the kids, that has to be done with one voice.
Yes, ma'am, I gotta do everything I can to get them back. I don't want to be rude to people, and I'm having a good time. And I mean, it's good. I feel loved. It means I've got a lot of friends, and I like spending time with me, so that's good. But man, it can. Oh, come on. It can really affect me throughout the day. No, that was bad.
Mother and father have to figure out on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the goes weiter. From where? According to who? According to the following opinion. So we'll say, okay, so this is. Actually, it's not my fault. This should be broken up like in 10 blocks. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lift the Iver. So the Gemara says as follows. I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on 4 hours. So if people from other shir taught you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them in the last 2 cycles we never finished later than any other shir. Right? So Baruch Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be on a daily basis, but
all right, I'm at 488. You're at 198. I have 12. You have 2.
Why would we just do this the whole time? So who's the people affected the following idea? Ben Sorer Umora, it never happened. Lohaya, it never happened, and it never will happen.
Very tough split. The folks watching at home, this might be one of the most difficult splits. But if anybody can get it, it's with a prayer. And if she's just going to get 2.
It's not saying it can't happen. It can't happen. The Gemara is saying with probability, never has happened and never will happen. So why would you again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get schar from it. I just want to point out. The Gemara says, now, just
you're going to get these 5.
That phrase,
told you, perfect. Oh, come on. Give that to her.
Practical that what you could do with this, but there is
Another one. EJ
for the sake of Torah learning. But I think that's not what it means over here. Means, you're right. Could very well be that Ben Sora.
Oh, look at you.
Never happened, will never
Look
happen.
at Miss Aquarius there.
Analyze it. What's the schar?
Give me
What's
this.
the reward?
Not what we wanted. But I can get the split. I can get it. This is doable. Not like that, though. Not like that.
What's the drosh? What's the drosh for Kabbalah schar? So I'll say. So again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod Ben Sora Mora is what? What's the whole Yisod Ben Sora Mora? The whole Yisod is Hashem Ha'asit. Hashem Ha'asit. Ben Sora Mora is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, do you want to know something amazing? Do you know what the essence, do you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Mora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Mora? What is the Ben Sora Mora? What's the lesson, Kabbalah? The lesson of Ben Sora Mora is that once a person makes certain decisions, they can't change. That's Ben Sora Mora. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy money, to buy. I keep saying weed. To buy weed, to buy wine, right? That's not even a decision. And what Ben Sora Mora says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's true. Ben Sora Mora exists as a concept, but practically it's not true. Because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. No matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take your life. That's what it means when it says. Mostly, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, Ben Sora Umora, Ben Sora Umora, Lo Hayo, there's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't.
You win, I win, Mr. Aquarius. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
So learn it. What's the reward of us? What is Midrash? So analyze. And what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sora.
You too. God willing.
There are so many of us who
Yeah,
think
go ahead, man. Speak, real.
I learned about a person who, quote unquote, can't change. He makes certain terrible decisions and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Sometimes you make decisions and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means, Ben Sora Umar. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. Lo haya, lo yeya. So what should you do with it? Because so many times in life, we think we can't change. We think we can't change. So learn Ben Sora Umar and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. The Gemara says, "Come on, Azal the San. You Ben Sora Umar, lo hayvelo, lo asil lios, lo lamelech." Don't judge the Kabbalah scars. So who's the thing? Is this Kiman? Karihuda, Sakarihuda, Karihuda. The Ibai Zema, Rabbi Shimon, he decided is very interesting. I'll Rabbi Shimon. The king of Nisha, Apozeta, Timar Basa, Beshasa, Chatzi, Mugyana, Itaki, Arvi Mozilos of the Skila, the Saklo, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine. His parents are taken out to get stoned. And lo haya, lo asil lios. And Solomon never happened. And it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Drosh b'kabel schar. The Lord said, this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbalah's kind of reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I received the greatest reward in the world. And the greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely, unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan, I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? Listen, it's incredible. Watch this. I'm here, you see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Rumora. I saw him. The Ashati Al Kivro. I sat on his grave. I sat down, it's great. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Lavayo. I saw it. The sound is great. Now, why exactly you sat on this great? You might have a whole discussion about this. Not for now. Not for now. So Gemara says, come on, Aslan. So we'll say, so what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says, there was Ben Sorah. So we'll say, I think the way it works is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Sorah Mora, and there never will be a Ben Sorah Mora. Rabbi Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sorah Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I've been to many Levias, people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sorah Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sorah Mora, yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Sorah Mora. I would say one of the most tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sorah Mora because change is always possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says tragically, I've gone to the Levayas of so many Ben Sorah Moras, people who left this world and never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Sorah Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says ourselves, come on, also Hadasanya. So what's the whose opinion is reflected in the following idea? Irani Dachas. So again, Irani Dachas is a city wiped out because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. So why is it written in the Torah? So it says, Drosh v'kabel schar, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. I'm not saying, what does this mean? How could it be that there's never Irani Dachas? As I will say, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not covered, someone's not holy. So learn it and you receive reward. Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Eliezer, Omer, Kol Ir Sheish Bafilu Mezuzah Achos, Eino Nasi Ir Nidachos. So Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Ir Nidachos. Can't become the Irani Dachos. So my time, what's the reason for that? Because what do you have to do with the Irani Dachos? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now if there's a mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Irani Dachos. It can't become an Irani Dachos. Therefore, it's impossible that Irani Dachos ever existed. Rabbi Yonasan says, "Ani re'isiya yashavti atila." Again, Rabbi Yonasan says, "You're wrong. Is it Irani Dachos? I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I took the Irani Dachos walking tour, and again, I saw it. I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Irani Dachos. So once again, it's the same result. I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. Rabbi Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves, and communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. So if you have a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sorah Mora, they can't change, they become a chavra, they become a chabur, they become a kila, they become a community of Irani Dachos that think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, Osla de Sanyo. Bye, Samanuga. Hiya. All right, but so you know, we have to stop over here. Wow. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I will say we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. And I said we're going to be great. I'll say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? Nothing. I'll say, tremendous trend. Stop. Shkaya, everyone. All right, Chabra Zoom. Shkaya, everyone. Right. You see the one who says, don't tell me who you are, who your friends are. Oh, I forgot about that.
Come back and people noticing it in a big way in a post-Super Bowl kind of way. Plus, how much money did the quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks have to pay?
All right, I must say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tough Shin Pei Hey. tells the Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, we're dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a Zechus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton, Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the Shir in honor of the bris of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yira Kodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful and incredible. And I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayos for the Bibas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious neshamas should have an aliyah, a broken family should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem and Kadosh Baruch Hu should just bring besoros tovos, true besoros tovos for all of Am Yisrael. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up against Hashem on Ayin Aleph. There's a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wide. Remember again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows: Mas Nitru. So again, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she Mar Barnitru, sorry, it says Shlomo, you are the son of my neder. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, Kol Nashim Shades Avicha Hayunodros. So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar, that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, he got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. And she's essentially giving him different forms of musar. So musar number one is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me. Because after all, your father's a tzaddik. So if your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number three, she calls him Barnidri, the son of my neder. Both said, this is incredible. She says, Kol Nashim Shabes Avicha, all of David's wives, Hayunodros, who make the following neder. Yehivi ben Hagum Amalchus, give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is incredible. Say, all of David Amalek's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, David. What did I want? Yeheli ben Zoriz Umemula Batora. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoriz. That's not what both say. Zoriz, alacritus, Zrizos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of timeliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Zrizos. Umemula Batora. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. V'hagun l'nevios, and ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. Right? She says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I say, there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want my kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my daughter is able to be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi. No one's a rabbi. An accountant, they're all different. And there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's Zrizos. So most like, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are, Zrizos is a midah, and Zrizos is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Zrizos, that's why again Ramchal puts it so early on. In Mesilas Yesharim, when you have the meat of Zrizos, it means that you have a seriousness and a Kovid Rosh approach to life. And when people who are Zoriz are successful in whatever it is that they do. Mamula B'Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be Mamula B'Torah? To be filled with Torah. In other words, there are different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or a person could be Mamula. Mamula means I'm mole, I'm fully committed. Hagul Nevius is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know. But I would imagine that you have to have ala milas to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Zrizos, Mamula B'Torah, Hagul Nevius. Incredible. Al Malachim Shasu Yain. So Hashem says to Shlomo, Al Malachim Amralo, Malacha Itim Malachim Shasu Yamishtakim, Vomrim Lama Lanu Kel. So Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kids who become intoxicated? You know, there's like a king chevra, like a monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine. And after drinking so much wine, what do they say? What do we need God for? We're the king, we're all powerful. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. When you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed, should you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we'll say, remember, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes walling me off my inner kedusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So halacha l'maaseh, Bathsheba says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? Rabbi how do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was mekabel his mother's mussar. He says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. It's incredible. Who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Shlomo was again, Gemara faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. There's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? The Adam Arishon. Their first Adam Arishon, who again had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. I will say, by the way, another tremendous Musar Haskell. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Musar. No one likes Musar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes positive feedback from time to time. Positive feedback is often laced with, sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them as much as it stings. They're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And God was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was known as the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a real patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Awful, the Kaburas mitzvah. I'm Rabbi Abo. So again, back to the story. I'm Rabbi Abo. Enu chayv actually called the Kabura shekula svilim. This is very interesting. Ben Soramar, so what we've established in yesterday's daf, right, is again, what he has to, right, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now, what are srikin? We're going to get Rashi says, it's like 3 lines up from where we are across the Rashi. Reikin, Shiar Gilu Bekach. So it's fascinating. What turns a person or turns a kid into a Ben Sora Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Avo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now it's interesting. Rashi defines srikin over here as reikin. Well, what does reikin mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shia gilu b'kach, who will habituate him to these type of habits. Aval nish b'chabura adam hagum b'chi haigavno v'mamshich b'nonas ben sora mora b'chabura dulav mitzvah kamar. Shabbos said this is incredible. Rabbi Avo says when is ben sora mora chayiv? Only when he's eating the meat and the wine with a group of srikin. I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines srikin, he doesn't say like avar yonim. people who go ahead and commit averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Rakim. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What does it mean when you're empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no shikifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamula latorah. There's no hagum levias. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi's saying is, the Gemara is saying is, we'll say, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, because every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averas. But I will say, but at least, when a person is committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing, but desire for something. Raking is a desire for nothing. A desire for nothing, just like emptiness. That's a dangerous chabura. So the concern over here is if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the ben sorah umora addictions are really facilitated. However, the Gemara tonight we learn. The Mishnah said that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a chaburas mitzvah. Now again, we'll discuss what that means, but the kashtas, what that means is he's eating it. Interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context that he does not become a ben sorar umora. So when it says taimod, mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, avagav the lav speaking. Even if not everyone in the chevra is one of the speaking. Hakamash malon, the avagav the kula speaking gave into the mitzvah ka'asik l'mensha. So we'll say, so essentially what we're saying is like this: that if the ben sorar is eating the meat and wine in the sudas mitzvah, even if the entire chevra for the sudas mitzvah are srikin, he doesn't become a ben sorar mora. Doesn't become a ben sorar mora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, it doesn't become ben sorar mora. Or halacha l'maisa again, if the entire group minus one person are speaking, in other words, if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become ben sorar mora. He only becomes a ben sorar mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. So let's say two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think that the truth is it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So you have a kabura of kula streaking, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is if it's a chevra of all srikin, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a chabura srikin. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact a chevra. That one person in a chabura of srikin can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole chabura of srikin, but you're eating a sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become ben sorar mora. Why? Because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as a proper, right? That's the sudas mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashpah on you. But never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible Gemara. What you begin to see for ben sorar umora, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel this addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the ben sorar umora. But about the Ibrah Chodesh, so remember the example that the Mishnah gave for a sudas mitzvah was the suda that they made for Ibrah Chodesh. Ibrah Chodesh, was, you said before, is the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. So they made a suda for that. One second. Is that saying that they had meat and wine for that suda? We learned but that meal was actually a very simple meal. What did they have with the meal in completion of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. It was like that was a very light meal. Think about it, brother. They had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a fabrengen, right? In other words, that that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time, but you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So the Marshal talking about the Afagat being only Hellepas the business you also plus we are Buffalo came to the Mitzvah Casa Lamamshik. Oh, that's the Kiddush. You're right. Normally, the people who would go in for this Suda, they were only, it was an interesting fact. What did they eat by the Suda for Ibar HaChodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having a meal. And let's say Ben Soramora shows up for that meal, or he's not a Ben Soramora yet, he's a candidate, right? Ben Soramora candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine and sits down and eats with them. That can't transform him into a Ben Soramora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudas mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of a Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Sorah Umora. Incredible. So it's not just a word about that Suda. So you need at least a minion, right? That really is a minion for that Suda for Ibrah Chodesh. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread. Actually, it's not really bread. It's pasta. It is bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. Or iburo. And you only go up on the night to the 31st, like the night after the 30th. They only go for the Suda at night and not by day. The Raisa says they go up for the Suda by day and not by night. So go up early to the meal. In other words, go up to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise when people are starting to get up, so that it'll make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. So again, just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Sorah or Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Sorah or Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Sorah or Umora. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes like this. So remember again, certainly he steals money, right? Steals money, buys sheni money, goes and purchases meat and wine and eats in Yerushalayim. So again, it doesn't become a Ben Sorah or why not? Because that's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sorah or Mora is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if he's doing something quote normal, you can't become a Ben Sorah or Mora like that. It's fascinating. Let's go back there. It's great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sorah or Mora. It's got to be flesh. It's got to be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money, and he buys schnitzel. Right? That's not going to make him into Ben Sorah or Mora. Going on top of we learn in the Mishnah. All from the Vedas and Treifel Shkatzim, but I was saying on Ben Sorah Mora. Hot to hold on Ben Sorah Mora. Hold a second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if he stole money and bought non-kosher food. We'll see why that is. It doesn't become a Sorah Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's fowl, then Allah so he should become Ben Sorah Mora. Jewish Gemara says, no, so this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does a little chazara? How much meat does Ben Sorah Mora have to eat in order to go and become Ben Sorah Mora? Right? Yes. First opinion in the Mishnah. right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, he eats a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is, if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl, with chicken, that can make a ben sorabon. That's the chiddush over here. So you can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you're mashing that, you complete that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a ben sorabon. All right, incredible. So we'll say, listen to this. So now the Mishnah said, if he eats him as a Dvar Mitzvah or a Dvar Avera, he doesn't become Ben Sorah or Morah. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Avera. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says here, last week, and 3 lines from the bottom, let's say the kid, can't call it Ben Sorah, he's not Ben Sorah yet. The kid joins a Nichum Avelim, right? The halach is that when Avelim come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra, a meal of consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a theme. A Ben Sorah Mora only goes ahead and becomes Ben Sorah Mora if, number one, he's stealing money. Number two, he's purchasing meat and wine of very high quality. And then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. Right? He does it on the Shabbos. The chiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra, the meal for Avelim. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative addiction. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, kindness tzibor. What does it mean, Dvar Avera? So let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, and eats it during the fast day. He eats it on Tainus Esther. So the Gemara says, so that doesn't make him Ben Sorah Mora. So why not? That's so strange, right? Why wouldn't that make him Ben Sorah Mora? It's the time of my Amakra, and then there's Shomer B'Kolenu. B'Kolenu, below B'Kolo Shamokim. This is fascinating. In order to become Ben Sorah Mora, it has to be that the child is defying his parents' instructions. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make him into a Ben Sorah Mora. We'll say, isn't that fascinating? Now, that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Sorah Mora is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like, he steals money and buys chazer, of course, Ben Sorah Mora. He's not. It's fascinating. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Sorah Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Sorah Mora. Why? Because that's the pshat. Because what makes one a Ben Sorah Mora is his act of defiance against his parents. But it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God. But because he's stealing, the consumption itself technically is halachically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is halachically prohibited, then halacha l'maisa, he's not a Ben Sorah Mora. Let's go back there. So for example, says therefore the same idea. If Ben Sorah Mora ate anything but didn't eat wine, didn't eat meat, he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. In order to become Ben Sorah Mora, you have to eat meat. In order to become Ben Sorah Mora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, Lo achal basar. What does it say? If he didn't eat meat last year, the vela ki'ilis. So Rabbi says, even if he ate a cake of pressed figs, now a cake of pressed figs from Kilis, right? From Kilis was a very high quality food. And in certain respects, maybe even had that quality almost like meat. Even if you eat the vela ki'ilis, Halacha l'maisa, you still don't become ben sora mora. B'shasa dvash v'chalav. Sorry, v'lo shasi and asuyet dvash v'chalav. So interestingly enough, apparently, drinking of wine, of milk and honey could have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, he doesn't become Mesor more. The sign of Achot Vilakilis Shas Dvash V'chalav V'nichnas L'Mikdash Chayiv Tabav. So what's interesting enough is the halach for Kohanim. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats a Vilakilis, this cake of breast 6 kilos, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Beis Hamikdash and does the avoda, he's chayiv. Now, why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avoda under the influence. Right? That's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avoda while intoxicated. And if he goes into the Beis Hamikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Let's say Ayin Aleph from Dal 71a. So he Ben Soramora, the kid eats any item but doesn't eat meat. Or he drinks any drink but he did not drink wine. You only become Ben Soramora when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. Solel Visovei. Because the Pasuk calls him again a glutton and a guzzler. Even though I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what Solel and Sovei means, and I don't know what it's referring to. Right, there's still a scriptural allusion because we just saw in the Mishnah. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and bezolele basar lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. So again, interestingly enough, the Torah uses the lashon of zolel for sobei, and then we see from this other pasuk in Mishlei that again sobei refers to wine and zolel refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that for Ben Soramora, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. I will say this is a fascinating Gemara. Whoever sleeps in the base medrash, his Torah becomes patchy. Torah becomes patchy, right? Like patches of clothing. The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say the truth is, there's no great truth to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. I will say one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning. And that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. Like Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand, but your heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. You see, even I walk out, someone says, what did you learn? I have no idea. Right? But I switch some days of that yoga like that, right? But I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes now, whatever it is. The neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. You want to say, what's the formula for being bought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't literally have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the dot, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now, by the way, you get a shkach for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was emailed, here I was WhatsApp, here I was this. So it's, and again, just the reality is the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully vested. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Zrizos. So I'll say, so again, so what does Zrizos mean? Zrizos means when I'm doing something, I'm in. I'll say, ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking their email in the middle of the meeting? Ever happened to anyone? Right? My cloud cuddle is. I've started this now. Right? If you're checking email in the meeting with me, I have better things to do. better things to do. Same thing on a Zoom meeting, right? Better things. It's okay. You're too busy. Go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of direct. What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we do. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. And that is working. Work. You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, do whatever you want. Right? But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do your work. Be serious, be committed, and be involved. And when you're in shir, learn your Torah. And don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that's there. Otherwise, you're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, when you come to the base in Shemala, the Rebbe Shalom says, Shefala, what did you learn? Tell me, what did you learn? And you're going to say, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day when we did this sugya. But I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my Chavedim during shir that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this, and why? But we do it, and just do it, and commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit yourself, and this is during learning, this is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. Actually, we live in a dar. We live in a time where it's so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base medrash. And if we just do that, bring our zrizas to our learning, bring our zrizas to our davening. Remember, we're all young people. There's no telling what we could accomplish in our remaining years in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. Dana, Mishal Abed, Va'ochel Mishpeshus Abed. It's very interesting. So, by the way, I just want to point out, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, I would say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. It's the same thing with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So when Solomon also all the details. So watch this. He says, "Kana v'shal aved v'achal b'shus aved." Listen to this. Kid, we'll just call him kid. Right, he's an adult. Remember, I will say. Also, a piece of narration. How old is Ben Sora Mora? How old is he? Right. So remember again, he is a gadol. What was Lashon of the Gemara? Samoch leish. In other words, he just recently entered into adult type. We're going to see that concept again. Shortly. So Gana Mishal Abed. So watch this. He stole his father's money, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. Let's say first white line, Ayin Aleph Amud Aleph. Enonase ben Sora Mora. We'll say all these cases ben Sora Mora ad sheikno mishal aviv yochal rishos acherim until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. And we'll say, let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Sora Umara is all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what in order to happen for Ben Sora, what has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? The father's going to say, what are you doing? If the father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So therefore, which is just a tremendous yisod in chinuch as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our people still today, parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the derech. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline, and it's a free-for-all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you don't have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing, but boundaries are the anchor of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, oh, just let my kids, go do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself with meat and wine in front of my father, because my father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Sora, more interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, there's access to money, plus the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sora or Mora. Again, we'll see that more in the Mora. Good. And that's Ben Sora Mora. Second one line. You don't become Ben Sora Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. Rabbi Yosef says it's not enough just for your father's money, it has to be your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says the Gemara. So again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. Maybe he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? Even though he has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So the whole concept of sort of more is he's stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The kosher came, and all the more so if he's stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. So the only formula that makes a kid into a Ben Sora Mora, so you're keeping a running list of all of the qualifications, is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the, I was going to say, winning combination, but it's not a winning combination. No, that is the negative combination that ultimately creates, again, stealing his father's money. We're worried about habit forming. Why? Because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him musar about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. Says he's only chayiv if he steals from his father and his mother. The Gemara says, So first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where is his mother? Property from Masha Kansi Isha Kanabayla. I was going to say again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother already belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. Whereas, no, what it means is, interestingly enough, his parents, right? The kids' parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid sets a suitor that is ready for his parents, and the kid comes along and steals that from his parents. So he's effectively stealing from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't make you Ben Sora Mora. But that's not how it works. In other words, remember, you don't become Ben Sora Mora if you steal food. You don't become Ben Sora Mora if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right. Rather, again, what happened? The father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. And he got for dinner for an expensive fleshik suda made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. By saying the possibility is the or again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no right in that gift. Okay, I would say bottom line, you should just know that Rambam does not accept Rabbi Yossi's idea. Rambam does not accept it. The money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah Haya Aviv Rotz Aviv Mana Rotz. That's what said. This is incredible. Let's say the father. The father wanted to bring him to Beis Din, but the mother did not. Or Aviv Din Rotz Aviv Mana Rotz. The father didn't want to. The mother wanted to. Enon Asam Ben Sora Mora Achi Yirtzu Shneim. Achi Shneim Rotz. Sorry. A kid only becomes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Beis Din for the Ben Sora Umora process. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says, if their marriage was an illegal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora Umora. All right, so what does this mean? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah of the wife is not fit for her husband? So the Gemara says, Sof avu aninu, the truth is, who cares if their marriage is legal or not, right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, Ella b'shavet la'aviv kamar. So I'll say this is incredible. Rather know what the Gemara means is like this: the mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? That's the point. So you don't learn. And lo'haisit imo shavet la'aviv b'kol b'mare u'b'koma eno nasa ben sora mora. We'll say this is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a ben sora umora. Why not? My time in the Amar Kra, eineno shomea b'kolenu. Fascinating, right? That the pasuk says, parents say to Beis Din, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us, meet the kolba inan shavin. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Mara v'koma nami ba'inan shavin. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Obviously, they don't look exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance of tzivosai. What a tremendous musahas here. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomea b'kolenu. Parents have to speak with them. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're madrach the kids, when they mechanech the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving a kid two different types of chinuch, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of chinuch, the kid can't become Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch. If the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay. That's when Ben Sora Umora kicks in. But I was saying, but what if the family is so bad? Mother and father have to be shava, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. Kiman Azal Hadesanya. From where? According to who? According to is the following opinion. Ben Sora Umora. So we'll say, okay, so this is. Actually, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. This should be broken up like a 10 block. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lifnei iver. So the Gemara says as follows. Okay, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on 4 hours. So people from other shir told you about the slow pace of our shir. Just remind them, in the last 2 cycles, we never finished later than any other shir. Right? So
Molly daycare worker, everybody. Good job, Red Man.
It might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there.
Mr. 233
Kiman
over here. Okay, so you don't know what you do. You're getting paid. How much do you get paid? It's $20 an hour. How many hours a day?
So you're like, what?
8 hours a day. Checks clear. Yeah.
Who's it being defensive of the following idea? Ben Sora Umora never happened. It never happened and it never will happen. So I'll say, by the way, actually, when you see this after all you've seen, it makes a lot of sense. Get all of these details lined up.
No, I just moved here in
No,
July.
the probability of that happening. So actually, it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it's not saying it can't happen. I think it can't happen. You might just think
Yeah, I was the blackest person there.
never has happened and never will happen. I have Gemara said, "But why did it so why was it written? Why was it written?" So Gemara said, "Josh the Kabbalah star." Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get smart. I just want to point out. Gemara says, now, just sometimes when you look at that phrase, Josh the Kabbalah means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get started with the act of learning, even though you don't have any.
Yeah, there's like literally a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
But there is kind of literally it's a very important lesson.
Literally,
There is
yeah, it's like
the act of
something
just
with finance.
engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's
The
what it means.
fucking document comes
Josh the
in,
Kabbalah means, you're right.
I check these numbers to see if they match up with like client
Will never
information.
happen. Never happened. Will
Are
never
you in the
happen.
cast of
But
severance?
Josh, analyze this. Kabbalah
Work
what's
is
this
mysterious and
guy?
important.
What's this
Definitely,
word?
the work is
There are
mysterious.
lessons to be learned from Ben Sora Umura, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What's the Josh?
Because the numbers match
What's the
up
Josh
with
the
the client.
Kabbalah? So let's say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit.
That's
We're going to see,
Yeah.
we're going to see
Right when the numbers
the
don't
next
match.
mission.
Don't match.
That the whole soul, the whole
Hours a day.
That's what the
Movies, I'm on the phone, I'm hanging out with my college friends.
Hashem
That's
Hashem.
it.
Ben Solomon is not treated that for what he's done
Not
now,
really, no, yeah.
but rather again,
Day
what
one,
is
they're
what
like, all right,
advice
here's
he
what you
should
guys
get
doing,
for
and
what
And
he's
the
going
name
to
of the
become.
company?
See, I will say, what is something
I
amazing?
don't
You
think
know
we
what the
can.
essence,
He's
you know
gonna
what the
lose this
ultimate lesson of
nothing
Ben
burger
Solomon
job.
is?
Yeah,
What's the
yeah.
essence of Ben
Tree,
Solomon?
what's your love
What
life
is
like?
the Ben Solomon?
I'm single right now. I can't afford a date. I make $20 an hour, so yeah.
Because of Ben Solomon is that once a person
Yeah,
makes a
single right now.
decision, they
I've been on
can't
that.
How long have you
change.
been in Austin?
That's Ben Solomon.
Since July.
The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money to buy weed, to buy
I went on one
to buy
date.
wine.
I met her like
That's
at a
not even a
show.
decision. What Ben
at
Solomon
North
says,
and,
you made those bad decisions.
it didn't
You
go
have
well.
put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes on and says,
Tariq.
Yeah,
That's
she
not
was
true.
just like, she was like a
That's not
bodybuilder.
true.
And I
Ben Solomon
couldn't see
is
she
just
was
a
wearing a hoodie.
concept.
And we were on the date. She was wearing like
Practically,
tank
that's
tops. And she
because
had
there's
like,
no such thing as a kid
biceps.
who can't
I
change.
wasn't ready for that.
Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you can always put it in reverse. You can always go ahead and take the right. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry. Ben Solomon, Ben Solomon, Les Hoya, Leos. There's no such thing.
Yeah, a lot of it is
There's no such thing as a person who can't change.
That's it, Joe.
I
She was
said
jacked.
tomorrow.
Now,
So that's why
information
you
is spread freely.
Josh the Kabbalah star. So learn it
When
in
she
the
took her
super
hoodie
world.
off and you saw it just
What's
get
the Josh?
right?
So analyze.
And you saw
What's the
there's a
analysis?
potential
The analysis
opportunity
of
for you
Ben
to step
Solomon is,
foot,
but
right?
yet, there's so many people who think that we can't change. There's so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned Ben Solomon, I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. He makes an
So
intelligent
if you still want to
decision
achieve a titty
out of
flip,
it.
I'll send you
That's
like,
not true.
man, there's
It's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed
when she
myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. We're going to make decisions, and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means. Ben Solar Umar. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it?
She went for the kiss, and I had enough time to like kind of think about it, so I leaned back a little
We
bit,
think we can change.
and then I just looked
So
away. Her
learn
eyes
by
were closed, so I just
Solomon
looked
and
at her, pretend I didn't
recognize
see it.
that you
And
absolutely
then I looked
can.
back.
The Gemara says,
Like, oh,
Iman.
hey, what? Great
The
baby
Gemara says, Iman
eyes.
Avad Lisan. You don't Solomon, I will us Leos, Laminate. But Josh Lagawa Star. So here's the thing, just Iman Kabiuda, Kabiuda, Kabiuda. He by saying Rabbi Shimon, he decided is very interesting. Rabbi Shimon, the אם יפי שעה חוזת תעתים הבוסר ושוסה חצי ודגיינה איטלקי, Obi Mozino some skila, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine. His parents are going to take him out to get stoned, and we'll go, and we'll also use it. And so far, it never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Drosh the
Things are moving along here, but I think we need to shift the momentum. I mean, wow, this has been Sancho Pancho, Mario, Robert, Carol, and Tariq.
The concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sawyer? Because that's what Ben Sawyer is, a kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. How does one reap the benefit? What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that it's never happened, never will happen, I received the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture and any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, one second, what are you talking about? Listen, incredible. Watch this. I mean, you see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Ramola. I saw him. He has shot the Alki Road. I sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to Bulgaria. I saw it. I sat on his grave.
And I'm going home.
That's about this, not for now.
Who's gonna wake me up
Not for
in the
now.
Waymo?
The Gemara says, come on, Asla. So what's this? So what do you do with this? So the Yonasan says, there wasn't a sermon. So
When you get drunk and you get into
Yonasan
an
is not
Uber, the
There never was
Uber
a Ben
driver
Sora
wake
that.
you
There
up
never
and
will
they
be a
so
Ben Sora. Yonasan is mentioning the fact that many people go through life thinking
you're at your
that
house.
they are a Ben Sora. But Yonasan says, you know what? I think
wakes
many
you
of
up in a
the
Waymo.
people who left
This
this
can't
world,
be
and they left as a Ben
police.
Sora.
In
They left
Phoenix,
this world thinking
Arizona.
that they
That's
couldn't
where
affect.
I went to sleep
They
in a
left this world
Waymo.
thinking that they couldn't
And
make
these
something
niggas were
better of
nice or
themselves.
kind
Tonight,
at all.
there's no such thing as a Ben Sora Mora, yet you'd be
Take it from one
surprised how
example.
many
One time,
people leave
because I'm a
this
heavy
world
sleeper, that's why they was mad
that
at
they
me
were
about
Ben
waking me
Sora.
up in the
So
Waymo.
it's like one of the most
Say,
tragic
come
things in
wake me
life.
up in 30
Tragic things
minutes.
in life is we leave this world with so many
One
things
lady
unaccomplished.
one
We
time
leave
tried to
this
wake
world
me
without
up. She couldn't
actualizing
wake
our
me up. She
potential.
couldn't wake me
We
up.
leave
She
this
took my
world without
phone,
becoming the kind of people that
unlocked
we
it with
need
my
to follow
face,
each
and
other.
then
So I
called
don't
my
think
mom.
Abdullah was disagreeing. I think Abdullah was just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora.
I woke up immediately.
Abdullah says, tragically, I've gone through the values of so many Ben Sora Moras. People who left this world never made the changes they could
When I was a
because
kid
they
and
thought
your
that
mama
they
started
couldn't.
whooping your
Because they
siblings and
believed
you
too
clean it,
much
she
in Ben
not gonna whoop
Sora
your
Mora.
ass too.
Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, Oslo, how
And
to
so
send
I
you.
woke
So
up
listen,
to
who's the
start
king
doing
of the
push-ups,
following right
cleaning,
here?
and
You're in
then
Dachas.
she was
You're in
like,
Dachas is a city right out of idolatry, because of idolatry. Well, Haisel
and then
Rasi
next day
Elios,
I had to go
incredible.
to that
Never
same
happened,
Uber lady
never
place
will
and
happen.
then
The
cut her
Raman
grass
is
and then wash her
Isolized
car.
in the Torah. And
That's
as
my
a
time
George
they
Pekabas
outside up there.
ultimately against the learning and to receive your word. Same idea. So let's know what does this mean? How can we have together in Dachas? As the rest of there is no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one Sabbath.
What are you
Not possible.
apologizing for?
It's not possible. You can't have a place.
Oh, yeah.
You can't have a place where every
Great
single
work,
Yid
District.
is
That
there is
really
bad.
happened, didn't it?
Impossible.
Yes, it did.
It's just
That
not possible.
sounds
Someone's
real.
not published.
So
Someone's not holy.
I texted
So learn to receive reward. Can I
Instagram
go
the
below?
night
Rabbi
after
Eliezer,
that.
the son of
I
Eliezer, Omer.
apologized
Kol
to
Yer
the
Sheish
police.
Bafilu Mezuzah
And
Atlas.
I was so
Eno
scared the
Nasi
whole
Yer
time
Dachas.
because, like,
Oh,
when you
so
drunk
Eliezer
and
says
they
that
wake
there's
you up,
only
you
one
still
mezuzah in the
lying.
city. It
When you
can't
wake
become
up,
Yer
you're like,
Dachas.
oh, I should have been
Can't
lying
become
this
Yer
whole
Dachas.
time.
So most of my
And the
time was
whole
music.
time I
That
was
I'm
like,
like,
I'll
oh,
be
that's
fine.
Kosholo,
I'll just
Tikvos
call
Atol,
Joe
for Chava
Rogan.
Basar after
That's
Beis.
right.
But what do you have to do with the Yer Dachas? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of
They
the
do.
city.
They told me that when they was walking me to the Harmonies where I
Now, because
was.
mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Why can't you burn
I
a
just did a
mezuzah?
sold out show. I
You
felt
can't
so
burn the
bad.
name
I
of
didn't know.
Hashem. So therefore, you see it. There's even one
I'm sorry.
mezuzah. It can't become a Yer
I'm sorry to
Can't
the
become any
police and the
Dachas.
two officers, and I
You know,
don't
for
know
it's
y'all
impossible
name.
that Yer Dachas ever
And the
existed.
Instagram
I'm
asked
Rabbi
me that
Yonasan.
too. They said,
Yonasan
what
says,
officer? I
I
said,
need
nigga,
to
I
see
told
you.
you I was
Yeah,
drunk.
Shafti Akila. Yonasan says, you know, is it Yer Dachas? I was there. I visited. Right, I went on tour. Right, I decided to Yer Dachas walking tour. And again, I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Yer Dachas. It was like once again, it's the city we saw. I don't think
They don't have good
Yonasan is
music. That's
disagreeing.
what fucked me
Yonasan
up.
is saying
Because
sometimes
I
again,
had went,
just like
I
individuals
was
give
leaving
up on themselves,
Rochester, New York,
communities give up
and
on
then I had a
themselves.
5 a.m.
And
flight,
communities
so I
also
stayed
forget
up,
that they
went to
can
that
and better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. If there's a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sora mode, they can't change. They become a Chevron, they become a Chabur, they become a Kila, they become a community. Up here in the Dachas, I think they can't change as well. Tragedy. Come on, Oswald Desanyo. Bye, Samanuga. Hiya. Alright, let's say nothing else. They
have suggestions for music, but none of them are good.
Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I just try. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And also, we're going to pick up right there. We are right on track. We are right on track. Okay? I'll say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped? There's nothing. I'll say, tremendous trend. Stop. Everyone. All right, stop on Zoom. Stop everywhere.
Fish sticks or something. Or not. Or you can just look at me and say, we're right play. Do that again. That's terrible.
Dendrick,
I love those teeth.
is there a specific song that would be on a Waymo? If you needed music to wake up a black person that fell asleep in a Waymo, as our senior black correspondent, what song would you pick?
Too Short. How does that go? What Too Short song again? What Too... I go on and on. Can't understand how that's so long. That's right. I might have a superpowers. That's 203,000.
That's as long as we can go without the copyright strike, so
we get it. That nigga, you gonna bring me out of the grave.
That is...
You play Too Short, nigga, I be bouncing. They should have a hits playlist to wake me up. Don't let the knocking on the window. That don't mean nothing to me. I'm from Atlanta. We go to sleep to gunshots, nigga. That's not...
Absolutely.
Big Poncho Sancho listens to Too Short as well. You live in Atlanta too, don't you? Yeah, listen, I'm in New York. I thought you lived in Atlanta for a while. For TV.
And Ariel Asapov and the North has continued to help.
Hey, Atlanta, this nigga's a liar.
That would be a great sketch on Impractical Jokers, just you guys going around the streets of Atlanta telling each other what to say. Say hello, my friend. You have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right now. No, but I'm about to, motherfucker. I'm playing both roles. That's great. Dendrick, what is one of the more dangerous things you saw in your days in Atlanta?
Besides my best friend getting shot in front of me, this is a clip. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to laugh. All right.
This is fascinating.
The police don't come that fast in Atlanta, right?
So good. I saw with my own eyes. This is crazy. I was at a bar and one dude walked up to another dude and asked that nigga for chicken wings. And the dude was like, order your own chicken wings, because he was like, yo, I paid you $25. I can eat your chicken wings faster than you.
Rashi says,
that doesn't work anywhere.
Right, so I tell you one is the best.
You never take your toe ass over there. And then that dude, I swear to God, this is the first time I've ever seen this entire life. He had a sock attached to a string. It was like just a string with a knot on the end of it. He started swinging around like it was a nunchuck.
So there's no
there was something in the sock.
Yeah, it was something. That nigga was like, but if you defend your wings in Atlanta, that's your honor. You know what I'm saying? Like, asking for a nigga hot wing in Atlanta is like asking to fuck somebody's wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is... And this nigga pulled out a gadget he been waiting to.
A sock with something in it at the end of it.
You watch Lord of the Rings? You know when Sauron came out with that little chain thing and that nigga was like, that nigga was fucking up the elves?
Was Lord of the Wings.
Lord of the Wings.
To summarize, the two craziest things you saw in Atlanta was your best friend getting gunned down in front of you and someone eating someone else's chicken wing.
there's a string, and there's a song that's
It's like low strings, and he has to like flub it into like a bigger thing. Wow. He has like a knot. It looks like a, I don't know what you call it, because I'm not from the medieval times.
right.
No, when that nigga had one of those, he was like, how dare you? And then he hit him with the, oh boy, did he? Oh my God. And then the cop showed up and he said, this nigga asked me for a wing. And the cop said, we'll take him to jail. Oh, Dedrick, you're the best, man. Unbelievable. No asking for wings in Atlanta. No asking no how to do wings. That shit fucked up. They're weird. That's my new boys. They don't that's some boys to do. He's in the man. Oh my God. That weapon sounds scary. Yeah. You say pennies, they put pennies in a song. Who's they? You'll pay them. Black people got quarters too, ain't it? I actually talk about that in my book, chapter 35. Black people have quarters. Dedrick, you rebuilt the momentum in the room. Thank you so much. Tales from the streets, songs on the end of strings, and many great things. Your next bucket full is a one-word name. Anything can happen. Make some noise for Tasha, everybody. Hey, I just slept with my first white woman. Hey, I'm glad you're proud. My girl was pissed. For real, it's bad. Niggas is bad. I never met a white woman before, but I come fast. I bliss quick. Some people say premature. I like to say right on time. But now, as soon as I put it, I bliss like instantly. I was like, my bad. I'm sorry. Oh my God. She said, no, Jerome is okay. I said, that's not my name. But I like the energy though. It's real supportive. It's very supportive. This white woman though, she changed my life, brother. She fucked me up. She fucked me so good. I drink IPAs now. For real. My homie hit me up. He was like, you trying to go to the club? I was like, nah, you want to go to the brewery? Like, cool. This is Shy Twig. Now, before we started having sex, she stopped me. She said, what are your keys? I don't have any keys. She said she had a bracelet. She's like, where's that information? She's like, that's not me. I don't think I did it right. I was like, you the goat? Alright, that's my time. Tasha, great set. Fantastic. You've been on this show before? Yeah, this one's better than last time I did, right? Hell yeah. How long have you been on stand-up? Just hit 3 years today. Today's your 3-year anniversary. How about that? Amazing. What do you do for work? I'm an electrician. Okay. Yes, I get up at 5 a.m. every day. I work like 10 hours. Wow. That's when Red Man goes to bed. New job, right? New job? Nah, I'm used to working at Apple or something. Hell no. Thinking about one the other day. Amazing. You ever get hit on when you're doing electric work in the lady's house? No, I do like industrial shit, like data centers. Okay. It was one time, though. I went to the lady's house as a kindergarten teacher. She tried to sleep with me and my coworker. Yeah. I know, nigga. I'm not happy about it. You work in a data center. Yeah, I went to unions. I just get moved around. Do you know your data? Okay, your dad's white. White dad, black mom. They still together? No. Why do you think that ended? Do you think? Why do you think that? Do you have brothers and sisters? Yeah. Were you when they divorced? They were never married. No, I was like, but you know,
right?
You sure your dad's white?
I swear to God.
Okay.
White as hell.
Alright.
Okay. And what does your dad do? He's a realtor. What does your mom do?
This is very interesting. Refuda gives another qualification. Refuda says, the only time you become a solo
Okay,
owner
documents come in, and then
is when I work for myself. I work for myself, you go out and you're purchasing the meat out of this toad.
Taija is an interesting name. Taija. Does that mean something? Taija. Oh, Taija. Taija. Your mom is black. That's what they call target. Taija. Okay. I bet nobody says that correctly. Right. Possible. That's not based off of this spelling. Taija. Alright, Dr. Phil.
You mentioned the premature ejaculate.
But we see more specifically
When
today.
did that
Why is it then
begin?
solar
And how you treat it?
Why is he executed?
Because I would venture to assume not many women receiving that
these type of
information
appetites when
are
he's young
fired up,
is
right?
going to become
And I know
addicted
you may
to
finish.
sustaining this type of lifestyle.
So
I mean,
you're
not
probably
going to
really
have
interested
the
here,
necessary
right?
funds to sustain
Now-
constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's
Right
going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going
What I
to
mean by that,
So the idea of
Taiwan
the
is,
gym is it only works if you see it developing the behavior.
is there something that you do to compensate, right? So if you're gonna bust your nut corn nuts out, right? And the girl's still laying there like a dead fish, being like, "Where's my fucking, cum? Where's my?" However she says it,
It's like a struggle addiction going on.
And what do you say to make her feel like it's not a waste of time?
I gotta get out of here. Wow, that's what your white father said. Some heads up, you can last longer using Chew Gold. Use the promo code TONY at BlueChew.com. Get 10% off. That's BlueChew.com.
I love it.
That's right.
You really are like a union guy. You leave before the job is done.
And this tonight's Frito-Lay, joke of the night.
Amazing. Taija. What else do you do? What do you do for fun?
It's
I don't really have a lot of time. I just go to work and then do comedy.
Right? What does it mean, bus or fire? This is incredible.
My
What
brother's
does it
gay.
mean?
Oh, shit. All right. What's his phone number?
It is cooked, but not really cooked. To bust a people that
Fucking throwing red meat to the pan. Desperation.
What does he do for work?
What does he do for work?
Yeah,
I think he like the library. Some gay shit.
Hell yeah. All right.
Funny cool.
That means he hangs around libraries a lot.
They seared it. They seared it on the outside. It was very on the inside.
Amazing. Taija.
So interesting. He did just bring his boyfriend home for the first time.
Oh, let's talk about that. Now, did he brought him home to your black mother and your white father?
To my white father.
Okay, how did white dad take that?
Well, I mean, he's
Only white dad. How did white dad handle that?
He's very supportive of shit. He's supportive. I was mad though.
Right. What do you think your black mother would say about it?
Well, mama side, I got a sister. She gay. She a stud. Oh, yeah. And then my brother on my dad's side, he like flamboyant. He's a tiger. He's a tiger.
Yeah, he's a tiger. Was your brother's boyfriend a big fat white guy?
More like Tony's bill.
So that's
That's right. 164.
But I was mad because that nigga was ugly, bro. That's mad. That's what pissed you off. Yeah, because I don't care if you're gay. Don't bring no. You like ugly nigga home. Yeah, but he gotta get held to the same standard. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he might be. For real, he had a fucked up grill, nigga.
Maybe your brother likes to last longer in bed, and it's easy to do with an ugly person. Thank you. Yes, some of my tricks when I want to last long. I hook up with an ugly man.
That doesn't make you a gay
show's out of control.
Did you get a big joke book last time? Well, you're getting one tonight, Ty J. There you go, buddy. Hey! And it keeps on rolling. On to the next one. That's the great JZ1 set. On to the next one. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Greg McCowan, everybody. Here comes Greg McCowan. Yo, what's going on? Yo, Tony. Yo, recently I've been trying to date, but it's been very hard with an Android phone because for some reason iPhone users always discriminate on me based off the color of my text messages. You know what I mean? It's always weird. Like every time I'm in a club and I'm trying to talk to a girl, I feel like Martin Luther King. I'm like, I have a dream that one day green messages and blue messages will one day come together. You know what I mean? It was great. Like, I can imagine I'll have like a group of Android supporters behind me leaving the club. They'll be chanting shit like green or blue, we don't care. Let us see your underwear. Like, shit's crazy. Across the street, you know what I'm saying? You'll see like the Android supporters, the iPhone supporters. They'll be saying shit like, well, if he ain't blue, then he can't come through. Or shit like that, you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a sixth grade. That's a closing line there, Greg. How's that, guys? Greg, how you doing? Is this your first time on the show? This is my first time on the show. Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 2.5 years. Tony, about 2.5 years. Yes, sir. Love it. Ty J's your brother? Is that correct? I know I look familiar. It's long lost, you know. That's right. Greg McCowan. Okay, 2.5 years you've been on stand-up. All here in Austin? No, originally from Dallas. Okay. What do you do for work? All these people have fake-ass jobs now. Currently unemployed, Tony. When's the last time you had a job? Last year, 2025, the last month of 2025. December. Yeah. To go ahead to collectively get it. The last month of 2025. I think 2025 was in December. It landed on December. It's like, December 25. Sometimes it's February. You never know when the last month's going to be. What was the job that you had in December? Worked as a customer service rep for like Spectrum. Basically, I was just calling people about their bills, trying to help them out and shit like that. Calling people about that. Dr. Phil.
Yeah, I've recently been too many Spectrum. So maybe we can do a little role play here, and you can give me some confidence in the establishment.
All right. Your phone's ringing, Dr. Phil.
Hello, who the fuck is this? It's 10 a.m. You better be on fire.
Thank you for calling. This is Spectrum calling about your bill. It's been overdue for about 3 months now, so we're calling because you have missed your payments, and we're trying to give you a little
Get to the fucking point, son.
We're basically trying to give you a heads up to let you know that we'll be knocking some off your bill if we can get click right now. Click a little bit right now. You know what I'm saying?
Could be like that. I don't know what you're saying. First of all, how'd you get this number? I star 69 you're at.
You star 69. We got your number on file. We saw that you have been missing a lot of payments for a lot of households. Apparently, you just haven't been paying. I don't know how you're not paying your bill.
It's been a rough. Ever heard of COVID, motherfucker?
Well, you know what? I got you. This is what we'll do. Well, if you go ahead and pay 100 right now, you ain't even got to worry about the bill, dog. Don't even worry about shit.
Let me call my friend Rabbi real quick, see if he can bend me $100.
Rabbi, pick up the phone.
Yes. So what's up? I'm up 257. Oh, shit. You know, I'm just irritated.
So really, so he's the one we gotta get the money from. So me and him are against you.
Is this a three-way call? What is that? Hello?
There's a fourth caller?
Sorry, this is how we do things at the Phil House. I know you guys expect me to shit fucking one-on-one this shit, but I got a whole half court ready to play, motherfucker.
You're going to pick up game at 24-hour fitness? Yeah, I should show up. Yeah. All right, go ahead, Tony.
How exactly did you lose that job?
Basically paying off a lot of people's shit, like just pushing through shit like that, just helping some people out. They didn't like that shit. They didn't fuck with that shit at all.
Okay, so how much money do you have in your checking account right now?
Yeah.
For stealing money and purchasing wine and
Well,
Just give us a ballpark.
we're about $10.
$10.
Yeah,
When is rent? What's your living situation?
Currently, I live at the homeless shelter that's like right down the street from you.
All right, this guy loves the homeless.
He was the one side of says having an Android phone.
How long have you lived at the shelter?
I've been in Austin for probably like about a month now, so a month.
Okay. How are we going to... Wait, you moved from Dallas, so you had a living situation in Dallas. You're sacrificing it all for stand-up comedy right now. Okay, how much material do you think you have altogether to do your longest set? We just saw your Android material.
I'll probably say between 2 and 15.
What are we concerned
15.
about?
Okay, so what can you do? Like, what kind of job can you be good at?
Today, many people
Customer
are
service,
not
anything sales,
right? They leave a drink out overnight, they
anything
leave a
just
cup of
dealing with
water
talking
out.
to people.
Overnight,
Fucking
next day.
What was that?
That's because again, you live in a
Wild
snakes
Street,
are
okay.
not going to be as common. And that's why again you see in general people are not buying anything. The point over here is frothing right from
Antonio Brown.
not subject to the halacha of uncovered machines.
All right.
Banky snakes don't
Yeah,
come
that
next
happened on
to
this
fermenting
show?
oil.
Holy shit.
The
All right.
So how
I'm
long
about
does
to
that process
have to hire a brand new keyboard player, dude.
Oh, shit, I can make some work. I don't know. Should seem pretty solid back there, dog.
I'm kidding. He's not going.
So what's
sort of food do they serve you at the shelter?
Shit, literally. They serve like scrambled eggs, regular shit, sometimes they do a little chicken bolognese, some type of
Chicken bolognese. Amazing. I've never even heard of that before. That sounds like
We're doing it next
Well,
week.
you notice how he said bolognese, not bolognese. It's like the dollar store spaghetti.
it's chicken and mayonnaise shaped into a ball. It's chicken bolognese.
It's real good. It's real good.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's food at some point.
Oh, hell yeah.
How do you make friends there? Or you're pretty chubby guy?
Yeah. I've met some people since I've been out here in Austin there. Yeah.
Dr. Phil has a great point. Very rarely do we get to talk to anybody in the flesh about living in the homeless shelter. So kind of take us through what might surprise the normal person. Shit, man. Where the fuck do I start? So it's kind of like a cold cod, 3 bullshit meals, if you call it that. Occasional fights, a lot of crackhead energy. You see people in the corners sniffing cocaine, But you don't do drugs?
No, I don't do drugs. I've watched them do. I'm an observer, Tony. I've watched them do drugs, and they do it in such a terrible fashion. But they do what they do. They do what they do.
That would not be subject ultimately again to that sort of but for wine
Easy women, right?
up to 40 days after
Do you ever get laid at the homeless shelter?
Got laid outside of the homeless shelter, in the bush, and then near a tree. You gotta find anywhere you can get it.
All right.
Talk about that.
It's like that's crazy.
Chapter 47. Pussy's buzz.
Old pussy bush.
Depending on what year it is.
2 days and 1 night.
So you have family in Dallas?
Yeah, I have family in Dallas.
And do they just not? Did they kind of like kick you out and tell you to go do your own thing, or was moving to Austin to a homeless shelter your own thing?
No, actually, they didn't kick me out. I just kind of just left on my own. It was just like, I'm just gonna do it. I'm all in for it.
How old are you?
29. I just turned 29 on the 31st.
Okay. 31st of the last month.
Yeah, some
First month of the year.
It's interesting, by the way. Why is
Happy birthday.
fascinating? Why?
Does the shelter do anything? Or they give you like a cupcake or something like that?
No. There's nothing at all.
A couple has
It's all so interesting.
We're going to see see a Levaya had won. Everything has won. Yet we see that
This is going to be one of the saddest endings to an interview in the history of the show.
So what?
She got a job offer. Yeah, she raised her age. She's been wasted for 2 hours. That is not the place to find hope, my friend. You think you can sell nachos? I think I can sell nachos. I can sell the fuck out of some nachos, dog. Greg McCowan, I'll tell you what, you have a lot of work to do, so here's a big joke book just to fill it up. Just have something. Worst comes to worst, sell it, double your net worth. Yeah, there he goes. Greg McCowan, everybody. There goes Greg. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go with one of our golden ticket winners who's here to pop in, just visiting, swinging by in town. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute from Jack Shaw, everybody. Here he is. It's Jack Shaw. Ever since getting on this show, I have never been called autistic more in my entire life. And when I say autistic, they're saying retarded a lot. And when I say they, I mean my dad. This guy, he won't stop saying it.
No matter what I do, they're not going to change.
I'm just Jewish, man. I'm just fucking...
Bend my shoulder.
I mean, I'm so Jewish. I have family on both Epstein and Schindler's List, dude.
That cup of water is the forced deep breath. We all know this. When you have a glass,
you know, I realize there's a lot of similarities between autism and Judaism, dude. There are, man. Like, I mean, we're both loud, we're prone to nervousness, we're very socially awkward. Shut the fuck up, dude. We're very anxious people. We can be obsessive, but I realize the number one difference between autism and Judaism is that Jews don't like trains. Thank you guys so much. You people really do come out and just say that you're Jewish. Always wondered what you were. Just kidding. Greg Fitzsimmons. So the last guy worked for Spectrum, and you're all done with it. It's come full circle. It's like a choo-choo train, if you will. Jax. That was funnier than you guys gave me credit for. Or a choo-choo train. Yeah. Don't play that. Don't play that out, please. There you go. There's a little something to cleanse the bounce. Jack Shaw, how's life been going? Dude, it's been going great. The last time I was on the show, Joe Rogan told me to do some props, so I bought some fucking props tonight. You had some successful props last time when you were on. Let's fucking... Who's ready for some Jew props, huh? Jew props! Makes sense. This first one is to make your Jewish friends feel comfortable. Wow. I love it. Jew props. We're talking Jew props. We're talking Jew props. My dad really doesn't want me to do this one, but this is a Hasidic gasman. Oh, God damn. Oh, you got it. We'll picture it. Yeah, just put it on. Can't put AI on. Fuck. Just do it. Do it like it works, and then put the thing over your head. This is a Hasidic gas mask. A Hasidic gas mask, everybody. There you go. He said it, not me, by the way. This is an ancient dick pic. That's my dick, dude.
So the show get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come.
That sucks. If anyone has a pig at home and that pig gets hurt, how about some ointment? Ointment? Wow, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Jew props. We're talking Jew props. We're talking Jew props. He's doing the Jew props. Jew props. This is a drawing by D Madness. I thought that was pretty good. I think that's pretty good. It looks great. That's amazing. Great stuff.
This is health insurance for a healthcare CEO. This is Lego Epstein Island, everybody. I thought that was going to go so much better. What the Jesus Christ. All right, well, we have an expansion pack with Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. I think.
All right, Trump was never on the island, but keep going.
All right, Clinton, Stephen Hawking.
55 times.
What's that one? Stephen Hawking.
Yes, he was there.
God damn it. All right, well, we tried it.
That's right. Jack Shaw lives in LA, so they will never let it go that Trump was never on Epstein Island. Just a fun fact, but he was never there.
Yeah, well, that's it. You're great.
It's like Sal Volcano. It's a little like Carrot Top.
Dude, that's what I wanted to ask Carrot Top. I was hoping Carrot Top would be here so I could ask him for some mentorship. So Carrot Top, I'll be Carrot Bottom right here.
Whoa! You were ready for that?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Hey, you want this? You want this?
Wow. That's a lot of red view.
Errol Tree can't have it.
All right, Trajan. There you go. You can use that. You can leave it yourself.
If I scrunch it down enough, it's fine.
Just put your whole body into it.
Yeah. I just put it over my head and then yell. That's one full punch of such.
Jack, it turns out we love good and bad props here. I loved it. Make some noise one more time for Jack Shaw. What a hoot. There he goes. The lovely Jack Shaw. To the book that we go, this name came from the inside. Makes noise for BHC Tommy. BHC Tommy.
Last Christmas, the Corpus Christi coroner was in court for having intercourse with corpses. They said it was the best sex ever. Magical even. Abracadabra. That's what I call Netflix and chill. There's a burial plot twist. The offender's actually a woman. Thank the Lord for rigor mortis. She testified that her favorite movies are Die Hard and Rise of the Living Dead. In related news, a local drive-by shooting had 12 casualties. That means she was down there gangbangers. It was Crips and blood everywhere. No regard for life, because there wasn't any. She's also facing sexual battery charges. Literally, because she had jumper cables hooked up to her nipples. Here's the real shocker. She only got caught because she got pregnant. The dumbass was out there raw dogging zombies. She should have been using the Twilight birth control. That's when you bang only vampires. It works. See, vampire can't come inside anywhere without permission first. Okay, BHC Tommy.
So the sense of smell is directly connected to the shaman.
There was a lot there. I mean, there may have been so many, you had so many attempts, you had so many jokes, and only that one at the end. I don't know what the 12 people who laughed at that one saw in the vampire thing. Maybe I'm missing it. Sal Volcano.
I think it's weak, Chris. You said you missed all 100 attempts that you made. No, I appreciate that. That was the most dense minute I've ever seen on this show.
True.
And what you did was you really hedged your way into one thing. And so once it, you know what it is when you came out, the setup was, you got into it so quickly, I almost kind of was a little bit like confused.
Well, it's part of a bigger set that's not quite a minute, so I just try to
say your thing, you just have jokes about like fucking dead corpses and stuff.
Well, I mean, the only thing stiff about my love life is competition.
There's another one. BHC Tommy, how long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been chasing this selectively since last week.
Okay, chasing this selectively.
Wait a second, I'm not really.
Bro, you are gonna
make it. That's what you gotta do when you really want something. You chase it. So like,
That's what wine and the sun
Yeah, what do you mean by chasing? So like, take us through your work.
touch with who and what I am.
So I've been a fan of the show for a couple of years. Started chasing the bucket last February.
And because of that, because I'm reduction on my yourself,
The bucket sounds like a Judy Blume book that never made the cut. Chasing the bucket. Are you there, guys? Yeah. So, and I've done some mics and some practicing.
let me see ya. Let me
Usually
get
insane to come up here with zero mic.
And especially if you did that while on mushrooms at the age of 16, that would be insane. It happened here tonight. Okay, so BHC Tommy, how are you?
Overindulgence in wine.
Old.
Overindulgence in wine.
Okay, 43.
43. What do you do for work?
I work with high construction.
Construction. Ultimately, however you interpret this possible, what the fuck essentially is saying is,
We're gonna get to thing and stretching, so we have a boat that basically has a drag that sucks up all of us here.
who's the one who says Vavoy? Right? So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge?
Red Band washes up on it, and that's how you find a red band.
Too much time with wine. And remember, the Shama understood this firsthand.
Okay.
BHC Tommy. So how long have you been doing that for?
About 7 years.
Anything crazy ever happen when you're out there stretching?
Yes, but I'm not really allowed to talk But I mean, it's kind of like you're a background player. We find explosives and like civil warhead.
This is mostly out the coast of Texas.
We do work. You do that. In Freeport. But I've been working mostly in New Jersey.
Oh, I can't even imagine when you find in New Jersey. Absolutely.
How long has your hair, how long has that been? How long? Like your barber was chasing your head selectively.
Oh shit, there he is. Mr. McGraw.
Now, that's a joke. Because I can't pull it off. So I'm obviously deflecting, admiring, but also judging. When I go to the barber, I say make it look like G.I. Joe on this side and Barbie on this side. You know, but say for real, how long have you had it like that?
Probably like 18 months.
It's a new acquisition.
What made you want to go with that?
I mean, I've always had
It's interesting that there's a
people
lot
on
of
the side,
parties,
but I've met a few times.
a lot of woes in the section concerning wine by Noah. So you might listen to this. Now we got here they are.
Why BHC, Tommy? What does the BHC mean?
So BHC has just like been my handle for all my social media ever since like adolescence.
Hanging hot corpses.
Hey, I want to play Big Hairy Cock. Wow, Sal, your turn.
So remember again,
So it really stands for Big Hater Company because I hate on shit all the time.
Khan sees his father in the state.
What do you hate
comes and sees the other brothers.
I mean, I'm just a troll in general. Like, I'm just
another brother. Elsa Simba. Vaisilu, another brother.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So Khan does nothing. That's all you see. Does something, but
I hate Coochie. I think that's what she said.
They walk in backwards. They cover up their father.
BHC Cafe. Here's a little joke book from the Great Bones Eye. Keep trying. Keep selectively chasing your dreams. There he goes. BHC Tommy. Some people just, some people just try. Some people just hope for the best.
They never succeed. Well, maybe figure do something else.
Is that in the book? Your next fucking book goes by the name of Lorenzo Tyree, everybody.
One of these said that Khan
So, I don't do one-night stands anymore.
The Khan Amar
I do two-night
he
stands.
says that Khan went ahead and
Otherwise, it looks, makes the bedroom look uneven.
Okay, you must remember the source. One is a good castrated in the Koshka, kill over a V. So
Yeah, last time I looked up with the girls on 6th Street and
castrate his father.
she
He
takes
didn't
me
want his
home.
father having any more kids.
Super
Three
drunk.
of us
She's
is
super
enough.
high, you
They
know.
didn't want any more
Start
kids.
macking as soon as we walked in the door.
So therefore, again, just
And,
like Ham went ahead and prevented
I
his father
go
from
down
having
on
a
the
fourth son,
garden
so
I go down on
Noah cursed Ham's fourth son. Who was
Horny,
Ham's
that's why I
fourth
put
son? Ham's fourth son of
Yeah.
was Cush.
She stops me. I'm like, oh shit, she got her period.
Right? So, Kush is right? So comes four times with Kush, Mitzrayim, Put Canaan. So
She
just
told me
like
she had a
again,
DUI.
so just
That's what I
like
thought I heard, you know?
Khan's preventing Noah.
And I'm like, why'd you tell me this now? You drove us here, you're gonna tell me that? It's fucking crazy. But she tells me, no, a VYI. What's a VYI? Just vaginal yeast infection.
And Shechem abducted and violated
I was like, yeah, I'll take the Mac and keep the cheese.
Tell us that he violated
Thank you, my
so
Alright, Lorenzo, Tyree. Lorenzo, you've been on the show before?
Yeah, third time.
What?
Third
Third time.
Yes, sir.
How's it going, man?
Man, pretty good. I didn't expect it tonight. I was drinking a pitcher of that good stuff. Yeah, tequila, pineapples.
You had a pitcher of tequila pineapples.
Yes. Yes.
You think that was a good idea?
Okay, he's as follows.
Yeah, I was like, you know, chill, man. I love being hanging with those comedians.
The Bible says Noah profaned himself and
To the second on vid from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
So just to point out everywhere, but
I'm not.
is incredibly important.
Making small talk.
Is bringing Noah to task.
Thanks, Dr. Phil. Thanks.
The first thing that he does,
But yeah, I like your, I did want to say, you know,
he
a
profaned
lot of
himself.
sexual content tonight, which is fair. It's a relatable topic. It's something we're all going through and trying to figure out. But you said in the second stance, you are out there trying to grease the wheels quite often.
Shouldn't you be
Well,
It's a simple yes or no question.
You're in active season. Preseason for what, WNBA? What the fuck are you talking about? You look like Brady's Briefly way of saying you look like a giant lesbian, Lorenzo. Well, somehow you look like every character from Sesame Street at once. It's so absolutely incredible.
Any stud likers out here?
This guy's built like a fucking palm tree. Look at this guy. Oh my god. Tequila pineapples.
Do you ever make jokes about your appearance? Because that isn't one way to get the crowd on your side, right? Be self-deprecating right out of the gate.
I got a couple.
Was
Missed last season because I was in a Russian
so
prison.
now Noah gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he tries to bring
Shit, that's Alaska. That's why, yeah. Alaska's basically a Russian prison.
What's the matter with you? What are you
Lorenzo,
doing?
what do you
Did you
do
not go to
for
other
a
other
living?
days?
Mainly work a smoke shop job right now. I also work fireworks in Alaska.
And also, it's
You what?
I work with like, I do fireworks.
You work with fireworks?
Yeah.
What exactly do you do with fireworks?
Cargo containers come in with full fireworks.
China?
On the other hand, we see
I think so.
You don't know where they're coming from?
Well, who else makes fireworks, Tony?
Beauty of wine,
I'm asking you. You're the one that works in a fucking business, Lorenzo.
which is what
Jesus Christ, the attitude on these children nowadays. Lorenzo, anything happened interesting in your life since the last time you were on the show?
Me and my girlfriend separated.
Oh my goodness. How long were you with her for?
Met her in May of last year. August.
You just named a bunch of months and you get a single answer out of you. Perfect. What made this separation happen?
They weren't able to fireworks.
The fireworks went out.
I'll be here for the rest of the evening.
What made you separate?
I just think we're too different. You know, not the yin yang type either.
Isn't she?
I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. But if one comes around to about himself, by definition, that one has a position that other one is not. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize
I like working out. She
in a
really did
published
it.
way when they
Long
can
term,
with
that's.
any other type of
I need that.
looking. The infomercial is over any event. So he knows his fault. He knows that
Going out, I did it.
one
She like
comes
what?
along,
Going out, I did like going out there a whole bunch. Kind of.
task.
I go out for mics and stuff like that, but
How can you go
I like
ahead
to go out
and
and I
be
get
cranky
really drunk
other than
sometimes.
it's a troubled wine?
It sounds like you do that a lot. If you drank a pitcher of tequila pineapple before the opportunity of a lifetime, I'm pretty sure you might have a drinking problem.
Was weak.
Sorry, Grandma.
What does that mean? Does that mean that wheat
That's his closer. That's how he signs off his sets. That's my time. Sorry, Grandma. Yeah.
She got mad about it. It's a little bit better than buckle up. They're the same department store, though.
Lorenzo, we're gonna keep it moving along. Lorenzo, tire. There you go. You got nothing but little notebooks, right? I'm guessing. Little medium, so little medium next time. Keeping it moving along. Make some noise for Scion Lazar out of the bucket. Go. Drunk ass motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Scion Lazar.
Automated curtain.
Hold on. I'm sorry. You just missed something crazy. I don't know if you guys heard, but Dr. Phil just said he thought it was one of those gas station doors. They stood there waiting. Let's reset, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Kill Tony debut, I do believe. One more time for Scion Lazar, everybody.
Well, I just came from Shanghai. I'm sorry if some of my humor doesn't land. But I'm used to talking to people who don't speak English. So if you don't mind, I'm going to talk a little bit about Chinese problems. A few people think that they don't drive well in Asians, yeah, they walk. There's this one guy, he walked into me about 10 times. It's kind of like those remote cars when they bump into somebody. They don't even look up from their phone. They just keep on bouncing into your ass. So they just burn out. The other problem is they got a lot of metrosexuals out. Does anyone know what a metrosexual is? If you don't know what a metrosexual is, calm down, Americans, calm down. Stand on your head and calm down. Like the police say. Never put your hands in the air, stand on your head and calm down. No. Calm down, sir. You need to go. No. What they do is, in the metro, if you're walking around and you don't know what a metrosexual is, just watch who's bouncing off the poles.
Scion Lazar. Scion, where are you from?
I'm originally actually from Texas, but most of my life Mediterranean.
The Mediterranean Sea.
In the Mediterranean area, yeah, Greece.
How old were you when you moved to the Mediterranean Sea?
19.
19. And how old are you now?
I'm 34.
34. So, oh my God. You did in 15 years. Okay, guys, Jesus. I see why you moved to the Mediterranean. Drunk Latinos everywhere. So in 15 years, you're saying that accent's like real?
Well, you work on it, you know, it's not perfect. You polish it and you sleep on it, and it is what it is. I don't know what to say.
No, I think you're reversed. I think he's saying that the accent you have now, what you're saying. Yeah. Oh yeah, he thinks you think that he's saying that you're trying to achieve a better American accent, and you're working on that. He's saying that you lived here for 19 straight years first, and definitely didn't speak the way you're speaking now, and that you picked up a heavy accent from the Mediterranean over the last 15 years, which is peculiar, yes. This is like me coming back from the 2-week vacation I took last year to Rome and be coming back like, how's everybody doing? I don't even know what you talk about. I had to go to be a home to America. I've been having a to America, chief. How you say cucumber?
If you understand me,
You hear these metrosexuela? I've been in the Mediterranean for about 15 years. I was born in Texas. Can you hear the Texas in the accent?
I'm an English teacher, by the way.
I was born
one with the barbecue and flies like a wings. You never ask another man for a wing.
Go get the bad boy. Fuck your dog. You ever the owner. And then it bumped into something completely new. The fuck was that?
The only accent they know is Italian. Strange.
So hard for you, and this is what you do.
Sorry, Trevor.
Well, why bother me? What you have to do is stop that movie. Stop over here. Stop over here. Again, we're fine, by the way.
If you've got a rhythm, they continue, gentlemen. I'm enjoying myself.
So the accent you would label that more as Greek?
No, probably more Israeli, actually.
Okay.
I speak Hebrew. I speak a little Greek and Turkish, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't take him long to bring it up, did he?
Yeah, baby. It's dog.
That is tonight's Honey Nut Cheerios joke of the night.
Wow. So, Scion, I gotta give you credit. Out of all the interviews out of the bucket I've had tonight, you do seem like the most interesting. You're answering questions. It seems as though you have some
Sorry, I was like, good morning.
life experience. What have you been doing over there? What made you leave Texas and go to the Mediterranean?
Stuff shows painful as it is, lady. You try to finish. Okay, so it's back to you. Come back for this magic show together. So we have an incredible path ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tzimtzum Mishpacha B'Eretz Yisrael, is dedicating all the Shiurim and Toshos as his voice for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Melon Taran Ram, Yishmael Shmuel's father, Mordechai Yitzchok, and Ariel Asapov, in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arina Mas Williams. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, she together with Kol Chovei Yisrael. Dividing the Leah to all of the Shams and come to the families. We should bring back the rest of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karov, and our home soldiers should be successful. The whole Maaseh Yedayim. Once we have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. Me'ima Sechai. So we'll say Ben Sorer Umora. Ben Sorer Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Sorer Umora? The Mishnah says, Mishiyochal Tartimar Basar, the Ishta Chatzim Yain Haikal. This is fascinating. So when is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv? When he goes and he eats a tartimar. Now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. When he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a load of Italian wine. Fascinating. That is. So, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. So the wine kind of starts, hold up. So, first off, we're going to go to Rashi. Rashi says, everybody, Yain Haikal. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, it's not more Ben Sorer Umora. Right, so Italian wine is the best. He said, that's right.
That is true. It is not the direction I thought things were going to go, but I found it
hypnotizing. The entire issue of Ben Sorer Umora is not
so you teach
really
English in all those different places, and you kind of just go wherever you want.
So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, this is interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things.
And wherever you're teaching, you're going to talk like that.
Provide a high. So the idea here is you only pay if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So the Mishnah is right, the high-end wine is It's Italian wine. So if he went ahead and stole money to purchase a good place of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, Rabbi Yossi says, Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurement. He says, Mana Basar Beludyan. He says, not a tartima of meat, rather again, a mana of meat, and not a half a loaf of wine, rather again, a whole loaf of wine. Okay, so once you know watch this, that's how However, if I do ask you, it's not let's say it happens that the Ben Sorer Umora stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine. Right? They bought the meat. They consumed it in a Haburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, Ibra Chodesh. So we'll discuss this more in Ibra. Again, they would decide to go ahead and interpolate the month, right? Make the month a full month of 30 days.
You live in China now too?
So they would have a Suda to declare that. Or, Upon my Shishin Yushalai, or my Shishin Yushalai, Upon the Davis of Safos, that's what I'm not going to matter. the 8 non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that the 8 non-kosher meat, also Kame and Mice Rishon Shlomo the muscle, sorry, Keva, the 8 Keva, which is untied clothing, Mice Rishon, that did not remember Mice Rishon Moshe the Levi, and the Levi is obligated to separate out Shlomo from the Mice Rishon. Or Mice Rishon, you have to show it, or Mice Rishon, you have to, that were not to do. But Alcohol Garish Shul Mitzvah, the Garish Shul Avera. So whether he eats something that's a mitzvah, sure that's an Avera, so you must describe exactly what that's talking about. Alcohol Koma, so again, what's this? Interestingly enough, the first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with the stolen money? That's my focus, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we can have an interesting exception. The interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine, that he is supposed to Kaburas Mitzvah. Kaburas Mitzvah. So Allah Lamaisa again, he's going to be Kaburas. We'll see exactly what that is as well. Also, Komas will offer Basar. What happens if he does far more stolen money? But we didn't purchase meat. I don't know, he purchased something else. Right? Anything else, but not meat. Or Shasa Komash, or Shasa Yadu. Or for that matter, again, he purchased stolen money, he purchased drinks. And he bought beer. He didn't buy wine. Eno Nasa Ben Sora. Mora Ach Yopa Basa Yishti. Paul said, "Is it serious?" Torah says he's possessed of no Ben Sora. Mora Aton. He steals money and he uses that money not to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink is not made right into a Ben Sora. The pasuk says, "Zoldo v'Soldo." So this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? Literally, again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton represents the meat, guzzler represents the wine. The says, how do you know that Soda is something you eat wine? How do you know that? The Gemara says, no, it's not explicit.
Hey, Brother Ship, it's good to be here. I've always had a nervous energy about me my whole life, but now this helped me a lot. It's been a huge confidence boost. Sometimes after I cross stage now, people come up to me and they'll be like, "Wow, great set."
Okay,
And that makes me feel good because they're just
incredible. Now let's analyze. So remember, Zero says, Tartimar Zaini was the Amahu. So remember again, the
a little bit about me. I can't watch Kevin Bacon movies with my dad. He's Muslim.
If he steals money and buys it, is a Tartimar. So come going to Gemara and says,
I have been single now for like 13 or 14 months. I don't remember exactly. I'll have to recount this list in my wrist.
So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements,
I was
that Rabbi
with a
Yossi
guy for
doubles
6 years,
the Tanakama's
and then
measurements, right?
after
Because
6
remember, the
years, he
Tanakama
told me
says,
he needed blonde
Tartima
hair
of
and
meat,
big boobs
a
to
half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says,
well, we
a
can dye
mana
hair.
of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the consequence means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a Tartima? Half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat.
It's going good. It's going good.
Right, so a half a mana. So that's not what this Rabbi Yossi Tanakama. Incredible.
No, it's going good. I just wish I had time to finish my joke.
I'll just mention, Teddy Daniel is working on putting together a chabura that needs before the Dafil in the morning, or it doesn't have to, it could be whenever chabura wants to be at night also. You'll see something about that. Chaza over the shakla of just to give a taste of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again, we try to always try to pause at different stages of the Gemara, just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand, in the Gemara right here, you can even just mark it up from the Gemara so you see the beginnings and the ends.
I felt like the meow in a room.
That's just a unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokas, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next. I'm not kind of on the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. Right, good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So Gemara says,
Yes, I still kind of live there, but I'm more like a
Refuta gives another qualification. Refuta says, the only time you can come on Solar Mora is right. He's been halal for the myself. halacha l'maaseh, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount
I think I
and
meant to say
purchasing the wine
vagabond.
at a discount. This is
But I
fascinating.
made it
In other
sound like
words,
vagina
you can't,
bondage.
this is what I'll say. You can't become a
just
ben
means I don't
soror
have a home.
mora if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even
I
do it.
go
You're
where
gonna
the
forget about ben
shows
soror
are,
mora.
so I just
Right?
travel as
So you
many
only
places
have
as I
halacha
can,
l'maaseh ben
do
soror
as
mora
many
if
shows
you
as
get
I
out of
can,
this.
and then when I am in Ohio, I'm staying at my mom's
Take a look at
house.
Rashi. Yain Bizol. About the Yokel of Shlichim most.
So where do you stay when
Remember
you're
again. Let's work backwards.
here? You
Let's
have
work backwards because
friends?
we've already seen
I'm
this.
at an
But we'll see
Airbnb.
more specifically today.
Alright,
Why
it's
is
better
a
than
ben
90%
soror
of tonight's
mora
fucking
exit?
goals.
Why you exit? Why is exit?
Where do you
Because
get
we
the
are
money to
nervous
do things
that
like that? Do you have a
someone
job?
who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a sticker addiction
What do
going
you
on
do
over
on
there. And
OnlyFans?
that's what gives rise to this concern.
What types of things do you do?
One
One of the panelists, I'm not going to say it, but they want to know if there's perhaps something
Furthermore,
to your feet.
he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine.
I'm not going to
Now,
name
you
any
must say, one
names.
second, really? Raw meat, undiluted wine?
I'm really insecure about my feet.
That's not true. It's not true. That's what there was a statement. So if he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat.
Because she's embarrassed
So the
about
Gemara
her
says,
feet.
no.
Greg doesn't make
Yain
it
Chai
harder.
is muzzled below muzzled. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully dilution. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine
It
is
started
stronger.
out very wholesome.
Right? What does it mean, basar chai? This is incredible. What does it mean, raw meat? Raw meat doesn't mean raw meat, rather. What does
I
it
would
mean?
post
Bashio,
stand-up
below
clips,
bashio.
like
It
I would
means
just
cooked,
run jokes by
but not really
OnlyFans.
cooked.
And
Basar
then if it
kiba
was getting like
da'achla
laughing
gani.
faces and people liked it, I
Like
got the
the type of
confidence to put it on
seared
Instagram.
meat
But
that
I would
feeds.
just post stand-up
Now
clips
look at
and then
Rashi.
be like,
Rashi
"Here's
almost right.
tits out,
Basar
if
kiba
you're living in anal, they
da'achla
won't listen."
Kan
In
you
my
have to
defense,
call
I
him?
was drunk when I
You
wrote
have to
that.
get your how do these eat meat? How do they can eat? Right? They sear it. They sear it on the outside, but it's on the inside. By the way, I feel very good. I get a very hard time to eat everything very, very, very
No,
well
I know.
done.
I've always
But
thought
you
it's
see,
so
all
weird
I am
that
is a halakha
OnlyFans wanted
teacher.
to
That's all.
rebrand.
That's all.
They
Apparently,
want to do like
okay,
a
just the rest of the
sports channel.
chevra.
They want to get out of the porn
stuff red.
business. They have
Who
a
eats
cooking
stuff red,
channel.
right? And it's seared on the outside, it's
Whenever
not on
you
the
want to learn how
inside.
to marinate a
You
steak,
need to do a cheshbon That's all
So
I'm
I think
saying.
it's,
That's all I'm saying, right?
Everyone makes some
Again,
holidays, you go to a
that's how
homeless shelter.
thieves eat them. Hand seared steak is mamish a micro of
Do you have a QR code or anything?
That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay.
So is it
So you
just
get
your
that
stand-up on OnlyFans?
it really started that way.
You
I
was
was getting so discouraged. Every comedy post I would make, they would just really wanted me to take my clothes off.
I think you're surprised by this.
I was surprised. I was like, oh, it's a comedy
That's what we're
OnlyFans.
looking for over
And
here.
it's
There
not-
are workers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, tomorrow, what did this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go and make it.
What are you doing on there right now? If we went on there right now and paid, what would we see?
It becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger zone that something is up, and again, it's like this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path.
So
now I
have taken my clothes off. I haven't spread anything though. It doesn't. Flour hasn't lost all my
This is fascinating.
Why? It's your life. You're the one on it. You're actually about to make vast sums of money now that you're talking about your OnlyFans on the show.
That doesn't make you a Ben Sora.
I know. I am extremely blessed. It's the reason I can afford to like go places and get Airbnbs and not have to sleep on couches every night. So I am very blessed, but I'm just not like a real like sexy
Wine right off
energy.
the press is is inferior,
Great shape.
and therefore again
A right
non-habitual. Therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents, he uses that money to buy
We're
salted meat,
giving these people the
or
opportunity
to
of a
buy
lifetime,
wine
and this show
right off the press.
is built
Halacha
to give
l'maisa,
people
again,
a
that does
chance to
not
live
make
their
him
dream.
into a base or a motive.
Okay, it's a big idea.
Rashi's right across.
Anyway.
Also, when they
They have
Chashivi,
requested
they're not
that I
important.
keep
They're not
Rush.
therefore,
Look at that. So you
ultimately, again, they're not habitual. They're not habitual. So it's such a, like, okay, we'll come back to that in just a little bit. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara
I
says,
feel like it's
"Turn
gonna be
hustle."
you
Now,
and Sal after
obviously,
this.
the shadow is going to be, what's the definition of salty meat, and what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next order of business. So we'll say, this is a fascinating halacha. It's not halacha. All part of our sugya. Erev Tisha B'Av. So Erev Tisha B'Av, say sugya of seconds, right? Remember again,
Yeah, I mean, I have gotten requested
2 times a year, you have sugya of seconds, right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha
Tisha
B'Av, one before Yom Kippur, but of course, they are worlds apart, right? They're worlds apart. The sugya of seconds before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda. Right? It is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing of the Shabbat that's about to come. It's interesting, even though when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Erev Tisha B'Av Sekas, is a warning meal, right? And you are, right? A mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in our restrictions on
No,
that.
for real.
So therefore,
When I was contracted with OnlyFans, part of the contract was you had to go live twice a month. And so then it would just be me talking about like how comedy's going and my life, and then one day I was kind of sad.
You
Sad
can't
day,
eat
and
meat
then
and
they're
you
like,
can't drink
so do you drink
wine.
customs?
Listen to this.
And it's just, it's a lot. They don't give a fuck. It's a joke to try to do anything other than sex stuff on OnlyFans.
Wow.
They're not gonna have me
What
back.
can you eat on Erev
I
Tisha B'Av?
think you're going to be just fine.
At your seconds, you can't. Interesting. Even if you could have salted meat, you could have salted meat, and you could have wine. Any left in the zone. Right? So you
I
could
don't
have
want to
salted
say
meat,
like
and
I
you
don't
could
want
go
to say
ahead
I'll never
and
do anything because I've already
right
done way
from
more than
the
ever
press.
than I would.
Right from the rest of us,
Like what?
Before we go, what does that show you? What does that show
We
you?
know what you
That
haven't
shows that
done.
these
You
items
haven't
don't even have the
stored it.
identity
Yeah.
of meat or
What have
identity
you
of
done?
wine.
What
That's
made
our.
someone,
That's
let's say, one of the millions of
Mamish
people
means that
watching
it's not
this?
basar
What
and
have you
it's
done?
not
That's a fair
yayin.
question. Let me remind you.
So the
You
Gemara
could have
says,
gotten a fucking job like everybody else did.
So
But you wanted to take the easiest
obviously
possible
we have to
route,
get definitional.
which is
What are
posting clips
so
of
what's
yourself
the
on OnlyFans.
So
You
what's
signed a deal, and
obviously
things
it can't
got a
be
little
that a
wild
person puts some
after you
salt on their
started
meat
mating with
and
people
suddenly
already.
again that's salted
Yeah.
meat.
It's
What
the most
in other
extreme
words,
thing you've done.
when we speak of salted meat, what are we
It's
talking
really
about?
not bad.
We're
It's
talking about meat
once
that is
I was
packed
just wearing
with
a
salt.
nice dress. You
So
know,
how
it
long
was
does meat have to be
really nice
salted
dress,
for so that it
the ladies
loses
here.
its identity
And
as basar
I
and
was
becomes basar maliyah? So the Gemara says. So the Gemara says as follows: Basar maliyah had kama. I'm going to tell you about Hannah. Calls my shlomer. So as long as it's like shlomer, let's know what does that mean. The window for
I
shlomer
rolled a
consumption
blunt on my bed,
is 2 days
kind
and
of
1
bending
night.
over.
So essentially,
And then
once
once
you've
the blunt was
salted meat
rolled,
for 2
I put a
days
big
and 1
jacket
night,
on.
that's
And I went
called
outside to smoke
salted
it because it
meat.
was cold
And
outside.
when you loses its identity
And then I
as
went
meat.
back in
Now,
my
I want to
room,
be clear on
and
something.
then I
When we
took
say
the
loses
jacket
its
off,
identity as meat,
and then I
if
took
you eat it,
everything
deflations.
off.
Right? I don't know, just to be clear, right? You're going to be deflations. But the idea is for other halachas that concern basar, it's not
And then I
basar.
kind of
So
just
the Ben
like
Sora
rolled
Mora
around
steals
on
money
my
and
bed,
purchases
like,
that kind
oh,
of
does
salted
this
meat.
look sexy?
He's not
And
high.
then
You want to eat that
I
meat on
thought
Erev
this was
Tisha
a
B'Av?
stand-up?
You
Well,
can
this
eat that
was
meat on even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that's it. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says there are 12 Rashi Shlomo. Shelo Over Allah Zman HaKudah Shlomo, Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad. Again, Belich L'Chusahu, V'Lo Ikri Maliyach. So what says, so this is the idea. The window of Shlomo is our natural. So each Shlomo for 2 days and 1 night. So salt again, if you leave the meat salted 2
well, yeah,
days
I
and
mean,
1
it's
night,
literally
then
the
it's
reason why
salted
I'm
meat.
able to
And
like be
again,
better at
that's
stand-up.
Mara's not going to be high for it.
I can wake up and write
And
and
halach
hit mics
l'maisa,
every night.
and
Do shows
halach
as much as
l'maisa,
I can.
you can
And
eat
like,
it even on Erev
don't
Tisha
have to
B'Av.
worry
So
about
the Gemara
money.
says, what about
So
wine?
I'm using it to chase my passion.
Up until
And
what
you just
point
have to go live twice a month?
wine for the best. Let's
Is that
understand.
That was
Remember,
when I was on the
fresh
contract.
wine
I'm not on the
was
contract
inferior.
anymore, so I can
Aged
post
wine
as little
was
or as
good
much as I
wine.
want.
So when is wine considered to be what we call
Right now,
wine from the press,
I post like
i.e.
twice a month.
fresh wine?
Okay.
That's inferior. When
Usually,
it's,
it
the
ranges
Gemara says,
from like 35, like
Ad
30
Kama,
to 35.
Chosman Shu Toses. When it's fermenting.
You on there?
Toses means fermenting. That was that
So
apparently.
would
Rashi
you
points
like
out over here that when you know
OnlyFans
that
name, or
wine
is
is
it your name?
fermenting, is like a shtickle froth.
My name, yeah.
So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yayin miyut. So I will say again, for our purpose, so that's this one. Actually, so just because of one Chinese, therefore what we are establishing over here is that a sorry more.
For about a year now, I've
stealing
been
money
in the
and
top
purchasing
0.5%
wine
of all content creators on
we
OnlyFans.
established already from the Bronx,
And
from
it freaks
Mishnah,
me out because it's
so
like
well,
me
so
and then
big,
the top porn
machlokes,
stars.
how
Like,
much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat, and now definitionally,
You'll get there.
wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it Italian wine. The right now, the American saying it's got to be wine. Wine, for our purposes, means it's not fermented. It's not fermented. Furthermore, meat non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? About the nice and you got to set salt for at least 2 days and 1 night.
you're not a town
Let's go back to the fact we learned Yain Tosef Kolomishin Gidli, that fermenting wine of Osa is not subject to the halakha of Gidli. Remember in the halakha of Gidli, the halakha says that if you leave mashkidin, if you leave open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? What is you are concerned about? Snake venom. Now, for that, we know that our people bring down that today many people are in mashkidin. They leave our drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out. Overnight, when we do treat it the next day. So Gemara says that's because again we live in locales where venomous snakes are not being nested. And that's why again you see in general different amount. In any event, the point over here is frothing, right, fermenting wine is not subject to the halakha of uncovered liquids. Apparently snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. How long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently for the first 3 days after the wine is first keyed after it's pressed, it's still in the state of fermentation. And therefore, again, a local Mesa does not issue people. Half-a-mine, so this is an interesting enough to put it in some of the years. Beforehand, we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. Here it says 3 days. It sounds like the wine froths for the longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha of that? And so well, we need to know what kind of wine is he trying to steal. Halchamai, so he says Hashem is simple. The celebrity, biggest celebrity in the history of this country. Again, when it comes to, let's say, for example,
So you must be asking yourself, how do you close an episode that starts with William Montgomery, has 3 of the funniest comedians in the world on the panel, and I think there's only one option. This young buck came on the show, won a golden ticket, and then took over, just complete full control. Became one of the most intimidating forces in the history of the show, so much so that I let him do whatever he wants. It's been a while since he's been on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the long-awaited return of the one and only Timmy Nobre.
In order for the Bensoul more to be a field of completion to the highlight, so ultimately, again, it has to be something that's really high quality. So even if halacha is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a deal, that would not be subject ultimately again to Ben Sorah the yayin adnan yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting. And if halacha the Ben Sorah would not be high for that. And I will say that happens to be, it appears from the Gemara, that halacha l'maisa,
sometimes after I get off stage, people come up to me and say, great set.
We adopt the shvalim.
And that makes me feel
so
good because they're just B cups.
2 days from one night, if he steals money and purchases, then it is not really fine. He's only trying to purchase what we'll call fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But once if it's still frothing, then ultimately again, it's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. What's a beautiful Gemara? I'm not kind of, why did Hashem create wine? And you say it's a good side note. Wine, it's interesting by the way. Wine is fancy.
Relinquish my time.
On one hand, there's no life cycle event without water. Right? A bismillah has wine. A chuppah has water. Right?